Let your master the martial god come out. Otherwise all of you will die today. Demon Master Pang Ban's voice was quiet and calm, as if he were stating some ordinary matter, yet when it reached the ear it provoked an inexplicable dread. I never expected the barbarians of the Yuan kingdom to harbor such an expert. This man's strength is in no way below mine. Lu Bu gripped the Fangtian halberd, his sharp eye solemn. Back in the great Han of Huangzhou, he had long been invincible under heaven, earning the praise among men Lu Bu, among horses red hair. After the 9 provinces were unified into one, he had broken through again, and his confidence was at its peak. Even the martial god whom the Great Qin of Zhongzhou revered as a myth was not someone he considered worth noticing. He had not expected that, having only just emerged, he would not only witness the terrifying divine strength Mo saber soldiers under the martial god's command, but also encounter an expert no weaker than himself. How vast are the 9 provinces! Truly full of towering experts, hidden dragons and lurking tigers. Zhang Liao and the other generals looked up at Demon Master Pang Ban in the sky, overwhelmed with emotion. At the same time anticipation flickered in their eyes. The Yuan kingdom had a terrifying expert like Pang Ban. Then what level of power would the martial god whom the Qin kingdom already called a myth possess? Presumably no weaker than Pang Ban. But would the martial god even appear? You want the martial god to come out? You're not worthy. Zhao Wu encircled the high priestess's voluptuous waist with one arm, and held the queen of Jingjue with the other. Completely indifferent to Pang Ban's oppressive aura, he spoke lightly. The calm words only enraged Pang Ban further. Arrogant. No one had ever dared to slight him so. Since the martial god wants to hide like a turtle, I will kill you. Demon Master Pang Ban raised his hand and threw a punch. Boundless demonic chi gathered in the sky, condensing into an ink-black fist mark as vast as a mountain. The fist imprint radiated an evil, terrifying aura, as if it could devour and suppress the soul and press down upon Lulan City. No, help! Tens of thousands of soldiers atop the Lulan City wall were cowed by Demon Master Pang Ban's terrifying fist imprint. They collapsed where they stood, their hearts trembling with boundless fear. Even the High Priestess of Lulan and the Queen of Jingjue went limp-slumping like mud into Zhao Wu's arms. Demon Master Pang Ban had reached the spirit void realm and had cultivated the Dao heart demon-seeding art. Every stance and every glance carried a terrifying power capable of shaking the soul. Let alone ordinary soldiers. Even a heavenly man realm expert could hardly withstand it. Yet Zhao Wu, whom Pang Ban was targeting, seemed utterly oblivious. Holding the limp high priestess and the queen in his arms, he remained completely at ease, exuding a carefree and lazy charm. The martial king is astonishing. Even faced with such an expert, he does not change his expression, calm and unhurried. In this very state of mind no one can compare. The high priestess gazed at Zhao Wu with beautiful eyes, a look of admiration, worship and infatuation rising in them. At this moment, even with Pang Ban's threat hanging overhead, she felt no fear. As long as she leaned against this man's chest, it was more reassuring than anything else in the world. Seeing the high priestess's passionate eyes, her entire body seeming like a fully ripe honey peach, even Zhao Wu, who had seen countless beauties, felt a stir of fascination. He simply liked mature, intellectual, elegant beauties like this. He wasn't some depraved creature who could only scrape together a shred of masculine dignity from girls whose bodies had yet to mature. A beast truly. Lu Bu watched the high priestess and the queen of Jingjue in Zhao Wu's arms, his voice full of envy and jealousy. As a man, he naturally loved beautiful women too. Besides, who knew where Diao Chan was now? He had no stunning beauty by his side. How could he not be envious and resentful if he knew that the Diao Chan who should have been his had already been snatched away by Zhao Wu? One who dies beneath the peony is a romantic ghost. Zhang Liao likewise sighed. But Zhao Wu's calm, fearless attitude in the face of death is indeed extraordinary. Clearly neither of them believed Zhao Wu could block Pang Ban's punch. Zhao Wu was certainly doomed. The mountain-sized black fist imprint tore through the air, shattering the void in an instant, and hung above Zhao Wu's head. The moment it fell, Zhao Wu and everyone around him would be ground to powder. But before the fist imprint could land, in a flash of lightning and fire clang, a crisp sword cry rang out like a dragon's roar, and an earth-splitting thunderclap pouring down from beyond the 9 heavens. The sword light fell like the Milky Way descending from the 9 heavens and struck the black mountain-like fist imprint with perfect precision. Crack, crack. The black fist suddenly split with countless cracks, then burst apart into a sky full of fragments and dissolved into the air. What happened? The crowd was scared out of their wits. Pang Ban's expression turned grave, and his gaze locked onto the spot before Zhao Wu. Embedded there was a brilliant golden longsword, silently radiating a sword intent that could split heaven and earth. The entire place fell into deathly silence. So quiet that a dropping needle could be heard. The high priestess's beautiful eyes flew wide and her voluptuous body trembled. With shock, excitement and joy, The heaven and earth sword, the royal authority that rules the world. The first-ranked divine sword on the Great Qin divine sword ranking, the royal authority sword. The queen of Jingjue murmured to herself, utterly frozen in astonishment. A beam of sunlight broke through the sky. The black clouds that had pressed overhead were torn apart by that sword which had come from beyond the heavens. That sword stroke. No one knew from where it had arisen, but it came to rest at Lulan. The endless black clouds were shredded by the rampaging sword aura, as if the heavens themselves had been ripped open. For 10,000 li around Lulan everyone could feel that astonishing sword intent. Terrible sword intent. This man's strength is no less than mine. Lu Bu astride red hair gripped the Meng Tian halberd tightly, his eyes full of both shock and fear. He had only just come out, yet he had run into such experts again and again. Had the world changed, or had he Lu Bu fallen behind? The royal authority sword, the martial god of Great Qin, truly lives up to his reputation. Zhang Liao was secretly stunned. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Since the royal authority sword had appeared, the martial god had certainly come. Who was stronger between the martial god and Pang Ban? No matter the outcome, this was bound to be a clash of dragons and tigers, a world-shaking battle. To witness such a battle would make this life worthwhile. The royal authority sword. Is my lord about to make his move? Dian Qing gripped his twin axes tightly, his calm, deep eyes blazing with excitement, anticipation, and even fervor. As for Pang Ban, he paid him no mind at all. He might not be able to defeat Pang Ban, but the moment the royal authority sword appeared in his heart, Pang Ban was already a dead man. I have seen my lord truly make his move. Mei Sanyang stood on a small mound of earth, a giant scythe on her shoulder, her beautiful eyes full of anticipation. In fact, she had already been there for some time. She had not acted because her purpose in coming was to ensure the safety of Lulan's high priestess and the queen of Jingjue. After all, relying on Dian Qing alone might allow an accident to happen. And the high priestess of Lulan and the queen of Jingjue were Zhao Wu's women. No accident could be tolerated. Her sharp, beautiful eyes looked at Zhao Wu on the Lulan city wall, and a rare trace of admiration and worship surfaced in them. She was Dian Qing's junior sister, and cultivated the yin-yang twin armor art of the armor-clad sect. Since reaching mastery, her body was impervious to blades and spears. The first time she had ever been broken and made to bleed was at Zhao Wu's hands. She knew all too well how powerful Zhao Wu was. Since the martial god is here, why not show himself? Hiding your head and exposing your tail. What kind of creature are you? At that moment, Demon Master Pang Ben stood with his hands behind his back, waves of black demonic chi swirling around him. He looked like a great demon king descending from the demon world, towering between heaven and earth, infinitely arrogant. Everyone held their breath, their eyes blazing with excitement and hope, especially the people of Lulan, the high priestess, the queen of Jingjue, and the others. To them, the martial god was a legendary immortal. Who would have thought that today they would have a chance to see the martial god's true face? Why are you all so thrilled? Isn't the martial god right in front of you? He is holding you even now and you don't realize it. Zhao Wu grumbled inwardly. At the same time, a distant ethereal voice came from beyond the heavens. To kill you, why must I come in person? If you can survive one sword of mine, I will spare your life. The voice was faint and vast, impossible to trace. It seemed to resound from the depths of every person's soul. This was Zhao Wu's primordial spirit voice transmission art. Skulking coward. How arrogant. Pang Ban flew into a rage. But before he could strike, the royal authority sword which stood before Zhao Wu seemed summoned. The sword aura suddenly surged. With a sharp shriek, the royal authority sword turned into a streak of light and soared into the heavens. Its unruly sword aura expanded and contracted, then swept down, carrying a boundless storm of sword chi. Though no one held the sword, it possessed a might that could topple the sky. Lu Bu and the other experts' pupils constricted. That sword stroke was not aimed at them, yet it made a breath of death rush at their faces. Under the overwhelming pressure of that sword power, even Lu Bu could not summon the slightest will to resist. How is this possible? He gripped the Meng Tian halberd with trembling hands, unable to accept the terrifying truth. The red hair beneath him could not withstand this sword momentum either. Its legs gave way and it sprawled onto the ground. How is this possible? Demon Master Pang Ban was horrified. It was unbelievable. Could there truly be such terrifying sword intent in this world? With a sharp swish in the next instant, his figure abruptly stiffened where he stood. His eyes bulged, filled with fear. His body was slowly and neatly split into two halves. Blood burst forth. Demon Master Pang Ban. Dead. 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 Lu Bu's pupils constricted, and he stood frozen, as if struck by a paralysis spell rooted to the spot. Shock, terror, and disbelief flashed through his eyes. This was a terrifying powerhouse of the divine void realm. A being revered as a land-bound immortal. A single person could suppress an entire nation. Yet now, with just one sword strike, he was cleaved in two like a piece of rotten wood. A moment ago he had been thinking of challenging the war god, defeating him, shattering the myth of the Qin kingdom, and making a name for himself. But now, Lu Bu's gaze at the Wangquan sword uncontrollably filled with dread. Not far away, Meng Tian and his Golden Fire Cavalry soldiers stared at the severed corpse of Pang, then a chill creeping up their spines. Then, boundless excitement and pride surged within them. This was the war god. Their Qin kingdom's war god. Their Qin kingdom's guardian deity. The war god is mighty. Meng Tian raised his spear toward the sky and could not help but roar in exhilaration. The war god is mighty. The 50,000 Golden Fire Cavalry followed with excited shouts. Their eyes blazed with excitement, thrill, and pride. Their Qin kingdom's guardian deity, the war god, had slain the Yuan kingdom's land-bound immortal with a single sword strike. What honor was this? What achievement was this? The war god is mighty. Countless Lulan soldiers on the city walls rose from the ground and joined in the ecstatic cries. The deafening cheers echoed through the heavens, reverberating across the rolling yellow sands. The spy sent by the Qing emperor stared at Pangban's corpse, and the Wangquan's sword stuck in the ground, a chill running down his spine, uncontrollable fear in his eyes. This war god is too strong. A land-bound immortal was slain with a single sword strike. No wonder he dominates the Qin kingdom's divine sword list and legion list. This news must be reported to the emperor immediately. Some Qing spies quickly withdrew to relay the message, while others remained to keep watch. General, we should retreat. With the war god here, we cannot take Lulan. Zhang Liao's eyes held deep reverence as he urged Lu Bu once more. The soldiers beside him looked at Lu Bu with hopeful eyes. They had been terrified by the divine strength broadsword soldiers and the war god's might. If forced to continue attacking Lulan, their legs would surely give way from fear. Damnation! How can the war god be this strong? Lu Bu gripped the sky-piercing halberd tightly, his eyes filled with resentment. If it were Pangban, he would have dared to fight him for 300 rounds. But the war god who had slain Pangban with a single sword strike had not even shown himself. His true form unknown. Yet still killed Pangban. With such strength, even as arrogant as he was, Lu Bu dared not provoke him. He was proud but not foolish. Retreat! Lu Bu gave the order filled with reluctance. He knew he would be in deep trouble upon returning. Leading 100,000 Shiliang iron cavalry, he had not even engaged in battle before being scared away by the war god, slinking back in disgrace. Needless to say, his reputation was utterly ruined. But what else could he do? March to his death? With reluctance and fear, Lu Bu led his troops back the way they came, slinking away in disgrace. Meanwhile, the Yuan kingdom's 100,000-strong army was almost completely annihilated. General Gua Qin fell in battle. Demon Master Pangban was slain. The battle was over. Countless soldiers in Lulan cheered. We won! We won! Long live the war god! Hearing the cheers, the high priestess and the queen of Jingjue broke into radiant smiles, feeling Zhao Wu's warm, firm, and powerful chest. Both women's cheeks flushed crimson. Whoosh! At that moment, the Wangquan sword cut through the air and landed before Zhao Wu. The Wangquan sword. The high priestess, the queen of Jingjue, and the surrounding Lulan soldiers were stunned for a moment, then their eyes blazed with fervor and excitement. Though it was not the war god himself, being able to see this legendary sword, the top of the divine sword list up close, was still an honor. Under the rapturous gaze of the crowd, Zhao Wu reached out and pulled the Wangquan's sword from the ground. War king, isn't the war god taking back the Wangquan sword? The high priestess looked at the sword in Zhao Wu's hand, somewhat puzzled. Given how the war god had controlled the sword to kill Pangban from afar, he certainly could have retrieved it. He must have left it deliberately. The war god's cultivation is so profound that he is no longer bound by external objects. Grass, wood, bamboo, or stone. All can serve as swords. Whether he uses the Wangquan sword or not makes no difference. Zhao Wu casually twirled the sword, forming a flower-like motion, and said, "The war god clearly saw that I lacked a sword and lent me this one. The war god is truly generous to your highness." The high priestess, the queen of Jingjue, and everyone around had no doubt about Zhao Wu's words, their eyes filled with deep envy. This was the top sword on the Great Qin divine sword list, surpassing even the first emperor's Tianwen sword, and yet it was given to Zhao Wu. Such generosity. Meanwhile, spies in the distance also saw Zhao Wu pick up the Wangquan sword and were stunned. Could Zhao Wu be the war god? Impossible. Zhao Wu is only in his 20s. Even if he started cultivating in the womb, he could not have reached the war god's level. The war god must have temporarily left the Wangquan sword with Zhao Wu for safekeeping or as a protective talisman. The spies speculated silently. Today, a land-bound immortal-level powerhouse had attacked Zhao Wu. If not for the war god's rescue, Zhao Wu would have died. Leaving the Wangquan sword with Zhao Wu as a protective charm seemed the most reasonable explanation to the spies. Not only these spies, Meng Tian, watching from afar, thought the same. With the war god's Wangquan sword to protect him, the War King need not fear even assassination attempts by land-bound immortal powerhouses in the future. Meng Tian felt relieved earlier when Pang Ban attacked Zhao Wu. He had nearly been scared to death. Without delay, Meng Tian immediately led the Golden Fire Cavalry toward Lulan City. He had wanted to meet the commander of the Divine Strength Broadsword Soldiers, but before he could arrive the Divine Strength Broadsword Soldiers had already withdrawn swiftly. His Golden Fire Cavalry were once again relegated to cleaning up the battlefield. Soon, Meng Tian arrived before Zhao Wu. Meng Tian pays homage to the War King. I came late to rescue you, causing your highness to be frightened. Please punish me. General Meng, you are too serious. Rise. As Zhao Wu spoke, an invisible force lifted Meng Tian to his feet. Such strong power. His highness must have touched the threshold of the heavenly human realm or perhaps even ascended to it. Sigh. Thinking this, Meng Tian drew a sharp breath. A 22-year-old heavenly human. Such terrifying power. Even if he had started cultivating in the womb, it would be no more than this, right? He knew that the head of the Taoist heavenly sect, Master Xiaoming, had become a grandmaster at 18, already a rare martial genius in a century for the Taoist school. And she was accepted as a closed-door disciple by Bei Mingzi, who had not taken students for 50 years. This astonished the 100 schools of thought. But a 22-year-old heavenly human, unimaginable. Even if his highness started cultivating in the womb, it couldn't be this fast. He probably hasn't reached the heavenly human realm yet. Maybe just the half-step heavenly human realm. Meng Tian thought to himself. Alas, he guessed the beginning but not the end. Zhao Wu had indeed started cultivating in the womb. He was a grandmaster at birth. A grandmaster at 1 year old. A heavenly human at 3. A divine void landbound immortal at 7. Now he had ascended to the Taiyu true immortal realm. Far from Meng Tian's guess of half-step heavenly human. If Meng Tian knew the truth, he would likely be scared to death. Meng Tian stood up and took charge of cleaning the battlefield along with the Lulan soldiers, while Zhao Wu followed the high priestess and the queen of Jingjue to the palace. He did not plan to return to the War King's mansion for now. The queen of Jingjue was to hold her coronation ceremony in 3 days. He intended to attend it before taking the queen and the high priestess back to Xianying. While Zhao Wu and the high priestess were enjoying a pleasant conversation and deepening their bond, news of what had happened outside Lulan City quickly spread back to the Great Yuan. What did you say? Gua Can's 100,000-strong army was completely wiped out. Even my teacher fell. The Yuan emperor widened his eyes in disbelief, thinking he had misheard. Your Majesty, this is absolutely true. General Gua Can's 100,000 troops were annihilated by 1,000 divine strength broadsword soldiers under the war god. The entire battle was a one-sided slaughter. Those divine strength broadsword soldiers were simply inhuman. Every one of them possesses immense strength. Wielding terrifying long-handled swords, they cleave men and horses in two with a single stroke. As for the demon master, he was slain by the war god with a single sword strike from afar. Impossible. 1,000 divine strength broadsword soldiers annihilating 100,000 Yuan cavalry is utterly impossible, and my teacher could not have died. The Yuan emperor roared hysterically, his face twisted with rage. You dare to lie about military intelligence and deceive your sovereign. Guards, take him out and behead him. Your Majesty, have mercy. Every word I speak is true. Your Majesty, spare me. The spy begged loudly, but to no avail. He was dragged out and executed. Huff! The Yuan emperor slumped onto his dragon, thrown, his eyes vacant. Of course he knew the spy would not dare to falsify such important military intelligence. His 100,000-strong army was gone. His teacher was also gone. Blood debts must be paid in blood. If 100,000 is not enough, then 500,000, a million. Even if the war god is a deity, I will make him die without a complete corpse. The Yuan emperor roared, screaming in fury. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. The civil and military officials all knelt on the ground, hastily urging. Your Majesty, the 9 provinces have just been unified. We do not understand the situation of other nations. It is not yet time to wage war. Indeed, once we have investigated the details of Qin, we can dispatch troops then. Under the earnest persuasion of the ministers, the Yuan emperor reluctantly agreed. This enmity shall never be forgotten. Once we have ascertained Qin's true strength, we will make them pay with blood. The Yuan emperor bellowed. Of course he knew it was not the time for a major war with Qin. His earlier outburst was merely for show. He had just lost 100,000 troops and a land-bound immortal. He was not foolish enough to send more troops without a clear understanding of the situation. If he suffered another great defeat, wouldn't his great Yuan be doomed? Meanwhile, in the Great Qin imperial palace, what? 1,000 divine strength broadsword soldiers completely overwhelmed 100,000 Yuan cavalry, slaughtering them. And they didn't even lose a single man in the end. How is that possible? Are they all grandmasters forming an army? And the war god? He killed a land-bound immortal with one sword strike. The Qing emperor received the spy's report and was utterly stunned. He confirmed it several times. Finally, he concluded that the information was accurate. Good heavens, these divine strength broadsword soldiers and the war god are terrifying beyond belief. Wei Xiaobao exclaimed in shock. 1,000 slaughtering 100,000. Unimaginable. It seems we should not confront Qin for now. We need to gather more intelligence on them. The Qing emperor's expression was grave, filled with deep wariness. Your Majesty is wise. Wei Xiaobao flattered. In the Great Han's Huangzhou, at the Chancellor's mansion. General Liu, are you joking? 1,000 men slaughtering 100,000 cavalry, without a single loss. Do you really think they are divine soldiers? Niu Fudong's son-in-law sneered. Are you just making excuses for your failure? Father, this matter was witnessed by all my officers and men. The 1,000 divine strength broadsword soldiers indeed slaughtered 100,000 Yuan cavalry. The war god killed the Yuan land-bound immortal with a single sword strike from afar. I am incompetent and beg for your punishment. Lu Bu ignored Niu Fu and addressed Dongzhuo directly. 1,000 slaughtering 100,000. Are they really that formidable? Dongzhuo narrowed his eyes. Though it was hard to believe he knew such things were easy to verify and Lu Bu would not dare to lie. It seems this war god and his legions are even more formidable than I imagined. Dongzhuo grew serious, filled with dread toward the war god. He did not severely punish Lu Bu, merely imposing a symbolic one-year salary deduction. While Dongzhuo, the Qing emperor, the Yuan emperor and others were astounded by the war god, and the divine strength broadsword soldiers far away in Xianying, the first emperor Ying Zheng also received the news. Excellent, excellent. The war god is truly worthy of being our Great Qin's guardian deity. A divine being indeed. What joy! What glory! Ying Zheng laughed heartily, waving his hand. Spread the war god's deeds throughout the realm, so that all Great Qin's subjects may know of his achievements. As you command. The war god has given the Wangquan sword to Wu. It seems Wu shares an extraordinary connection with the war god. Ying Zheng's eyes were filled with relief, and he felt reassured about Zhao Wu's safety. When he had heard earlier that Pang Ban had attacked Zhao Wu, he had been startled. Fortunately, all was well. At the Chancellor's mansion, Yushin's dreamy, profound eyes flickered with a strange light. The War King has obtained the war god's Wangquan sword. Truly the one-eye divine who could defeat Yan Fei. Yan Fei, just you wait. Although you have pledged yourself to the war god early on, you are merely a servant. I, on the other hand, have not yet met the war god, but I will become the War King's woman. The world was stirring. Of course. Apart from the Great Yuan's 100,000 cavalry attack on Lolan, the other nations had minor skirmishes but no major wars. All the nations were frantically gathering intelligence on each other. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. The Yuan emperor had lost troops and generals precisely because he had become arrogant, thinking himself invincible, and ultimately suffered a great defeat. Days passed one by one. Zhao Wu remained leisurely in Lolan, lazing around in the sun during the day, and sleeping on the dragon bed at night, living a carefree life. In the blink of an eye, another full moon day arrived. Today, the Dao Golden Scroll would not only announce the 9 provinces' divine weapon list and the 9 provinces' legion list, but also reveal a brand new list. All the nation's factions and individuals of the 9 provinces set aside their affairs, staring intently at the Dao Golden Scroll in the sky. Finally, under the expectant gaze of millions, the Dao Golden Scroll trembled, emitting endless radiant light, as auspicious phenomena unfolded. A new list took shape. 9 provinces' divine weapon list. The 9 provinces' divine armament ranking has finally been announced. Who could claim the top spot? The Great Qin war god's Wangquan sword, the Great Ming Emperor's Great Ming Vermilion Bird, the Great Sui National Preceptor Yuan Tuo's Shenyuan sword. How many slots does the 9 provinces' divine armament ranking have? Currently, the ranking with the most slots is the Great Qin divine sword ranking with a full 100 slots. The 9 provinces' divine armament ranking will surely not have fewer than 100, perhaps 200 or 300. The 9 provinces' divine armament ranking has far more value than the individual province rankings. The rewards must be even richer. If only I could make the list. The beings of the 9 provinces buzzed with discussion, staring at the Great Dao Golden ranking with burning eyes and full of anticipation. Xuanzhou Great Yuan. The Yuan Emperor held a golden saber, his gaze overbearing. Humph, what are Wangshuan Xuanyuan Great Ming Vermilion Bird? My Great Yuan Celestial Wolf Golden Saber will surely rank first. Although his Great Yuan had no divine armament ranking, he believed that in this 9 provinces divine armament ranking, he would certainly make the list and even take the top spot. Kuaiji, the Xiang clan. Xiang Yu gripped his overlord spear, and heavenly dragon city-breaking halberd, his eyes filled with anticipation. Last time with the divine sword ranking I couldn't make the list. This time I will definitely be on it. Not to mention the top spot, the top 10 must have a place for me. He had heard of the glorious feat of the war god, slaying the great Yuan land immortal with a single sword stroke. Although proud, he understood that for now he was no match for the war god. But he was still young. One day he would definitely surpass the war god. Xianyang, Zhangtai Palace. Ying Zheng, clad in a black dragon robe, pressed one hand on Tianwan and said, "With the announcement of the 9 provinces divine armament ranking this time, my Great Qin will surely be renowned across the world. The war god's might will shake the 9 provinces. Your Majesty speaks truly. The war god will surely win first place again, ranked number 1 in the 9 provinces. Perhaps he could even dominate the top 10 of the 9 provinces divine armament ranking." The civil and military officials all chimed in agreement. This was not flattery. They truly believed so. In their eyes, the war god was not only the god of Great Qin, but also the god of the 9 provinces. Under the gaze of the first emperor Ying Zheng and countless people across the 9 provinces, the sky shimmered with radiant light, coalescing into a new ranking. 9 provinces divine armament ranking 100th. Cold cicada holder Wu Kuang, reward Earth grade lower rank Huiyuan pill can quickly restore true chi and injuries for those below the celestial realm. 99th. Hidden flood dragon holder Han Xin, reward Earth grade lower rank Chi Men formation can trap a grandmaster. 98th. Golden serpent sword holder Yuan Chengji, reward Earth grade lower rank turtle serpent sword technique unmatched defense. As the ranking was announced, brilliant beams of light descended. This time the rewards of the 9 provinces divine armament ranking were distributed instantly. Each time a name was announced, the reward was granted. Damn! What the hell? Aren't Cold Cicada and Hidden Flood Dragon ranked 51st and 50th on the Great Qin Divine Sword ranking? Doesn't that mean Great Qin has directly taken over more than half of the 9 provinces divine armament ranking? How does Great Qin have so many divine weapons? Damn! I thought the Great Qin divine weapons were all fakes, but they are this powerful. At this moment, seeing the list of the divine armament ranking, countless beings in the 9 provinces erupted. Countless experts found it hard to believe. Great Qin occupied 51 spots. Didn't that leave them with fewer than 50? The 6 great provinces only shared 49 spots. Ha ha ha, excellent, excellent. My Great Qin is going to dominate the list. Ying Zheng laughed heartily. Although not all of these divine weapons belonged to him, and many were even owned by anti-Qin forces, at least externally they all belonged to the central province Great Qin. Congratulations, Your Majesty. May Great Qin last 10,000 years. May Your Majesty last 10,000 years. The civil and military officials offered congratulations in unison. Huangzhou Great Han. In the peach garden, a burly man with a leopard head, round eyes, swallow jaw, and tiger whiskers shook his Zhangba serpent spear, gazing at the 9 provinces divine armament ranking, and bellowed like a bell. What's the use of Great Qin having many divine weapons? Troops are valued for quality, not quantity. Second Brothers Green Dragon Crescent Blade ranked 2nd on the Great Han divine armament ranking. It should at least make the top 5, right? Maybe the other divine weapons are all fakes. Second Brother could even take 2nd place on the 9 provinces divine armament ranking. You and Big Brother can enter the top 10, and then all 3 of US brothers will be on the list. Zhang Fei was excited and full of anticipation. Guan Yu stood quietly to the side. He was 9 feet tall with a 2-foot-long beard, a face like a heavy date, lips like smeared rouge, phoenix eyes, and silkworm eyebrows. He held the green dragon crescent blade, gently stroking his long beard, with one hand, his face full of pride. He deeply agreed with Zhang Fei's words. In his eyes, the others were nothing but straw-selling fools. Nothing to fear. Third Brother, the 9 provinces are full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers with countless divine weapons. Do not be complacent. Liu Bei, with arms that reached past his knees and ears that hung down to his shoulders, warned earnestly. He had self-awareness. It would be a stroke of luck for Guan Yu's Green Dragon Crescent Blade to enter the top 10. He and Zhang Fei could not possibly enter the top 10. They were only 6th and 7th on the Great Han Divine Armament ranking. Got it, Big Brother. I want to see what the divine weapons from other provinces are like. Zhang Fei stared wide-eyed at the 9 provinces divine armament ranking in the sky. After the Golden Serpent Sword came the Great Song's Gentlewoman's Sword and Gentleman's Sword, followed by a series of Great Ming divine weapons: Great Ming 14 forms, Peacock Plume, Littlely Flying Dagger, Dragon Phoenix Ring, Heavenly Mechanism Staff, Deer Slaying Sword, Full Moon Scimitar, Demon Sword. 87th, Flying Wing Sword holder Qin Mengyao, reward Earth Grade Mid-Rank Lingxi Sword technique, hearts connected in a telepathic bond. 86th, Against the Water's Chill holder Qi Shaoshang, reward Earth Grade Mid-Rank Water Bodhi Fruit, can temporarily double comprehension for 1 hour. 85th, Fierce Blood Sword holder Jian Xiong, reward Earth Grade Mid-Rank Ice Heart Pill, can dispel fire poison and resist fire poison erosion. Big Brother C, didn't I tell you? These are mostly Great Ming divine weapons, all fakes, totally useless. Zhang Fei said, loudly smug and satisfied. These are the lower-ranked divine swords on the Great Ming divine armament ranking. It's normal they're not high, Liu Bei said calmly. Among the provinces Great Qin and Great Ming had the most divine weapons, especially swords. Moreover, the high-ranking divine weapons on the Great Ming divine armament ranking haven't come out yet. Yuzhou Great Ming. The Ming Emperor held the Great Ming vermilion bird his heart in his throat. Although he was happy that many of Great Ming's divine weapons were on the list, but seeing the rankings so low his eyes carried regret. Your Majesty, rest assured our Great Ming vermilion bird, even if not number 1, will certainly be in the top 10. The Eastern Depot eunuch chief Chao Zhengchuan stooped beside the Ming Emperor, flattering obsequiously. The Ming Emperor said nothing, staring intently at the 9 provinces divine armament ranking. The next moment his tense heart relaxed a little, because the following divine weapons all belong to Great Qin. Dragon Sword, Adverse Scale Sword, Spirit, Perished Shadow Tiger, Zhenyu. All the way to the 68th Tiger Soul, except for the 72nd spot, which was a 7-star treasure saber of Great Han's Dongjua. The rest were all Great Qin divine weapons. The other provinces also have many powerful divine weapons. Ying Zheng looked at the list without much surprise. He had never expected Great Qin's divine weapons to dominate the top 50 because that was simply unrealistic. Without expectations, naturally no disappointment. He quietly watched the divine weapons of the provinces. 67th, Purple Lightning Spear Holder Yang Yi, reward Heaven Grade Lower Rank Purple Radiance 8 forms spear strikes like a great sun shining in all directions. 66th, Dripping Spring Spear Holder Yu Fei, reward Heaven Grade Lower Rank Antidote Pill immune to all poisons. 65th, Dog Beating Staff Holders Hong Qigong Xiaofeng, reward Heaven Grade Lower Rank Marrow Cleansing Pill, cleanses marrow and meridians, removes hidden injuries. In Dizhou Great Song Hong Qigong looked at the list in the sky and chuckled. Getting a free marrow cleansing pill is not bad. The hidden injuries from the old Poison Master's attacks can be healed too. Hong Qigong was indifferent to the ranking, even feeling a bit of joy from getting something for free. Xiaofeng felt similarly. They didn't care much about the ranking. They understood that although the dog-beating staff was the beggar's sex treasure, and the sect leader's token ranking 65th on the 9 provinces divine armament ranking was already quite good. Central Province Great Qin. Lulan Imperial Palace. Zhao Wu lay his head on the round lap pillow of High Priestess Li Yaoguang calmly, watching the 9 provinces divine armament ranking. After the dog-beating staff came Long Song Great Absence, Heaven Muddling Halberd Bamboo Section Steel Whip Wrought Copper Staff 5-Hook Divine Flying Bright Silver Spear Golden Laid 4-Sided Wrought Copper Mace. 56th, Autumn Li Holder Xiao Meng, reward Heaven Grade Mid-Rank Great Dream Heart Sutra, can cultivate in dreams. 55th, Crimson Cloud Sword Holder Lu Bang, reward Heaven Grade Mid-Rank Imperial Dragon Majesty, can intimidate others' minds causing involuntary submission. Lu Bang. In Zhongtai Palace, Ying Zheng looked at the list, his eyes flickering. A terrifying and majestic aura began to emanate. In an instant the civil and military officials behind him all knelt down. Zhang Han begged for forgiveness. Your servant is incompetent, please punish me. Ever since the divine sword ranking was announced last time, the Shadow Guards and the net had been searching for Lu Bang's whereabouts, but Lu Bang was like a loach slipping away long before they arrived. They still hadn't caught him. The owner of the Crimson Cloud Sword has the destiny of an emperor. It seems Lu Bang indeed has extraordinary luck, Ying Zheng thought to himself. But it only strengthened his resolve to eliminate Lu Bang. Immediately following, as the ranking was announced, a brilliant beam of light descended straight into Mount Mangdang. So Lu Bang is hiding in Mount Mangdang. Zhang Han saw the light of the reward and quickly said, Your Majesty, your servant will immediately take men to Mount Mangdang and arrest Lu Bang. Granted, Ying Zheng said indifferently. He was determined to kill Lu Bang. Yes. Zhang Han rose and strode away. He must move with the utmost speed before Lu Bang fled Mount Mangdang, send men to seal all exits, and then catch him like a turtle in a jar. Lu Bang is extremely cunning. Now that he has received the Great Dao Golden Ranking reward, and knows he has been exposed, he will certainly transfer as quickly as possible. Mount Mangdang is vast. He needs time to transfer, but I also need time to find him, and now it takes time to get there. Even if I order the Shadow Guards near Mount Mangdang to seal it off, they may not be able to fully block it. Zhang Han left Zhongtai Palace feeling quite anxious. He knew this time he would likely come up empty again. But even knowing he might fail, he had to act. He was not afraid of exhaustion, but he feared returning empty-handed. If I could borrow a mechanical bird from the War King, catching Lu Bang would be easy. Thinking this, Zhang Han immediately made a decision. He did not set off immediately, but went to the War King's residence. Although he knew the War King was not there, his chances of borrowing the mechanical bird were slim. But he still wanted to try. Without the War King's mechanical bird, he would almost certainly fail to catch Lu Bang this time. Boom! However, just as he was about to head to the War King's residence, a huge shadow loomed over. Who? Zhang Han suddenly looked up, seeing a mechanical beast with a wingspan of dozens of meters diving down. It was the vermilion bird he had seen before. Ying Zheng had once ridden it to Shuhe County. Buzz. The vermilion bird landed a few meters above Zhang Han, grabbed a scroll with its claws, and dropped it. Zhang Han caught the scroll, opened it, and read. The War King knows that General Zhang will go to Mount Mangdang to capture Liu Bang, and has specially sent the vermilion bird to assist. The War King's subordinates are truly full of hidden talents. Zhang Han was astonished. He knew the War King was in Lulan and could not have sent word so quickly. This must have been given by someone left at the War King's residence. From the moment Liu Bang's rank was announced to now less than a minute had passed yet, they had already dispatched the vermilion bird. What did this mean? It meant that the moment Liu Bang's name was announced, the other party had guessed that he would go to capture Liu Bang. Of course, this was not hard to guess. He was after all the one in charge of capturing Liu Bang. The most frightening thing was that they not only guessed he would go to capture Liu Bang, but also guessed that he would want to borrow a mechanical beast from the War King. Truly wise as a demon. Thank you, War King. Zhang Han bowed towards the War King's residence, then jumped onto the back of the vermilion bird with a dozen shadow guards heading towards Mount Mangdang. Mount Mangdang. Liu Bang held the Crimson Cloud Sword, sensing the newly acquired Imperial Dragon Majesty technique in his mind, his face full of worry. He looked at the stronghold he had built with great difficulty, filled with reluctance. But he knew he had to flee. You have to give up to get. As long as the green hills remain, there's no need to worry about firewood. Damn it, Ying Zheng, you wait for me. Sooner or later I'll kick you down and try sitting on the dragon throne myself. Liu Bang spat fiercely, and then shouted, Brothers, the Qin dogs are coming soon. Pack up and let's go. Big brother, we just built this stronghold with such difficulty. Are we just giving it up? Fan Kuai, holding a butcher knife, said with a pained expression. Big brother, Mount Mangdang is easy to defend and hard to attack. The Qin dogs won't find us easily. Even if we're discovered, we can still flee then. If they dare come, I'll chop them down with one knife. Fan Kuai showed a fierce expression, snarling. Chop what? How many can you chop alone? Hurry up, pack your things, we leave in 15 minutes, no dawdling. Liu Bang kicked Fan Kuai in the butt and ordered again. The others reluctantly packed up and followed to flee. Damn! When will this end? Liu Bang stood on a large rock waiting for the others to pack, feeling a surge of frustration. Buzz! Suddenly a strong wind blew. Liu Bang's heroic spirit swelled and he couldn't help but sing. The great wind rises, clouds fly and scatter. Where can I find brave warriors to vanquish the tyrants? As soon as the words, vanquish the tyrants, left his mouth, Liu Bang saw a huge shadow looming over him like a giant bird. His heart trembled. He jerked his head up, his eyes nearly popping out in shock. Damn! What a massive bird! Liu Bang was utterly terrified. A giant bird, entirely crimson, gleaming with a metallic luster, with a wingspan of dozens of meters, was diving straight toward him. Its terrifying aura made his legs go weak. It was like an ant facing a dragon. What made it even more horrifying was that there were people on the bird's back. He knew at a glance that they were here to capture him. How did they get here so fast? Is this a mechanical beast? No, this is the martial god's beast swarm. My heavens! They even deployed the beast swarm for me. They really think highly of me. Liu Bang, terrified out of his wits, turned and fled. At that moment, he burst forth with unprecedented speed. Mustering every ounce of strength he had. Liu Bang, surrender. You can't escape. Zhang Han stood on the vermilion bird's back, one hand on Longxiang, and shouted sternly, Fan Kuai, save me. Liu Bang shuddered, but his pace only quickened. As he ran, he shouted to Fan Kuai, who was packing things inside the house. Although Fan Kuai was a dog butcher, he possessed formidable strength. At the very least, he was far stronger than Liu Bang. No one can save you today. Zhang Han drew the Longxiang sword, leaped off the vermilion bird's back, and charged at Liu Bang. Hey! Who dares to harm my elder brother? Just then a voice like thunder roared, and Fan Kuai rushed out, wielding a slaughtering knife exuding a terrifying aura akin to a ferocious tiger. He raised the knife and slashed at Zhang Han. Clang! Sword and knife clashed, and a tremendous force sent Zhang Han staggering back 3 steps. Such immense strength! Zhang Han was secretly astonished, never expecting Liu Bang to have such a formidable underling. No wonder he possessed the fate of an emperor. He was not to be underestimated. Corrupt official. Death. Fan Kuai, pressing his advantage, charged at Zhang Han. Clang, clang, clang. They exchanged dozens of moves in an instant, and Zhang Han realized he was no match, suppressed by Fan Kuai's slaughtering knife. General! At that moment, a dozen shadow guards also leaped off the vermilion bird's back to assist Zhang Han. Capture Liu Bang. Don't let him escape. Zhang Han roared. Although he was suppressed by Fan Kuai couldn't kill him either. Yes, General. The dozen shadow guards chased after Liu Bang. However, Liu Bang was not weak, and those dozen shadow guards were no match for him. Thinking you can capture my elder brother with just you lot? Dream on. Seeing this, Fan Kuai felt relieved and taunted Zhang Han. Is that so? Zhang Han smirked meaningfully. Do you know what my greatest trump card is this time? What? Fan Kuai instinctively asked, but before he could finish, a massive shadow loomed over them. In an instant, Fan Kuai felt a suffocating aura. Danger! He instinctively raised his slaughtering knife to block his chest. A dazzling flash of light passed by. Clang! The slaughtering knife snapped in two and Fan Kuai's sturdy muscular body was sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth, a hideous claw mark carved across his chest. This claw was from the mechanical beast Vermilion Bird. Forged from steel and empowered by the rat talisman, it had been brought to life, unleashing terrifying power. Even Fan Kuai was severely wounded by a single claw. Damn! Lu Bang, who had just shaken off the encirclement of the dozen shadow guards, was startled. He knew Fan Kuai's strength very well. He never expected him to lose in one move. This mechanical Vermilion Bird was too terrifying. Without bothering about Fan Kuai, he turned and fled. But as he took a single step, a massive shadow loomed over him, and a gleaming steel claw descended from the sky. Ah! Don't kill me! I surrender! Lu Bang screamed in terror, but the Vermilion Bird still struck him with its claw, though it only wounded him instead of killing him. Pfft! Lu Bang collapsed, spitting blood, his eyes filled with despair. He was finished. Take him away! Zhang Han approached Lu Bang, glanced at him, and ordered the shadow guards behind him. Immediately, two shadow guards stepped forward, bound Lu Bang, and dragged him onto the Vermilion Bird's back. Fan Kuai was also taken up. Zhang Han left the remaining minor underlings to the other shadow guards, then swiftly returned to Xianyang with Lu Bang and Fan Kuai. Meanwhile, as Zhang Han was capturing Lu Bang, the 9 provinces' divine weapon ranking continued its steady unveiling. 54th Snow Ji, 53rd Fu Yu Sword, 52nd Gu Du, 51st Xie Family Divine Sword. For every 10 ranks the reward increased by 1 level. At the 50th rank the reward improved again, reaching the Heaven Class top grade. 50th Wu Chao Swordholder, Shimen Shui Shui reward 1 Heaven Class top grade Sword Intent Pill, which can enhance sword intent. 49th Fei Hong Swordholder Yi Gu Chang reward 1 Heaven Class top grade Sword Intent Pill, which can enhance sword intent. 48th Chunyang Wu Ji Swordholder Yen, Nan Tian reward 1 Heaven Class top grade Pure Yang Pill, which can enhance true Qi purity. 47th by Shui Zhao Dan Qing Holder Yao Yue reward 1 Heaven Class top grade Ming Yu Pill, which can enhance the Ming Yu art. In the Yu continent's Great Ming, the Ming Emperor tightly gripped his Great Ming Vermilion Bird, growing inexplicably nervous. Even the renowned swords of his Great Ming's most celebrated swordsmen were only in the 40s. Could his Great Ming Vermilion Bird hope to enter the top 10? Remember the Bai Shui Zhao Dan Qing of the Yihua Palace's Palace Master Yao? He was ranked 3rd on the Great Ming Divine Weapon ranking. Above it were only his Great Ming Vermilion Bird and Zhang Sanfeng's true martial sword. At this moment, on Mount Wudong, Zhang Sanfeng's 7 disciples, Song Yuan Xiao Yu Lianzhou Yu Dian and others, stared at the 9 provinces' divine weapon, ranking their fists clenched, their eyes tense. Master's true martial sword definitely won't appear. It won't appear. The true martial sword will surely rank in the top 10. They prayed silently. Why are you so nervous? What does it matter whether the true martial sword is on the list or what rank it takes? Zhang Sanfeng shook his head, smiled calmly, and said indifferently, Master is right. We were too attached. Song Yuanchao and the other 6 bowed in acknowledgement, but they still couldn't help staring at the golden ranking. Finally, under their burning gaze, the ranking continued to be revealed. 46th Ci Xiong Shuang Gu Sword Holder Lu Bei reward 1 Heaven Class top grade lightness skill, run fast, making you run like the wind. As long as I run fast you can't catch me. 45th Zhang Ba Snake Spear Holder Zhang Fei reward 1 Heaven Class top grade Lion's Roar skill, a roar that shakes 3 armies and stuns the soul. What? My elder brother and I are only 45th and 46th. In the Huang continent, Zhang Fei's thunderous voice boomed, his eyes filled with disbelief and incredulity. In his view, even if they couldn't break into the top 10, the top 20 should have been no problem, right? And this was all? Not even the top 40? Lu Bei's expression was equally complex. What the heck was run fast? The name was just too something. Sure, he had been chased around for years, but did he really need a martial art specifically for that? Third brother, relax. The 9 provinces are vast with countless divine weapons. Making it into the top 50 is already impressive. Lu Bei composed himself and comforted him. Besides, we still have second brother. Elder brother is right. Second brother's green dragon crescent blade will surely rank high, shake the world, and make a name across the 9 provinces. Zhang Fei's voice boomed like a bell. In this era, fame and profit were equally important. With fame, people would come to pledge allegiance and great deeds could be accomplished. Elder brother, rest assured. Leave it to me. Guan Yu's eyes were proud, one hand gently stroking his long beard brimming with inexplicable confidence. Liu Bei nodded slightly, then continued to watch the ranking. 44th E Tian Swordholder Cao Cao Reward 1 Heaven Class Top Grade, Shadowless Kick, essential for stealing hearts and preserving life. 43rd Qin Gang Swordholder Cao Cao Reward 1 Heaven Class Top Grade Vajra Pill granting indestructible body. On horseback you can break 1,000 troops, dismounted you can guard against wives. In Yenzhou Cao Cao stared blankly at the 9 provinces divine weapon ranking, then suddenly widened his eyes, spat out a mouthful of blood and roared. This ranking is toxic. Lord! My lord! Su Chu Guijia and other civil and military officials exclaimed in shock, rushing forward to help Cao Cao up. Their eyes were full of worry and strangeness. They never expected the golden ranking to be so playful. Lord Chao's little hobby was known throughout the land, let alone to his trusted confidants. 42nd Shark Teeth Holder Wei Zhuang Reward 1 Heaven Class Top Grade, Quick Sword Art. Clear your mind of women, and drawing the sword becomes divine. As long as your sword is fast enough, even women can't catch up. 41st Tai Sword Holder Funyan Reward 1 Heaven Class Top Grade, Righteous Qi. With righteousness in the heart, you can draw the righteous qi of heaven and earth to empower yourself, greatly boosting strength. 40th Yuan Hong Holder Gai Nye Reward 1 Divine Grade Low Grade, Heavenly Thundersword Intent Pill. Enabling the comprehension of Heavenly Thundersword Intent. Senior brother actually obtained a Divine Grade Low Grade Heavenly Thundersword Intent Pill. When we meet next, can my quick sword art surpass his Heavenly Thundersword Intent? At the Flow Sand headquarters, Wei Zhuang gripped his shark teeth, tightly feeling immense pressure, completely oblivious to the resentful gaze of a seductive beauty beside him. Now his heart only held the sword and Senior brother Gai Nye. Quick sword art. I wonder how fast Xiao Zhuang will be next time. At Zhangtai Palace, Gai Nye gripped his Yuan Hong, tightly anticipating his next meeting with his junior brother. The two seemed to be of one mind. Good brothers. For life. Yuan Hong is only ranked 40th. Ying Zheng was slightly surprised. Yuan Hong was ranked 13th on the Great Qin Divine Sword ranking. Now Great Qin only had 13 swords left. Were the remaining 26 all from other continents? It seemed the 9 provinces were indeed a land of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Your Majesty, I feel something is amiss. At that moment Li Si stared at the 9 provinces divine weapon ranking, frowned slightly, then stepped forward to analyze. By now most divine weapons from various continents and nations have been listed. The remaining unlisted divine weapons number far fewer than 40. What are you trying to say? Ying Zheng looked at Li Si and said directly, get to the point. Your Majesty, other continents and nations are ranking divine weapons, but our Great Qin is ranking divine swords. I believe Great Qin should still have many non-sword divine weapons that could make the list. Li Si said. That seems plausible. Ying Zheng nodded slightly. He thought of the martial god who also had a rewarded Dragon Soul Blade. It would surely make the list. And besides the Dragon Soul Blade, Great Qin definitely had other non-sword divine weapons. As such, Great Qin would occupy even more seats on the divine weapon ranking. At this thought Ying Zheng felt gratified and proud. He watched the divine sword ranking. The next few slots were all divine weapons from the Great Sui. Fanqing Hui Sei Kong Sword Zhu Yuan's Tian Mo Qin Yang Lin's Shui, Huaqiu Long Staff Pei Yuanqing's Balong Mei Hua Liang In Hammer. However, the next divine weapons to appear left Ying Zheng and countless forces in Great Qin dumbfounded. 9 provinces divine weapon ranking 35th Hong by Shuang Jian Holder Chao and Viyao Reward 1 divine grade low grade ice muscle jade bone pill, rendering your skin smooth and tender as ice and jade, improving aptitude and bone structure. 34th Xing Yu Sword Holder, Hu Mei Heir Reward 1 divine grade low grade ice muscle jade bone pill. 33rd Shui Han Sword Holder, Hu Qing Heir Reward 1 divine grade low grade ice muscle jade bone pill. 32nd Mo Yi Holder and V Ying Reward 1 divine grade low grade water spirit pill, doubling water attribute aptitude, increasing water affinity, and cultivating water attribute martial arts at 1,000 miles per day. 31st Gan Zhang Holder Yi Huang Reward 1 divine grade low grade water spirit pill, doubling water attribute aptitude, increasing water affinity, and cultivating water attribute martial arts at 1,000 miles per day. Holy crap, what is this? Did the golden list malfunction? The red and white twin swords were ranked outside the top 50 on the Great Qin Divine Sword list last time. But now they've made it to 35th on the 9 provinces divine weapon list, surpassing even Yuan Hong. Did the Tide Witch's power surge, or did the red and white twin swords undergo a special transformation and get reforged to become stronger? It could be both. The Tide Witch is the commander of the War God's 100 Beasts riot troops, so a power surge is understandable. And the War God knows how to forge swords. The King's Sword was created by merging the Divine Dragon Sword and the Peerless Good Sword into a Celestial Sword. It's plausible that he reforged the red and white twin swords for the Tide Witch. But what is the Star Moon Sword? Could it be a newly forged Divine Sword? And who is Hu Meyer? I've never heard of her. Hu Meier and Hu Qing'er must be sisters. Since the water-cold sword is in Hu Qing'er's hands, she must be one of the War King's people. The War King is surrounded by beauties, but with the water-cold sword in Hu Qing'er's hands, it can rank 33rd on the 9 provinces divine weapon list. The water-cold sword only ranked 19th on the Great Qin divine sword list, when held by Gao Jinli. Think about it, think carefully, think deeply. This Hu Qing'er and Hu Meier must be terrifyingly powerful, far surpassing Gao Jinli. And a Huang and Nuying, they were originally water department elders of the Yinyang school. I heard they followed the Eastern monarch Yanfei and betrayed the Yinyang school. From the Great Qin Legion list it's clear that Yanfei defected to the war god, and became the commander of the undying divine troops. Naturally a Huang and Nuying also defected to the war god. I didn't expect Ganjiang and Mo Yi to rank 31st and 32nd in their hands. It seems they've made terrifying progress under the war god. Isn't that obvious? With the war god's guidance, how could their improvement not be significant? I also want to defect to the war god. Please take me in. You're dreaming. And while countless powerhouses in Great Qin were in an uproar at the Lusha headquarters, a seductive voluptuous figure swayed her waist like a snake as she walked gracefully forward. Her enchanting soul-stealing eyes gazed at the 9 provinces divine weapon list, and her crimson lips parted slightly, red and white twin swords. Tide Witch, that vixen has ranked so high. She must have seduced the war god plenty, and consumed countless potent elixirs from him. Qi Lian's coquettish voice dripped with contempt and envy. She was originally the Honglian princess of Han, but due to a series of upheavals, she had become the fearsome Lusha assassin Qi Lian. And during her time in Han, the Tide Witch Pearl was the wife of King Hanan, making her Qi Lian's stepmother. The two had never gotten along. Unfortunately at that time Qi Lian was just a naive innocent girl, who couldn't contend with the Tide Witch and was suppressed at every turn. She looked at Wei Zhuang, but he ignored her, his mind entirely on the list. Could they all be Transcendent Realm experts? He knew that originally the water-cold sword Ganjiang and Mo Yi were all inferior to his shark tooth on the Great Qin divine sword list, yet now they had surpassed him. His resolve to grow stronger became even more urgent. If only there were an assassin list. Wei Zhuang sighed inwardly. At this rate the gap between him and his senior brother would only widen. This was something he could not accept. Meanwhile at Xianyang in the Zhangtai Palace, Ying Zheng's gaze fell on the rankings of Hu Qing'er and Hu Meier. His eyes were deep and calm as he said, Hu Qing'er and Hu Meier are the queen and saintess of Baior, aren't they? Yes, your majesty. I didn't expect them to rank so high. It seems their martial arts are extraordinary. Right? Chancellor Feng Quji stepped forward to reply. They are Transcendent Realm experts. At this moment Gai Nye, who had been standing silently to the side, suddenly interjected. He had met Hu Qing'er and Hu Meier before, but he hadn't been able to discern their cultivation levels. Thus they must be Transcendent Realm experts. What? Transcendent Realm experts? Feng Quji Li Si and other civil and military officials were stunned. Great Qin's martial arts flourished and all the officials present practiced martial arts. Even the Confucian scholars were sword masters, not weaklings without strength. They naturally understood the terror and rarity of Transcendent Realm experts. Before the Great Dao Golden List appeared, the only Transcendent Realm experts they knew of were Geguzi of the Ghost Valley sect, Bei Mingzi of the Daoist school, and Dong Huangtai, the leader of the Yinyang school. Additionally, Xuanzi of the Confucian school seemed to be a Transcendent Realm expert. They are Transcendent Realm experts. They suddenly surrendered and even married the War King. Could they have ulterior motives? Feng Quji said worriedly. Transcendent Realm experts were terrifyingly powerful figures who could dominate the world. Now they had not only led all of Baiwei to surrender, but also married the War King together. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed they had some hidden agenda. What ulterior motives could they have? Ying Zheng said calmly. Besides, I trust the War King. No matter how deep the waters of the Transcendent Realm are, the War King can handle it. Although he said this, he thought to himself, at least I was puzzled why they got involved with Wu'er as soon as they arrived in Xianyang. It seems they already knew Wu'er long ago and are people of the war god. No wonder they rushed to surrender so quickly. At that moment Ying Zheng understood everything. The surrender of Baiwei was not due to the might of Great Qin, but because of the war god and Zhao Wu. Not only Ying Zheng but Feng Quji Li Si and the other officials also understood after a moment of thought. Unbeknownst to them, the war god and the war king had given Great Qin such a great gift. Truly worthy of the Great Qin war god, the guardian deity of Great Qin. While they were shocked and amazed, the names on the 9 provinces divine weapon list continued to materialize. 30th Profound Iron Heavy Sword Holder Dugu Chobai Reward Divine Grade Mid-Grade Spirit Enlightenment Pill. Beasts that consume it can awaken their intelligence, refine their horizontal bone, and speak human language. My heavens, a divine grade mid-grade reward. But Dugu Chobai's Spirit Enlightenment Pill is a bit useless. It's not helpful to him. The rewards from the Great Dao Golden List are never useless. Could Dugu Chobai have raised a pet? Upon seeing the 30th ranked reward, everyone was both shocked and regretful. And just as they were astonished, a dazzling streak of light like a meteor streaked across the sky and landed in a deep valley outside Xiangyang in Dizhousong. There stood a middle-aged man in a black robe with an extraordinary aura. He didn't have the sharpness of a swordsman. He seemed like an ordinary middle-aged man, but deep in his profound eyes a terrifying sword intent lay hidden. Once unleashed, it would surely shake heaven and earth and move the gods. Spirit Enlightenment Pill. Not bad. It seems it was prepared specifically for you, Brother Jiao. The middle-aged man looked at an ugly bald-headed large eagle in front of him and chuckled. Brother Jiao, catch. He tossed the divine grade mid-grade Spirit Enlightenment Pill forward as casually as throwing a crumpled piece of paper without any hesitation. If anyone had seen this, they would have been shocked beyond belief. This was a divine grade mid-grade treasure. Even if it was only useful for beasts, it was still a supreme treasure. Chirp. The bald-headed eagle let out a joyful cry. Despite its bulky body, it was surprisingly agile. It opened its beak and swallowed the Spirit Enlightenment Pill. Master. 29th Masking Sun Holder Yen Lingji Reward Divine Grade Mid-Grade Phoenix True Fire, capable of Nirvana Rebirth, and incinerating the seas and boiling the oceans. 28th Startling Salamander Holder Startling Salamander Reward Divine Grade Mid-Grade Nirvana Pill grants Nirvana Rebirth, a purified body, a surge in potential, and a peerless demeanor. 27th True Martial Sword Holder Zhang Sanfeng Reward Divine Grade Mid-Grade Taiji Sword Intent. 26th Dragon Gall Silver Spear Holder Zhao Zilong Reward Divine Grade Mid-Grade Bodhi Golden Pill, permanently increases comprehension by 10% upon consumption. 25th Green Dragon Crescent Blade Holder Guan Yu Reward Divine Grade Mid-Grade Spring Autumn Blade Intent, allows one to perceive a trace of the mystery of time. What? Second brother is only 25th. In Huangzhou Han Zhangfei's eyes bulged. Although the Divine Grade Mid-Grade Spring Autumn Blade Intent was excellent, he found it hard to accept this ranking. Guan Yu's hand stroking his long beard paused. He had thought he could enter the top 10, or even compete for the top 5. He never expected to be ranked only 25th. Instantly his already red face turned even more crimson. Third brother, the 9 provinces are full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Second brother's ranking of 25th is already very good. Besides, this is the divine weapon list, not the combat power list. When the combat power list appears, second brother and third brother will surely shake the 9 provinces. Liu Bei comforted him. Big brother is right. Looking across the world, aside from that thrice-cursed slave, who can be our brother's match? Zhang Fei puffed out his chest, his voice booming like a bell. Third brother speaks truly. Guan Yu stroked his long beard, held his head high, and wore a proud expression that looked utterly insufferable. When it comes to provoking hatred, I would crown him as the best. In his eyes, only Lu Bu was slightly stronger than him. The rest were nothing but targets waiting to be struck down. Beneath notice. Meanwhile, at the Chancellor's mansion, Dong Zhuo and his civil and military advisors were gathered. Lu Bu held his Fangtian Huaji, his eyes fixed on the golden list, his palms drenched in sweat. Guan Yu is only 25th. Lu Bu's heart was in his throat. Although he disliked Guan Yu's arrogant and insufferable demeanor, he had to admit that Guan Yu's martial arts and his green dragon crescent blade were formidable. Sure enough, fears materialized. 24th Phoenix Wings Gilded Halberd Holder Yuan Xingdu Reward Divine Grade Mid-Grade War God Art. The stronger the battle intent, the greater the power. 23rd Fangtian Huaji Holder Lu Bu Reward Divine Grade Mid-Grade Great Desolate Demon Halberd. A 1 halberd strike shakes the 8 wastelands. 23rd. I didn't even make the top 20. Lu Bu gripped his Fangtian Huaji tightly, his eyes filled with unwillingness and disbelief. His Fangtian Huaji, which had ranked first on the Great Han Divine Weapon list, hadn't even entered the top 20. At that moment he felt as if he were surrounded by mocking and sneering gazes. Damn it! I'll see who's ahead. Lu Bu was filled with rage. Except for the war god, he would pay a visit to the others to test their depth and see what qualifications they had to rank above him. He continued staring at the golden list. 22nd Drumming Golden Hammers Holder Li Yuanba Reward Divine Grade Mid-Grade Thunder God Hammer. Can draw heavenly lightning to temper the body, containing the might of thunder. 21st Overlord Spear Holder Xiang Yu Reward Divine Grade Mid-Grade Overlord Spear Art. 20th Heavenly Dragon City Breaking Halberd Holder Xiang Yu Reward Divine Grade High Grade Overlord Battle Body. 20th. In the Xiang clan of Kuaiji Great Qin, Xiang Yu frowned at his ranking. It was somewhat lower than expected. Still, receiving 2 divine grade rewards made him quite excited. But then he thought that the war god's divine swords hadn't appeared yet. His heart sank. The war god is going to dominate the list again. I wonder if he'll monopolize the top 10 this time. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he knew He was currently no match for the war god, and at this rate the war god would only grow stronger. It would be difficult for him to catch up. But the further one goes the harder it is to improve. Even if the war god gets better rewards, his talent and aptitude have limits. Ultimately his achievements will be constrained. He can't improve indefinitely. As long as I grow strong fast enough, I'll surpass him eventually. Xiang Yu's eyes became resolute. He gripped his overlord spear and heavenly dragon city-breaking halberd tightly, his fighting spirit blazing. Xiang Yu. At the Zhongtai Palace, Ying Zheng's gaze sharpened. This name was unfamiliar to both him and the civil and military officials present. Because at this moment Xiang Yu had not yet risen to prominence. He was still lying low in Kuaiji. But the Xiang clan was no stranger to any of them. Chu had 4 great noble families, Chu Jing Xiang and Zhao. Among them Xiang was the clan of General Xiang Yan of Chu. Xiang Yan had once defeated Great Qin's Li Xion's army of 200,000, slaying 7 commandants, causing great losses and trouble for Qin. Xiang clan remnants kill them. Ying Zheng spoke coldly. Xiang Yu's ability to rank 20th and 21st on the 9 provinces divine weapon list showed his extraordinary talent. He could not be allowed to live. As you command. 19th Purple Shao Sword Holder Empress Reward Divine Grade High Grade White Silk Stockings, a pair of soft and resilient touches, nothing impervious to water and fire, resistant to blades and arrows, dustless and stainless. What are white silk stockings? Could they be armor? Countless people were curious. Even the high priestess in distant Lulan was curious. She looked at Zhao Wu, who was lying on her lap, and asked, War King, do you know what white silk stockings are? White silk stockings. They're a great thing. I'll give you a pair later. Zhao Wu smiled faintly, his mind involuntarily conjuring the image of the Empress's flawless long legs. Could this Great Dao golden list also be a pervert? Thank you, War King. The High Priestess was overjoyed. She lowered her head and gently kissed Zhao Wu's forehead. The War King is so kind to the High Priestess. Seeing this, the Queen of Jingjue was filled with envy and a hint of jealousy. Is my Jingjue treasure jealous? Zhao Wu pinched her delicate nose and laughed. I'll give you a pair later too. As he spoke, the graceful figures of the High Priestess and the Queen of Jingjue appeared in his mind. The High Priestess with white silk stockings, the Queen of Jingjue with black silk stockings. And then together. Perfect. The mere thought made Zhao Wu excited. Over the years he had obtained countless strange and wonderful things through sign-ins. Not only black and white silk stockings, but also many items that were the favorites of lonely beautiful women in deep chambers. Perhaps he could play with them sometime. Good things should be shared. Thank you, War King. The Queen of Jingjue's beautiful face instantly turned from gloom to sunshine, revealing a brilliant smile, and she also gave Zhao Wu a fragrant kiss. But unlike the mature and composed High Priestess, she couldn't maintain her composure. Her cheeks flushed crimson and burned hot. After all, she had not yet truly become Zhao Wu's woman. You're welcome. Zhao Wu pulled the Queen of Jingjue into his embrace, gazing calmly at the golden list in the sky. 18th Narcissus Saber Holder Song K, Reward Divine Grade High Grade, Heartless Slash. No women in the heart, drawing the saber is natural. First slash, forget the beloved. Second slash, sever the infatuated soul. Third, slash slash, and slay the love god. In the great sway of Tianzhou at the Lingnan Song clan. Heartless slash. Song K grasped his Narcissus saber tightly, murmuring softly, as a peerlessly elegant figure emerged unbidden in his mind. Fan Qinghui, the abbess of the Zihang Jingjai. The Zihang Jingjai was renowned for its beauties. Every generation of its successors was a stunningly beautiful woman of unparalleled grace. This held true for Fan Qinghui by Shouxin Shifeishuan, Yanjing and Qin Mingyao and Meng Bingyun alike. He had once been one of Fan Qinghui's suitors. It could be said that many of the great figures of the present-day Great Sui were admirers who pursued her. Unfortunately, in Fan Qinghui's eyes, they were all merely useful lackeys. They had expended great effort yet gained nothing in return. There was no denying that Fan Qinghui was truly formidable. Unable to win Fan Qinghui's heart, Song K instead married an ugly woman, and devoted himself solely to the way of the blade, rather than to the pleasures of the boudoir. Song K's achievement in the way of the blade was inseparable from his marriage to an ugly woman. His wife, neglected and aware that Song K did not love her, eventually died of melancholy. After that, Song K never remarried. He also took no concubines. He focused solely on the blade. As he contemplated the heartless slash in his mind, his gaze grew resolute. Cultivate. While Song K was lost in thought, the 9 provinces' divine weapon ranking updated once more. 17th Dragon Spring Sword Holder, Li Yuan Reward Divine Grade Superior Dragon Spring 9 Styles. 16th Heavenly Wolf Golden Saber Holder Yuan Emperor Reward Divine Grade Superior Greedy Wolf, Breaking the Army. What? My Heavenly Wolf Golden Saber is only ranked 16th. In Xuanzhou, the Great Yuan, the Yuan Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. He had thought that even if he could not claim the top spot, entering the top 10 would certainly be possible. However, reality dealt him a heavy blow. Your Majesty, restrain your wrath. Your Majesty, restrain your wrath. The civil and military officials in the Great Hall instantly knelt prostrate, trembling with fear. Ever since Pang Ban was slain, and the 100,000 iron cavalry of the Great Yuan were annihilated, the Yuan Emperor had grown irritable, often beheading people at the slightest provocation. Yet the Heavenly Dao Golden List showed no effect from his anger, continuing its orderly publication. 15th Great Ming Vermilion Bird Holder Ming Emperor Reward Divine Grade Superior Vermilion Bird Art, which can condense true vermilion bird flame capable of burning the heavens and boiling the seas. 14th Tianwan Holder First Emperor Reward Divine Grade Superior 4-Turn Creation Pill, which can add 200 years of cultivation and 200 years of lifespan. Wow! The divine weapons held by the emperors of Great Qin, Great Ming, and Great Yuan have all made the list. Could Martial God be about to dominate the 9 provinces' divine weapon ranking? Damn! Who exactly is this Martial God? How can he be so terrifying? At this point, whether in Great Qin or other nations, the powerful could guess that among the remaining 13 spots, Martial God would surely occupy 10. The other 2 were the Shenyuan sword and the Qiyu sword. As for the final spot, they could not guess. At the Zhongtai Palace, Ying Zheng's eyes were full of amusement. He was not surprised by his own ranking. Moreover, obtaining the 4-Turn Creation Pill was highly satisfying to him. It was precisely the treasure he had dreamed of, second only to the elixir of immortality. Will the remaining spot belong to a divine weapon of Great Qin, or to Great Yuan or Great Qin? Ying Zheng gazed at the golden list, speculating in his heart. But the next moment, everyone knew. It was a divine weapon of Great Qin. 13th 4 Images Sun Shooting Arrow Holder Jian Yin Reward Divine Grade Superior Sun Shooting Arrow Intent. A brilliant streak of light flowed into Great Qin, clearly indicating that Jian Yin was a person of Great Qin. I never imagined that Great Qin harbored such a hidden powerhouse. Ying Zheng was both surprised and delighted. Having such a strong figure within his territory also indirectly demonstrated the formidable strength of Great Qin. In the Tianzhou, the Great Sui, at the Imperial Palace, the central continent truly lives up to its reputation, teeming with strong masters. Not only the terrifying figure of Martial God, but now also Jian Yin, Emperor Yang of Sui, sighed with deep envy and jealousy. Fortunately, the Great Sui still possessed one divine weapon, the Shenyuan sword. This was the only consolation, but he wondered what rank the Shenyuan sword would achieve. Holding the Shenyuan sword, Yuan Tuo grew nervous. He looked at the golden list. 12th Peerless Sword Holder Martial God Reward, Divine Grade Superior Yin Yang Enlightenment Pill, harmonizing Yin and Yang, cultivating the martial way together. 11th Demon Banishing Sword Holder Martial God Reward, Divine Grade Superior Monkey Wine, which can enhance cultivation without side effects. 10th Fire Qilin Sword Holder Martial God Reward, Immortal Grade Lower Great Sun Divine Sword, a sword technique like the Blazing Sun, majestic and world-suppressing. 9th Heaven's Fury Sword, 8th Hero Sword, 7th Frost Sword. Without exception, all were Martial God's divine swords, and all rewards were immortal grade lower, causing countless people to burn with envy. However, everyone was more eager to see what rank Yuan Tuo's Shenyuan sword of the Great Sui would achieve. Could it surpass Martial God's Wangquan sword? 6th Phoenix Blood Sword Holder Yen Fei, reward immortal grade lower Phoenix True Flame. It's her. Martial God actually bestowed the Phoenix Blood Sword upon her. What luck! At the Xianying National Preceptor's Mansion, Moon Goddess, seeing her elder sister Yen Fei obtain the Phoenix Blood Sword, was filled with envy and jealousy. One day I will definitely surpass you. Moon Goddess swore inwardly, a lifelong obsession since childhood. Without defeating Yen Fei, she would forever live in her sister's shadow. Others saw Yen Fei but did not pay much attention. As the leader of the undead divine soldiers under Martial God, it was only natural for her to receive a divine sword as a reward. They continued to stare at the list. 5th Dragon Soul Saber Holder Martial God Reward, Immortal Grade Lower Enlightenment Tea, which can aid in comprehending the Tao. 4th Qi Yu Sword Holder Yen Reward, Immortal Grade Lower Soul Revival Pill, which can resurrect the dead within 3 days of death. The Shenyuan sword hasn't appeared yet. It's made it to the top 3. Will Martial God be overthrown by Yuan Tuo? What Martial God? I think his myth is about to be shattered. Martial God only throws his weight around in that little corner of the central continent. Now that the 9 provinces are full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, how can he be allowed to act so insolently? Many who disliked Martial God sneered, coldly brimming with anticipation. They looked forward to the shattering of Martial God's myth. No one can break Martial God's myth. The myth will continue. Martial God forever the deity. Countless people in Great Qin, including the first emperor Ying Zheng, grew tense with anticipation. They hoped that Martial God would continue his myth. This would also bring glory to Great Qin. They would share in the honor. Finally, amid the universal attention, the 9 provinces' divine weapon ranking was published again. 3rd Shenyuan sword holder Yuan Tuo reward, Immortal grade lower Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic. 3rd place. Indeed. Yuan Tuo saw his ranking and felt his tense heart relax. Though somewhat unexpected, it was still within his expectations. And countless people in Great Qin were elated. It's the Shenyuan sword. As expected, martial god is always martial god. Martial god's myth is unbreakable. A smile also appeared in Ying Zheng's eyes. The remaining 2 names needed no announcement. They were inevitably martial gods Nether Sword and Wangquan Sword. Indeed, 2nd Nether Sword holder martial god. This is a divine sword that has advanced to an immortal sword. Reward Immortal grade lower Nether Hell, which can form a Nether Hell domain. The stronger the wielder, the stronger the domain. 1st Wangquan Sword holder martial god reward, Immortal grade middle ancient Enlightenment Tea, which can aid in comprehending the Dao with an effect 10 times that of the Enlightenment Tea. The Wangquan sword indeed belongs to martial god. Is martial god also in Lulan? Ying Zheng was not surprised that the holder of the Wangquan sword was still martial god. Although the sword was in Zhao Wu's hands, martial god sword was an immortal sword. It was surely connected to martial god's mind. As long as Zhao Wu had not refined it, the Wangquan sword belonged to martial god. Martial god could control the Wangquan sword from afar. This was also martial god's protective charm for Zhao Wu. However, seeing the radiance of the reward fall upon Lulan, Ying Zheng was slightly surprised. But then he recalled that Zhao Wu was there. Moreover, martial god had struck from afar in Lulan before slaying the land immortal of the Yuan kingdom. It seemed normal that martial god was now in Lulan. However, the high priestess and the queen of Jingjue, who were beside martial god, widened their eyes in shock. They stared blankly at the monkey wine Enlightenment Tea, ancient Enlightenment Tea, and a series of rewards that appeared in Zhao Wu's hands. Why would martial god's rewards be given to the martial king? Could it be that the martial king is the martial god? High priestess Li Yaoguang and the queen of Jingjue widened their eyes, a terrifying thought forming in their minds. If the Dao Enlightenment Tea had been given to Zhao Wu, they could still find an excuse, since the Wangquan sword was in his hands. But the monkey wine and other martial god rewards were all with Zhao Wu. It was utterly indefensible. Could it be that the martial god had lent all his divine swords to Zhao Wu? That was impossible. It was more likely that he had given them all away. Given the martial god's cultivation level, these swords were of little use to him, so it was understandable that he would give them all to Zhao Wu. Yet, on the golden list, the owner of the divine swords was clearly the martial god. Martial king, you are the martial. Martial. The high priestess and the queen of Jingjue stared at Zhao Wu in a daze, as excited as young girls seeing their idol superstar unable to speak. It was even more shocking than meeting a big star. Doesn't it look like me? Zhao Wu smiled faintly without hiding it. Since both women were to become his, knowing his identity was no big deal. Moreover, even if the martial god's identity was exposed, it would not matter. He just wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble. Martial god. The high priestess's breath caught. With Zhao Wu's confirmation, her eyes were filled with excitement. The martial god was her idol, and she never expected to meet him like this. This dreamlike encounter was beyond even her wildest dreams. The martial god had been right before her all along, yet she had been completely unaware. The queen of Jingjue also felt as if she were in a dream. The martial king was actually the martial god. If this got out, I never expected the mature and wise high priestess to be a fan of the martial god. Zhao Wu looked at her excited expression, a thought crossing his mind. Such a fan would be easy to... Damn. No wonder those celebrities loved to have fan affairs. Alright, stop staring. Zhao Wu pointed to the divine grade top quality wine, rewarded by the golden list, and said, "Come try this newly acquired monkey wine. Thank you, martial king. Today we are truly fortunate." The high priestess snapped out of her shock, smiled radiantly, and lifted the wine jar with her jade-like hand to unseal it. Pop! As the jar opened, a refreshing aroma of wine spread out, invigorating the high priestess and the queen of Jingjue. Every pore on their bodies seemed to open, bringing an indescribable comfort and intoxication. "Not bad," Zhao Wu said, nodding slightly as he smelled the wine. Over the years, he had naturally acquired plenty of fine wine through sign-ins. Though this monkey wine was good, it was not enough to excite him. But the high priestess and the queen of Jingjue seemed almost drunk before even drinking. Divine-grade, top-quality monkey wine. Without meeting the martial king, they would never have come into contact with such a treasure in their lifetimes. Let alone drinking it. The high priestess lifted the jar with her jade hand and carefully poured wine for Zhao Wu, her movements graceful and beautiful, a delight to behold. Taking such a woman home would be a pleasure just to look at. Then she poured a cup for herself and the queen of Jingjue. She handed Zhao Wu's cup to him, then picked up her own, and the queen, smiling. "A toast to the martial king, thanking you for the wine." "You're welcome. This wine means nothing to me." Drink as much as you like. Zhao Wu raised his cup, smiled, and drank it all in one gulp. The flavor was mellow and lingering with an endless aftertaste. It was like a clear spring flowing down the throat into the body, making the soul feel ethereal, yet the mind grew more active and agile. An indescribable pleasure. After one cup, the high priestess and the queen of Jingjue had flushed cheeks as if drunk, their eyes becoming hazy and alluring. Seeing them swaying, as if about to fall, Zhao Wu pulled them into his arms. Their cultivation was not high. One cup of this divine-grade, top-quality monkey wine was enough to knock them out. Even if they wanted more, they lacked the strength. Zhao Wu looked at the beauties in his arms, their cheeks flushed with intoxicating red, and was in high spirits. He poured himself a cup and drank it down. Fine wine. Beautiful women. Enjoy life to the fullest while you can. Bang! He tossed the cup aside, stood up, and scooped up the high priestess, striding toward the bed nearby. As for the queen of Jingjue, we'll deal with her another day. Meanwhile, while Zhao Wu was enjoying himself, all the forces and powerhouses across the 9 continents were discussing the martial god. In the great sway of Tianzhou at the Zhihang Jingzhai on the Dita Peak, Fan Qinghui with her hair half up in a tonsure sat cross-legged on a cushion before the majestic hall, her figure graceful and elegant. Time had left no trace on her. Instead, it had deepened her maturity and wisdom, making her dignified and noble. The Zhihang Jingzhai practiced the Zhihang sword cannon, and as cultivators progressed, they became more ethereal and beautiful. When Song Ke first saw Fan Qinghui, she seemed like a celestial maiden, breathtakingly beautiful. But alas, a simp. In the end, he got nothing. Of course, cultivation itself is the evolution of life. Immortals are a higher level than mortals. All cultivators are moving toward immortalization. This is why most accomplished martial artists are not ugly. Even if not beautiful, their transcendent aura adds to their charm. The chosen disciples of Zhihang Jingzhai are naturally beautiful with outstanding talent and aptitude. With the cultivation of the Zhihang sword cannon, how could they not be beautiful? This is why Zhihang Jingzhai has many beauties. The Yingyue sect is similar. When the disciples of these two sects walk the martial world, they become renowned beauties, who captivate the entire realm. Like Fan Qinghui and Zhu Yuan, Shifeishuan and Wanwan. Of course, as the foremost sect in the martial world, the Zhihang Jingzhai's influence adds to the allure of their disciples. When Fan Qinghui first appeared in the martial world, prodigies like Song Ke and Xia Hui were utterly enchanted, but they were merely tools she used. Now Fan Qinghui gazed at the golden list in the sky, her deep and bright eyes tinged with complexity. The martial god. I wonder what level he has reached now. Perhaps he is truly a divine immortal on earth. In a daze, she seemed to see that man descending from the heavens, heroic and perfect like an ancient god. He was a god, yet also a man. He had human emotions and desires. He had human romantic indiscretions. He had human mischief. Since her debut, she had never suffered a setback, until she met him. Of course, it wasn't exactly a loss. She didn't come out at a disadvantage because Zhao Wu was a good man. He never took without giving. Zhao Wu, accomplished in cultivation, roamed the 9 continents. An old saying goes, with a fortune of 100,000 strings, ride a crane to Yangzhou. 10 years in Yangzhou, a dream. One only the fickle fame of a brothel. As a man, how could Zhao Wu not experience the pleasures of brothels and taverns? Otherwise, it would be a wasted journey. But he graded such establishments. The lowest level was for selling news, uninteresting, suitable only for commoners. As a transmigrator and a land god, how could his taste be so low? At the very least, he needed high-class venues. The high-class ones were those where the courtesans sold their art, not their bodies. They were proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and required talent and a test to become a guest. These were the favorites of nobles and talented scholars. When Zhao Wu traveled in Hangzhou of the Great Qin, he had also savored the charms of the 8 beauties of Qinhuaichen, Yuanyu, and Lu Rushidong, Shaoanbian, Yujing Li, Xiangjuan, Ko Beiman, Ma Xianglan, and Gu Hengbo. But they did not know that above these high-class venues there existed an ultimate level of romance. However, it was not something ordinary people could access or handle. The waters there were too deep. Even a master like Song Ke couldn't handle it. There was one such place in the Great Sway, the Zhihang Jingzhai. Fan Qinghui gazed at the sky. Next is the 9 continents army list. The army is not like divine swords. Can the martial gods still dominate the rankings? At this moment, not only Fan Qinghui but also the emperors and feudal lords of the 9 continents were filled with anticipation. In the great Han of Huangzhou Yenzhou, Cao Cao had already awakened, and now he was crying without tears. Now the entire 9 continents knew his hobby. But thinking of the upcoming 9 continents army list, his gloom was replaced by anticipation. His tiger and leopard cavalry ranked first on the Great Han army list. I wonder how my tiger and leopard cavalry compares to the martial gods' undying divine soldiers. Cao Cao thought to himself. He had vaguely heard that Lu Bu under Dong Zhuo had led 100,000 Shiliang cavalry to attack Lulan but returned in shame without firing a single arrow. It was said that the Yuan Kingdom's 100,000 iron cavalry were defeated by the martial god's divine power blade infantry wiped out to the last man, and more terrifyingly the divine power blade infantry numbered only 1,000. Cao Cao was skeptical of this news. Rumors were always exaggerated. 3 men make a tiger. Unfortunately, his scout sent to confirm the information had not yet returned, or otherwise he could deduce the combat power of the martial god's other troops from the strength of the divine power blade infantry. 1,000 slaughtering 100,000. It couldn't have been a direct confrontation. There must have been some ambush or strategy, Cao Cao speculated. At that moment the Great Dao golden list in the sky suddenly burst into endless radiance, dazzling and blinding as a scroll like a Milky Way condensed. Vaguely a surging battle intent seemed to rush forth, filling the heavens. Horses neighed, weapons clashed. It felt like being in an ancient battlefield. It's the 9 continents army list. The 9 continents army list is about to update. Our Great Qin iron cavalry will surely top the list and shake the 9 continents. Where will my white-eared elite rank? The 9 continents army list finally here. The 9 continents were in an uproar, all emperors and feudal lords staring at the golden list. Nervous, expectant. Liu Bei along with his brothers Guan Yu and Zhang Fei stared at the golden list, his heart in his throat. Don't worry, brother. The white-eared elite will surely rank among the top of the 9 continents army list. Guan Yu consoled, seeing Liu Bei's tension. This time he was very modest. But it wasn't because he wanted to be modest. It was because the white-eared elite only ranked 8th on the Great Han army list. Even with his thick face, he couldn't boast of topping the 9 continents army list. I don't ask for much just to be on the list, Liu Bei said softly, but in his heart he naturally had expectations. He didn't dare to think of the top 10, but the top 20 was possible. Yet the next moment the expression on Liu Bei's face froze. It was the feeling of a broken heart. 9 continents army list 40th white-eared elite owner Liu Bei. Reward heaven grade lower tier divine ability, wind ear, enabling hearing of sounds within 100 li radius and 30,000 body tempering pills. What? The white ear elite soldiers are only ranked 40th. How is this possible? Zhang Fei and Guan Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Proud as they were, they found it hard to accept this cruel truth. Second brother, third brother, it's already good that we made it onto the list. Besides, with 30,000 body tempering pills, the strength of the white ear elite soldiers can be greatly enhanced. Liu Bei suppressed the unwillingness in his heart and comforted Zhang Fei and Guan Yu. As the eldest brother, he had to maintain his composure no matter when or where. Even if he had to swallow his teeth, he could only bear it. Big brother, your magnanimity is admirable, Guan Yu said with respect. Although he was extremely proud seeing everyone else as mere target practice, he held Liu Bei in the highest esteem. One must admit that Liu Bei's skills in handling people were extraordinary. This shows a glimpse of the truth. Alas! Zhang Fei sighed helplessly, having to accept the fact. Now that the golden list has appeared, at least it lets us know about the powerful armies ahead. That's not bad. Liu Bei could only find joy in misery, then stared at the Great Dao golden list. With a surge of rosy light, the Great Dao golden list updated again. 39th Vanguard Death Warriors owner Yuan Shao reward heaven grade lower rank divine ability, demonic self-destruction, which can burn one's own blood to greatly increase combat power for half an hour, but inevitably leads to death, plus 30,000 body tempering pills. How is this possible? At this moment Yuan Shao, who had been mocking Liu Bei the big-eared thief, had his smile freeze on his face, and he was completely dumbfounded. His Vanguard Death Warriors were only 1 rank higher than Liu Bei's. I still have the Great Halberdiers. The Great Halberdiers will surely be among the top ranks. Yuan Shao was looking forward to it in his heart. His eyes were fixed on the golden list. 32nd 5 Armies Camp owner Ming Emperor reward heaven grade lower rank cultivation method. Black iron golden body 30,000 body tempering pills. 31st Zhong family army owner Song Emperor reward heaven grade lower rank cultivation method. Mysterious jade golden body 30,000 body tempering pills. 30th Great Halberdiers owner Yuan Shao reward heaven grade mid-rank cultivation method. Indestructible golden body 30,000 body tempering pills. 30th. Yuan Shao suddenly widened his eyes, spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. My lord! My lord! Yan Liang, Wen Chou, Tianfeng, and other civil and military officials were greatly alarmed, and quickly stepped forward to help Yuan Shao up. Some rejoiced while others worried. The Chancellor's mansion. Dong Zhuo saw the Great Halberdiers. His fat face trembled with a grin. Haha, that little brat Yuan Shao. What does it matter that his family held the highest offices for 4 generations? His army is not even worthy of carrying my shoes. My lord is mighty. My lord's flying bear army and Shiliang iron cavalry will surely shake the world and awe the 9 continents. Dongzhua's subordinates quickly echoed flattering him so much that his fat face quivered with complacency. But they had just been happy for a moment. Their smiles froze. 28th Shiliang Iron Cavalry Owner Dongzhua Reward Heaven Grade Mid-Rank Cultivation Method. Demon Bear Body Tempering, which can grant a Demon Bear Body 30,000 Body Tempering Pills. 27th White Horse Righteous Followers Owner Gongsun Zan Reward Heaven Grade Mid-Rank Cultivation Method. Indestructible Golden Body 60,000 Body Tempering Pills. 26th 18 Yen Cloud Riders Owner Luo E Reward Heaven Grade Mid-Rank Divine Ability. Indestructible Golden Body 70,000 Body Tempering Pills. 28th. Dongzhua's smile froze, but then he laughed heartily. It's not bad. I still have the Flying Bear Army, which is far stronger than Yuan Shao's forces now. Although he felt a bit disappointed in his heart, Dongzhua still laughed heartily on the surface, pretending not to care. My lord is wise. The officials chimed in. My lord's Flying Bear Army will surely enter the top 10. Indeed. If my lord's Flying Bear Army cannot enter the top 10, then whose army in the world can? That's... Dongzhua couldn't help but feel smug listening to his subordinates' flattery. His Flying Bear Army was ranked second on the Han Empire's army list. Entering the top 10 of the 9 continents army list shouldn't be a problem, right? The next moment he knew the problem was big. Not to mention top 10, it didn't even make it into the top 20. 25th Flying Bear Army Owner Dongzhua Reward Heaven Grade Mid-Rank Cultivation Method. Demon Bear Body Tempering, which can grant a Demon Bear Body 80,000 Body Tempering Pills. Clatter, clatter. At this moment all the civil and military officials in the Chancellor's mansion, including the guards, maids and servants, were terrified and prostrated themselves on the ground. My lord, please calm down. My lord, please calm down. My lord, please calm down. At this moment they were all trembling with fear. Especially the guards, maids, and even officials close to Dongzhua could not help but shake. They were afraid that the next moment Dongzhua would fly into a rage and draw his sword to cut them down. My Flying Bear Army is only 25th. Dongzhua's eyes were dull, and he was deeply struck in his heart. However, the ranking given by the Great Dao Golden List was beyond his control. No matter how dissatisfied he was, he stared at the Golden List. Then a flash of light appeared. A new rank updated. 24th Tiger Leopard Cavalry Owner Cao Cao Reward Heaven Grade Mid-Rank Cultivation Method. Indestructible Golden Body, 90,000 Body Tempering Pills. Haha, Cao Aman was ranked first on the Han Empire's army list, yet now he is only 1 rank above me, and his reward is just 10,000 more body tempering pills. Seeing this, Dongzhua's mood immediately improved. The other continents were too far away, but his immediate enemy Cao Cao was a thorn in his side. Now, seeing his adversary also suffer misfortune, his mood lightened. One person's misfortune is misfortune. When everyone suffers together, it is no longer misfortune. At this moment Cao Cao had already fainted from crying in the latrine. 23rd Xiaogua Army Owner Sui Emperor Reward Heaven Grade Mid-Rank Cultivation Method. Indestructible Golden Body 100,000 Body Tempering Pills. 22nd Mountain Infantry Owner Sui Emperor Reward Heaven Grade Mid-Rank Cultivation Method. Indestructible Golden Body 110,000 Body Tempering Pills. 21st Yang Family Army Owner Song Emperor Reward Heaven Grade Mid-Rank Cultivation Method. Indestructible Golden Body 120,000 Body Tempering Pills. My great Sui armies didn't even make it into the top 20. Sui Emperor Yang Guang frowned slightly. Now most armies had appeared, but none of the 10-plus armies of Great Qin had shown up yet. He didn't think the Qin armies would be missing from the list. At this moment he felt immense pressure. However, his great Sui was divided, and it was normal for its armies to be inferior to those of unified empires. Could the Qin armies dominate the list? At this moment not only Emperor Yang Guang of Sui noticed this, but all the countries and warlords realized that no Qin army had appeared on the list yet. At this moment everyone felt the strength of Qin. No, it should be said the strength of the martial god. Because the martial god had 10 armies, all of which surpassed the 4 armies of Qin. I wonder how my mysterious armor army compares to the martial god's armies. Li Shimin clenched his fists, his eyes full of anticipation. Even if it's not as good as the undying divine soldiers, it's definitely stronger than that so-called immortal medical benevolent soldiers. Shimin's mysterious armor army is not bad. It has entered the top 20. Tang King Li Yuan, seeing that the list had been announced up to 21st without the mysterious armor army appearing, looked at Li Shimin with satisfaction and praised him. Congratulations, Tang King. Now the mysterious armor army has surpassed the armies of Great Sui, Great Han, and all other warlords, making it the strongest vassal in Great Sui. Congratulations, Tang King. Li Yuan's civil and military officials followed with smiles, flattering him obsequiously. As the saying goes, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. The strength of Great Sui cannot be underestimated. The Liang King, Qi King, and Jin King are all formidable. Li Yuan said modestly, but the pride and satisfaction on his face were obvious. Tang King is wise. However, as soon as they finished speaking, Li Yuan's expression suddenly froze. Li Shimin was also stunned. Li Jiancheng was taken aback, then felt secretly pleased. 20th Mysterious Armor Army Owner Li Yuan Reward Divine Grade Lower Rank Cultivation Method. Great Indestructible Golden Body 100,000 Body Tempering Pills which can increase strength by 200 gene. 19th Guaning Iron Cavalry Owner Ming Emperor Reward Divine Grade Lower Rank Cultivation Method. Great Indestructible Golden Body 150,000 Body Tempering Pills. 18th Mongol Yuan Iron Cavalry Owner Yuan Emperor Reward Divine Grade Lower Rank Cultivation Method. Great Indestructible Golden Body 200,000 Body Tempering Pills. What? My Great Yuan Iron Cavalry is only 18th. The Yuan Emperor suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with anger. In his view, even if it was not as good as the martial gods' monstrous armies, it was certainly no weaker than any other army. Yet now, excluding the martial gods' 10 armies, he was only ranked 8th. Your Majesty, please calm down. Your Majesty, please calm down. 17th Beiwei Army Owner Song Emperor Reward Divine Grade Lower Rank Cultivation Method. Great Indestructible Golden Body 250,000 Body Tempering Pills. 16th 8 Banners Army Owner Qing Emperor Reward Divine Grade Lower Rank Cultivation Method. Great Indestructible Golden Body 300,000 Body Tempering Pills. 15th Divine Machine Camp Owner Ming Emperor Reward Divine Grade Lower Rank Cultivation Method. Great Indestructible Golden Body 350,000 Body Tempering Pills. My 8 Banners Army is only 16th. The Qing Emperor couldn't believe it. His 8 Banners Army was not only numerous but also equipped with firearms. Although firearms were of little use against martial arts masters, they greatly enhanced the army's combat power. He had not expected that even so they were only 16th. But at this moment not only the Ming Emperor was in turmoil. The entire 9 continents were in turmoil. The remaining rankings were obvious without saying they were definitely the armies of the Martial God and Great Qin. The Martial God and Great Qin's armies had indeed dominated the list. 14th Black Iron Armored Army Owner First Emperor Reward Divine Grade Lower Rank Cultivation Method. Great Indestructible Golden Body 400,000 Body Tempering Pills. 13th Dragon Tiger Cavalry. 12th 100 Battle Armor Piercing Soldiers. 11th Golden Fire Cavalry. Ha ha ha, good. In the Zhongtai Palace, Ying Zheng couldn't help but laugh heartily. Although he did not enter the top 10, he was still very happy. This result was even better than his most ideal expectation. With the martial god's existence, he was bound to be unable to enter the top 10. This point he was well aware. The next 10 armies were without a doubt all under the martial god's command. 10th Immortal Medical Benevolent Soldiers Owner Martial God Reward Divine Grade Mid-Rank Divine Ability. Spring Breeze and Rain which can heal injuries and diseases in a large area, restore true chi and physical strength, plus 1,000 Dragon Tiger Pills which can remove old injuries and hidden ailments and increase strength by 1,000 gene. 9th Divine Power Machete Soldiers Owner Martial God Reward Divine Grade Mid-Rank Divine Ability Dharma Manifestation of Heaven and Earth. The deeper the cultivation, the larger the body becomes when activated, and the stronger the power, plus 1,000 Dragon Tiger Pills. 2nd Invisible Ghost Soldiers Owner Martial God Reward Divine Grade Mid-Rank Divine Ability Earth Escape Technique, which allows one to burrow into the ground and travel stealthily, plus 1,000 Dragon Tiger Pills. 1st Undying Divine Soldiers Owner Martial God Reward Divine Grade Upper Rank Divine Ability Undying True Body, which makes one hard to wound by blades and swords, and can instantly recover by consuming power, plus 1,000 Dragon Tiger Pills. Indeed, the martial god has topped the list again. Whether in Great Qin or Zhou, the martial god is forever the supreme deity. If only I could join the legions under the martial god's command, my life would be worth it. All of the martial god's legions are divine soldiers. And you think you can join? Dream on. I wonder what kind of being the martial god is. Even the celestial immortals in heaven are nothing compared to him. The Legion list announcement concluded and everyone erupted in excitement. With the power of one man, he overshadowed all the nations of Zhuzhou. The name of the martial god shook the entire Zhuzhou. Tianzhou Great Sway, Tang Prince's Mansion. Li Yuan gazed at the Legion list, his expression grave. The martial god's 10 legions occupy the top 10 of the Legion list. If the martial god aids the Qin kingdom, who in the world can stop them? Your Majesty speaks wisely. Moreover, it is not only the martial god, the Qin kingdom itself is also terrifyingly powerful. Its 4 legions are second only to the martial gods, overwhelming all other nations. It can be said to be the strongest in Zhuzhou. Li Shimin then spoke up saying, I believe we should immediately send envoys to the Qin kingdom to establish friendly relations and form an alliance to support each other. Shimin is right. Li Yuan nodded slightly. He also had the intention of befriending the Qin kingdom, which coincided with Li Shimin's proposal. Seeing Li Shimin's suggestion receive Li Yuan's approval, Li Jiancheng quickly stepped forward and reported, Your Majesty, I have already investigated and obtained information about the martial god. Oh, tell me. Li Yuan was curious and along with everyone else looked at Li Jiansheng. Feeling the gazes of everyone, Li Jiansheng was pleased and said with high spirits, "Your Majesty, the martial god is a divine figure in the Qin kingdom, elusive like a dragon that shows its head but not its tail. Even the first emperor has never seen him and reveres him as a guardian deity. However, the martial god has a disciple named Zhao Wu, who was the first emperor's eldest son who had been lost outside. He was recently found and infected as the martial king. He holds an unparalleled status in the Qin kingdom comparable to the first emperor. I suggest that we can marry Xiongning to the martial king. In this way we can not only form a marriage alliance with the Qin kingdom but also establish a connection with the martial god. It will kill two birds with one stone." Li Yuan nodded slightly and looked at everyone. "What do you think of Jiansheng's proposal?" "I, your humble minister, support the eldest prince's proposal. Marrying the fourth miss to the martial king is the most suitable arrangement." "I second the motion." "I second the motion." All the civil and military officials echoed. Li Jiansheng, seeing the ministers support his opinion, was overjoyed. In the future, if he wanted to ascend the throne, he could not do without the support of these people. Since everyone agrees who will be the envoy to the Qin kingdom to facilitate the Qinli alliance, Li Yuan asked, "Your Majesty, I am willing to go as envoy to the Qin kingdom and secure the Qinli alliance." Both Li Jiansheng and Li Shimin stepped forward, simultaneously requesting the mission. Going as an envoy to the Qin kingdom carried certain risks, but if successful the rewards would be immensely great. It was not only a great achievement, but also an opportunity to make powerful allies in the Qin kingdom. Therefore neither Li Shimin nor Li Jiansheng wanted to let it slip. Li Yuan looked at his two sons and finally made a decision. Since this matter was proposed by Jiansheng, let Jiansheng go. Moreover, as the eldest son, Jiansheng's status is just right. Li Yuan's indifferent tone made Li Shimin's heart sink. He understood perfectly well that Li Yuan was indirectly telling him. Li Jiansheng was the eldest son. He should not entertain any improper thoughts. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I guarantee I will complete the mission." Li Jiansheng was ecstatic not only because he had obtained this coveted assignment, but also because Li Yuan's words just now clearly indicated his approval. In the future, the one who would inherit the throne would be him, not Li Shimin. Meanwhile, in the Song sect of Lingnan, Song Ke, the Heaven Blade, and the high-ranking members of the Song sect looked grim. They were in the south of the Sui kingdom bordering the Qin kingdom. If the Qin kingdom attacked the Sui kingdom, the first to be attacked would be the Song sect. "Elder brother, although the Qin kingdom is strong, it is surrounded by enemies on all sides. We can first send someone to probe the Qin kingdom's stance. If we can befriend the Qin kingdom, that would be even better." Song Ji, the Earth Sword, was considered the strategist of the Song sect. He said slowly, "I heard that the eldest son of the Qin kingdom, Zhao Wu, is the martial god's disciple, and has been infected as the martial king. We can marry Yuhua to the martial king, forming a marriage alliance." Song Ke was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "Let second brother handle this matter entirely." Although he prided himself on his martial prowess, the strength of the Qin kingdom also put tremendous pressure on him, especially the martial god. Given the chance, he truly wanted to witness him. Letting Song Yuhua marry the martial god's disciple Zhao Wu was not a bad idea. Such scenes were not only happening in the Li sect and the Song sect but also in the courts of other nations and lords. In this era, marriage alliances were the most common way to form alliances. Women were merely tools for marriage alliances. Of course, not everyone thought of befriending the Qin kingdom. For example, the Yuan emperor. The Yuan emperor had previously offended the Qin kingdom, and he could not bring himself to curry favor with them. Moreover, he was ambitious and wanted to march into the Qin kingdom of Zhongzhou to devour this piece of fat. However, the Qin kingdom's strength made him hesitate to act rashly. And there was the martial god like a sword hanging over his head. Therefore, the Yuan emperor planned to send people to the nearby Great Qin of Hangzhou and the Great Han of Huangzhou to form an alliance with them against the Qin kingdom. Just as the world was boiling over the martial god, and the Qin kingdom dominating the list, the Great Dao golden list, which had been silent for a while, suddenly burst forth with boundless radiant light. Heavenly sounds echoed and extraordinary phenomena unfolded. A brand new list condensed into being. Immortal light and flower petals rained down, dancing in the sky. In the hazy, misty, immortal aura, it seemed as if peerless celestial maidens were twirling and dancing, and the air was filled with a refreshing fragrance. How beautiful are those celestial maidens! What list is this? The divine sword list appeared with sword energy soaring to the heavens. The legion list appeared with boundless battle intent, clashing of arms and armored horses. This time the phenomena are so beautiful, faintly showing celestial maidens and goddesses. Could it be a beauty list? If it's a beauty list, that would be great. I like it. Everyone became excited. Not only men but even women took an interest. If one could make the list, they would not only receive rewards but also become famous across the world, soaring to great heights. Of course they might also fall into a boundless hell, being forcibly possessed and reduced to a plaything. Whether it was a blessing or a curse depended on one's fate. Under countless fervent and expectant gazes, a golden scroll slowly unfurled to both sides. Brilliant beams of immortal light burst forth, transforming into a shower of light that cleansed heaven and earth. Everyone's eyes widened and their breath stopped. They stared intently at the golden list, afraid of missing even a single detail. Finally, after much anticipation, it emerged. 3 characters, bold and vigorous like flying dragons and dancing phoenixes, with strokes like iron hooks and silver lines, condensed under the burning gaze of everyone in JoJo's Supreme Beauty List. My god, it really is the Supreme Beauty List. The 7 kingdoms of JoJo are filled with beautiful women. I wonder how many can make the list. The Supreme Beauty List. Oh my god, this is so thrilling. Even more exciting than the Emperor's Consort selection. I wonder if it's a ranking of each country's beauties, or if all 7 countries' beauties will compete on the same stage. I can't wait. Seeing the Supreme Beauty List appear, countless lecherous men were so excited that they drooled profusely. Countless flower-thieving lechers had their eyes shining and blood rushing. In the future, they wouldn't need to search aimlessly for targets in the vast sea of people. They could directly pluck the beauties from the Supreme Beauty List. How delightful! Countless beautiful women were stirred. Clenching fists, anticipation, anxiety. Lulan, the Imperial Palace. The High Priestess's pretty face flushed. Her boneless, delicate body lay in Zhao Wu's arms, gazing at the Supreme Beauty List in the sky. A glint of light flashed in her dreamy eyes. I wonder if I can make the list. The High Priestess's heart tightened, feeling anxious. Don't worry, Yaoguang, you are so beautiful. You will definitely make the list. Zhao Wu felt the gentle undulations of her full bosom, and gently patted her smooth, jade-like back with one hand, comforting her. If Yaoguang doesn't make the list, then the golden list must be blind. The martial king is just teasing me. The High Priestess smiled lightly, her flushed cheeks particularly alluring. I am speaking the truth. Zhao Wu smiled slightly. Words may deceive, but the body does not. Yaoguang, can't you feel how excited I am because of your beauty? In fact, Zhao Wu was not sure whether the High Priestess Li Yaoguang would make the list. The High Priestess was beautiful, but the Qin Kingdom had no shortage of beauties. However, Zhao Wu would obviously not say such words. The martial king is so bad, always teasing me. The High Priestess shot Zhao Wu a sharp glare with her beautiful eyes, her cheeks growing even redder and hotter. She dared not look into Zhao Wu's eyes, staring instead at the Supreme Beauty List in the sky. Just then, boundless radiant light surged. On the Supreme Beauty List, bold characters appeared. The Supreme Beauty List is divided into 7 national lists, each with 20 spots. 2 names will be announced every 3 days. After 1 month, 10 of them will be selected for the JoJo Supreme Beauty List. My god, 7 national lists, 20 per country. The competition is so fierce. This is nothing. The JoJo Supreme Beauty List in a month will be the real competition. Yes, out of the 140 beauties selected from the millions across 7 countries, only 10 can make the list. It's unimaginable. Compared to this, the Emperor's Consort selection is like a small sorcerer meeting a great one. Our great sway is full of beauties. In a month we will surely dominate the JoJo Supreme Beauty List. Our great Han. The world was in an uproar with discussions everywhere. In the Lulan Imperial Palace, the High Priestess saw that each country only had 20 spots. Her delicate body trembled and her heart leapt to her throat. Don't worry, it's just a list. The High Priestess replied verbally, but her heart was still tense. This list not only stirred the hearts of countless lecherous men, but also moved the hearts of countless beautiful women. Finally, under the burning gazes of countless people filled with tension, anticipation, and impatience, the Supreme Beauty List shimmered with light and names began to appear. It's here. It's appeared. Finally out. Everyone's spirits surged, blood rushed to their heads, and they stared fixedly at the Supreme Beauty List. Great Qin Supreme Beauty List positions 19 and 20. Imu Jian Pain Janning Great Yuan Supreme Beauty List positions 19 and 20. Han Ji Ding Minjun Great Qin Supreme Beauty List positions 19 and 20. Jingzhue Queen Liani Great Sui Supreme Beauty List positions 19 and 20. Xianjing Tian Miaoqing Tian Great Han Supreme Beauty List positions 19 and 20. Bien sure misses. Gone Great Song Supreme Beauty List positions 19 and 20. Gong Sun Lui Lu Wushuang Great Ming Supreme Beauty List positions 19 and 20. Lin Shirin Lin Sienna. Finally it's out. Is this the 7 kingdoms beauties? Pity only names are shown, no faces. Xianjing Tian Miaoqing Tian. These seem to be 2 of the 9 heavenly saintesses under the Empress of Huanin Pavilion. I never expected they would make the list. Who is Lady Gong? Bien Sure seems to be Cao Cao's wife. Who are Gong Sun Lve and Lu Wushuang? Never heard of them. What? Our Great Qing's Princess Janning is only ranked 20th. Impossible. Lin Xianer is known as the foremost beauty of Daming's martial world. How can she be only 20th? Upon seeing the list, the entire Zhuzhou was in an uproar. People from every kingdom were puzzled by the beauties on the list from their own country. Some they didn't recognize. Some they knew but found hard to accept. Especially the countless martial artists of Daming's Jianghu. Many of them had seen Lin Xianer and felt indignant for her. In their view, even if Lin Xianer wasn't ranked first, she should at least be in the top 5. Yet now she was only ranked 20th. At the same time, in a manner in Daming Yuzhou, a stunning woman stared blankly at the beauty list, her delicate fists clenched, her beautiful face twisted with rage. What a joke! I'm only ranked 20th. Lin Shirin, that stupid woman is actually ahead of me. Humph, anyone ranked ahead of me must die. Once you're all dead, I'll be the undisputed number 1. Lin Xianer gnashed her teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with malice. Although she knew no martial arts, beauty was the sharpest blade, could not only kill men but also make men kill women. Hongzhou Great Qin. Inside the palace, Princess Jianing flew into a rage. I am only 20th. How dare that Mu Jianpain be ranked ahead of me? Go slit her face a few times. Let's see how she stays on the beauty list. Whether on the list or not, everyone reacted differently. Some were delighted, some were indifferent, some were furious, some were resentful. And while Zhuzhou was in an uproar, the beauty list in the sky once again radiated boundless light. Behind each name on the beauty list, rosy clouds gathered. Everyone's gaze sharpened, staring intently with anticipation and excitement. Indeed, endless rosy clouds coalesced into beautiful, enchanting figures that could captivate all beings. The previously boiling Zhuzhou instantly fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone stared intently at the beautiful figures on the beauty list. Mu Jianpain seemed to stand in a palace garden, young, cute, delicate, innocent, pure, kind, and noble. Princess Jianing held a whip, lashing a young eunuch, beautiful and willful with a fiery temper. Han Ji had a voluptuous figure, impressive assets, and boundless charm, forming a stark contrast with the flat-chested Ding Minjun beside her. However, Ding Minjun was also not bad, dressed in a Taoist robe, holding a sword, heroic and spirited, except that her narrow eyes carried a hint of acerbity. The Jingjue Queen and Lian Yi were noble in temperament, stunningly beautiful. Xianjing Tian and Miaoqing Tian were a pair of sisters, alluring and graceful twin beauties. Bian Shi and Lady Gong were gentle and intellectual, beautiful and generous. Gongsun Lve stood in a sea of flowers, delicate and lovely, kind and affectionate. Lu Wushuang was charming and pretty, lively and mischievous, clever and adorable, daring to love and hate. Lin Shirin was elegant and noble, delicate and slender. The sorrow and resentment in her eyes would move even the most stone-hearted person. Countless men in Zhuzhou stared wide-eyed, their eyes shining. Although these beauties on the list were only ranked 19th or 20th in their respective prefectures, each prefecture had a population in the hundreds of millions. Not to mention the top 20, even the top 200 would be peerless beauties. Among the 14 beauties from the 7 prefectures, the most eye-catching was Lin Xianer, ranked 20th on Daming's beauty list. Seeing Lin Xianer, everyone for the first time witnessed what it meant to be a nation-toppling beauty. Her face was so breathtakingly beautiful that it stole one's soul. Not just her face, but her voluptuous, graceful body, and her gentle, pure, kind, and generous temperament were equally flawless. Such a woman was truly hard for anyone in the world to resist. What was even more astonishing was that Lin Xianer seemed to be a creature specially crafted by the Creator according to men's desires. Whether in stillness or motion, with a frown or a smile, she perfectly struck the chord that men most desired. Even if she wore conservative clothes revealing not a trace of jade-like skin, she still gave an infinite impact and impulse. That allure had no trace of artifice. It seemed innate. At this moment, countless people in Daming's Jianghu finally understood why Lin Xianer was known as the foremost beauty of the martial world. Because there was not a single part of her that was not beautiful. Any man who saw her once from any angle would be firmly captivated and remember her for life. But such a stunning enchantress was only ranked 20th on Daming's beauty list. At this moment, not only the people of Daming were puzzled and indignant, countless men across Zhuzhou also found it hard to understand. Could it be that the Great Dao Golden List had no feelings and didn't understand aesthetics? This Lin Xianer is too beautiful. How can such a beauty be only ranked 20th? Does Daming in Yuzhou really have so many stunning beauties? Besides, I think Lin Shirin, ranked 19th, is not as beautiful as Lin Xianer. The high priestess of Lolan, her pretty face flushed, nestled in Zhao Wu's arms, her dazed eyes full of confusion. She wanted to say that the Great Dao Golden List must be wrong. But the authority of the Great Dao Golden List was now deeply rooted in people's hearts. She dared not question it. Beautiful. Even if she lay naked before me, I wouldn't deign to touch her. Zhao Wu glanced at Lin Xianer's portrait on the Golden List with deep disdain and sarcasm. Does Lin Xianer have some problem? The high priestess was quick-witted and immediately grasped the key point. Based on her deep interactions with Zhao Wu during this time, she knew He was definitely not a gentleman who could resist temptation. With a beauty like Lin Xianer before Zhao Wu, what man could resist the temptation? This Lin Xianer may be beautiful on the outside, but inside she is rotten to the core. Touching her would only dirty me. Zhao Wu sneered, holding the high priestess's soft, voluptuous body. She's not even worth a finger of yours. King Wu is just flattering me. The high priestess's beautiful eyes were filled with infatuation, feeling her body go weak. Even though she knew Zhao Wu was just flattering her, her heart was still happy, filled with sweetness and happiness. While Zhao Wu and the high priestess were lost in their affectionate moment, comments appeared below the corresponding names on the beauty list. At the same time, the portraits behind the names also moved like videos showing some past deeds of those figures. Everyone stared at Lin Xianer's comment and image. Lin Xianer, she is a hellish beauty with two faces. In public, she is kind, generous, gentle, and pure. In secret, she is vicious, lascivious, and world-weary. She excels at seducing and deceiving men, using their jealousy and murderous rivalry to satisfy her own greed. Exactly. I knew this vixen was no good woman. Look at that seductive gaze, so slutty. A pair of jade arms for 1,000 pillows, a touch of vermilion lips tasted by 10,000. What a slut and whore. Upon seeing the comments, countless women who were envious and jealous felt delighted and began to curse and denounce. However, countless men refused to believe that this fairy who made their hearts flutter at first sight and gave them a feeling of falling in love could be a bad woman. Impossible. How is that possible? How could a woman as beautiful, gentle, kind, and generous as Lin Xianer be so bad and vicious in the shadows? Lin Xianer is like a celestial fairy descending to the mortal world. How could she have such a disgusting and vicious face? If a fairy like Lin Xianer is a bad woman, then are there any good women left in the world? Countless men wailed, unwilling to believe. But the next moment, they were all dumbfounded. On the beauty list, an image appeared behind Lin Xianer showing a scene. It was in a hall. Lin Xianer stood facing a man named Baixiaoxing. Baixiaoxing stared at her. If I play the role of the plum blossom thief, I might ruin my reputation and die without a burial place. Lin Xianer, are you afraid of death? Baixiaoxing, who in this world is not afraid of death? Lin Xianer, I can make you not afraid of death. Baixiaoxing, impossible. Lin Xianer suddenly smiled as if 100 flowers bloomed, draining the color from the world. How do you know it's impossible if you don't try? As she spoke, her long dress slipped to the ground. Baixiaoxing's originally burning gaze grew even brighter. Like a fierce wolf, he seemed extremely hungry. He pounced directly. But the scene shifted to an exquisite and elegant room. Here there was still a man and a woman. Lin Xianer had changed into a light purple dress, still beautiful and moving. But the male lead had changed. It was not Baixiaoxing, but a short, ugly old man with sunken eye sockets, exceptionally hideous and terrifying. He was Yin Ku, the green demon hand. Yin Ku. When my disciple Qiu Du died, the green demon hand was no longer in his possession. Lin Xianer, correct. He gave it to me. Yin Ku. If he hadn't given you the green demon hand, perhaps he wouldn't have died at Li Xuanhuan's hands. Lin Xianer. Even if he died for me, he did so willingly because he thought it was worth it. Yin Ku, is that so? Let me see if you are worth it. Lin Xianer smiled seductively, her light purple dress slipping down, her charm overflowing. Do you think I'm worth it? Yin Ku, aren't you afraid of me? Lin Xianer, why should I be afraid of you? Even though you are ugly, aren't you a man? Yin Ku, you are a terrifying woman. I should have killed you earlier. Lin Xianer giggled softly. You came to kill me, but now you can't bear to, right? Yin Ku didn't speak and lunged at her directly. The scene shifted again. After that, scenes flashed by one after another. The locations kept changing: a wild forest, a solemn Buddhist hall, a tavern, an inn. The men also kept changing: a Shaolin eminent monk Shangguan Jinhong, the leader of the money gang Jing Wuming. The only constant was the female protagonist Lin Xianer. The 9 continents fell into dead silence. The entire world fell into dead silence. One had to admit that Lin Xianer was a venomous temptress. Her beauty was a poison. A single glance at her would infect you with its toxin. Even the venerable abbot of Shaolin, a man of great virtue and prestige, could not resist and knelt at Lin Xianer's feet. Driven by Lin Xianer's beauty and body, martial arts masters, one after another, did not hesitate to die for her, fulfilling her ambition and vanity. However, today the scenes of Lin Xianer interacting with various martial arts masters, regardless of age, appearance, or whether they were monks or Taoists, completely shattered the illusions these people had of her. At this moment, although Lin Xianer's appearance remained beautiful, she was rotten and filthy inside. In the hearts of all men, she was no longer the celestial fairy-like being. Instead, she was a wanton viper, a degenerate slut. She was no longer perfect. So that's it. I finally understand what the peerless beauty ranking means. Among the countless beauties of the 9 continents, to stand out and become the favored one among billions, how could one rely solely on appearance? Physical appearance is certainly important, but if one has only a beautiful shell without talent and temperament, what right does she have to surpass all the beauties under heaven and claim the top spot? Indeed, when beauty reaches a certain level, it's hard to distinguish. Talent, temperament, martial arts, background, strength, destiny, and life experiences are all bonus points. Lin Xianer is merely a beautiful shell. Her wisdom and schemes are not outstanding. She only uses her enticing body to seduce men. When faced with truly powerful men, her tricks are useless. Being ranked 20th is already due to her enticing appearance. Lin Xianer orchestrated the Plum Blossom thief case, causing bloodshed in the martial world, and harmed dozens of innocent women. Now that it's exposed, she's probably doomed. I wonder if after Lin Xianer dies, the Peerless Beauty ranking will promote another beauty to fill the spot. The world buzzed with discussion. Regarding Lin Xianer's ranking, no one had any objections. As for the others on the list, although they were also beautiful, they were not highly talked about. However, surprisingly, the one just below Lin Xianer was also a beauty from Great Ming. Lin Shirin ranked 19th. The Golden ranking also gave a brief evaluation of Lin Shirin, along with some past scenes. Lin Shirin deeply loved Li Xuanhuan, but because of Li Xuanhuan's sense of brotherhood, she was deliberately neglected and distanced. Consequently, she married Long Xiaoyun, Li Xuanhuan's sworn brother, who had been persistently pursuing her. Seeing this, most people did not find it remarkable. They could only admire Li Xuanhuan's righteousness, and they could not blame Lin Shirin for her actions. However, after marrying Long Xiaoyun, Lin Shirin still yearned for Li Xuanhuan. This scheming behavior directly caused a sharp decline in people's goodwill toward her. Moreover, Lin Shirin was merely beautiful on the outside. In other aspects, she was quite mediocre. She had neither martial arts skills nor extraordinary talent. She lacked her own opinions and drifted with the current. She was nothing but a pretty face. Being ranked 19th was understandable. Meanwhile, in Great Ming at Xingyun Manor, Long Xiaoyun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, Lin Shirin's evaluation and images were mainly about her. The despicable things he had done were not exposed. However, thinking that after all these years of marriage and his kindness to her, Lin Shirin still had Li Xuanhuan in her heart, he felt a surge of anger. Although he had used despicable means to take Lin Shirin from Li Xuanhuan, he thought about how she had shared his bed for years and even borne him a son. Yet she still pined for her old lover. No man could tolerate that. Li Xuanhuan. Long Xiaoyun clenched his fists. Only if Li Xuanhuan died would Lin Shirin completely give up hope. At this moment, on the sky, the Peerless Beauty ranking finished introducing the listed beauties. A dazzling radiance bloomed, condensing into lines of large characters. Peerless Beauty ranking 20th place. Reward 1 heaven-grade lower-tier beauty preservation pill, which can maintain one's appearance for 30 years without aging. Swish, swish, swish. 14 dazzling beams of light descended toward the 7 continents, landing in the hands of those on the list. At Xingyun Manor, Long Xiaoyun saw 2 beams of light falling nearby. He knew they were the residences of Lin Xianer and Lin Shirin. Lin Xianer knows many of my secrets. Now that her affairs are exposed, I can kill her to rid the martial world of a scourge, and also get a beauty preservation pill. With that thought, Long Xiaoyun wasted no time and headed straight for Lin Xianer's location. The beauty preservation pill. A treasure that could drive women mad. Priceless. Meanwhile, Lin Xianer looked at the beauty preservation pill in her hand, panic in her eyes. Many people knew her location. I must leave immediately. Lin Xianer didn't bother to pack. She swallowed the beauty preservation pill in one gulp, took nothing, turned and fled outside. Her beauty was her greatest asset, so she never worried about having no money. Lin Xianer, you can't escape. However, before she could even leave the door, men rushed at her from all sides. These men, whom she had never deigned to look at, now became her death warrant. But Lin Xianer did not panic. She casually adjusted her dress, revealing a patch of fair skin, and said seductively, "What are you doing, big brothers? Xianer hasn't offended you, has she? If I have, I'll make it up to you later." As she spoke, she winked at them. These lowly men could not withstand it. Instantly their eyes became enchanted, their minds filled with Lin Xianer's exquisite body, bewitched and spellbound. A bunch of lowly, lust-driven men. You think you can kill me? Lin Xianer sneered inwardly. The next moment her disdainful, mocking eyes suddenly widened, pupils contracting with fear and disbelief. Rip. Blood spurted as a red line appeared on Lin Xianer's fair neck. Lin Xianer, you still refuse to repent. You deserve to die. Long Xiaoyun held a blood-dripping sword, looking righteous and imposing like a just hero ridding the world of evil. You. Lin Xianer's throat still made gurgling sounds. Her brows and eyes twisted in pain as she struggled to raise her hand and point at Long Xiaoyun. She wanted to expose Long Xiaoyun as a hypocrite and a despicable villain. But unfortunately, she would never speak again. Thank you, Hero Long. If not for Hero Long, we would have been bewitched by this sorceress. The surrounding martial artists snapped out of their trance, ashamed and angry, flattering Long Xiaoyun. You flatter me, brothers. A venomous woman like this should be killed by all. Long Xiaoyun said humbly with a righteous look. While he was exchanging pleasantries with the martial artists, the Peerless Beauty ranking changed. Lin Xian'er, who had been ranked 20th on the Great Ming Peerless Beauty ranking, disappeared, and the 20th place was replaced by a new name. Great Ming Peerless Beauty ranking 20th place, Sun Shouqing reward 1 heaven grade lower tier beauty preservation pill, which can maintain one's appearance for 30 years without aging. Exquisite beauty, ice-like skin, jade-like bones, a pure heart, and a refined spirit. This is a woman who can melt the heart of a sword god. At the same time, an image formed behind Sun Shouqing's name. In the image, a woman in Mei Daoist robes, holding a long sword, danced gracefully, with an ethereal and transcendent temperament. So beautiful. I love it. I love it. This is true beauty. That venomous slut Lin Xian'er, filthy and disgusting. What beauty does she have? Truly a pure heart and refined spirit. No wonder she can melt the sword god's heart. Seeing Sun Shouqing, the world was in an uproar. Now that the 9 continents had merged, there were countless sword gods and sword sages. But those who could be called sword gods were men whose hearts were solely for the sword, believing that women only slowed their sword-drawing speed. To melt such a man's heart, that was truly extraordinary. Sun Shouqing might not be as seductive and alluring as Lin Xian'er, but her pure heart and refined spirit were definitely the favorite of countless men. Meanwhile, in Great Ming at Wanmei Manor, a figure stood tall, dressed in white like snow. The sword at his waist, however, was black. Jet black, narrow, long, and ancient. A supreme weapon of the world. The blade measured 3 feet 7 inches, weighing 7 caddies and 13 tails. The black sheath sword, ranked 50th on the 9 continents divine weapon ranking. The sword of Shimin Shueisue, the sword god. When Shimin Shueisue saw Sun Shouqing's figure, for some reason his heart, which had always been devoted solely to the sword, and as calm as an ancient well, gave a violent thump. It was the feeling of a racing heart. Shimin Shueishue's sharp gaze locked onto Sun Shouqing, and his sword-like eyebrows sweeping into his temples furrowed almost imperceptibly. Can the Dao Golden ranking predict people's hearts and the future? Meanwhile, women across the world who prided themselves on their beauty, but could not compare to those on the list, were unable to remain calm. Lin Xian'er was dead. Sun Shouqing had made the list and received a reward. In other words, if they were ranked 21st, as long as they killed anyone in the top 20, they could get on the list. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Being on the list may not be a good thing. In Lolan, the high priestess nestled in Zhao Wu's arms, sighing with emotion. Gain and loss are intertwined. Who can say for sure? Zhao Wu smiled calmly, but in his mind images of many outstandingly beautiful women appeared. They should all make the list, right? King Wu, how did you know Lin Xian'er was that kind of person? The high priestess asked curiously. Just now the golden ranking had not yet given an evaluation, yet Zhao Wu already knew. I have seen her. Do you believe me? Zhao Wu smiled faintly. I don't believe it. Lin Xian'er is in Yu continent Great Ming, far from central continent Great Qin. The high priestess said instinctively. But before she could finish, she stopped abruptly, because she realized that the Zhao Wu before her was not just a King Wu. He was also a martial god. Others could not go to other continents before, but a martial god certainly could. I never expected that King Wu had been to Yu continent Great Ming. How does it compare to central continent Great Qin? The high priestess asked curiously. Zhao Wu thought for a moment and said, there are also many beautiful women. The high priestess pouted. I'm being serious. Zhao Wu smiled. Am I not being serious? The high priestess rolled her eyes at him. Zhao Wu gently pinched her cute nose and laughed. I'll take you there someday, then you'll see. The high priestess's beautiful eyes were full of grievance. Haven't we already done someday? You little vixen. Zhao Wu chuckled and pulled the beauty into his arms. Just then, the Dao Golden ranking suddenly burst into boundless radiance. Beneath the sky, a brand new ranking appeared once again, standing alongside the 9 continents divine weapon ranking, the 9 continents army ranking, and the peerless beauty ranking. A new ranking appeared. This scene directly assaulted the nerves of everyone in JoJo. The previous beauty ranking, though thrilling, had only revealed the 19th to 20th places of the various nations in JoJo, leaving them in suspense and itching with curiosity. Now another new ranking had emerged. It had truly stirred the hearts of all. The Zhongtai Palace. Ying Zheng, the first emperor, stood before the assembled civil and military officials, gazing at the newly appeared ranking in the sky, and said calmly, what do my esteemed ministers think this ranking will be? His voice, though serene, carried an undercurrent of anticipation. The appearance of the Great Dao Golden ranking had drastically boosted the strength of the Qin Empire, and he himself had reaped considerable benefits. It had also made Great Qin renowned across JoJo. Your Majesty, since we have already seen the divine weapon ranking, the legion ranking, and the beauty ranking, it is evident that the rankings encompass all categories. Right? Chancellor Feng Quji said, I, your humble minister, would rather hope for a civil official ranking. perhaps I might bask in its glory and make the list while also gaining insight into the capable officials of the various nations in Juzhou. Your general would prefer a military ranking to see what generals the nations of Juzhou possess. Wang Ben followed. Ying Zheng nodded slightly. If there were a ranking of civil and military officials, my two esteemed ministers would surely be among the top and exalt the might of Great Qin. The headquarters of the Yinyang School. The Luoxing Hall. Dong Huang Tai, clad in a wide black robe and wearing a black mask, wrapped himself tightly, gazing silently at the Great Dao Golden Ranking. The beauty ranking. Yushin Siming and Xiao Siming are bound to be listed and even rank highly. Were it not for that wretch Yan Fei betraying the Yinyang School with a Huang and Nuying, our school would have occupied at least 6 spots. Dong Huang Tai was filled with deep resentment, but since Yan Fei had latched onto the war god's thigh even after ascending to land immortal, he dared not trouble her for the time being. I wonder what this new ranking is. If only it were about astrology, divination, cultivation, or combat power. Dong Huang Tai anticipated inwardly. He gazed at the golden ranking, waiting for its announcement. The peasant school. The Day's Mountains. A seductive and enchanting woman with purple-pink hair, holding a long tobacco pipe, looked at the golden ranking with longing in her beautiful eyes. What a pity. The beauty ranking only revealed the 19th and 20th places. I wonder what rank I will be. She was Tianmi, the master of the Kueigui Hall, one of the 6 halls of the peasant school. Tianmi was very confident in her own appearance. As for not being on the list, she had never considered it. The mere thought that she would obtain at least a heaven-grade lower-rank beauty pill set her heart racing with excitement. I wonder what the new ranking is. Tianmi gazed at the new ranking beside the beauty ranking, equally filled with anticipation. Xuanzhou, the Great Yuan Empire. The Yuan Emperor sat on his dragon throne overlooking his ministers in a foul mood. Not only did his Great Yuan have no place on the Divine Weapon ranking, but when the Juzhou Divine Weapon ranking was announced, his Heavenly Wolf Golden Blade was ranked only 16th. The Juzhou Legion ranking was also a complete defeat, only 18th. Even on the Great Yuan Beauty ranking, the 2 beauties listed were inferior to those of other nations. Was his Great Yuan so lacking in prestige? Bring Han Ji and Ding Minjun to me immediately. The Yuan Emperor was burning with rage. He wanted to find a woman to vent his fury. And the 2 beauties on the beauty ranking were naturally the first choice. Your Majesty, Han Ji is not a problem, but Ding Minjun is a member of the Amei sect. The Amei sect has always been hostile to our Great Yuan. It might be difficult. A minister stepped forward, troubled. How dare the insignificant Amei sect oppose me? Do I need to teach you how to handle this? Destroy the Amei sect and bring Ding Minjun back to me. The Yuan Emperor glared, roaring, I give you 10 days. If you fail to deliver Han Ji and Ding Minjun to me within 10 days, you need not return. Yes, Your Majesty. The minister, trembling with fear, hastily withdrew, his face filled with anxiety. The Yuan Emperor looked at the new golden ranking in the sky, his eyes burning with unwillingness. I wonder what this ranking is. If it were an emperor ranking, I would surely dominate the top. Apart from this, the other major powers of Great Qin, the Taoist school, the Confucian school, the military school, and the remnants of the 6 kingdoms, as well as the various nations of Juzhou, the Great Sui of Tianzhou, the Great Song of Dizhou, the Great Ming of Yuzhou, the Great Qing of Hongzhou, and the Great Han of Huangzhou, along with the feudal lords such as the King of Qi, the King of Jin, the King of Tang, Chao Dongzhua, and Liu Bei, all fixed their eyes on the newly appeared ranking, their gazes filled with anticipation. The next moment, boom, 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 the new ranking trembled, radiating boundless rays of light. A chilling, murderous intent spread out, making one's hair stand on end and spine run cold. At the same time, 3 blood-dripping large characters coalesced. Every stroke seemed forged from fresh blood, overflowing with immense killing intent. They were like blood blades hewn from the azure hell, piercing all who looked upon the ranking. Instantly everyone's soul quivered, and in boundless terror surged into their hearts. And those 3 large characters were assassin ranking. Damn. To hell with it. It's the assassin ranking. Our peasant school has no assassins. At the Day's Mountains of the peasant school, Tian, who had only one arm left, thrust his tiger soul sword into the ground and cursed vehemently. He had still hoped to be on the list and obtain a treasure to regrow his lost limb. But now came the assassin ranking. His hope of being listed vanished. Assassin ranking. Tianmi beside him shuddered, immediately sensing a bad omen. Although she was the master of the Kueigui Hall of the peasant school, she had secretly defected to the net and was a net assassin. Once I'm on the list, my identity might be exposed. I must leave immediately. With that thought, Tianmi quickly made an excuse to depart. If she wasn't exposed, she could return later. The assassin ranking. I shall see which assassin in Juzhou can claim the top spot. At the Zhangtai Palace, Ying Zheng said with great interest this time, the war god surely cannot monopolize the top again, can he? The war god is a divine being. He is certainly not an assassin. Even if his cultivation is unparalleled, he cannot be on the list. Li Si followed Your Majesty's Shadow Guard, and the Net are both top-tier assassin organizations in the world. They will surely rank high and spread Great Qin's prestige across Zhuzhou. Ying Zheng nodded slightly, greatly pleased. The sword sage Guy Nie standing nearby had a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Xiao Zhuang's Quicksand is also an assassin organization. I wonder where Xiao Zhuang will rank. With Xiao Zhuang's strength even across Zhuzhou, he must be among the top 10 assassins, right? Guy Nie speculated in his mind. At the Quicksand headquarters. Assassin ranking. Shige, this time it's finally my turn. Wei Zhuang with his white hair cold and domineering gripped his shark tooth blade, his spirits lifted. He stared at the assassin ranking and a ripple stirred in his calm, deep eyes. On the previous divine weapon ranking, his shark tooth had been suppressed by Guy Nie's abyss, and the reward he obtained was far inferior to Guy Nie's. Their strength would thus diverge. But now with the appearance of the assassin ranking, he would make up for the gap, catch up to and even surpass Guy Nie. Shige, next time we meet I will definitely defeat you. Wei Zhuang murmured to himself, tightening his grip on the shark tooth. This ranking is tailor-made for our Quicksand. Lord Wei Zhuang will surely top the list and shake Zhuzhou. Qi Lian swayed her snake-like waist as she approached, her striking figure exceptionally eye-catching. Her voice was seductive, captivating the soul. Her enchanting eyes were filled with intense anticipation. Tianzhou Great Sway, Qi State, Huan Yin Pavilion. Your servant pays respects to the Empress. Two beautiful and charming women knelt on one knee, bowing to the figure behind the pink curtain. This is the beauty pill rewarded by the golden ranking specially presented to the Empress. They each held a jade bottle. They were Xianjing Tian and Miao Cheng Tian, ranked 19th and 20th on the Great Sway Beauty ranking. I don't need it, keep it for yourselves. A majestic yet moving voice came from behind the pink gauze curtain. Through the curtain, an incredibly enchanting and beautiful silhouette could be faintly seen. That figure was half lying on a couch, a fair small hand propping up a delicate chin, exuding a languid air. Her figure was seductive and beautiful. A pair of fair, plump and shapely long legs were captivating enough to steal one's soul. Thank you, Empress. Xianjing Tian and Miao Cheng Tian rose. At that moment the assassin ranking appeared in the sky. The two saw it and congratulated. Congratulations, Empress. The assassin ranking has appeared. Your Majesty will surely top the list and become famous across Zhuzhou. What use is fame across Zhuzhou? Will he come to find me? The Empress whispered softly, a phrase not heard by Xianjing Tian and Miao Cheng Tian outside the curtain. She lifted her head, her gaze sweeping past the assassin ranking and the beauty ranking, finally resting on the name of the war god at the top of the legion ranking. Her beautiful eyes held an indescribable expression. Xianjing Tian and Miao Cheng Tian, seeing the Empress silent, dared not speak, and stood respectfully watching the assassin ranking with anticipation in their eyes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The golden ranking trembled and the assassin ranking slowly unfurled. One by one, blood-red small characters, firm and vigorous, gradually emerged, filled with boundless killing intent. Assassin ranking, rank 100, Tianmi affiliation, net reward, Earth grade, lower rank, shadowless needle capable of killing imperceptibly. What? Only 100 spots across the entire 9 continents and 7 kingdoms. That means each continent gets merely a dozen or so spots. This is too difficult. The number of assassins in the 9 continents is incalculable. How can 100 spots be enough? Damn it, I wanted to get on the list, but you're telling me there are only 100 spots. What the hell? The 9 continents were in an uproar. The crowd was astounded. There were countless assassins. Only 100 spots. To make it onto the list was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Countless assassins were deeply grieved and regretful. However, many assassins were full of confidence in themselves, their eyes brimming with anticipation. While the other continents and kingdoms were in turmoil, countless people in the central continent's Great Qin were even more shocked because many had heard the name Tianmi. Tianmi, isn't she the hall master of Kueigui Hall, one of the 6 halls of the Nong family? She is actually a killer of the web. That seductive woman Tianmi, exuding a vulgar charm. Unexpectedly, she is a web killer. And she entered the 9 continents assassin ranking at number 100. Hehe, the Nong family has lost face this time. Does the Nong family even have any face left? Their Xiakue has long been missing. Otian Meng, the hall master of Lisan Hall, who had a chance to compete for the Xiakue position, was slain by the war god with a single sword strike. Tian, who the hall master of Chiyu Hall, lost an arm, and now one of their hall masters is a web killer. The Nong family is already done for. The web boasts a net that covers the sky and the earth, leaving no gap unpenetrated. Since Tianmi has been exposed, the other assassins they arranged will likely be exposed too. This will cause the web heavy losses. Not necessarily. The list only has 100 spots. The web won't have too many people on it. Besides, not all of them are moles. Being on the list doesn't matter much. That's true. While everyone was gloating in the Nong family at Days Mountain. What? That bitch Tianmi is actually a member of the web. Damn it. I'll kill her. Tian, who saw the list and was furious. Lately, because of the war god, he had been holding a belly full of anger, just worrying about finding someone to vent on. He didn't expect that seductive bitch Tianmi would dare to run into his gun. She was truly seeking death. Ha! Where is Tianmi? Where did she go? Tian, who suddenly realized that Tianmi had disappeared. Hall Master Tianmi made an excuse to leave when the assassin list appeared. I was wondering at that time. Tianzhong, Hall Master of Gonggong Hall, said. It seems she knew she might be exposed and fled early. This bitch. Tian, who raised his tiger soul sword and roared, chase her for me. If I don't kill this bitch today, my surname won't be Tian. Tian, who immediately led the Nong family experts to pursue Tianmi. Meanwhile, Tianmi was frantically fleeing through the forest, her plump bosom trembling. Her jade hand patted her heaving chest and she breathed out a fragrant sigh. Good thing I ran fast or I'd be torn apart by them. I can't stay in the Nong family anymore. Now that the web belongs to the martial king, I'd better go to Xianyang to find him. Tianmi quickly left along a hidden winding path. While the Nong family was frantically hunting Tianmi in Days Mountain, the assassin ranking continued to be announced in order along with the rewards. Assassin ranking 90th, Zhanghan affiliation Shadow Guard reward Earthgrade Midgrade Huiyuan Pill, which can quickly restore consumed true chi to its peak. 89th Crimson Serpent affiliation Flowing Sand reward Earthgrade Midgrade Soft Hedgehog armor impervious to blades and bullets resistant to fire and water, can withstand 50% of a Grandmaster's attack. 88th Miapur affiliation web reward Earthgrade Midgrade Black Silk impervious to blades and bullets resistant to fire and water, can increase speed by 20%. What the hell? Why are they all Great Qin assassins? I heard the Web and Shadow Guard belong to the Qin royal family, the most powerful assassin organizations in Qin. But now it seems they're nothing special. Exactly. That Zhanghan is said to be the leader of the Shadow Guard, and his name is also on the Divine Weapons ranking. Nyepa is said to be the top killer of the Web, also on that ranking. It seems Great Qin's assassins can't even make it into the top 50. Our Great Sui has countless assassins. The Buliangren, the Shenming sect, the Tunguen Hall, the Huanin Pavilion. Aren't they all renowned? This time, they will surely dominate the assassin ranking. While the experts from other continents were excited, Great Qin was also in an uproar. How is this possible? The Shadow Guard leader Zhang Han and Flowing Sands Crimson Serpent only rank 90th and 89th. And Miapa, one of the 6 sword slaves of the web. Although the 6 together are strongest individually, she is a first-class heaven rank assassin, yet she only ranks 88th. Are there so many powerful assassins across the 9 continents? At the Flowing Sand headquarters, Crimson Serpent's charming and seductive eyes froze in slight astonishment. I'm only ranked 89th. Interesting. Wei Zhuang's hand gripping Shark Tooth tightened involuntarily. It seemed the assassins from other continents were more formidable than he had imagined. In the Zhangtai Palace, Ying Zheng gazed at the assassin, ranking, his eyes slightly narrowing. Like a shadow, like a maggot clinging to the bone. The dreaded Shadow Guard leader Zhang Han was only ranked 90th. And Miapo of the Web's 6 sword slaves had appeared ranked 88th. This meant the others would soon appear as well. His Great Qin assassins might not even enter the top 50. Your Majesty, I have sinned and failed to live up to your expectations. Zhang Han knelt on one knee, his face full of shame. He, the dignified leader of the Shadow Guard, the shadow of Emperor Ying Zheng, was only ranked 90th, bringing shame to Great Qin. The 9 continents are full of assassins. Being on the list is already good, but you must know shame and strive to improve. Rise. Ying Zheng said calmly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhang Han rose. He secretly vowed to train hard and become stronger. I want to see which kingdom's assassins are the strongest. Ying Zheng stared at the ranking. Now that the 9 continents had been unified for a while, news about some famous figures from various kingdoms. He had collected quite a bit. After all, general information about the famous figures from each continent and kingdom was well known and easy to gather. Of course, detailed information was not easy. The following rankings, as expected, were the other members of the 6 sword slaves, as well as the heaven rank first-class assassin Shen Jian. Even Shen Jian is only ranked 82nd. I wonder where Xiao Zhuang will rank. The sword Saint Gai Nie couldn't help but tighten his grip on his Yuan Hong sword. He had a deep impression of Shen Jian. In his youth, he had fought Shen Jian alongside Wei Zhuang. Shen Jian was extremely powerful. Even now, defeating Shen Jian would not be easy. At this moment, Wei Zhuang at the Flowing Sand headquarters also became a bit nervous. His name would probably appear soon. He stared intently at the ranking. Assassin ranking 81st, Duan Tianya affiliation Dragon Guard Manor, reward Earthgrade Midgrade Eastern Ocean blade cuts through iron like mud splits hair on a breeze. 80th, Yu Huatian affiliation Western Depot, reward Earthgrade High Grade, Shadowless Finger. fast as a shadow, precise acupoint, striking, essential for survival in the harem. 79th, Gui Hai Yi Dao affiliation, Dragon Guard manner, reward, earth grade, high grade, heart shattering slash. Cut the heart first to slay the person. When the heart breaks, the blade technique is perfected. 78th, Chao Zhengchun affiliation, Eastern Depot reward, earth grade, high grade, orchid finger, Great Ming, Dragon Guard manner. It was established by the emperor's uncle, the iron-hearted divine Marquis Zhu Wushi, by order of the late emperor. He held the Iron Scroll of Dan and the Imperial Sword. Its authority surpassed all other government institutions. The Dragon Guard manner had 4 great secret agents: Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow. Heaven's no. 1 Duan Tinya, Earth's no. 1 Gui Hai Yi Dao, a Mystery's no. 1 Shangguan Haitang, Yellow's no. 1 was temporarily undecided. At this moment, Duan Tinya, Gui Hai Yi Dao, and Shangguan Haitang stood before the iron-hearted divine Marquis Zhu Wushi, their eyes full of shame. We are incompetent, disappointing our adoptive father. The 3 clasped their hands in apology. Among them, Shangguan Haitang hadn't even entered the top 90 ranking, only 95th. Don't take it to heart. The 9 continents are teeming with assassins and experts. Even the Eastern and Western Depot directors Chao Zhengchun and Yu Huatian are only at these ranks. You have done well. Zhu Wushi stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm, comforting them. The 9 continents truly hide dragons and crouching tigers. And this is only the assassin ranking. If it were a cultivation ranking, who knows how many experts would emerge. Shangguan Haitang sighed, feeling her own insignificance. So you must not slack off. The path of martial arts is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you retreat. You must not waste time. Zhu Wushi reminded them. Yes, we will heed your teachings. Meanwhile, in the Great Ming Palace, the Ming Emperor sat high on the dragon throne, frowning at the assassin ranking. Are my Eastern and Western depots so incompetent? Your Majesty, please calm your anger. This servant is guilty and unworthy of your grace. Chao Zhengchun knelt with a thud, prostrating himself in fear. Where is Yu Huatian? Looking at Yu Huatian's reward, the Ming Emperor felt a strange foreboding, as if he saw a vast green grassland. Chao Zhengchun's heart stirred, and he quickly said, Your Majesty, Director Yu usually serves Empress Wan. As the Emperor's close attendant, Chao Zhengchun knew that the Emperor was cultivating a peerless martial art, and temporarily could not be intimate with women. Although Wan Zhener was honored as an imperial consort, she had actually never been favored, and Yu Huatian had a fair-skinned face and was most intimate with consort Wan. From now on, you will be in charge of the harem. Let Yu Huatian go suppress the rebellious factions in the martial world. The Ming Emperor thought for a moment and ordered. The rewards of the golden ranking were tailored to individuals not without reason. Just like the rewards obtained by Cao Cao, the wife-lover of the Great Han in the desert continent, and Liu Bei, the big-eared bandit. They were very personalized. Wasn't the shadowless finger obtained by Yu Huatian the same, and essential for survival in the harem? Wasn't that hinting that the Emperor's head was green? In fact, his head was indeed green. But it wasn't because of Yu Huatian. Someone had once visited his harem and had a good time, seeing the Ming Emperor neglect the beauties. Unable to bear it, he helped comfort and take care of them. Yes, Your Majesty. Chao Zhengchun was overjoyed, as this meant he was in favor, and Yu Huatian had fallen out of favor. The golden ranking is truly benevolent, Chao Zhengchun mused to himself. In the heavenly continent's great sway at the headquarters of the Xianming sect, a dwarf-like figure resembling a 3-year-old child wearing skull ornaments with 2 curved horns on his forehead and a flame mark between his brows stood with his hands behind his back. He looked up at the assassin, ranking, his eyes filled with boundless desire. I have achieved profound cultivation. This time I will surely rank in the top 10, and perhaps I can obtain something to resolve my physical ailment. The underworld Emperor Zhu Yugui clenched his small hands, because he forcibly cultivated the lower volume of the 9 nether mystic heaven divine art. He fell into demonic deviation, and his body became stunted, neither human nor ghost, unable even to have marital relations. His wife Lady Zhang was also forced to be given to his father King Liang Zhuwen. Zhuwen enjoyed his daughters-in-law the most. He especially loved Zhu Yogui's wife. At this thought, Zhu Yugui was furious. But what angered him most was not offering his wife to Zhuwen for pleasure. Rather, it was that despite all he had done for Zhuwen still didn't like him and never treated him as a son. Zhuwen had always doted on Ghost King Zhu Yuan. He planned to pass the throne to Zhu Yuan in the future, not to him. Father, oh father, one day I will personally take back everything that should be mine and return the pain you inflicted on me 10-fold, 100-fold. Zhu Yugui swore in his heart. However, just as he was about to continue watching the assassin ranking, he suddenly felt something was missing. Where is Meng Pe? At that moment, Zhu Yugui finally realized what was missing. Meng Pe, the second in command of his Xianming sect. She had somehow disappeared. When he was in seclusion, all affairs of the Shenming sect were handled by Meng Pe. She was truly above 10,000 second only to him. She wielded great power, was his right hand, and a true high-ranking member of the sect. Underworld Emperor earlier Meng Pe said, she had business to attend to and left the Shenming sect. The water and fire judges said, did Meng Pe say what it was? Zhu Yugui was puzzled. What important matter could she have at this time? No, the water and fire judges replied. How strange. Why would Meng Pe suddenly leave the Shenming sect? Zhu Yugui muttered to himself. However, when he saw the newly updated assassin ranking, his eyes widened. He stood frozen in place. How is this possible? Number 77 Meng Per affiliation Bu Liangren reward Earth grade superior. 1,000 faces disguise 1,000 faces ever-changing and unfathomable. Good heavens. Isn't Meng Pe the second in command of Shenming sect? She's actually from Bu Liangren. This Bu Liangren is too terrifying. A spy who infiltrated the enemy's high ranks. If not for the golden list, would Meng Pe have become the leader of Shenming sect? Taking control of Shenming sect. Damn. The Nether Emperor is probably crying in the toilet. Since Shenming sect has a high-ranking spy like Meng Pe, there must be countless others. I heard the Nether Emperor looks like a 3-year-old dwarf. I think he should quit being the Nether Emperor and go back to drinking milk. Upon seeing the list, countless forces in the Great Sway were stunned, buzzing with discussion and schadenfreude. However, many forces became vigilant. Since Bu Liangren could infiltrate the high ranks of Shenming sect, they might well infiltrate other high ranks. This detestable list. Li Jianqing's eyes were filled with anger and resentment. Such a crucial pawn as Meng Pe had been rendered useless before even playing her role. His years of effort went down the drain. Shenming sect. Ah, Meng Pe Bu Liangren, you go too far. Nether Emperor Zhu Yugui's eyes were bloodshot as if mad. Terrifying true qi swept around like the 9 nether hell, madly destroying the surrounding decorations. This time he had lost face completely. Everyone knew that his capable subordinate Meng Pe was a spy planted by the enemy. He was completely unaware. The most hateful part was that he even let Meng Pe escape. The water and fire judges standing by watching Zhu Yugui's frenzy were secretly shocked, their backs soaked with cold sweat. Only then did they belatedly realize. This assassin list would reveal their affiliations. The two of them were not loyal to Nether Emperor Zhu Yugui but to King Liang Zhuwen. Once exposed, they would surely die a miserable death. Fortunately, my strength is insufficient and I didn't make the list, or I'd be dead. The water and fire judges secretly rejoiced. At the same time, they were still shaken. Their minds were not as quick as Meng Pe's and Tian Mi's. Only after Meng Pe was exposed did they realize belatedly. But Meng Pe had already fled before being exposed. With her strength having left Shenming sect, even Zhu Yugui could not catch her. Meanwhile, at Jialan Hall, King Liang Zhuwen's eyes widened with rage. He had not only secretly ordered the water and fire judges to monitor Nether Emperor Zhu Yugui, but also had Meng Pe monitor Zhu Yugui. He thought Meng Pe was a spy. He sent to Zhu Yugui's side, never expecting that Meng Pe was actually from Bu Liangren. Even he had been deceived. Damnable Bu Liangren! I will destroy you sooner or later, cut you into pieces and fry you in oil. King Liang Zhuwen's face twisted with rage, his violent fury hard to dissipate. His cruel gaze fell upon his eldest son Zhu Yugui's wife Zhang Zhenyang like a mad beast. Zhang Zhenyang's delicate body trembled, her beautiful eyes filled with fear. She knew Zhu Wen was about to assault her again. The next moment the hall echoed with Zhu Wen's brutal beastly roar and Zhang Zhenyang's wails. At Shenming sect, Nether Emperor Zhu Yugui was unaware of Zhang Zhenyang's suffering, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After venting his rage over Meng Pe being from Bu Liangren, he continued staring at the assassin list. The list was his greatest hope for returning to normal and being able to enjoy women. As for his wife, as long as he had strength and his body returned to normal, wouldn't he have as many beauties as he wanted in the future? Number 69, Duan, Yanqing affiliation Shixia Epine Hall reward, Heaven grade inferior vitality creation paste capable of healing any old injuries or disabilities below the divine void realm. Vitality creation paste capable of healing any old injuries or disabilities below the divine void realm. Nether Emperor Zhu Yugui's breathing quickened. His body had become a dwarf due to a qi deviation from practicing martial arts. The vitality creation paste might be useless to him, but this was only the reward for rank 69. With his strength, he would surely rank among the top. Then, obtaining a miraculous pill to restore his body would not be a problem. Thinking this, Zhu Yugui's heart was in his throat. All anger about Meng Pe being a spy vanished into thin air. His mind was filled with returning to normal. After all, he now looked like a 3-year-old with 2 horns on his head, a little monster despised by all. He couldn't even have sex with women. He was worse than a joke. He longed too much to return to normal. Number 50 Ali Zunxiao Affiliation Tungwen Hall Reward Heaven Grade Superior. Mighty Ox Demon Fists, as strong as an ox shaking heaven and earth. Li Zunxiao, the master of the filial gate of Tungwen Hall, sworn son of Li Keyong, 10th of the 13 great protectors, that big fool. Zhu Yugui snorted disdainfully, not paying attention, and continued staring at the list. Number 42, Yan Shirsan Affiliation, Nun Reward Heaven Grade Superior. Sword Dao Insight, a chance to deduce a personal ultimate move. Number 41, Nether Emperor Affiliation Shenming Sect Reward, Heaven Grade Superior Vitality Creation Pill capable of restoring any physical issues below the Divine Void Realm. Vitality Creation Pill. It's really the Vitality Creation Pill. I can return to normal. Finally, I can be a man with dignity. Zhu Yugui was ecstatic at this moment, not even caring about his rank of 41. Because he had obtained what he most desired. Without hesitation, after obtaining the pill, Zhu Yugui immediately went into seclusion to take it. Meanwhile, at Tungwen Hall, St. Lord Li Siyuan looked at the assassin list and frowned. 10th brother ranked 50th, Nether Emperor ranked 41st. There are so many powerful assassins in the 9 continents. And that woman from Huanin Pavilion, I never expected her to be stronger than the Nether Emperor. Originally he thought among the 3 factions, Shenming Sect, Tungwen Hall, and Huanin Pavilion, the Empress of Huanin Pavilion should be the weakest. Unexpectedly, even Nether Emperor Zhu Yugui was ranked behind her. Of course, their strength gap was not large. In other words, since the Nether Emperor made the list, he and the Empress of Huanin Pavilion should be on it soon. However, the next moment Li Siyuan's gaze froze, his eyes full of disbelief. Number 40. St. Lord Affiliation Tungwen Hall Reward Divine Grade Inferior. Thunderburst can summon heavenly thunder for personal use with infinite power. Number 39 Wei Zhuang Affiliation Lusha Reward Divine Grade Inferior. Heavenly Human Pill for a Grandmaster at peak to break through to the Heavenly Human Realm. Number 38. Yuan Tiangang Affiliation Bu Liangren Reward Divine Grade Inferior. Acquired 8 trigrams can divine and deduce the future. I'm ranked 40th, which is acceptable since the Nether Emperor is only 41st. I'm not much stronger than him. But why hasn't that woman, the Empress, appeared yet, even though Yuan Tiangang has? Could she be stronger than Yuan Tiangang? That's impossible. Li Siyuan was perplexed. Even if the Empress had deep reserves. No was deeply hidden, she couldn't be stronger than Yuan Tiangang, right? As for the Empress not making the list, he had never considered it. With the Empress's cultivation level, she couldn't possibly fall outside the top 100. Could that woman have been playing dumb all along, hiding the deepest among them? Li Siyuan guessed secretly. Meanwhile, Yuan Tiangong, who had just recently ascended to the Divine Void Realm, was filled with shock and disbelief. He was ranked 38th. How was that possible? Were there 37 land Immortal level assassins in the 9 continents? Interesting. Yuan Tiangong's voice was playful with a hint of interest. I didn't expect the waters of the 9 continents to be so deep. I'm curious to see who those 37 assassins ahead of me are. To be ranked ahead of me, at the Tang Prince's mansion. The Bu Liang marshal's skills are profound. There are surely those stronger than him in the world, but on just the assassin list there are 37. How is that possible? Li Jiancheng stared at the list, stunned and incredulous. Bu Liangren was his most important trump card, and he was very clear about Yuan Tiangong's strength. Not only him, Li Yuan Li Shimin and others who knew about Bu Liang Marshal Yuan Tiangang were equally puzzled. Were there really 37 assassins stronger than the Bu Liang Marshal? This is too terrifying. It seems the waters of the 9 continents are deep indeed. Li Yuan looked at the list and said to Li Jiancheng, once the top 37 assassins appear, immediately collect all information on them and keep a close watch. Yes, father. Li Jiancheng replied solemnly. He knew the terror of assassins stronger than Yuan Tiangong, especially since it wasn't just 1 or 2, but a full 37. If 5 or 6 such assassins were to act, how many in the world could stop them? For them, as well as other emperors and lords, this was a huge threat. They stared intently at the list. Soon, under everyone's curious gaze, the assassin list finally updated. Number 37. Matchmaker Affiliation Heavenly Court Reward Divine Grade Inferior. 10,000 poisons. True scripture can control all poisons under heaven. Shadowless, formless, colorless, odorless, killing without blood. Number 36. Foot Dance Affiliation Heavenly Court Reward Divine Grade Inferior. Heavenly maimed leg kicks like wind, like a violent storm, overwhelmingly domineering. Number 35. Hand Dance Affiliation Heavenly Court Reward Divine Grade Inferior. To Thagat a palm. Number 26. Child Emperor Affiliation Heavenly Court Reward Divine Grade Medium. Dream Evil. True scripture cultivates in dreams, weaves different nightmares for others, absorbs emotions like fear, terror, and anger to strengthen oneself, using unimaginable nightmares to break the opponent's mind until death, silently defeating enemies. In the assassination list, a killer organization suddenly appeared continuously. Instantly all forces in the 9 continents were shocked. Heavenly Court. What organization is this? I've never heard of it. Child Emperor Iron Broom Immortal Food Immortal Paper Detective Dog King Ghost Shadow Drama Treasure Husband Sings Wife Follows Hand Dance Foot Dance Matchmaker. What are these? They are even stronger than the Bu Liang Marshal. Being stronger than the Bu Liang Marshal is one thing, but what's more terrifying is that they all belong to the same killer organization. This heavenly court is too terrifying. The waters of the 9 continents are simply unimaginable. This is just the assassin list. If a cultivation ranking appears, who knows how many monsters there will be. Heavenly Court. This must be a super killer organization. Investigate. Investigate for me. We must find out information about Heavenly Court, and see which faction it belongs to. Xianyang, Zhangtai Palace. The first Emperor Ying Zheng stared at the Heavenly Court, which had suddenly appeared and continuously dominated the rankings. His expression caught in surprise. The shadow guards of his Great Qin, the shadow secret guards, and the net experts who struck fear into the hearts of all were only ranked in the 80s and 90s. Yet the Heavenly Court, a single organization, had continuously dominated the top 40. Such an organization was terrifying. Is there such a horrifying assassin organization in the 9 continents? Zhang Han had a similarly stunned look filled with shock. Compared to his shadow secret guards, at least in terms of experts, there was no comparison. Suddenly he felt a tremendous pressure in his heart, as if a great mountain pressed on his chest, suffocating him. Just then the calm voice of the first Emperor Ying Zheng rang in his ears. Zhang Han, have you heard of the Heavenly Court? Your Majesty, I have never heard of it. Zhang Han came to his senses and quickly said, even if such an assassin organization is deeply hidden, it cannot be completely without rumors. I believe the Heavenly Court is not in Great Qin. Master Guy, do you know of the Heavenly Court? Ying Zheng then looked at Gainia beside him. Your Majesty, I have also never heard of it. Gainia said, it seems the Heavenly Court is not in Great Qin. Ying Zheng glanced at Zhang Han. Investigate immediately. I want to know whether the Heavenly Court is merely an assassin organization, or belongs to which empire or vassal state. Yes. Zhang Han's body trembled, and he quickly responded. The next moment his figure vanished like a ghost from the spot. Ying Zheng looked up at the assassin ranking. His deep, majestic eyes glinted with sharp light. No one knew what he was thinking. Confucian School. Little Saint Sage Manor. The third leader Zhang Liang looked at the assassin ranking, and his eyes immediately lit up. The tyrant Ying Zheng is surrounded by countless experts. Previous assassination attempts all ended in failure. If we could hire the top assassins on this ranking to assassinate Ying Zheng, even he wouldn't be able to withstand it, right? As long as Ying Zheng dies, the Great Qin world will fall into chaos. I can not only avenge my hatred but also snatch chestnuts from the fire and restore the Han state. Know now the martial king Zhao Wu is at his zenith, his prestige not inferior to Ying Zheng, and he is also the eldest son of Great Qin. Even if Ying Zheng dies, as long as Zhao Wu ascends to the supreme position, he can still suppress the world. Zhao Wu must also die. Zhao Wu is protected by the martial god. In Great Qin, probably no assassin would dare take his mission, and ordinary people cannot kill him. But the 9 continents have countless experts, especially those at the top of this assassin ranking. They are bound to be lawless, peerless villains. They won't show any respect to the martial god. Moreover, even the shadow secret guards and net experts can only rank in the 80s and 90s. Their strength can be imagined, at least heavenly man level, and there might even be many land immortal level assassins. Such assassins, even the martial god would face the danger of falling, let alone Zhao Wu. Numerous thoughts flashed through Zhang Liang's mind. He knew the cost of hiring such an assassin would be immense. But he could have other anti-Qin forces contribute together. Divided among them, it would certainly be manageable. Thinking of this, Zhang Liang's eyes fixed on the assassin ranking were filled with excitement and fervor. After all these years, he finally saw hope. Earth Continent Great Song. Imperial Palace. It's them. They are ranked so low. An old eunuch with completely white hair but a face as rosy as a baby's stared at the assassin ranking and exclaimed, the waters of the 9 continents run so deep. The Song Emperor heard this and couldn't help but look at the old eunuch beside him, his voice reverent, asking, Ancestor, do you know of the Heavenly Court? Your Majesty, this servant has not heard of the Heavenly Court. But I have heard of the 12 fiends of Heavenly Pool. Grandmaster Sunflower's eyes carried reminiscence and deep wariness as he said, the 12 fiends of Heavenly Pool are Tong Huang Iron Broom, Immortal Food, Immortal Paper Detective, and 12 others. Their origins are unknown, their martial arts are miraculous, and they are elusive. This servant once encountered one of them, Food Immortal. He is a brawler, placing food above all, and possesses the miraculous skill, Battle Heaven Chi Transformation, which can turn food into endless battle intent with surging energy that is even more domineering than my Sunflower True Chi. Even more domineering than Ancestor's Sunflower True Chi. The Song Emperor's eyes were horrified. Grandmaster Sunflower, though a eunuch, was exceptionally gifted, having created the Sunflower Manual himself, and long reached the peak of heavenly man. Previously he had even made a breakthrough and become a land immortal. The Song Emperor also knew the domineering nature of the Sunflower Manual. Sunflower is a flower that faces the sun. Grandmaster Sunflower named his technique the Sunflower Manual precisely because it is a supremely yang and domineering martial art. Practitioners, if they do not castrate themselves, find it difficult to withstand its overbearing extreme yang energy, and will burn to death. To say it is shameful back then, if this servant had not been fast enough I would have fallen to that madman. Grandmaster Sunflower said with a look of shame and lingering fear. Hiss! The Song Emperor drew a cold breath in his heart. If Food Immortal was already so formidable, how terrifying must Iron Broom Immortal and Tong Huang be? Moreover, Tong Huang was only ranked 26th. What level of strength did the top 25 assassins possess? Were they all land immortal level assassins? Just thinking about it sent a chill down his spine. If one day they come to assassinate me, can I stop them? The Song Emperor's heart tightened, feeling as if a guillotine hung over his head, ready to fall at any moment. Heaven Continent Great Sui, Emperor Yang of Sui Yangguang looked solemn and said, "This Yuan Tiangang was already at the peak of heavenly man before now. He is probably a land immortal, and yet he is only ranked 38th. What kind of force is this heavenly court? How can it have so many experts?" Prince Kaoshan Yonglin said, "I have never heard of the heavenly court before. If the heavenly court were in Great Sui, there would surely be traces. It is most likely a super assassin organization from another continent. I hope it is not a force of another empire or vassal state." Yang Guang sighed inwardly and looked up at the assassin ranking. Now that the heavenly court had emerged, who knew what other monsters and demons would be revealed? Assassin ranking 25th Wanderer Divine Sword Affiliation, Heavenly Court Reward Divine Grade Mid-Rank, Selfless Sword Merciless and Selfless Breaking All Things. 24th Ghost Sorrow Affiliation, Heavenly Court A Reward Divine Grade Mid-Rank, Azura Blade. The blade must drink blood. The more blood it drinks, the stronger the blade aura. 23rd Ren Chenching Affiliation, Heavenly Court A Reward Divine Grade Mid-Rank Blood Demon Sword. 22nd Bu Jingyun Affiliation, Heavenly Court A Reward Divine Grade Mid-Rank Cloud Splitting Sword. 21st Duan Lang Affiliation, Heavenly Court A Reward Divine Grade Mid-Rank Life Creation Pill. 20th Su Lian Affiliation, Heavenly Court A Reward Divine Grade High Rank Rainbow Lace Dress Dustless and Stain-Free Size Adjustable, can weaken the attacks of Divine Void Realm experts by 50%. Holy crap! How is it the Heavenly Court again? Am I seeing things? Could it be that the Heavenly Court wants to dominate the entire ranking? Heavenly Court, such a domineering name, could it truly intend to dominate the heavens and earth and rule over all directions? At this moment the entire world was shaken. The 9 continents were in an uproar. The Heavenly Court, an obscure assassin organization, had appeared, and forcefully entered the ranking, directly occupying positions from 37th to 20th. There might even be Heavenly Court assassins in the top 20. Flood Continent Great Qin. The Qing Emperor stared fixedly at Su Lian, ranked 20th, his eyes filled with deep-rooted hatred and intense fear. The previous Qing Emperor was assassinated by Su Lian in broad daylight with many witnesses. He had seen it with his own eyes. That scene was unforgettable for his entire life. It was on a sunny and pleasant morning. In the Golden Throne Hall, the previous Qing Emperor sat on the dragon throne overlooking the world, presiding over the court assembly. As a prince, the Qing Emperor stood among the civil and military officials. Suddenly a cold voice filled with boundless killing intent and deep-seated hatred rang out from nowhere. 10 years ago, my great-grandfather Su Shukui and grandfather Su Huaizu were exhumed, and their corpses mutilated, and my father Su Shirshu and uncle Su Shirtian were executed by slow slicing, all family members under 15 years old, as well as Su Shukui's wives, concubines, sisters, and daughters-in-law, were given to meritorious officials' families as slaves. Protect the Emperor! Protect the Emperor! There is an assassin! Hearing this, the Emperor shouted in panic. The court fell into chaos as one by one the Imperial Guards surrounded the Emperor on alert. Yet they could not find anyone. The next moment 2 dazzling beams of light appeared out of thin air and instantly pierced the foreheads of 2 experts beside the Emperor. As the 2 beams of light appeared, one by one heads flew up around them, and the thick smell of blood instantly filled the entire hall. Each expert instinctively attacked the invisible person, but it was useless. They were instead instantly pierced through by the 2 beams of light. In just a moment the majestic and grand Golden Throne Hall was awash in blood, and countless ministers collapsed screaming that there was a ghost. The Qing Emperor, then still a prince, hid in a corner trembling. He saw with his own eyes a stunningly beautiful woman with a graceful figure and a white veil appear out of thin air before his imperial father. That woman's eyes could shoot terrifying rays. No expert could stop her. With one sword stroke she severed the Emperor's head, then vanished again without a trace. Whenever the Qing Emperor thought of it, he couldn't help but feel fear. They suppressed the news. They dared not even issue a wanted notice. Because that woman was not human, she was a demon from hell. Simply not something that could be dealt with by humans. His imperial father's head had still not been recovered. However, he knew the assassin's identity. It was Su Lian, daughter of Su Shirshu, whose entire family had been wiped out by his imperial father. At that time Su Lian was only 18. He could not understand how she could be so terrifying, but the world is vast and wonders never cease. She must have had an earth-shattering encounter. That ability to become invisible and shoot terrifying rays from her eyes was simply not human. Su Lian is already infinitely terrifying, yet she is only ranked 20th. What kind of people are in the top 20? A chill ran straight from the Qing Emperor's feet to the top of his head, and his eyes could not suppress the fear. The waters of the 9 continents are too deep. I am too troubled. Xianyang, Zhongtai Palace. Emperor Ying Zheng's expression turned solemn, muttering to himself. What exactly is this heavenly court? It's too formidable. At this moment Ying Zheng inexplicably thought of someone. The war god. The legions under the war god were like this. Unknown to the world yet unexpectedly terrifying. Like heavenly soldiers. Heavenly soldiers. Heavenly court. Could it be that the heavenly court was established by the war god? A terrifying thought suddenly struck Ying Zheng's mind. The more he thought, the more likely it seemed. Like the war god's invisible ghost soldiers. If they were assassins, they would undoubtedly be a terrifying killer legion. Thinking of this, Ying Zheng's face faintly flushed with an abnormal red. His heart stirred with excitement and anticipation. Could it be the war god? If it is the war god, then it's good. Ying Zheng stared intently at the assassin ranking. Streams of light flowed. The assassin ranking continued to update. 19th Lian Chishu affiliation, Heavenly Court, reward God tier superior, white sleeve, immortal, dress dustless, and stain-free, size adjustable, can weaken attacks from half-step divine void realm experts by 50. 18th by Your affiliation, Heavenly Court, reward God tier superior, green sleeve, immortal, dress dustless, and stain-free, size adjustable, can weaken attacks from half-step divine void realm experts by 50. 17th Longer affiliation, Heavenly Court, reward God tier superior, Xian Nu Su Xian Ju. 16th Jiang Yuan affiliation, Heavenly Court, reward God tier superior, Tun Tian Ju. 15th Nu Ying affiliation, Heavenly Court, reward God tier superior, water spirit body. 14th Yi Huang affiliation, Heavenly Court, reward God tier superior, ice spirit body. 13th Nong Yu affiliation, Heavenly Court, reward God tier superior, Du Jiesian Shu. Holy shit. The Heavenly Court is about to dominate the ranking. I noticed that after entering the top 20 all are women's names. Is our great 9 provinces experiencing a surplus of yin over yang? Don't you know women kill without a blade, relying entirely on their charm? Hehe, I have a feeling these assassins are all great beauties like Lin Xiener. If Lin Xiener kills me with her charm, I die a worthy death. Damn. I finally understand why Bai Shaoxing and others were willing to die for Lin Xiener. It's because there are too many perverts like you. Pretending to be a gentleman. If a seductress like Lin Xiener stripped naked before you, could you resist? I want to, but I don't want to die. If only I could do it and not die. You're dreaming. While the people of the 9 provinces were in an uproar. Xianyang, Zhongtai Palace. Emperor Ying Zheng was startled, then revealed a bright smile. It really is the war god. The stunning zither made beside Wu'er is called Nong Yu, right? Ying Zheng thought to himself. I wonder how long the war god has lived and how many unknown secrets lie behind him. At this moment, Li Sifeng Qiji and others also reacted. Their eyes were full of astonishment. Could this heavenly court be founded by the war god? Yi Huang and Nu Ying were originally water department elders of the school of Yinyang, but they left with Dongjun Yanfei to join the war god. Now they belong to the heavenly court. Does that mean the heavenly court is related to the war god? The heavenly court is most likely created by the war god. If it's the war god, I'm not surprised. Indeed. The war god is a celestial figure. It's no wonder his assassins dominate the ranking. As everyone discussed, Gai Nie's eyes also flickered with an indescribable expression. Yi Huang and Nu Ying were not strong originally, but after following Dongjun Yanfei to join the war god, they ranked 14th and 15th on the assassin ranking. Simply terrifying. How strong is the war god? Not only is he powerful himself, but he can also make his subordinates strong. Confucian School. Little Sage Manor. How could this be? Didn't Yi Huang and Nu Ying follow Yanfei to join the war god? How could they be heavenly court assassins? And ranked so high? Could it be a coincidence of names? Zhang Liang's eyes were stunned. It wasn't that he hadn't considered the connection between the heavenly court and the war god. He just didn't want to believe it. If the heavenly court was created by the war god, wouldn't that mean his assassination plan just prepared had died before it was even implemented? War god? Who exactly is the war god? Zhang Liang felt that the war god was his nemesis, like a towering divine mountain, blocking his path to restoration. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it. No, even if the heavenly court belongs to the war god, I don't believe he can actually dominate the top 10 of the assassin ranking. Zhang Liang stared fixedly at the ranking. His heart was both tense and expectant. Assassin ranking 12th, Gongsun, Danyang affiliation, heavenly court, a reward god tier superior. 9 heavens, sword dance, dancing through the 9 heavens, 1 sword topples a city. 11th, Yunyangzi affiliation, heavenly court, a reward god tier superior, immortal feather, colorful garment, woven from the wings of divine birds, dustless and stain-free light, as nothing, warm in winter and cool in summer, unparalleled defense. The heavenly court again. Only the top 10 left. Yunyangzi seems to be a peerless beauty in the Ming Dynasty martial world. That's right. She is the ultimate beauty of the Ming Dynasty martial world. That Lin Xianer who uses her beauty to manipulate men isn't even fit to carry Yunyangzi's shoes. Rumor in the Ming Dynasty martial world. Deep Palace invites moonlight elegant beauty Zhang Sanyang. Yao Yu is said to be the grand palace master of the moving flower palace, like a celestial demon, not only beautiful, but also with peerless martial arts. The Ming Yugong shakes the martial world. And this Yunyangzi is Zhang Sanyang, known as the #1 beauty in the world, nicknamed Ice Jade Yunyangzi. She and Jiang Feng, known as the Jade Lord, and the first handsome man of the Ming Dynasty martial world, are called the Heaven and Earth Jade. While experts from other regions were in an uproar, the Ming Dynasty martial world exploded. How could my Yunyangzi be an assassin? So what if she's an assassin? Yunyangzi will always be my favorite. That's right. Yunyangzi is not a venomous slut like Lin Xianer. Yunyangzi's martial arts are superb. Her flowing cloud and moon is invincible. She doesn't kill with her beauty. What magic does this heavenly court have? It actually made Yunyangzi join as an assassin. Give me back my Yunyangzi. Countless men wailed as a figure involuntarily appeared in their minds. Clad in a 5-colored celestial silkworm garment, wearing moondance duckweed boots, wielding the flowing cloud and moon sword, riding her cloud-returning flying snow horse. How heroic and dashing was that? Her figure was graceful, plump yet light, with a slender waist and long limbs. Her aura was uniquely peerless, and that magical feminine charm could make the world's heroes fight endlessly. Her peerless beauty was unmatched, her temperament extraordinary, and divine, pure and wholly, clean as ice and snow, like a dream and reality, truly not of this mortal world. Her skin was whiter than snow, exquisitely beautiful. Her countenance was stunningly gorgeous, beyond worldly blinding to behold. Her snow-white face had features of incomparable delicacy, a myriad of charming expressions, and her voice, emitted from sparkling white teeth, was soft and melodious, like a soul-snatching spell. Her figure was slender and graceful, her entire body, as bright as white jade, ethereal, like an immortal, making hearts pound, blood boil, and spirits soar. Any man who had seen her was hopelessly infatuated. Even the older generation in the martial world would have their hearts race at the name Yunyangzi Zhang Sanyang. Ming Dynasty martial world. Spring full pavilion. In a luxurious and exquisite guest room, a handsome and carefree man was lying with his head on a beauty's lap. A glass of wine rested on his stomach. Suddenly his stomach moved, and the wine in the glass turned into a line flowing into his mouth. He had 2 mustaches trimmed as neatly and beautifully as his eyebrows, making him look like he had 4 eyebrows. He was the famous 4 eyebrows Lu Xiaofeng in the Ming Dynasty martial world. Yunyangzi Gongsun Danyang. Lu Xiaofeng looked at the assassin ranking. Most people in the martial world knew Yunyangzi, but few knew Gongsun Danyang. But Lu Xiaofeng happened to know. Gongsun Danyang was the leader of the Red Shoes organization, which was composed of a group of women. And Gongsun Danyang was also a remarkable woman of unparalleled beauty and temperament, completely matching Yunyangzi Zhang Sanyang. Moreover, they shared a great commonality. Both used double swords. The Ming Dynasty martial world had 2 peerless female double sword wielders, Zhang Sanyang, Yunyangzi, wielding flowing cloud and moon, and Gongsun Lan Gongsun Danyang, wielding a sword. Heavenly court. What kind of organization is this, able to attract extraordinary women like Yunyangzi and Gongsun Danyang? Lu Xiaofeng was curious. Apart from being naturally romantic, fond of drinking and women, he also liked to meddle and had a very strong curiosity. Regarding the sudden appearance of the heavenly court, he couldn't help wanting to investigate and get a glimpse of its true face. Although Yunyangzi and Gongsun Danyang have good martial arts, there's no way they could overpower assassins from the 9 provinces and rank so high. There must be the heavenly court's involvement. How did the heavenly court manage this? Moreover, the top 20 of the assassin ranking are all women, and likely all peerless beauties like Yunyangzi and Gongsun Danyang. Lu Xiaofeng kept pondering, growing more interested the more he thought. He stared at the assassin ranking. He wanted to see if the heavenly court could truly dominate. Assassin ranking 10th, female emperor affiliation, Mystic Sound Pavilion, reward Immortal tier lower. mystic sound immortal art dreamlike like a fairy descending to the mortal world, one sword soaring like an immortal. Haha, I said the heavenly court couldn't dominate the ranking. It seems the heavenly court has missed the top 10. Scared me, I thought the heavenly court was going to dominate. Mystic Sound Pavilion. Isn't that the assassin organization under the Qi King of the Great Sui? The female emperor actually ranked 10th. I heard Tunguen Hall and Xianming sect are equally famous as Mystic Sound Pavilion, but now it seems they are undeserving. Yes, Tunguen Hall and Xianming sect are not even qualified to be mentioned alongside Mystic Sound Pavilion. Tunguen Hall. Impossible. How could that woman from Mystic Sound Pavilion rank 10th? Saint Lord Li Siyuan widened his eyes in disbelief. Even if the 10th was someone from the heavenly court, he wouldn't be surprised. But he never expected the 10th to be his old rival, the female emperor of Mystic Sound Pavilion. What kind of fortune did she encounter? Looking at the ranking, even though Li Siyuan didn't want to believe it, he had to. He knew the female emperor must have had a great opportunity. Otherwise she couldn't have ranked 10th. I must find a way to uncover her secret. If I can obtain her secret, I can also enter the top 10 and get an immortal level reward. With this thought, Li Siyuan's heart pounded. Not only him but also the Dark Lord of the Xianming sect, the unruly Marshal Yuan Tiangong, and others who knew about the female emperor were also stirred. They prepared to probe the female emperor's depths and hidden secrets. Mystic Sound Pavilion. Miao Chong Tian Xianjing Tianji Rushue, and others saw the female emperor ranked 10th, and congratulated her. Congratulations, female emperor, for obtaining the immortal level, Mystic Sound Immortal Art. The female emperor said nothing, her beautiful deep eyes fixed on the ranking. She knew that originally her strength was only comparable to Li Siyuan and the Dark Lord Zhu Yugue. Being able to rank so high was entirely due to the dog talisman given to her by Zhao Wu. The dog talisman could make the holder immortal and forever young, and could grant immunity to death and all fatal attacks against the holder. This dramatically increased her power. These women are all related to you, aren't they? You bastard, you seduced me and ran away. I will definitely find you. The female emperor Shui Yunji clenched a talisman in her jade hand, holding it to her voluptuous chest, her resentful gaze sweeping over the names on the ranking. She knew that in this martial world, although there were many female experts, overall male experts far outnumbered female ones. Yet the top 20 of the assassin ranking were all women. This was abnormal. The only explanation was that these women had all obtained a powerful force that did not belong to them originally. Just like the dog talisman in her hand. I want to see if the rest are all women too. Shui Yunji stared intently at the ranking. Assassin ranking 9th, Hua Qingtong affiliation, Heavenly Court, a reward, immortal tier lower, 7-colored immortal feather garment, woven from the wings of 7 immortal birds, an immortal robe. 8th Snow Maiden affiliation, Heavenly Court, a reward, immortal tier lower. Snow dance in the mortal world, one dance topples a city, snow falls upon the earth, her presence unseen, her soul already severed. 7th Purple Woman affiliation, Heavenly Court, a reward, immortal tier lower. 6th Tide Witch affiliation, Heavenly Court, a reward, immortal tier lower. 5th Yen Lingji affiliation, Heavenly Court, a reward, immortal tier lower. 4th Tian Yen affiliation, Heavenly Court, reward, immortal tier lower. Flowing Sands headquarters. Qi Lian looked at the ranking and murmured. So the man that Sister Purple Woman followed away was the war god. She actually ranked 7th. Thinking of this, Qi Lian secretly glanced at Wei Zhuang in front. Wei Zhuang used to have a good relationship with Purple Woman. Now seeing an old friend unknowingly leave him far behind with Wei Zhuang's pride, it must be hard. Especially that Vixen Tide, which actually ranked 6th. She must have seduced the war god no end and eaten many of his great supplements. Qi Lian cursed inwardly with a hint of jealousy. That was envy and jealousy. Purple Woman Tide Witch. Wei Zhuang's hand gripping shark tooth bulged with veins, his mind already in turmoil. These two. One was his friend, the other his enemy. He knew them both well. Once. He was the undisputed protagonist. Now. He had not only been surpassed by his former friend, but also by an enemy he once dismissed. Sad. Mushroom. The war god. What kind of divine power does he have? Not only is he powerful himself, but he can also casually help others become strong. He continued to watch the ranking. Without any surprises, they should all be assassins of the Heavenly Court. Indeed. Assassin ranking 3rd Luoxian affiliation, Heavenly Court, a reward, immortal tier middle, Ice Heart Sacred Art, can cultivate to become an immortal ageless. 2nd Jing and I affiliation, Heavenly Court, a reward, immortal tier middle, enlightenment ancient tea, can help people attain enlightenment 10 times the effect of enlightenment tea. 1st Yanfei affiliation, Heavenly Court, a reward, immortal tier middle, golden crow feather garment refined from the feathers of the divine beast, golden crow, impervious to water and fire, unparalleled defense, enhances fire attribute affinity, improves constitution. My god. All 37 top assassins, except the Empress of Huan Yin Palace, are from the Celestial Court. Long live the Empress. She has brought glory to all the other assassins in the 9 provinces. Where the hell did the celestial court come from? Isn't Yan Fei the leader of the deathless divine soldiers under the martial god? How could she also be an assassin of the celestial court? And what about Jing Yan'ai, the leader of the invisible ghost soldiers? Tian Yan, the leader of the divine eye laser soldiers? Yan Lingji, the leader of the fire dragon explosion soldiers? And Xiao Nuyao, the leader of the beast tide soldiers? Could it be that the celestial court was founded by the martial god? Who exactly is the martial god? He has dominated the divine weapons ranking, the legion ranking, and the assassin ranking of the 9 provinces. Do you think the martial god will also dominate the beauty ranking? Impossible. The beauty ranking doesn't just depend on cultivation and strength. It also requires talent, appearance, and temperament. Why would it be impossible? Someone like Jade Lady is sure to be on the beauty ranking, and she belongs to the celestial court. In other words, she's likely one of the martial god's subordinates, or even his secret lover. How dare you insult my goddess? Draw your sword. The assassin ranking was announced. The 9 provinces erupted. Though the world knew little about the sudden emergence of the celestial court, based on the identities of Yan Fei, Jing Yan'ai, and others, they knew that the celestial court was intimately connected to the martial god of Great Qin. Some even believed the celestial court was founded by the martial god. At that moment, whether emperors, nobles, or rogues of the Jianghu, all engraved the name of the martial god deep in their hearts. They understood that whether they were willing to admit it or not, the martial god would become a legend. Not just a legend of Zhongzhou Great Qin, but a legend of the entire 9 provinces. Xianying Chancellor's mansion. Yushin stood gracefully, her dreamy eyes behind a veil fixed on Yan Fei, who topped the assassin ranking. What benefits did she gain from the martial god to become the #1 assassin in the 9 provinces? Yushin felt immense pressure. Although the assassin ranking was not a cultivation ranking, there were countless assassins in the 9 provinces. To be ranked first, her strength was self-evident. Could she have already reached the land immortal realm? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yushin shook her head. Even with the martial god's help, she refused to believe Yan Fei could have advanced to land immortal so quickly. Assassination is about the art of killing. The ultimate goal is to eliminate the target using any means necessary, delivering a fatal blow when the enemy is off guard. The assassin ranking does not reflect true strength. It's merely a ranking among assassins. The martial god's invisible ghost soldiers indicate they possess a formidable stealth technique. With such a technique, Yan Fei and her team can assassinate targets with unmatched efficiency, surpassing other assassins and topping the ranking. That is hardly surprising. What Yushin could deduce, many others could as well. In Tianzhou Sui dynasty, the massive and imposing Yuan Tiangong, clad in a black robe and a bamboo hat, stood atop a mountain peak with his hands behind his back. The Bu Liangren I created are not entirely assassins, and I myself am not a true assassin. I never sneak attack or use poison. Yuan Tiangong realized and finally understood why he was only ranked 38th. He was already at the land immortal level. Could all 37 assassins above him be land immortals? That was utterly impossible. For instance, that woman from Huanin Palace. He knew her well. Given her talent, she would at most reach land immortal in her lifetime, and the chance of even that was extremely slim. It was even less likely that she had already become a land immortal. Yet the Empress of Huanin Palace ranked 10th on the assassin ranking. Now it seemed she owed her position to her beauty and some special assassination techniques. Tongguan Hall. Saint Lord Li Siyuan's eyes flickered as he mused. That woman, the Empress, might have encountered some luck, but her strength couldn't have surged so dramatically. She must be highly skilled in assassination, like the martial god's invisible ghost soldiers who can turn invisible. The Celestial Court's assassins rank so high because the martial god taught them the invisible ghost soldier technique. Being able to turn invisible allows them to sneak and assassinate, poison, and so on. Naturally, their success rate is high, and their ranking in the assassin ranking is only reasonable. Li Siyuan realized that this was the assassin ranking, not the strength ranking. A high ranking didn't necessarily mean formidable strength. It only indicated superior assassination skills and a high success rate in killing targets. Just like Lin Xianer on the beauty ranking. If she were an assassin using her beauty to kill, she might even rank among the top 10 despite having no martial arts skills. Now that woman, the Empress, has obtained the immortal grade illusory sound immortal art. Once she cultivates it successfully, her strength will skyrocket, and I might truly be no match for her. Currently, even though she ranks higher than me on the assassin ranking, she may not be my equal in a fight. If I kill her, will I take her place, rank 10th, and receive the immortal grade reward? Recalling that Lin Xianer died on the beauty ranking and Sun Xiuqing replaced her, the golden ranking also awarded Sun Xiuqing a beauty-preserving pill. Li Siyuan's heart pounded violently. That was an immortal grade reward. Whether to nip the Empress in the bud or to potentially improve his own ranking, Li Siyuan made his decision. He would gather the elite of Tunguen Hall and destroy Huan Yin Palace and the Empress. Otherwise, once the Empress mastered the immortal grade illusory sound immortal art, he would have no chance at all. He was not alone. Underworld Emperor Zhu Yugui of the Shenming sect, and even Yuan Tiangang of the Buliangren were all preparing to move against Huan Yin Palace. Assassins across the land were also stirring. As assassins they were all proud and reckless, willing to risk their necks. Even if danger loomed they would still try. After all, high risk meant high reward. Boom, boom, boom. But before the assassins could act, the ranking board, which had just displayed the assassin ranking, trembled again and blazed with light. Everyone looked on curiously. A new ranking appeared beside the assassin ranking, assassin organization ranking. Holy crap, there's an assassin organization ranking too. No need to guess. The Celestial Court will be first. Huan Yin Palace should be second. It's hard to say for others. It's an organization ranking after all, focusing on the whole, not individuals. In that case, Huan Yin Palace might not even be second. After all, it seems the Empress is the only pillar there, while the rest are nothing special. Let's just keep watching. Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, beams of light converged. Assassin Organization ranking 10th. Quicksand Leader Wei Zhuang, Reward Leader, receives 1 Heaven Grade Lower Returning Origin Pill. All Quicksand members receive 1 Earth Grade Lower Qi Refining Pill. 9th Azure Garret Leader Huaxiao, Reward Leader, receives 2 Heaven Grade Lower Returning Origin Pills. All Azure Garret members receive 2 Earth Grade Lower Qi Refining Pills. 8th Ghost Manor Leader Old Knife Handle, Reward Leader, receives Heaven Grade Medium Ghost Finger. All Ghost Manor members receive Earth Grade Medium Divine Wind Blade. Assassin Organization ranking. My Tunguen Hall should at least be in the top 3. Saint Lord Li Siyuan's eyes lit up. His Tunguen Hall boasted numerous experts, including himself, the Sub-Saint Li Sijao and the Cross Gate Masters. Unlike those women of Huan Yin Palace with their 9 heavenly saintesses, most of them were frauds. In the Shenming sect, Underworld Emperor Zhu Yugui was also overjoyed. He hadn't expected an organization ranking, which was essentially a bonus for his Shenming sect. 7th, Tunguen Hall Leader, Saint Lord Reward Leader, receives Heaven Grade Medium 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart Art. All Tunguen Hall members receive Earth Grade Medium Poison Resisting Pill. 6th, a Shenming Sect Leader, Underworld Emperor Reward Leader, receives Heaven Grade Upper 9 Nether Profound Divine Art. All Shenming Sect members receive Earth Grade Upper Shenming Palm. My Tunguen Hall is only 7th. That I can accept the Shenming sect, but those women from Huan Yin Palace are actually ranked above me. Li Siyuan was dumbfounded. Although he was pleased with the 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart Art, he didn't like the ranking. Underworld Emperor Zhu Yugui felt the same. Though he now had the complete 9 Nether Profound Divine Art, which would prevent him from going berserk, the ranking was far lower than he had imagined. Let me see which organizations are ahead. Underworld Emperor Zhu Yugui stared intently at the board. 5th, Bu Liangren Leader, Bu Liangshui Reward Leader, receives Heaven Grade Upper Returning Yuan Pill. All Bu Liangren members receive Earth Grade Upper Clear Wind 9 Swords. 4th, Shadow Secret Guard Leader Zhang Han Reward Leader receives Divine Grade Lower Phantom Clones. All Shadow Secret Guard members receive Heaven Grade Lower Shadowless Blade. 3rd, Huan Yin Palace Leader Empress Reward Leader receives Divine Grade Lower Illusory Sound 13 Swords. All Huan Yin Palace members receive Heaven Grade Lower Walking on Snow Without Trace. 2nd, Net Leader Martial King Reward Leader receives Divine Grade Medium Sky Suppressing Soul Severing Finger. All Net members receive Heaven Grade Medium Blood Dripping Sword. 1st, Celestial Court Leader Martial God Reward Leader receives Divine Grade Upper Bodhi Tea. All Celestial Court members receive Heaven Grade Upper Blood Origin Pill. Damn, the Celestial Court is first, no problem. Huan Yin Palace is 3rd or even 2nd. That's fine since the Empress is 10th on the assassin ranking. But how did the Net and the Shadow Secret Guard, both bottom feeders, rank so high? Probably because the Net and Shadow Secret Guard have strong overall strength. I've heard both organizations serve the Qin Empire. I really want to join the Celestial Court. Even ordinary members get Heaven Grade Upper rewards. Who knows if the Celestial Court even has ordinary members? Maybe it's all experts inside. I'm so envious of the Martial God. He's getting Divine Grade and Immortal Grade rewards left and right. Who isn't? Just looking at those rewards makes me green with envy. The world was buzzing with discussion, especially filled with envy and jealousy toward the Martial God. And Zhao Wu, who was in Lolan, was also slightly stunned as he looked at the assassin organization ranking. 2 of his alternate identities had appeared on it. But thinking about it, it made sense. Ying Zheng had handed over the Net to him, and he managed it as the Martial King. Everyone knew that the current leader of the Net was Zhao Wu. And when he established the Celestial Court, he used the alias Martial God. All Celestial Court members knew him as the Martial God. Therefore, on the Golden ranking, it was understandable that the Celestial Court's leader was the Martial God. The martial king has become two people. The high priestess smiled softly, her breath fragrant as orchid. Congratulations, martial king, on obtaining the sky-suppressing soul-severing finger, and the Bodhi tea. Would you like to try the sky-suppressing soul-severing finger? Zhao Wu held the high priestess's warm supple body, gazing at her exquisite rosy cheeks, and chuckled. How? I'm no match for the martial king. The high priestess blinked, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. I'll teach you. Zhao Wu suddenly smiled. He gave the high priestess some guidance. Stop. The high priestess's eyes were like water, her long shapely legs pressed together. She looked at Zhao Wu with a reproachful gaze and pouted. You always love to bully me. Isn't that what you like? Ah. While Zhao Wu was instructing the high priestess on the newly acquired sky-suppressing soul-severing finger, the 9 provinces were also in turmoil. Countless confident assassins sought out those on the ranking intending to kill them and claim their own place for rewards. Yuan Tiangang of the Buliangren underworld, Emperor Zhu Yugui of the Shenming sect, and Saint Lord Li Siyuan of Tunguen Hall led their elite forces toward Huan Yin Palace. The possession of a precious treasure invited disaster. The Empress's immortal grade reward was too tempting. Even Yuan Tiangang couldn't resist. Besides, if the Empress were not eliminated now, she would pose a greater threat in the future. Regardless, they did not want to see the Empress grow stronger because of the assassin ranking rewards. One day later, Yuan Tiangang, Zhu Yugui, Li Siyuan, and their followers finally arrived at the Huan Yin Palace headquarters in Fengxiang. Today is the Empress's death day. Tianzhou, Qi State, Fengxiang, the headquarters of the Mystic Sound Pavilion. It was a colossal towering structure, grand and majestic. Jade towers and pavilions stretched endlessly. Lanterns and silk curtains shimmering with a myriad of colors illuminated the pavilions and terraces, as bright as day, breathtakingly beautiful like a celestial realm on earth. Shwa shwa shwa. Suddenly figures like phantoms burst in, startling the guardians of the Mystic Sound Pavilion. A host of cold, beautiful women wielding long swords charged from all directions, attacking the intruders. Bang 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 bang. Yet they came as swiftly as they were repelled. The intruders possessed terrifying strength far beyond their match. Empress, why not show yourself? A domineering, icy voice rang out. A dwarf-like man no taller than a 3-year-old child with 2 horns on his head strode in with his hands behind his back, followed by his powerful subordinates. He was Zhu Yugui, the Dark Emperor of the Netherworld sect. How dare you? A cold, commanding voice echoed from the depths of the pavilion. Dozens of disciples of the Mystic Sound Pavilion filed out, lining up on both sides. Then a tall, graceful, alluring figure appeared. She was the Empress of the Mystic Sound Pavilion. Her jade-like hand held a purple long sword. The Purple Dawn Sword, ranked 19th on the divine weapon list of the 9 provinces. The Empress's features were exquisitely delicate, with 2 red marks between her brows. Her brows and eyes were like a painting, breathtakingly beautiful. Her limpid eyes sparkled like stars. She was tall, with an oval face, skin fairer than snow, so delicate it seemed to break at a touch. A red ribbon bound her forehead. Her hair was styled high, adorned with a long, straight golden phoenix crown, and hairpins with a single lock of hair cascading down her back. She was barefoot, her long, slender legs white and smooth, irresistibly eye-catching, exuding the aura of a seductive, majestic queen. Yet every gesture revealed a ruthless, decisive edge. Zhu Yugui, what brings you here? The Empress looked down at the Dark Emperor, who barely reached her chin, and sneered. Being ugly isn't your fault, but coming out to scare people is. Sharp-tongued wench. Zhu Yugui looked up at the tall Empress standing before him, deeply displeased. Though he had taken the Vitality Creation Pill from the Assassin Rankings reward, which cured the aftereffects of forcefully cultivating the lower volume of the 9 Nether Dark Divine Art, his body still needed time to recover. It would take about half a year before he could regain a normal human form and become a true man. Your 10th place on the Assassin ranking. I want it. Despite his short stature, Zhu Yugui's presence was formidable. With the Vitality Creation Pill and the complete 9 Nether Dark Divine Art, his cultivation had advanced to the mid-stage of the Heavenly Realm, boosting his confidence immensely. You! The Empress cast a disdainful glance at the tiny, frightening figure before her, then looked aside. Or perhaps your men. The King of Qi is indeed formidable, no wonder you rank 10th on the Assassin ranking. A gentle, cultured voice sounded. Li Siyuan, the Saint Lord of the Tunguen Hall, appeared with his experts. Li Siyuan was dressed as a white-robed scholar, appearing gentle and refined, but in truth, he was cunning, treacherous, and ruthless. Li Siyuan. Zhu Yugui hadn't expected Li Siyuan to arrive so soon. Neither the Empress nor Li Siyuan was easy to deal with. Alone he feared none. But he wasn't arrogant enough to take on 2. Though Li Siyuan's purpose here was surely the same as his, and he wouldn't ally with the Empress, his presence added many variables. You're also after the Empress's 10th place on the Assassin ranking. In that case, why don't we join forces to kill her, then settle the score between us? How about it? Zhu Yugui pondered and proposed. With Li Siyuan present, he couldn't attack the Empress first and let Li Siyuan reap the benefits. Dark Emperor, you jest. I have only two purposes here today: first to congratulate the King of Qi on her fame, and second to seek a few pointers from her. Li Siyuan gently shook his folding fan, speaking with an air of refinement. Li Siyuan, why play the hypocrite in front of us? Who doesn't know who you are? Aren't you tired? Zhu Yugui mocked, full of contempt. Li Siyuan's expression remained unchanged, still gentle and refined. He smiled. But the King of Qi's martial arts are formidable. I admit I'm no match, so I'll have to join forces with the Dark Emperor to seek her guidance. Hypocrite. The Empress parted her crimson lips, spitting out two words. As her voice fell, clang, the purple dawn sword was drawn an inch. In an instant, a terrifying sword aura soared into the sky, shattering the dark clouds. At that moment, the Empress's aura transformed like a divine sword unsheathed. Sharp, fierce, and domineering, as if it could slice through the 9 heavens. Zhu Yogui's heart tightened. He activated the 9 nether dark divine art tendrils of black energy, swirling around him, as if the 9 nether hell had descended, chilling the air. A bone-piercing cold, Li Siyuan activated the supreme saintly pure art, his sharp eyes fixed on the Empress. Boom! Suddenly an overwhelming, terrifying sword force erupted. Under this sword force, the water and fire judges, and the 5 kings of hell experts of the Netherworld sect brought by Zhu Yogui stiffened, as if trapped in an endless mountain of swords, unable to move. Dark Emperor Zhu Yugui felt an unprecedented dread. His warrior's instincts told him death was approaching. Before he could react, a sword light that chilled the 9 provinces suddenly blazed. All the experts were stunned, frozen. In Li Siyuan's eyes there was only a light. A white light, an indescribable white light. Dazzling beyond measure. Fierce beyond measure. Sharp beyond measure. Domineering beyond measure. This light filled his entire consciousness, chilling him to the bone. A cold chill pierced to the marrow. The sword's edge could not be faced. You! Dark Emperor Zhu Yogui's body suddenly trembled, his eyes wide with reluctance and resignation. What is this sword called? A single sword to sever the world. Boom! As the words fell, Dark Emperor Zhu Yogui's body split from the forehead, cleaved in two. From the Empress to behind Zhu Yogui, a sword scar hundreds of meters long remained. Immeasurably deep, the water and fire judges and the 5 kings of hell 7 experts brought by Zhu Yogui didn't even utter a word before being shattered by the residual sword energy. One sword, the Netherworld sect's experts, wiped out. The world fell into utter silence. Li Siyuan and the experts of the Tunguen Hall, who had been about to act, now all held their breath, frozen to the bone. The 9 heavenly saintesses of the Mystic Sound Pavilion Ji Rushue and other experts felt overwhelming excitement after their shock. Victory! Their Empress had slain all the invading Netherworld sect experts, including the Dark Emperor, with a single sword. She was truly formidable. King of Qi, this sword strike is truly unparalleled. I admit defeat and will seek your guidance another day. Li Siyuan cupped his hands, ready to slip away. Escape! Li Siyuan, do you think my Mystic Sound Pavilion is a place you can come and go as you please? The Empress's sharp gaze fell upon Li Siyuan, and instantly it was as if a mountain bore down on him, making him feel suffocated. Only Zhao Wu could bear the weight of this mountain. Ordinary men could not handle it. What does the King of Qi want? Li Siyuan, though terrified of the Empress's power, was not about to wait for death. Moreover, his subordinates like Li Sijao and Li Tsuanxiao were not comparable to the water and fire judges and the 5 kings of hell, who were mere frauds. If you can survive one sword from me, I will spare your lives. The Empress raised the purple dawn sword with her jade hand like a sovereign overlooking the 8 wastelands, holding the power of life and death over all beings dominating the world. Li Siyuan's heart sank. His strength was similar to Dark Emperor Zhu Yogui's. It would be difficult to survive a single sword. He exchanged glances with Li Sijao and Li Tsuanxiao. They made a decision. Combine their strength. Endure the Empress's sword, then break through. Kill! Li Siyuan, Li Sijao, and the others fought with all their might. Their vast true qi surged like a mighty river. Li Tsuanzhong, with his mountain-like burly frame, stood in front to serve as a meat shield. Heavenly mandate sword art. The Empress's eyes were cold and fierce. She swung her sword, as if wielding the mandate of heaven, executing divine judgment. The heavens trembled. The earth quaked. In that instant, all that remained in everyone's minds was a dazzling light like a peerless empress, looking down upon the mortal world. Sword in one hand, executing divine judgment. Judging all beings. Rip! Li Tsuanxiao's mountain-like body was torn apart, crashing to the ground. Blood spurted. Li Siyuan's head flew into the air. Li Sijiao's head fell to the ground. One sword. All the Tunguen Hall experts were annihilated. The Empress stood with her sword peerlessly elegant. Her beautiful eyes held no joy from slaying powerful enemies, but rather a trace of reminiscence. In a daze, she seemed to see an extraordinary transcendent figure approaching her, accompanying her in sword dance. teaching her the way of the sword. Together with her, clap, 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 excellent, such a single sword to sever the world, such a heavenly mandate sword art. With a voice of admiration, a robust man shrouded in a black robe, and wearing a bamboo hat, his aura vast and deep as the ocean, clapped his hands and strode through the air. Walking on air, a terrestrial immortal. Grand Marshal of the Unruly. The Empress looked up. In the void, a towering, profound figure stood with hands behind his back, striding through the air. Each step was steady and powerful. Each step was as weighty as a mountain. Each step seemed to tread upon her chest. Suffocating, immensely strong. I never expected the King of Qi to be so deeply hidden. Not only has his cultivation reached the Earth Immortal realm, but he also wields such formidable sword techniques. Grand Marshal Yuan Tiangang halted 30 meters above the Empress, his voice tinged with surprise. He had thought the Empress ranked 10th on the assassin list, due to her lethal assassination skills. He never imagined her personal cultivation would be so terrifying, yet he was confident in his own strength. Even if the Empress had ascended to Earth Immortal, he was not afraid. Grand Marshal Yuan Tiangang, I have long heard of your fame. The Empress gazed at Yuan Tiangang calmly, her expression utterly unperturbed, even though he was an Earth Immortal. Since breaking through to the Spirit Void realm, I have never sparred with anyone. Today I shall exchange insights with the King of Qi. Yuan Tiangang clenched his right hand into a fist. The moment his fingers tightened, the void suddenly collapsed inward, as if he had grasped the very momentum of wind and clouds. He clenched his fist. Swing it. Simple, direct, domineering, ferocious. Carrying a terrifying gale and sharp energy. It smashed straight toward the Empress's chest. Boom! The Empress raised her sword and slashed. A terrifying sword aura erupted like a volcano surging forth. The sharp sword light collided with the overbearing fist seal. Terrifying true qi spread. Astonishing gale raged. Yuan Tiangang and the Empress were both knocked back a step. Then they clashed again. In the blink of an eye they exchanged dozens of moves. Sword light filled the sky, colliding with fist radiance from all directions, relentless sonic explosions roaring. One pavilion after another shattered into countless fragments. The earth was riddled with scars as if plowed. Countless sword marks and fist prints tore the ground apart. Shocking to the eye, so powerful. Yuan Tiangang was secretly astonished. As a fellow newly ascended Earth Immortal, he had thought he could overpower the Empress. Yet they were evenly matched. The Empress was in no way inferior to him. Heavenly guiding Big Dipper fist. Yuan Tiangang gathered all his true qi, and behind him an extraordinary phenomenon appeared. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper shone brilliantly, condensing into a heaven-shaking punch. This punch carried a majestic momentum, covering the 6 directions, suppressing the 8 wilds. It descended from the heavens, crushing down upon the Empress. Destiny Sword Dao. The Empress's sword swept across the sky, but to Yuan Tiangang's surprise, instead of blocking the punch, she charged directly at him. She was going to trade injury for injury, a mutual destruction tactic. Damn, this crazy woman. Yuan Tiangang couldn't help cursing inwardly. It wasn't a desperate situation. Why was she so reckless? Unfortunately, he had just thrown his full-powered punch and couldn't withdraw it now. Nor could he block this sudden lethal sword strike. He could only endure it, trading wounds for wounds. I'm not afraid either. Yuan Tiangang hardened his heart. His fist seal streaked through the air and slammed heavily into the Empress's gracefully curved chest. Boom! Terrifying true qi erupted, blood splattered across the sky. The Empress's chest robe was instantly stained red, and her exquisite figure flew backward like a broken kite. Empress! Ji Rushue and the 9 heavens' saintly consorts cried out, rushing toward the Empress. Rip! At the moment the Empress was struck, the terrifying sword qi of the Destiny Sword Dao pierced through Yuan Tiangang's chest. Had he not desperately twisted aside at the last moment, that sword would have pierced his heart. Even so, he was severely wounded. Cough, cough. Mouthfuls of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs were coughed up. Yuan Tiangang's eyes were filled with shock. His heart still raced with fear. He never expected the Empress to be so ruthless. She was going all out against him. Why must you do this? With your strength I cannot defeat you nor you me. Why force us both to suffer? Yuan Tiangang circulated his energy to heal his wounds, while gazing at the Empress he had knocked away. He truly couldn't understand. He had never had any dealings with the Empress before. He hadn't toyed with her body, nor deceived her feelings. Why was she acting like this? Indeed, a woman's heart is as unfathomable as the ocean floor. He had no idea what she was thinking. Both suffer. The Empress rose to her feet, gently wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Despite her disheveled appearance, her aura was steady, not even diminished compared to before. You cannot harm me. The Empress pressed her left hand against her heaving chest, where a talisman given by that scoundrel was hidden. The dog talisman. Not only did it grant her eternal youth and immortality, but it also rendered all fatal attacks harmless. Yuan Tiangang frowned. The Empress did not seem severely injured. How was that possible? His fist had landed squarely on her body. Even an Earth Immortal would be gravely wounded or even killed. The Empress could not be unscathed. She must be faking composure. Die! Without another word, the Empress swung her sword, sending a meter-long sword aura, slashing at Yuan Tiangang. Impossible! Yuan Tiangang's pupils contracted. The aura and power showed no sign of weakness. Could it be that the Empress truly was not seriously injured, having taken his full-force strike? She was fine. Though puzzled, there was no time to think. Gritting his teeth, Yuan Tiangang burned 30 years of his lifespan to forcibly restore his combat power, blocked the Empress's attack and fled. Empress, should we pursue? The Nine Heavens' saintly consort stepped forward, looking in the direction Yuan Tiangang had fled, and asked urgently. No need. The Empress waved her hand. They could never catch up to Yuan Tiangang. Moreover, he was not only skilled in martial arts but also well-versed in various esoteric arts. Even if she pursued him personally, she might not be able to catch him. Dispose of the corpses. After giving the order, the Empress returned to her bedchamber in the illusory Sound Palace and lay down on the bed she loved most. With one hand she stroked her pet cat Megua, while the other toyed with the dog talisman. She felt very tired. She longed for someone to stand before her, to shield her from the storms around. A heroic figure emerged in her mind. Bastard. Big jerk. It's been so long and you haven't come to see me. Humph, don't think leaving a dog talisman will make me forgive you. The more the Empress thought, the angrier she grew. Her hands involuntarily tightened as if gripping that big jerk. Meow. Megua yowled, its big eyes full of grievance. Why are you petting me? And so hard. It hurts. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Lulan, the imperial palace. Achoo! Zhao Wu sneezed and muttered. Who's talking about me again? The martial king is divinely martial and charming, enchanting countless maidens. The high priestess's eyes sparkled, her red lips parted gently, her breath like orchid. Her voluptuous figure exuded feminine allure and mature charm. Have I enchanted you? Zhao Wu pulled the beautiful woman's soft warm body into his arms, kissed her forehead and smiled lightly. The high priestess said nothing, her gaze involuntarily drifting to the rumpled bedding beneath them. This person is already the martial king's. The high priestess cast Zhao Wu a flirtatious sidelong glance enough to stir the heart and send the soul soaring. Gazing at her exquisite face and those expressive amorous eyes, Zhao Wu felt his previously cooled heart grow hot again. Especially when his eyes caught the glaring red mark on the silk sheet. His breathing quickened. What a soul-stirring enchantress. Zhao Wu lowered his head and pulled the beauty tightly into his embrace. While Zhao Wu reveled in beauty, wine, and pleasure in the neighboring Shenzhou Great Yuan, the Han Manor. Today the Han Manor was especially lively. Not only did their family produce a great beauty ranked 19th on the beauty list Han Ji, but even more exciting was that Han Ji had caught the eye of the Yuan Emperor. The Han family was merely a minor noble in the Yuan kingdom. For a woman of their clan to be favored by the Yuan Emperor. What immense glory. Before the beauty list was announced, they had intended to offer Han Ji as a concubine to the Prince of Ruyang. Now they had risen directly to prominence. Upon receiving the news from above, the entire Han family was overjoyed and ecstatic. Because the Yuan Emperor was in a hurry, the Han family dared not delay in the slightest. They had Han Ji pack briefly and handed her over to the envoy sent by the higher-ups. The envoy received Han Ji and immediately escorted her to the Yuan capital. To avoid any mishap, the minister in charge Gu Beihan not only dispatched 1,000 cavalry, but also sent the great disciple of Demon Master Pangban Lang Yen to ensure her safety. Lang Yen, originally at the peak of Grandmaster, had taken advantage of the 9 provinces unification and Pangban's guidance to break through to the Heavenman realm. With his escort it was foolproof. In truth, within the great Yuan territory few dared to rob someone the Yuan Emperor wanted. But this time the person was the beauty list's Han Ji, famed far and wide. It was hard to guarantee some reckless fool would not attempt something. Therefore, Gu Beihan had sent Lang Yen. To ensure no accidents occurred, the Yuan Emperor had given him a death order if he failed to deliver Han Ji and Ding Minjun to the imperial harem within 10 days, his own head would roll. He had to be cautious. Han Ji was one matter. For Ding Minjun, Gu Beihan directly dispatched dozens of experts and 20,000 cavalry to the Amei sect to demand her. If the Amei sect refused, they would raze it to the ground. If the 19th ranked beauty is already this stunning, what must the top 10 or even the first ranked beauty be like? The escorting General Zhang Yuan sighed in admiration. Although he had seen Han Ji on the beauty list before seeing her in person, still left him dazzled. They must be peerless, eclipsing all other beauties. Lang Yen said calmly, tomorrow the beauty list will reveal the 17th and 18th ranks. It should be a feast for the eyes. Indeed, even though we can never touch the beauties on the list, just seeing them is enough. I truly can't wait for tomorrow. Zhang Yuan looked up at the golden list spanning the void, his eyes filled with anticipation. The only regret was that the images of the beauties on the list appeared only during the announcement and had now vanished. Pity you won't see tomorrow. Just as Zhang Yuan finished speaking, a calm, indifferent voice came from a large tree branch nearby. Who? Leng Yan was alarmed. As a Heavenman realm expert, how could someone be so close without him noticing? Protect Han Ji! Zhang Yuan shouted immediately. The 1,000 cavalry swiftly surrounded Han Ji's carriage, drawing their gleaming curved blades alert on all sides. Now, they all saw a person. A man. He held a sword in his arms, a stalk of dogtail grass between his teeth, sitting leisurely on a branch of the large tree, relaxed and carefree. It seemed he had been waiting for them here. Malice was afoot. The same thought rose in everyone's mind. Leng Yan involuntarily tightened his grip on his soul-snatching sting. Zhang Yuan looked at the man on the branch, not attacking immediately but threatening. Who are you? How dare you obstruct the Great Yuan Iron Cavalry? His primary task was to ensure Han Ji reached the Yuan capital safely, unless necessary. He wanted to avoid complications. The Great Yuan Iron Cavalry. The man on the branch spat out the dogtail grass, twisted his neck, rose lazily, and glanced at them dismissively. Leave Han Ji and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, death without mercy. Arrogant. Leng Yan was furious upon hearing his words. Did he truly think he was made of clay? And he even dared to say no mercy. Die! The terrifying aura of the heavenly man realm burst forth from Leng Yan, shattering the sky. The soul-stealing spike in his hand moved with eerie speed, striking straight for the enemy's heart. So fast. Zhang Yuan saw only a flash of light, a piercing chill reaching his bones, and he was secretly horrified. He was a grandmaster, but if Leng Yan had struck at him, he would have died without even knowing how. So this is the might of a heavenly man. This brat dares to steal the emperor's woman. He truly doesn't know his place. Zhang Yuan sneered inwardly, breathing a slight sigh of relief. Yet the next moment his gaze froze. What did he see? He saw the young man who had been chewing on a dogtail grass, had at some point already drawn his sword. The long sword plunged straight into Leng Yan's chest, pinning him in midair. This? How is it possible? Zhang Yuan was stunned. He hadn't even seen how the opponent struck. The great disciple of Demon Master Pang Ban, the heavenly man realm Leng Yan, was pierced in the air with a single sword. You? Who are you? Feeling his life rapidly draining away, Leng Yan stared at the young man, never expecting that he couldn't even block a single sword strike. Remember, when you reach the underworld, don't get the name wrong. I am Duan Lang. With a tearing sound, blood sprayed. Duan Lang pulled out his sword. Leng Yan's pupils contracted and his body crashed heavily to the ground, already dead. Duan Lang. Zhang Yuan's eyes flickered with thought upon hearing this. The name seemed familiar, but he couldn't recall it at the moment. It's him. He is an assassin of the heavenly court. Ranked 21st on the assassin list. Exclamations arose behind Zhang Yuan, snapping him back to reality. His eyes showed fear. It's him. Zhang Yuan suddenly realized, staring fixedly at Duan Lang, and said in a deep voice, Master Duan, Lady Han Ji is the one personally requested by Emperor Yuan. Please grant us this convenience. If you anger the Emperor Yuan, even if you are an assassin of the heavenly court backed by the martial god, it won't be easy to explain. Enough noise. A sword light flashed like a startled swan. A blood stain appeared on Zhang Yuan's neck, blood gushing out. His terrified eyes glared at Duan Lang with unwillingness, and he fell from his horse with a thud. Do I need to explain my actions to Emperor Yuan? You're not worthy to utter my master's name. Ha! Duan Lang spat disdainfully, raised his head, and looked at the 1,000 terrified and panicked Yuan cavalry. Since your general is dead, you may as well join him. Duan Lang tightened his grip on the sword hilt. Boom! His entire being transformed into a divine sword, and his powerful true chi surged like a rolling torrent. A shocking, murderous intent and bone-piercing icy sword chi enveloped the world. Duan Lang was like a blazing sun illuminating the surroundings. Eclipse sun sword art. Infinite scorching sword chi erupted from him, filling the sky with terrifying sharpness. Ah! Flee! Flee! He's not human. Upon seeing Leng Yan and their commander cut down in one strike, the 1,000 Yuan Iron Cavalry fell into chaos, their will to fight shattered, fleeing in terror. Boom! 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 Thousands of sword chi slashed down from the sky. One by one, Yuan cavalrymen and horses were cleaved in two. Blood splattered, severed limbs flew, and the ground quickly turned red. General Zhang, what's happening? Amidst the countless screams and wails, Lady Han Ji in the carriage couldn't help but open the window to look outside. The next moment her eyes froze. Her rosy and delicate cheeks turned pale, and her voluptuous, graceful body trembled. Ah! A deafening scream erupted, somehow drowning out the surrounding cries. However, the surrounding screams and wails lasted less than a minute before falling completely silent. Not a single one of the 1,000 cavalry escaped. All were slaughtered by Duanlang. Clang! The long sword sheathed Duanlang landed lightly on Lady Hanji's carriage. Giddy up! Duanlang grabbed the reins and drove the carriage away, disappearing into the distance. Inside the carriage, Lady Hanji's body trembled, her mind replaying the sounds she had just heard. Is Duanlang the assassin ranked 21st? What does he want by kidnapping me? What should I do? In the carriage, Hanji was restless, her mind in turmoil. Every second was torture. Oh, finally, after who knows how long, the carriage stopped. Duanlang opened the carriage door and looked in. What do you want? Hanji crossed her arms, which accentuated her proud figure, and stared at him in terror like a frightened rabbit. As expected of a beauty from the beauty list. Though only ranked 19th, she is still a rare beauty. Duanlang glanced and praised. Hanji's body trembled. How could she not understand what he intended? Her fear grew even greater. Seeing this, Duanlang put on what he thought was a friendly smile, and comforted her. Don't be afraid. But his words and smile only made things worse. As soon as he spoke, the fear in Hanji's eyes deepened. Am I that scary? Duanlang wondered. Little did he know that the moment he opened his mouth, Hanji had already imagined the rest of his words. Don't be afraid. Mine is big, just bear with it. Don't be afraid. Master, I'll take good care of you. Don't be afraid. I'll make sure you experience pleasure beyond compare. Don't be afraid. Although puzzled, Duanlang maintained his smile, stepped back, and said gently, Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I'm doing this for your own good. If you go to the palace, at best you'll be a novelty for that old Emperor Yuan, and then you'll spend the rest of your life in desolation like a cold palace concubine. You might even be killed by other concubines in the power struggles. At worst, you'll face death by 1,000 cuts, gouged eyes, severed nose, chopped fingers. With each word Duanlang spoke, Hanji's body trembled more. Horrifying images flooded her mind. She had read many storybooks that depicted palace intrigues, and even worse tortures than cutting off noses and fingers. The thought sent chills down her spine. Then will you be good to me? Hanji was terrified, knowing she couldn't escape. This man was too powerful. 1,000 cavalry and the heavenly man Lang Yen were slaughtered in an instant. So since she couldn't resist, she would cooperate and strive for a better future. Duanlang's smile froze, and he quickly explained, Don't misunderstand. I am not worthy of you, miss. I rescued you from suffering to give you a brighter future. My master, the martial god, is divinely talented and peerlessly handsome, truly the most perfect, extraordinary man in the world. Therefore, I intend to send you to serve my master. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for countless women. If you serve my master diligently, you may receive his rewards, and even immortality is nothing special. Hanji's heart stirred upon hearing this. She finally understood why Duanlang had been so polite to her. He wanted to send her to the martial god. She had seen this many times. It was nothing unusual for lower officials to curry favor with superiors by sending women and gifts. Previously, her father had planned to send her as a concubine to the Prince of Ruyang to ingratiate himself. Martial god. Hanji looked up and saw the shining name at the top of the golden scroll in the sky. Which maiden doesn't have romantic dreams? The martial god was her idol. Thank you, Master Duan. Hanji performed a graceful bow. Master Duan's kindness today Hanji will remember in her heart, and be deeply grateful. I will surely repay you in the future. Now that she was in Duanlang's hands, there was no hope from Emperor Yuan. Moreover, compared to Emperor Yuan, she would rather serve the martial god. Her words of gratitude were naturally meant to make Duanlang more diligent in sending her to the martial god. Only when she was by the martial god's side could she possibly repay Duanlang. Miss Han is too kind. Just call me Duanlang. Duanlang was overjoyed. It seemed Hanji was a clever woman. He didn't need to waste more words. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? Of course, even if Hanji later burned the bridge after crossing and didn't help him, it didn't matter. Because Hanji herself was the gift he was sending to the martial god. As long as the martial god saw his sincerity, that was enough. As for whether Hanji would help him, he didn't insist. It would be best if she spoke well of him. A pillow whisper was far more effective than his own efforts. If she didn't, he couldn't do anything about it. After all, once she became the martial god's woman, she was someone he couldn't afford to offend. I frightened you, Miss Han. I'll take my leave now. Please rest well. If you need anything, just call. Duanlang withdrew from the carriage and continued driving forward. Although Hanji's martial arts are mediocre, her appearance and figure are excellent, and she is intelligent and sensible. The master should like her. I wonder what reward the master will give me. If only I could be rewarded with another talisman containing divine power. Duanlang fantasized. But for now, I need to settle Hanji first. Duan Lang drove the carriage toward a manor he had prepared. Meanwhile, as he left with Han Ji, the news that Lang Yen and 1,000 Yuan cavalry had been completely slaughtered was being rushed to the Yuan capital with utmost urgency. What? Lady Han Ji was kidnapped. The official in charge Gu Beihan stared wide-eyed and fainted. My lord! The surrounding subordinates were shocked and quickly revived him by pinching his philtrum. Lady Han Ji was kidnapped. Who did it? Who exactly? Where is Lang Yen? Where is Zhang Yuan? Where are the 1,000 Yuan iron cavalry? They just watched her being taken away. Gu Beihan was furious and panicked. The Emperor Yuan had only given him a 10-day deadline. Moreover, Han Ji was now in enemy hands. Even if he retrieved her, she would likely be defiled. How could he report back? My lord, Lord Lang Yen, Lord Zhang Yuan, and the 1,000 Yuan iron cavalry have all died for the country. The secretary reported in a low voice. What? All died for the country? Gu Beihan was stunned, his eyes vacant, and he slumped to the ground. I'm finished. This old man is finished. After a long while, Gu Beihan tremblingly made his way to the palace. This matter was too huge. He couldn't cover it up. He must report to Emperor Yuan immediately. What? Lady Han Ji was kidnapped. Lang Yen and 1,000 Yuan iron cavalry were completely annihilated. And you don't even know who the culprit is. What use are you to me? Useless. Trash. A bunch of trash. Emperor Yuan was furious. Han Ji was the one he had personally demanded. She had been taken. He felt as if he saw a vast green pasture above his head. Investigate. Investigate for me. If you don't find the culprit, none of you come back. Get out. Emperor Yuan roared like a madman. Gu Beihan and the other ministers hastily withdrew, trembling with fear. Who is it? I will tear you apart. Emperor Yuan's eyes were fierce like an enraged beast. Amidst the emperor's fury and the court's upheaval, a day passed quietly. Today was the day the beauty list's 17th to 18th rankings would be revealed. Finally, an update. We'll see the 14 beauties of the 9 continents again. I wonder if there will be scandals like Lin Xian'er's. So exciting. I can't wait. In the 9 continents, everyone, including the irritable Emperor Yuan, stared intently at the beauty list in the sky. Excitement. Anticipation. Excitement. Hum. 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 Finally, accompanied by endless radiant light, the beauty list once again revealed names. Great Qin beauty list 17th and 18th, Shuanger Fang Yi Great Yuan beauty list 17th and 18th, Zishan Longwang Ji Xiaofu Great Qin beauty list 17th and 18th, Gongsun Liji Great Priestess Great Sui beauty list 17th and 18th, Qimeng Fujunyu and Fuzhunzuo Great Han beauty list 17th and 18th, Huang Yueying Zhou Great Song beauty list 17th and 18th, Hu Sanyang Az Great Ming beauty list 17th and 18th, Tai Xinlan Ren Yingying. It has appeared. It has appeared. Finally, it has appeared. Who are Shuanger and Fang Yi? I am a Qing native, how have I never heard of them? Isn't the Great Qing without any peerless beauties? Purple Shirt Dragon King. Damn, isn't that the chief of the 4 Dharma Kings of the Ming cult? And she is a stunning beauty. Ranked 17th. Ji Xiaofu. Look at that Taoist robe, another Amei disciple. Amei already has 2 on the list. No wonder it's a sect that only accepts female disciples. The quality is top-notch. Who is Gongsun Liji? High Priestess. Could it be the High Priestess of Lulan? First the Queen of Jingjue and now the High Priestess. King Wu is truly blessed with beauty. Not only that, I've heard that the Queen of Baiyue and the Saintess are also heavenly beauties, peerless and captivating. They might even make the list. Qimeng Fujunyu and Fu Junzuo. 2 people can share 1 spot. Who are they? I, the amorous scholar Ho Shibai, have roamed the Great Sui for years, and seen countless beauties, yet I've never heard of them. Ha ha ha, I never expected my wife Zhangji's lady to be on the beauty list. Congratulations, uncle. Congratulations, aunt. Azi. My disciple Ding Chuanxiu's disciple can also make the beauty list. Congratulations, master. Now that Azi has grown up, she can serve you and repay your great kindness. Ha ha ha, good. Go and summon Azi for me. Run Yingying. This seems to be the saintess of the demonic cult, the daughter of the former cult leader Ren Wuxing. All the people of the 9 continents stared at the beauty list, discussing animatedly. Some beauties were hidden away in deep boudoirs, unknown to anyone, but others were renowned in the martial world. Of course, because the 9 continents had only recently unified, most beauties were only famous within their own continent and country. However, the true, peerless beauties had already spread their fame across the 9 continents. For instance, in the Great Ming there was Zhang Sanyang, whose beauty shines outside, and Yao Yue, whose allure fills the deep palace. Jade Lady Zhang Sanyang was hailed as the #1 beauty under heaven, and Yao Yu was called the peerless enchantress of the world. Their fame had long spread to other continents. At this moment everyone held their breath completely. The most thrilling moment was about to arrive. Sure enough, as the list of the 17th and 18th spots on the beauty list appeared, streaks of extremely brilliant rosy clouds surged, condensing behind the names into graceful figures of breathtaking beauty. First were Shuang'er and Fang Yi of the Great Qin. Both were beauties, but Shuang'er's gentle, obedient, delicate, cute, innocent, and pure image instantly captured the hearts of countless lecherous old perverts. Especially the evaluation in the introduction. Loyal and righteous, gentle and kind, empathetic, clever and sensible, considerate and virtuous, not jealous and unwavering in loyalty, made countless lecherous old perverts' hearts flutter. This truly was the perfect lover. Compared to Shuang'er, Fang Yi, though also beautiful, lost some luster. After Fang Yi and Shuang'er, the images of Ji Xiaofu and the purple shirt Dragon King coalesced. First was Ji Xiaofu, dressed in a white Ame Taoist robe with snow-white skin, a tall and slender figure, graceful and lithe, delicate eyebrows and large eyes, beautiful yet not lacking in heroic spirit. Compared to the earlier Ding Minjun, she was on a completely different level. Ji Xiaofu, outwardly gentle but inwardly strong, daring to love and hate, unwavering in loyalty. Mom, I'm in love. Is it too late to go to Ame and become a disciple? You're dreaming. Warning from Abbess Miju. In the Great Yuan Palace, the Yuan Emperor stared at Ji Xiaofu's graceful figure and ordered, "Bring her back to me as well." No, since Ame already has 2 on the list, there might be a third, a fourth. Bring all the pretty disciples of Ame back to me. Yes, your majesty. The eunuch immediately went to deliver the decree. The Yuan Emperor's gaze fell on the name of the purple shirt Dragon King. Ji Xiaofu was already so beautiful and moving. The purple shirt Dragon King, ranked above Ji Xiaofu, must be even more beautiful. Not only the Yuan Emperor but everyone in the 9 continents stared at the purple shirt Dragon King. The next moment, everyone was stunned. Damn! Who is this old hag? It scared the soul out of me. Could the beauty list be malfunctioning? This old hag can make the list. Feels like my worldview is overturned. Looking at the hunchbacked old woman leaning on a cane on the beauty list, the crowd was startled, unable to believe their eyes. Is this the 17th spot on the Great Yuan beauty list? Is this a joke? Of course. Those who knew the truth about the purple shirt Dragon King, such as the left and right envoys of light of the Ming cult, the 3 Dharma kings, the 5 free warriors, and the 5 elemental flag envoys, were not surprised. They were just somewhat emotional. Think back to the days when the purple shirt Dragon King was at her peak, hailed as the #1 beauty of the martial world. From the left and right envoys of light, the 3 Dharma kings, the 5 free warriors, to the 5 elemental flag envoys, everyone in the Ming cult was captivated by her peerless grace. Now, as the waves of the Yangtze River push forward, new generations replace the old. The purple shirt Dragon King is only ranked 17th. Is this the true face of the purple shirt Dragon King? In the Lulan Palace, the High Priestess Liaoguang looked at the purple shirt Dragon King's hunched old woman appearance and felt doubtful. Of course not. Zhao Wu smiled and said, "This purple shirt Dragon King's original name is Dai Qisi. She is the chief of the 4 Dharma kings of the Great Yuan Ming cult, formerly the saintess of the Persian Ming cult. In her youth she was a stunning beauty, and even now her charm remains. Of course she certainly can't compare to my dear Yaoguang. A man's mouth is a ghost's trick." The High Priestess rolled her eyes at Zhao Wu. If she believed his words, she would be a fool. Zhao Wu, lying on her bed, naturally said she was the most beautiful. If he were lying on another woman's bed, he would certainly say that woman was the most beautiful. Still, she was somewhat curious about Dai Qisi. She stared intently at the beauty list. She believed the beauty list would surely reveal Dai Qisi's true appearance. Sure enough, just as countless people in the 9 continents were questioning the ranking, the image of the purple shirt Dragon King Dai Qisi changed. On the bright summit by the green water pool, purple robes like flowers, a long sword whiter than snow, a temperament like ice, and a proud spirit as cold and fierce as plum blossoms. The purple shirt Dragon King Dai Qisi in a light purple outfit stood on the ice. Truly, she was like a fairy treading on waves, captivating countless heroes and gallants. The people of the 9 continents widened their eyes, drew a cold breath in their hearts, and stared incredulously at the purple-robed figure by the green water pool. Her appearance was peerless, her beauty captivating. Wherever she went, the entire room was illuminated. Her radiant face was dazzling, bright and exquisite beyond compare, 1,000 charms and 100 graces. All the heroes were shaken by her beauty. They fell in love at first sight, captivated at first glance. She could be called the #1 beauty of the martial world, the #1 beauty under heaven. In the water, she was like a fish in the sea, like a dragon in the water. At this moment, everyone finally understood why she was called the Purple Shirt Dragon King. I never thought I would see the Dragon King's former peerless style in my lifetime. On the Zhuoang peak of bright summit, Yang Shao sighed with emotion, as if transported back to the old days, his heart filled with melancholy. Dragon King. Ah! The right envoy of light, Fan Yao, had a complex look in his eyes, a mix of emotions in his heart. In those days he was deeply infatuated, but unfortunately the king had a dream, while the goddess had no heart. In the end, the purple shirt dragon King Dai Qisi's appearance gradually changed, finally settling into middle age. Yet she was still a beautiful woman with skin like congealed fat, almond-shaped eyes and peach blossom cheeks, her face radiant, dignified, and indescribably lovely. In Yenzhou of the Great Han, the young Dai Qisi had not stirred Cao Cao. But now the beautiful middle-aged Dai Qisi made Cao Cao's breath quicken, his eyes gleam, and a faint abnormal flush appear on his face. So beautiful! The surrounding civil and military officials were already used to it. The Lord's little hobby is acting up again. Purple shirt dragon king temperament like ice, proud spirit cold as plum blossoms, her heart of high integrity is truly rare. Her ambition does not yield to men's strong competitive spirit, daring to love and hate, clear in grievances, independent and uncompromising without regrets. So this is the true face of the purple shirt dragon king. If the purple shirt dragon king were 20 years younger, she might have topped the Great Yuan beauty list. Yes, even now her charm is undiminished, even more mature and enchanting, full of allure. Countless lecherous old perverts in the 9 continents discussed excitedly. Especially the transformation of the purple shirt dragon King Dai Qisi from an old crone to a peerless beauty, which made everyone feel like they were on a roller coaster, exclaiming how thrilling it was. So their expectant gazes turned to the Great Qin beauty list. The high priestess holding a scepter stood in the palace, mature and graceful, stunningly beautiful, noble and dignified, hard to look directly at. Gongsun Liji holding a long sword galloped through the martial world, incredibly pure and beautiful, ethereally lovely, heroic and spirited. Countless lecherous old perverts watched with dazed eyes and drooling mouths. The beauties of Great Qin are all so beautiful. Love them, love them. Schwanger of the Great Qin is also good. Isn't the purple shirt dragon king fragrant? Congratulations, you made the list. In the Lulan Palace, Zhao Wu held the high priestess, looking at her misty eyes, and smiled gently. King Wu, who is Gongsun Liji? The high priestess was a bit curious. Gongsun Liji. Zhao Wu looked at the graceful figure on the beauty list and smiled. Jing Ke's assassination of Qin. You've heard of it, right? I've heard of it. It is said that Jing Ke attempted to assassinate the then king of Qin, under the pretext of presenting the map of Yan's Kong region. The divine weapon Canhong he wielded was forged by the first emperor into the divine sword Yuan Hong, which was given to the sword Saint Gainye for his service in protecting the emperor. The high priestess said slowly. Although she lived in Lolan, she was well-read and knowledgeable, and had some understanding of the affairs of Qin. Correct. Zhao Wu nodded. This Gongsun Liji is Jing Ke's junior sister. King Wu seems quite knowledgeable. The high priestess gave a charming smile, her tone meaningful. I know a tiny bit. Zhao Wu smiled faintly. He knew far more than that. He knew very deeply. Gongsun Liji is the mother of the protagonist Jing Tianming in The Legend of Qin. Her beauty was city-toppling. Even in the original story, when Gongsun Liji was pregnant with Jing Ke's child, Emperor Zheng was willing to be a cuckold. This shows how beautiful Gongsun Liji was. And Gainye also betrayed the Qin state because of Jing Tianming, leading to a series of events later. But after Zhao Wu arrived, everything changed. Gongsun Liji was captured by him. Emperor Zheng didn't even have the chance to be a cuckold. And Jing Ke didn't win the beauty's heart. Instead he received a good guy card. I only see you as a senior brother. Disheartened, Jing Ke accepted Yan Dan's proposal to assassinate the king of Qin, Ying Zheng. The wind howls, the Yi River is cold. The brave man sets out never to return. This is also a big favor for Emperor Zheng. Zhao Wu thought to himself. He suddenly felt a sense of immense merit. If I don't enter hell, who will? Gongsun Liji's waters were too deep. Neither Jing Ke nor Emperor Zheng could handle it. While Zhao Wu was speaking, the images of Fu Junyu, Fu Junzuo and Qi Meng were also revealed. The sisters Fu Junyu and Fu Junzuo were cold and stunning, heroic, and spirited like twin lotus flowers, exciting the lecherous perverts who loved sister pairs. Qi Meng's charming cuteness, lively and straightforward nature, especially touched the maiden hearts of countless lecherous perverts. Huang Yueying of the Great Han had an exotic charm, but many couldn't appreciate it. However, Zhou Shi's mature, alluring and soft, mature woman charm made countless men exclaim that they couldn't handle it. Cao Cao of Yenzhou's eyes gleamed like a starving wolf seeing a big white rabbit. My lord, I've heard that this Zhou Shi is the wife of Zhang Ji, who serves under Dong Zhuo. She has long been famous for her beauty. Seeing her now, she is indeed extraordinary. Zhang Ji's wife. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao's eyes brightened even more. A wife, good. A wife. Wonderful. Once he killed Dong Zhuo, he would take Zhou Shi into his collection. Not just Cao Cao. Dong Zhuo, the great demon king, also had gleaming eyes when he saw Zhou Shi. Zhang Ji has such a stunning beauty, and he didn't share her with me. This is not good. This is very not good. Dong Zhuo stared lecherously at Zhou Shi on the beauty list and said, Women are like clothes, brothers are like limbs. I treat Zhang Ji as my limb. Surely Zhang Ji wouldn't be unwilling to lend me his clothes to wear. General Zhang knows that you treat him as your limb. He will surely be moved to tears and willingly offer his clothes to you. Indeed, no matter how beautiful the clothes, they cannot compare to your grace. Zhang Ji will be deeply grateful and offer his clothes. Many of Dongzhu's civil and military officials quickly echoed, flattering him. Li Ru and others felt something was off, but seeing Dongzhu's demeanor, they knew that persuasion would probably be useless. Moreover, in their eyes women were no different from clothes. Surely Zhang Ji wouldn't dare to go against Dongzhu's wishes. Just a woman. Alright. Transmit my order as Grand Chancellor. If Zhang Ji offers his clothes, I will reward him heavily. Dongzhu was overjoyed and commanded. During this time he slept in the imperial bed, enjoying Empress Dowager, he and other consorts, his heart swelling with arrogance. In his eyes, asking for a subordinate's woman. Wouldn't that subordinate be overjoyed and quickly offer his wife to curry favor? A decree was issued from the Chancellor's residence and sent to Zhang Ji's place. At the same time, the images of Hu Sanyang and Azi on the Great Han beauty list coalesced. Azi was about 17 or 18, dressed in purple, lively and beautiful, exquisitely lovely, with large black sparkling eyes full of cunning and mischief. Hu Sanyang, riding a warhorse, had jade-like snow-white skin, a face like a hibiscus, golden armor gleaming with moving scales, and a silver headband with red silk. Her delicate jade hands held 2 precious blades. Such a heroic and dazzling figure, with eyes that cast amorous glances, 1,000 kinds of seduction to be plucked. She galloped her precious horse forward, her frosty blade like wind, ready to cut down officers and soldiers. Her jade cheeks were charming, her battle robe, soaked with sweat, and killing intent surged from her chest and armpits. Soldiers lost their souls, enemies cowered in fear. Truly a heroine among women, a woman who does not yield to men. Damn! Is this Hu Sanyang? She is so cool and beautiful. Those long legs clamping the horse's belly are so slender and powerful. Legs for a year. If they were wrapped around the waist. Hiss! Hu Sanyang's heroic and spirited demeanor as a female general was different from other chivalrous women or noble ladies, making countless lecherous perverts in the 9 continents' eyes light up, and they immediately erupted in excitement. In the great song of Earth Continent, on Qingfeng Mountain, on the second chief's seat, a short, ugly man stared at Hu Sanyang's tall, graceful, curvaceous figure, his eyes gleaming. So beautiful. Truly beautiful. Wang Ying, the second chief of Qingfeng Mountain, nicknamed the Short-Legged Tiger, was drooling. If his short, stout body could plunge into Hu Sanyang's majestic bosom, what would that feel like? Is this Hu Sanyang, the one from Hu family village, nicknamed Yizhang Qing? The Short-Legged Tiger, Wang Ying's lustful heart surged, and he asked his underling bandits. Second chief, that's right. This Hu Sanyang on the beauty list is indeed Yizhang Qing, Hu Sanyang of Hu family village. A somewhat knowledgeable bandit quickly replied. Prepare a grand gift. I, the chief, am going to Hu family village to propose marriage and bring back a wife for the fortress. The Short-Legged Tiger Wang Ying grinned lewdly and shouted orders. Yes, second chief. Congratulations, second chief. The bandits below cheered and quickly flattered him. The Short-Legged Tiger Wang Ying gazed at Hu Sanyang's beautiful, graceful figure, his blood boiling. He looked at the commoner girl he had just seized beneath him. What a world of difference. Why are you crying? Look at yourself. It's your honor that I, the chief, have taken a fancy to you, and you still show a sour face. The Short-Legged Tiger Wang Ying raised his hand and slapped her, then pounced on her. He vented all his anger and lust on this kidnapped commoner girl. Soon the young, inexperienced girl couldn't bear the torture, and was killed by the Short-Legged Tiger Wang Ying. Fuck! The Short-Legged Tiger Wang Ying cursed angrily. She's not even fun. Drag her away. Get me a bowl of hangover soup. Yes, second chief. The underlings responded, not surprised, already accustomed to it. They were not making hangover soup for the first time. It was made from human hearts and livers. If I could grab all the beauties on the beauty list as wives for the fortress, that would be great. The Short-Legged Tiger Wang Ying looked at the beauty list with regret. But thinking of Hu Sanyang, who was not far from him, his regretful eyes filled with anticipation and lechery. Meanwhile, in the western regions of the Great Song, the Star Cult sect, what? Aziz stole the divine wood king tripod and fled. Upon hearing this, the Star Cult old monster Ding Chuanqiu flew into a rage, shaking with anger. Worthless. He waved his feathered fan, and a gust of sinister wind appeared. The disciple who brought the news immediately foamed at the mouth, convulsed a few times, and then stopped breathing. He died of poison. You go and capture Aziz for me. Alive. If you don't bring her back, don't come back either. Ding Chuanqiu was furious and ordered his disciples. Yes, master. The disciples accepted the order and quickly withdrew. Aziz, you cannot escape from the old immortal's palm. Ding Chuanqiu gently shook his feathered fan, a cruel resolve in his heart. He didn't care about Aziz's beauty. But the divine wood king tripod was his treasure. Moreover, AZ had made the beauty list. At the very least she would receive a treasure no less than a heaven-grade lower-rank beauty preservation pill. It might even be a beauty preservation pill. This was very tempting to him. If he had a beauty preservation pill, he might be able to exchange it with his uncle Li Qiushui or Wu Xingyun for a peerless martial art of the carefree sect. In other words, AZ was equivalent to a peerless martial art. He absolutely could not let her go. Just then the images of Tai Xinlan and Ren Yingying on the Great Ming beauty list coalesced. Countless lecherous perverts were mesmerized. Ren Yingying sat alone in a bamboo hut, gently playing the guzheng calm as water with a face of peerless beauty, like a celestial jade, incredibly elegant, dazzlingly bright, and exquisitely beautiful beyond compare. Ren Yingying, ice clever, decisive in action, exquisite heart, cunning in strategy, extremely skilled in music, can play the laughing proudly in the Jianghu melody. On both Qin and Shao simultaneously manages subordinates with both grace and authority, decisive and ruthless in battle, intelligent and calm, daring to love and hate, unwavering in loyalty. Damn. Is this the saintess of the demonic cult? Love her. So beautiful. The great Ming beauties are truly top-notch. Except for that seductive slut Lin Xianer, the others are equally stunning. Holy cow. I thought Ren Yingying was already beautiful enough, but I didn't expect Tai Xinlan to be so fierce. As expected of the 17th on the beauty list, one rank higher than Ren Yingying. Tai Xinlan, not only is her name beautiful, she is even more beautiful. Oh, my maiden heart. Tai Xinlan, my wife. You're dreaming. Then Tai Xinlan's image appeared galloping on horseback through the martial world. When dressed as a man she was heroic and elegant, with a chivalrous heart and tender feelings, causing thousands of maidens to fall for her. When she changed back to women's clothing, she was even more stunningly beautiful, bright and noble, like a luxurious peony of national beauty, captivating the world. Tai Xinlan, a peony beauty combining gentleness, loveliness, chivalrous heart, bright and noble qualities, eyes like stars on the grassland, daring to love and hate, unwavering in loyalty. So beautiful. On Qingfeng Mountain, the short-legged tiger Wang Ying said with a dazed look. Unfortunately, he knew that, with his abilities, he couldn't go to other continents to snatch beauties. At most, he could only try to test the depths of Hu Sanyang from Hu family village. At this time, the introduction of the beauties on the beauty list in the sky was completed. Extremely brilliant radiance bloomed, condensing into lines of large characters. Beauty list rank 17 and 18 reward 1 heaven-grade middle-rank beauty preservation pill, which can maintain a youthful appearance for 50 years. With a swoosh swoosh swoosh. With a swoosh swoosh swoosh. 14 dazzlingly bright rays of light fell towards the 7 continents, landing in the hands of those on the list. At the same time, lines of large characters appeared at the top of the Dao Golden list, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Friendly reminder: next month the lecherous thief list and the martial general list will be announced. Killing those on the lecherous thief list will yield double rewards. Damn! The short-legged tiger Wang Ying's heart trembled, then he vigorously shook his ugly head and comforted himself. I'm a bandit, not a lecherous thief. I will definitely not be on the list. Killing a lecher on the list grants double rewards. Lecher list. Killing them gives double rewards. Holy shit. This is great. I can finally get rewards too. And double at that. I need to act fast, capture a few notorious lechers, lock them up and slaughter them once they make the list. Not only do I get the reward for killing lechers, but I also get double, which is effectively triple rewards. Countless powerhouses across the 9 continents were stirred into fervor. Those who had failed to make the divine weapon list, legion list, or assassin list were especially eager, rolling up their sleeves. Killing lechers for rewards was far easier than making the lists. Meanwhile, countless lechers trembled in fear, their hearts filled with dread, tears streaming down their faces. The world had always been one of survival of the fittest. Originally relying on their martial prowess, they could abuse and toy with women, as long as they didn't provoke those they couldn't afford to offend. Normally no one bothered with them. Those who truly championed justice were few and far between. Most simply minded their own business, indifferent to others' affairs. However, with the Golden List's announcement of double rewards, even those heroes, who usually wouldn't lift a finger without profit, would now hunt them down under the banner of upholding justice and punishing evil. Not only those heroes, but even demonic villains and scoundrels would chase them for the rewards. Once on the list, they would be enemies of the entire world. In the Great Song of Earth Continent, at the first Great Hall of Western Xia, 4 oddly shaped figures gathered. The leader propped himself up on 2 iron crutches, his face hideously disfigured and terrifying. The other 3 consisted of a woman and 2 men. The woman cradled a baby, appearing mentally unstable. One of the men had a ferocious, murderous look and carried a giant crocodile shear on his shoulder. The other was extremely tall yet painfully thin, like a bamboo pole, his face equally unnerving. He held a pair of iron claw staffs. These 4 were none other than the infamous 4 great villains. Duan Yanqing, whose evil deeds were beyond measure. Yi Ernyang who committed all manner of atrocities, Yu Laosan with his terrifying visage, and Yun Zhonghe the epitome of sheer malevolence. Old 4, considering our years of camaraderie, you should leave. Your fate from now on is in your own hands. Supporting himself on his crutches, Duan Yanqing spoke through ventriloquism to the gaunt Yun Zhonghe. Yun Zhonghe was a notorious lecher, having defiled countless innocent women over the years. Although the lecher list hadn't been revealed, Duan Yanqing believed Yun Zhonghe would surely be on it. Thank you, boss. If I'm lucky enough not to make the list, you'll still be my boss. Yun Zhonghe cupped his hands in a bow, leaped into the air, and executed his lightness skill, disappearing swiftly. He knew his reputation as a lecher was widespread. Soon countless powerhouses would come hunting him. Not even Duan Yanqing could protect him. Besides, Duan Yanqing had already done him a great favor by not detaining him. Where is Yun Zhonghe? Within a minute of Yun Zhonghe's departure, other experts from the first Great Hall of Western Xia stormed in, surrounding Duan Yanqing and his group, demanding loudly, Yun Zhonghe has already left. If you want to kill him for the reward, chase him yourselves. Seeing that Yun Zhonghe was not there, the crowd knew he had fled, and they all gave chase. As for Duan Yanqing and the others, there was no conflict of interest. They didn't want to offend them, either, given Duan Yanqing's formidable strength. Few among them could match him. This scene unfolded not only in Western Xia but in countless corners of the 9 continents. Thus across the lands a grand campaign to hunt down lechers began. That day became known as the Day of No Lechers. The normally arrogant lechers dared not show their faces, cowering in corners, trembling in fear. In Lolan, within the royal bedchamber. The lecher list. This list is quite good. A blessing for countless virtuous women. I hope there will be more such lists in the future. The high priestess, her face flushed with pleasure, lay in Zhao Wu's arms, gazing at the golden list's announcement with delight. As a woman, she despised lechers above all. In this era, a woman's chastity was more precious than life itself. Those vile lechers who ruined a woman's virtue were no better than murderers, and often worse than death. The lechers are in for a rough time. Zhao Wu nodded. Killing lechers brought both fame and benefits. No one would refuse such an opportunity. The martial god topped the beauty list, divine weapon list, legion list, and assassin list. Will he dominate this one too? The high priestess, her eyes shimmering with desire, smiled seductively at Zhao Wu. It would be amusing to see the martial god overpower all the lechers and claim the top spot as the world's greatest. Oh, you dare call me the world's greatest lecher? Zhao Wu grinned wickedly, gazing at the high priestess's flushed, enchanting face. Now that you, the high priestess of Lolan, have met this great lecher, what do you think will happen? Slap. Zhao Wu raised his hand and delivered a sharp smack on her curvaceous backside. The high priestess's body trembled. Seeing Zhao Wu about to continue, she cried out, no! Too late. The fierce battle also erupted at Mount Amei in the Great Yuan of Shen continent. Abbess Miju, with a fiery temper, was already hostile toward the Yuan soldiers. When she heard that the Yuan emperor had come to demand her disciples, she flew into a rage. How could she allow the Yuan dogs to defile her Amei disciples? She drew her sword and beheaded the envoy. Thus war broke out. Even with the advantage of terrain, under the siege of numerous martial experts and a massive Yuan army, the Amei disciples suffered heavy casualties and were forced to retreat. Capture Ding Minjun and Ji Xiaofu. Reward 1,000 gold and promotion of 3 ranks. Capture Ding Minjun and Ji Xiaofu. Reward 1,000 gold and promotion of 3 ranks. The commanding general brandished his long sword and roared. Instantly all the Yuan soldiers and martial experts grew excited. They knew Ding Minjun and Ji Xiaofu were on the beauty list personally demanded by the Yuan emperor. Capturing them would be a great achievement. They charged at Ding Minjun and Ji Xiaofu with desperate fervor. Ding Minjun was not particularly skilled. Surrounded by a sea of enemies, she was soon in dire straits, barely holding on. If not for the soldiers' and experts' fear of accidentally killing her, she would have been torn apart long ago. Even so, she could hardly endure. Soon enough Ding Minjun fell, her acupoint sealed, and she was captured alive. Minjun! Abbess Miju was enraged, but the Yuan soldiers were too numerous for her to break through. She could only do her best to protect the disciples around her, Ji Xiaofu and Zhou Zhirua. She knew that Ding Minjun, once in the hands of the Yuan soldiers, would ultimately become the Yuan emperor's plaything. She could not accept that. My Amei disciples would rather be shattered jade than whole tiles. Abbess Miju shouted to her disciples. If you cannot hold out, end your own lives, rather than be captured alive by the Yuan dogs. Yes, master. Ji Xiaofu, Zhou Zhirua, Jingshuan, and the other disciples replied in unison. Minjun, don't blame your master for being ruthless. Falling into the Yuan dog's hands would only bring you worse suffering. A ruthless glint flashed in Abbess Miju's eyes. She gathered all her power, grabbed a spear from a Yuan soldier, and hurled it with all her might. The spear streaked through the air like a furious dragon tearing through the atmosphere with terrifying sharpness, aimed straight at Ding Minjun. No! Protect Ding Minjun! Shields! The commander witnessing this was horrified and screamed in panic. The Yuan soldiers around Ding Minjun threw themselves in front of her using their bodies as shields. They knew that if Ding Minjun died, and they failed to protect her, their entire families would be implicated. So even knowing they would die, they unhesitatingly stood in the way. But the full-force strike of a transcendent realm expert was not something their bodies could withstand. The spear pierced through the shields, tore through 2 Yuan soldiers, and plunged straight into Ding Minjun's chest. Arg! Damn that old nun! Kill her! Capture Ji Xiaofu and Zhou Zhirua alive! The commander's eyes were bloodshot. He pointed his sword at Abbess Miju, roaring with fury. Ding Minjun was dead. He would likely be finished too. Fortunately, there was still Ji Xiaofu, and the young beauty Zhou Zhirua beside Ji Xiaofu was even more beautiful than her by 3 parts. She was almost certain to make the beauty list. If he could capture both Ji Xiaofu and Zhou Zhirua and present them, he might be able to atone for his failure and appease the Yuan Emperor's wrath. Xiaofu, this is the sect leader's iron ring. From now on you are the leader of Amei. Take Zhirua and flee. Your master will hold the rear. Abbess Miju handed the token of leadership to Ji Xiaofu and ordered. No, master, we will leave together. Ji Xiaofu and Zhou Zhirua refused to go. What? Do you disobey your master's orders now? Abbess Miju's face turned cold. I order you to leave immediately. Master, go! Abbess Miju roared. She knew she could not escape with Ji Xiaofu and the others. Of course, if she fled alone, given her cultivation, it would be no problem. But she was not that kind of person. She could only hold off the pursuers to give them a chance to escape. Only then might they have a chance. Quick! Catch them! Don't let them escape! The commander noticed Abbess Miju's intention, and immediately ordered. Instantly waves of Yuan soldiers and martial experts surged forward. Go! Abbess Miju shouted, charging straight at the incoming enemies. The Yuan soldiers were torn apart by her sharp sword, chi flesh and blood flying. But the martial experts who followed also put immense pressure on her. Among them was another transcendent realm expert. Master! Ji Xiaofu wept, took one last look at Abbess Miju, then led Zhou Zhirua and the other Amei disciples in a breakout. In the end, Abbess Miju fell in battle. Only Ji Xiaofu, Zhou Zhirua and a few other Amei disciples managed to escape. Countless Yuan soldiers ransacked Mount Amei, frantically searching for and hunting down Ji Xiaofu and her companions. There was no choice. Ding Minjun was dead and Ji Xiaofu had fled. If they could not capture them, they would all be doomed. Time passed swiftly, like a white horse galloping through a gap. 2 days later, on the vast green grassland, a carriage slowly traveled from east to west. The carriage was large, luxurious, and exquisite. The horses pulling it were strong with powerful limbs and glossy white fur. No one drove the carriage, but the white horse was intelligent enough to steer it steadily, smooth as a mountain. Inside the carriage, Zhao Wu rested his head on the high priestess's plump fair lap, while the queen of Jingjue sat beside him, feeding him fruit and wine. After deep communion with the high priestess, Zhao Wu decided to take her and Li Jingjue on a tour of the 9 continents. Their first destination was the Great Yuan of Shen continent. Because Zhao Wu had received news from Duan Lang, he seemed to be causing trouble in Great Yuan. Of course, the main reason was that Zhao Wu longed to travel and meet his old lovers. Martial King, isn't it improper to leave Great Qin without telling his majesty? The queen of Jingjue fed a grape into Zhao Wu's mouth, a hint of worry in her voice. I go where I please, and I need not explain myself to anyone. Even old Zheng doesn't have that right. Zhao Wu turned over, resting his head in the high priestess's arms, finding a comfortable position. I can go wherever I want and do whatever I want. Old Zheng has no say in the matter. The high priestess gently stroked his head as he lay in her arms, smiling. The martial king is invincible under heaven. With such power, one can afford to be willful. Interesting. Suddenly Zhao Wu raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling his lips. Martial King, what's wrong? The queen of Jingjue was curious. You'll know soon enough. Zhao Wu smiled faintly. His powerful divine sense had detected a group ahead. One of them he had seen on the beauty list. But she was in a sorry state. Hee little beauties, where do you think you're running now? Dear staff guest blocked Ji Xiaofu and Zhou Zhirua, a lecherous grin on his face. He and his junior brother Crane Penwang had originally served Prince Ruyang. But upon seeing the Golden List's announcement of the Lecher List, and the double rewards for killing those on it, dear staff guest was terrified. He was the most lecherous of all. Relying on his martial prowess and the backing of Prince Ruyang's mansion, he had committed countless lecherous acts, defiling many innocent women. In the original story, he even dared to take Prince Ruyang's concubine Han Ji to his bed. This shows what kind of man he was. A true lecherous deer. Thus, when he saw the Golden List's announcement, he panicked. He knew he would almost certainly be on the list. So after discussing with his junior brother Crane Pen, they fled Prince Ruyang's mansion. They did not trust Prince Ruyang or the other experts in the mansion. They dared not put themselves in danger. After fleeing, they had planned to hide in a remote place. But they happened upon Ji Xiaofu and Zhou Zhirua, who were also fleeing for their lives. Dear staff guest immediately recognized Ji Xiaofu from the beauty list. His lust flared up and he led his junior brother in chasing them. Don't come any closer. I'll kill myself. Ji Xiaofu drew her sword and pressed it against her own snow-white neck, staring at the approaching dear staff guest with despair and vigilance. Suicide. Dear staff guest sneered disdainfully. He flicked his finger and a copper coin flew out, striking Ji Xiaofu's acupoint. Sister. Zhou Zhirua gasped in alarm, but before she could draw her sword, her body froze, also sealed by the coin. Hey, my little beauties, do you think you can kill yourselves in front of me, dear staff guest? Dear staff guest chuckled, his eyes gleaming with lust. He rubbed his hands together and approached Ji Xiaofu and Zhou Zhirua with a lecherous expression. He had been wondering how to pass the time while hiding from the hunt. Now running into Ji Xiaofu and Zhou Zhirua was a stroke of luck. He could take them and his junior brother to a secluded corner. Who would find him? And he could enjoy the beauty list's great beauty Ji Xiaofu and the young beauty Zhou Zhirua every day. It was simply wonderful. My beauties, rest assured I will treat you well. Dear staff guest said excitedly. We have a long time ahead. You'll come to appreciate my kindness. You lecher. If you have the guts, kill me now. Otherwise I will eventually tear you apart and make you die a miserable death. Ji Xiaofu cursed, trying to provoke dear staff guest. But her pathetic attempt at provocation was useless. Little beauty, go ahead and curse. The louder you curse, the more excited I get. Dear staff guest leered, reaching out to grab Ji Xiaofu's exquisite figure. But at that moment a clear, cold voice rang out from above. I never thought there'd be someone who enjoys being cursed. Who? Who? Lu Zhangke was greatly startled, not expecting anyone else. He abruptly lifted his head. For a moment he was stunned. So beautiful. Lu Zhangke's eyes went straight, gleaming with lust, drooling. A carriage slowly approached from ahead, its door already open. A dashing, insanely handsome young man with a fair complexion was embracing two stunningly beautiful women. Of course, no matter how handsome the young man was, Lu Zhangke completely ignored him. He widened his eyes, staring lecherously at the high priestess's graceful and alluring figure, especially since the high priestess had just been intimate with Zhao Wu not long ago, her cheeks flushed with a rosy glow, exuding a unique feminine charm that could drive any male creature wild. Lu Zhangke, that lecherous deer, could not resist. My God, what an absolute beauty! Lu Zhangke was thrilled and excited, his blood racing. He hadn't expected a 2-for-1 deal. No, it was a 2-for-2 deal. Wait! At that moment Lu Zhangke suddenly came to his senses, his eyes full of confusion. Aren't these two peerless beauties, the High Priestess and the Queen of Jingjue from the Great Qin beauty ranking? What are they doing here? Weren't they said to be married to the King Wu of Great Qin? Who is this pretty boy? Could it be that they eloped with this pretty boy? Is the King Wu wearing a green hat? Or is this pretty boy the King Wu of Great Qin himself? Lu Zhangke shifted his gaze from the High Priestess and looked Zhao Wu up and down. He was not afraid of Zhao Wu, but having worked at the Prince Ruyang's mansion, he had heard how Guo can lead 100,000 iron cavalry to be annihilated by the martial god's divine Mo Dao soldiers. Even the demon master Pangban had fallen under the martial god's royal sword. He was deeply wary of the martial god. Even though the martial god was not here, are you the King Wu of Great Qin? Lu Zhangke looked at Zhao Wu and said loudly, I am Lu Zhangke, one of the Shenming elders under Prince Ruyang, ordered to capture rebels. I request the King Wu not to interfere. As he spoke, He Biwang, the other Shenming elder, also arrived from the side and stood together with Lu Zhangke, watching Zhao Wu warily. Zhao Wu was so young. Even if he were the martial god's successor, they did not believe he could be very powerful. But the martial god behind Zhao Wu made them cautious. Avoiding conflict with Zhao Wu would be best. King Wu of Great Qin. Ji Xiaofu and Zhou Zhirua suddenly felt a glimmer of hope in their desperate situation. They looked over curiously, especially Ji Xiaofu, whose heart pounded fiercely. The King Wu was the martial god's successor, and the martial god. She suddenly felt nervous and expectant. Unfortunately, due to her position and being bound by acupoints, she could not turn her head, only move her eyes, unable to see Zhao Wu in the carriage. Zhou Zhirua was just in front of the carriage. When she saw Zhao Wu inside, she felt her eyes light up. Seeing Zhao Wu, who was elegant, handsome, and flawlessly divine, like a celestial being descending to earth. Graceful as a jade tree, carefree and unrestrained, suave and debonair, a peerless young gentleman, the most handsome man under heaven. Various words sprang from Zhou Zhirua's not-so-rich vocabulary. Her heart raced. Could there be such a handsome and beautiful man in the world? Which maiden does not harbor romantic dreams? That lazy and gentle gaze, that perfect face, that tall and handsome figure made her feel her body go weak. She gazed at Zhao Wu with infatuated eyes. Zhao Wu seemed to sense her look and smiled slightly at her. In an instant, Zhou Zhirua, a pure maiden untouched by the storms of life, felt her heart flutter like a deer completely captivated. King Wu, this is not Qin territory. Please mind your own business. Lu Zhangke, seeing Zhao Wu exchanging glances with Zhou Zhirua, as if he were heir, grew angry, and stepped between them to block their line of sight. In his eyes Zhou Zhirua was already his prey, his exclusive possession. Oh, so you are that lecherous deer from Prince Ruyang's mansion. Zhao Wu looked at Lu Zhangke. In the original story, this lecherous deer fell into a trap set by the Right Honorable Fan Yao due to his lust. Truly the word lust is a knife over one's head. Boy, you're asking for death. Lu Zhangke, enraged and humiliated, pressed his half-step transcendent aura toward Zhao Wu. Do you really think that, because you have the martial god backing you, I wouldn't dare touch you? I'll kill you, take your women, and hide deep in the mountains. Even if the martial god is powerful, what can he do? Can he find me? Feel free to try. Zhao Wu said calmly. You think I wouldn't dare? Lu Zhangke's voice grew harsher, yet he did not charge forward, clearly hesitant. Even though he didn't know if the martial god had given Zhao Wu the royal sword, he worried the martial god might have given him other trump cards. What a pity. Zhao Wu shook his head. What's a pity? Lu Zhangke asked, puzzled. A pity that your lust is great but your courage is small. You're asking for death. Both Lu Zhangke and He Biwang were enraged. They exchanged a glance and attacked simultaneously. Xianming Divine Palm. Combining their strength, they struck a palm at Zhao Wu, unleashing terrifying force that stirred bone-chilling gales, scattering sand and stones in a horrifying spectacle. Ji Xiaofu and Zhou Zhirua turned pale, unable to help, shouting, King Wu, be careful. Both Lu Zhangke and He Biwang were at the half-step transcendent realm. They were skilled in combined attacks. Together their palm strike rivaled a transcendent powerhouse. Yet facing this palm strike comparable to a transcendent, Zhao Wu's expression remained unchanged, still appearing lazy and nonchalant. You're asking for death. Seeing Zhao Wu still so brazenly confident in the face of death, Lu Zhangke and He Biwang were furious. They thought Zhao Wu believed they wouldn't dare kill him. However, they were truly determined to kill. Boy, in your next life, keep your eyes open. The martial god's reputation is good, but it's not all-powerful. Lu Zhangke sneered, as if already seeing Zhao Wu being struck dead by his palm. My eyes are very clear, but you are blind. You can't see. Zhao Wu shook his head, opened his mouth, and spat out a few grape seeds. Not good. Lu Zhangke and He Biwang were alarmed and struck at the seeds with their palms. Yet these seemingly insignificant grape seeds were like hidden weapons, razor-sharp, instantly piercing Lu Zhangke's dantian and collarbone. Ah! No, my dantian. Lu Zhangke collapsed to the ground, wailing in terror, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. He knew that the King Wu, as the martial god's successor, should have decent martial arts. But the King Wu was so young, even with great talent and the martial god's guidance, he couldn't be too strong. However, he never imagined that the King Wu hadn't even made a move, merely spitting out a few grape seeds, and had crippled his martial arts. As for his junior brother, He Biwang, a grape seed struck right between his brows. His head was pierced through. He didn't even let out a scream before he was gone. Ji Xiaofu and Zhou Zhirua stood dumbfounded, their rosy little mouths wide open. They knew the King Wu's strength should not be weak, but they never imagined it was not just not weak. It was absurdly strong. These were the infamous Xianming elders. And they were instantly killed. Suddenly they felt a surge of energy strike their acupoints from a distance. Then their acupoints were unlocked. Acupoints striking from a distance, and they hadn't even noticed the process. Truly impressive. Ji Xiaofu and Zhou Zhirua were stunned for a moment, then stepped forward together. However, when Ji Xiaofu raised her head and saw Zhao Wu in the carriage, her delicate body trembled, as if struck by lightning, her clear spring-like eyes widening. Wu. She opened her mouth, but before the last word, God, could escape, she quickly covered her rosy lips with her hand, her face full of disbelief. Was the King Wu of Great Qin actually the martial god? Had she mistaken him? Or had the Xianming elders mistaken him? No, she could never be mistaken. That divine, flawlessly perfect figure had long been etched deep into her soul. Every time she dreamt of it, it left her. Changing her underwear the next morning. How could she possibly be mistaken? Senior sister, snap out of it. Zhou Zhirua gently tugged at Ji Xiaofu's arm. She was not surprised by Ji Xiaofu's stunned expression. When she first saw Zhao Wu, she too had been lost in a daze. But at that time she had been bound by acupoints, so even if she acted lovesick it wasn't obvious. But now Ji Xiaofu's reaction was too embarrassing. Ji Xiaofu quickly came to her senses, suppressing the myriad doubts in her heart. She approached the carriage and together with Zhou Zhirua cupped her hands in salute. I am Ji Xiaofu, Zhou Zhirua of Amei. Thank you King Wu for saving our lives. Our great kindness is beyond repayment. So you'll repay with your bodies. The high priestess's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked over Ji Xiaofu and the other chiming in. At the same time she gave Zhao Wu a meaningful glance. While Zhou Zhiruo thought Ji Xiaofu's expression was due to being stunned by Zhao Wu's peerless beauty, the high priestess saw something different. Ji Xiaofu must have recognized Zhao Wu as the martial god. In other words, Zhao Wu had previously interacted with her in his identity as the martial god. Ha! Repay with our bodies. Ji Xiaofu and Zhou Zhiruo were both bewildered by the high priestess's remark, their cheeks flushing with two rosy clouds. They twisted the corners of their clothes, their hearts pounding like deer unsure how to respond. Yao Guang is teasing you. Zhao Wu gently shook his head looking at the two beauties, one older and one younger, and said, seeing how travel-worn and exhausted you are, you've been fleeing for days. Come sit up here. Thank you King Wu. Ji Xiaofu and Zhou Zhiruo felt relieved. They did not refuse and gracefully boarded the carriage. The carriage was exceptionally spacious. It could easily accommodate not just the two of them but even two more. After boarding, Zhou Zhiruo was somewhat timid, keeping her head down and not daring to look around. Her cheeks were flushed and hot, her head nearly buried in the valley of her bosom. Ji Xiaofu, on the other hand, secretly observed Zhao Wu, pondering the relationship between the King Wu and the martial god. Were they the same person? Years ago, when she descended the mountain for training, she was harassed by a lecher. That lecher was not only shameless but also highly skilled in martial arts. She was no match for him and couldn't shake him off. At first he was gentle and refined, acting like a gentleman. But after persistent failure, he attempted to force himself on her. Just as she was about to be violated, a godlike handsome man descended from the sky and stepped on that lecher with one foot. The man smiled at her, then gracefully departed. That smile seemed carved into her heart, never to be erased. She hurriedly asked for his name, but only heard the two words martial god, drifting back as he had already vanished into the horizon. But the name of the martial god. She remembered it deeply. A single glance at the martial god doomed her for life. Such was the truth. Finally she looked at the lecher severely wounded on the ground and learned he was Yang Xiao, the left envoy of the demon cult. She originally wanted to kill Yang Xiao, but his sweet talk softened her heart a little. In the end, she cut off Yang Xiao's evil root to prevent him from harming other women. He first stalked Ji Xiaofu for days, then forcibly abducted her and raped her. Afterward, Yang Xiao imprisoned Ji Xiaofu, treating her as his exclusive plaything and concubine, abusing her daily under close surveillance, leaving her unable to commit suicide or escape. Months passed until a powerful enemy came for Yang Xiao, giving Ji Xiaofu a chance to escape, but she found she had fallen in love with Yang Xiao, and was carrying his child, whom she named Bu Hui. In the original story, Yang Xiao first conquered Ji Xiaofu's body by force, then won her heart. In this world, because of Zhao Wu's intervention, Yang Xiao did not succeed. But Ji Xiaofu crippling his root was not unjust. Zhao Wu was unaware of Ji Xiaofu's thoughts. Back then he had simply passed by and seen a lecher bullying a woman. He casually stepped in and crushed him, not paying attention to who the lecher or woman was. It wasn't until Ji Xiaofu appeared on the beauty ranking that Zhao Wu saw her image. He then realized the woman he had saved was Ji Xiaofu. But he didn't dwell on it. He just didn't expect to encounter her again here today. Indeed, it was fate. But at this moment Zhao Wu was not looking at Ji Xiaofu but at Lu Zhanke below. Feeling Zhao Wu's gaze, Lu Zhanke, who had just stopped his bleeding by pressing acupoints, trembled and prostrated himself, weeping loudly and pleading, "King Wu, spare me. Spare me. I will reform and become a new person. Even an ant clings to life. How much more so a human?" Lu Zhanke was not the type to face death unflinchingly. Even though his martial arts were crippled, he didn't want to die. "You want to live?" Zhao Wu's lips curled slightly with a hint of amusement. "It's not impossible for me to spare your life, King Wu." Zhou Zhiruo wanted to advise Zhao Wu not to let Lu Zhanke off. But as soon as she spoke, Ji Xiaofu tugged at her sleeve and signaled her with her eyes to be silent. Ji Xiaofu had been through training in the world and understood human affairs, unlike Zhou Zhiruo, who had not yet debuted and was innocent, blurting out whatever came to mind. Their lives were saved by Zhao Wu. Here they had no right to speak or influence Zhao Wu's decision. Doing so would displease him. Zhou Zhiruo, seeing her senior sister's expression, quickly understood, and shut her mouth, saying nothing more. Lu Zhanke, hearing that Zhao Wu might spare him, felt like a drowning man clutching a lifeline, overjoyed. He said excitedly, "King Wu, whatever you command I will do, even if it means death. I will give whatever I have to the King Wu." Lu Zhanke was willing to do anything to save his life. After all, life was the most important. Everything else was external. A lecherous deer with not even 2 ounces of meat on him, what could I possibly want? Zhao Wu shook his head lightly, his voice tinged with disdain. He glanced at the golden list in the sky and said flatly, "How about we make a bet?" "Bet on what?" Lu Zhanke's heart was in his throat. He knew his life was likely the stake. The high priestess, the queen of Jingjue Ji Xiaofu, and Zhou Zhirua were all curious. They wondered what Zhao Wu could bet with Lu Zhangke. Zhao Wu smiled and looked at Lu Zhangke. We'll bet on whether you can make it onto the lecture list. The lecture list. Lu Zhangke's eyes widened, and he felt a chill run through him. Although the list had not been announced, his chances of being on it were high. At least over 70%. King Wu, could we change? Lu Zhangke spoke weakly, looking at Zhao Wu with a pitiful expression. Then you can hit the road now. Zhao Wu said calmly. No! Lu Zhangke cried out quickly, shouting, King Wu, I'll bet with you. Although his chances of being on the list were high, it wasn't 100%. The 9 provinces continent had countless lechers. There were definitely many more notorious and worse than him. He still had a good chance of not making the list. If you make it onto the lecture list, it means heaven wants you dead, and I have no choice but to send you on your way. Zhao Wu said, if you don't make the list, it means heaven's will, and I will spare your life. So it turns out that the Martial King was betting with Dear Cane Guest on whether he would make the list of lecherous villains. Given Dear Cane Guest's lustful nature, he was certainly on the list. He was doomed. Zhou Zhirua thought to herself, watching Dear Cane Guest fidget uneasily, occasionally casting terrified glances at the golden list. A sense of understanding rose in her heart. Death is not terrifying. What is terrifying is the torment before death arrives. At this moment she felt an immense sense of relief. For a vile lecher like Dear Cane Guest, killing him with a single blow would indeed be too merciful. The Martial King's move was truly formidable. Killing the body and destroying the heart. Zhao Wu was unaware of Zhou Zhirua's imagination. With a casual wave of his hand, Crane Brush Elder's corpse sank into the earth, causing Dear Cane Guest's heart to race. Such mastery over power was truly astonishing. Had the Martial King already ascended to the rank of Earth Immortal? How could that be? How old was the Martial King? Even if he had started cultivating in the womb, it would be impossible to become an Earth Immortal by now. All right, let's go. Zhao Wu pointed to the coachman's seat, speaking calmly. Yes, Martial King. Dear Cane Guest dared not hesitate. He quickly climbed onto the carriage, took the coachman's seat, and assumed the role of driver. Although his martial arts had been crippled, but as a half-step transcendent, his body, tempered by true qi, was far stronger than an ordinary person's, so it did not hinder his movements. Such was the power of a martial artist. Dear Cane Guest drove the carriage, acting as the coachman, while Zhao Wu lazily lay back in the high priestess's arms, idling like a carefree fish, sipping fine wine and eating fruit. How did you end up here being chased by Dear Cane Guest? Zhao Wu looked at Ji Xiaofu and Zhou Zhirua. Ji Xiaofu had snow-white skin, a tall and graceful figure, delicate eyebrows, large eyes, and a refined elegance. Zhou Zhirua was as delicate as an orchid, gentle and cultured, with a hint of ethereal fairy-like pure and otherworldly charm. Truly worthy of being the heroine of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Her ranking on the Great Yuan beauty list was definitely higher than Ji Xiaofu's. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaofu and Zhou Zhirua's beautiful eyes carried a trace of sorrow. Ji Xiaofu said, it's all because of the beauty list. Senior Sister Ding made the list and the Yuan Emperor targeted her. He sent troops to seize her, and when our master refused, a conflict broke out. In the end, our master fought to the death against the Yuan soldiers to cover our escape. Only a few disciples, myself, Zhirua Jingshuan, and others, escaped, but later we were scattered by the pursuit. We had already shaken off the pursuers, but unexpectedly, we ran into Dear Cane Guest and his companion. The deceased are gone. May you accept my condolences. Zhao Wu comforted them. He knew that with the release of the list, endless bloodshed would ensue, but he hadn't expected that the Amei sect would be wiped out, just because of Ding Minjun, who was at the bottom of the beauty list. This was a bit too intense. If the top few or even the first place on the beauty list were announced, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? But Zhao Wu didn't care. Strength was confidence. Come have a drink with me. Zhao Wu raised his cup and said, a drunken stupor can drown 1,000 sorrows. Ji Xiaofu and Zhou Zhirua hesitated for a moment, then raised their cups, their voices clear and melodious. Thank you, Martial King, for saving our lives. Zhirua and I toast you. It was nothing, no need to be polite. Zhao Wu clinked glasses with them and then drained his cup. Ji Xiaofu and Zhou Zhirua also downed theirs in one gulp. Cough, cough. The wine Zhao Wu drank was a spiritual wine, rewarded by the golden list, quite potent. The two women immediately choked, their cheeks flushing hot and red. Immediately after they felt dizzy, and within a few breaths collapsed on the carriage. When a woman is not drunk, a man has no chance. The high priestess looked at Zhao Wu with beautiful eyes, her breath like orchid, and chuckled. Martial King, your opportunity has come. Seize it now or never. Naughty girl. Zhao Wu gently tapped the high priestess's nose and scolded playfully. Do I need to get people drunk to force myself on them? Yes, the Martial King's charm is boundless. Beauties will come to you willingly. If you don't discipline for 3 days, they'll tear the roof off. Zhao Wu wrapped his arms around the high priestess's voluptuous and graceful figure, looked into her beautiful eyes and smirked wickedly. I think you're asking for a spanking. Ah! Outside the carriage, dear Cain guest heard the lascivious sounds coming from inside, tears welling up in his eyes. Grief flowed like a river in reverse. Why does heaven treat me like this? Why not let me die? Dear Cain guest felt it would be better to be dead. He was a lustful deer. Yet he had to endure this torment. It was too terrifying. But he lacked the courage to kill himself. Time passed bit by bit. Every minute, every second was agony. The moon rose and the sun set. Zhao Wu found an inn to stay in. Ji Xiaofu and Zhou Zhirua still hadn't woken up. Zhao Wu had the high priestess and the queen of Jingjue carry them to a room. Then Zhao Wu carried the queen of Jingjue into a VIP room, specially prepared for couples. The room had only one bed, but it took up almost half the space. Huge and heart-shaped. Light red gauze curtains hung from the ceiling, veiling the space above the heart-shaped bed, giving a dreamlike, ethereal beauty. Red rose quilts and red rose-patterned pillows. Everything exuded a strong atmosphere of intimacy, quickening one's blood flow. Martial King. The queen of Jingjue's fair cheeks were now as rosy and vivid as roses burning hot. During this time, Zhao Wu had been accompanying the high priestess. This was actually her first time sharing a room with Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu said nothing, lowered his head, and directly sealed the queen of Jingjue's rosy lips, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, and they rolled onto the heart-shaped bed. Within the curtains, figures moved. At midnight in the next room, Ji Xiaofu's long lashes trembled. She slowly woke, her consciousness gradually returning, and suddenly startled. Then she felt that she was intact. Seeing Zhou Zhirua sleeping soundly beside her and thinking of the Martial King, she immediately relaxed. The Martial King was likely the war god. He would certainly not take advantage of them and do anything indecent. Suddenly her ears perked up. There seemed to be some sounds from next door. She realized that her strength had improved significantly due to the wine she had drunk earlier, and her hearing had become much keener. The sounds from next door were clear in her ears. It's the Martial King and the Queen of Jingjue. Ji Xiaofu immediately recognized their voices, and her pretty face flushed. She wanted to not listen but couldn't help listening. Her whole body grew hot. Fantasies swarmed in her mind. And she didn't notice that beside her Zhou Zhirua's body began to stir slightly, seeming uncomfortable. The next day the sun was high. Zhao Wu slowly woke up and the queen of Jingjue was still asleep. Her rosy cheeks bore a flush of happiness and satisfaction. Martial King. Zhao Wu's movements disturbed her. The queen of Jingjue's long lashes fluttered, and she opened her watery big eyes. Ah! She was about to get up to help Zhao Wu dress but cried out in pain and fell back down. She looked up and saw Zhao Wu's teasing gaze. Her eyes were full of shyness. It was all that big bad guy's fault. Zhao Wu reached out and pulled her into his arms, dawdling for a long time before finally getting up. During this time Zhao Wu saw the queen of Jingjue secretly tear off a piece of silk bedding stained with a glaring red mark and hide it away. Seeing her adorable and tempting little look, Zhao Wu almost couldn't resist bullying her again. Leaving the room, Zhao Wu saw Ji Xiaofu, Zhou Zhirua and the others. Feeling their strange gazes, even the queen of Jingjue felt a little embarrassed. Only Zhao Wu was completely unperturbed, calm and composed. Sister Jingjue's leg is injured. Zhou Zhirua saw that the queen of Jingjue was walking a bit awkwardly, limping slightly, and thought to herself, just as I suspected. No wonder last night Sister Jingjue was so loud and in so much pain. So her leg was lame. They went together to a private room next door to prepare for lunch. The inn was very lively at the moment. Everyone was excitedly discussing. Today is the update day for the beauty list, and we'll soon see the 15th and 16th positions. So exciting. Yeah, I wonder which stunning beauties will appear this time. I heard the Amei sect was wiped out. I already knew that. Didn't you see Ding Minjun, who was 20th on the Great Yuan beauty list, is dead? It seems being on the list is dangerous too. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Danger and opportunity coexist. Why isn't it updating yet? I can't wait any longer. The crowd stared intently at the beauty list in the sky, excited, expectant, exhilarated. Buzz. 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 Finally, under the expectant and excited gazes of countless people, across the 9 provinces boundless rosy light surged on the beauty list, coalescing into names. Great Qin beauty list 15th to 16th, Miao Rulin Zheng Rou. Great Yuan beauty list 15th to 16th, Ling Shuyan Xiao Zhao. Great Qin beauty list 15th to 16th, Yuji Hu Meyer Hu Qinger. Great Sui beauty list 15th to 16th, Lu Linchuan Ji Rushue. Great Han beauty list 15th to 16th, Zhen Rong Xiahou Wan. Great Song beauty list 15th to 16th, A Zhu Zhongling. Great Ming beauty list 15th to 16th, Su Ying Shangguan Haitang. Miao Rulin Zhang Rou. Why haven't I heard of any of them? Who are Ling Shuyan and Xiao Zhao? Who is Yu Ji? She's actually ranked ahead of the Queen of Baiyue and the Saintess. The Martial King is truly fortunate. The Queen of Baiyue and the Saintess, the Queen of Lulan and the High Priestess all made the beauty list. So envious. Zhen Rong. Could she be from the Zhen family, the richest merchants in the world? Shangguan Haitang. Isn't she the head of the number 1 manor? She's actually a woman and a stunning one at that. I heard that Shangguan Haitang is not only the head of the number 1 manor, but also the number 1 secret agent of the Dragon Protection Manor under the Mystery Division. Countless people across the 9 provinces discussed animatedly. However, most of those on the list this time, even within their own countries, had not been heard of by many. But this did not affect their enthusiasm. It didn't matter if they hadn't heard of her. What mattered was her beauty. Their eyes were fixed on the beauty ranking, waiting for the images to be revealed. Each time the images were unveiled, it was the most thrilling moment for countless admirers across the 9 provinces. As the 15th and 16th names on the beauty ranking appeared, radiant beams of light surged forth, coalescing behind the names into breathtaking ethereal silhouettes. First came Miao Rulin and Zheng Ro of the Great Qin. Zheng Ro, true to her name, Ro meaning soft, had a slightly round face, a sweet appearance, gentle and reserved, delicate and lovely. She was a great beauty but not breathtakingly stunning. However, when Miao Rulin appeared, it was like a bombshell. She left countless admirers stunned, drooling and lost in reverie. Miao Rulin's skin was fairer than snow, her jade-like cheeks seemed so delicate they might bruise, pure and flawless, and her eyes were like a clear spring. Her beauty was exquisite, truly like a radiant pearl jade glowing with luster, with a faint scholarly aura between her brows, moonlight and snowlight reflecting on her flawless face, creating a scene of celestial beauty, like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Wow! I'm so excited! That delicate, timid figure makes me want to cherish her fiercely. Who dares to say that Great Qin has no beauties now? The 9 provinces erupted in excitement, especially the people of Great Qin and Hongzhou, who were thrilled beyond measure. Previously, those on the beauty ranking had been overshadowed by beauties from other provinces and states. They had held their breath in frustration. Now, seeing Miao Rulin, they could finally hold their heads high and tell everyone that Great Qin also had its stunning beauties. In the Great Qin Imperial Palace, Wei Xiaobao's eyes lit up, drooling. Great Qin has such a beauty. If I could marry her, that would be amazing. Wei Xiaobao fantasized. I'd be willing to die just lying on top of her every day. Such a beauty is only worthy of me, the emperor. The Qing emperor's blood boiled. He immediately ordered, "Bring Miao Rulin to the harem. Kill anyone who stands in the way. Your servant obeys. Congratulations, your majesty." Wei Xiaobao felt regret, but forced a smile and offered flattery. "I'll find a chance to test her depths." Wei Xiaobao hadn't given up. He was naturally bold and reckless. He had even dared to play with Princess Janning. Even if she was the emperor's woman, so what? He could still have his fun. After Miao Rulin came Ling Shuyan and Xiao Zhao. When they saw Xiao Zhao, they were stunned. Wow! Again! Do all the beauties of Great Yuan like to disguise themselves? First an old hag, then a hideous freak. Xiao Zhao had one small right eye, and one large left eye, with her nose and mouth twisted into a terrifying shape. She was lame in the left foot and hunched like a bow. The ugliest sight imaginable. But after the violet-clad Dragon King's disguise earlier, no one doubted the golden ranking this time. They watched with keen interest, waiting for Xiao Zhao to transform into a great beauty. And indeed, the golden ranking did not disappoint. Xiao Zhao's appearance began to change. The disguise fell away, revealing a stunning beauty. Her features bore a 60 to 70% resemblance to the violet-clad Dragon King. Her skin was crystalline soft as jade, her eyes sparkling with spirit, her brows refined, nose straight, lips like cherries, and a faint dimple at the corner of her mouth. Exquisite and incomparably lovely. Though young, she bloomed like a morning lotus, utterly endearing. Her delicate oval face, high nose, snow-white skin, and intelligent eyes were a feast for the eyes. So beautiful. Xiao Zhao looked so much like the violet-clad Dragon King. Could they be mother and daughter? The violet-clad Dragon King is already married. Xiao Zhao is almost certainly her daughter. Is it too late for me to become the violet-clad Dragon King's husband? I think you want to be a stepfather. I just want to take care of the Dragon King and her daughter, give them a warm home. In the Great Yuan Imperial Palace, the Yuan Emperor was in a foul mood. Ding Minjun was dead, Ji Xiaofu had escaped, and Han Ji had been kidnapped by someone unknown. He was going mad. Was Great Yuan so weak? He couldn't even get a few women. How could he rule the world? Bring them all to me, the Yuan Emperor roared. Coveting the beauties on the ranking was one thing. On the other hand, as the Emperor of Great Yuan, not having a single woman from the beauty ranking in his harem was shameful. It was a matter of face, and face was paramount. So he was determined to obtain the beauties from the ranking. There were many powerful figures like the Yuan Emperor. They didn't lack beautiful women. Even virgins, no matter how exquisite, had long since bored them. Even if they took 10 a day, they couldn't enjoy them all. But the women on the beauty ranking were like global limited edition supercars. Even if they never drove them, just having them at home was a great source of pride. It was a symbol of status, power, and strength. This was certified by the Heavenly Dao Golden Ranking. Carried supreme authority. After Xiao Zhao came Ling Shuyan. The name was beautiful. The woman was equally beautiful. She held a precious saber looking like a chivalrous heroine, with a blend of beauty and heroic spirit, valiant and graceful. After her came the sisters Hu Meier and Hu Qing'er from the Great Qin beauty ranking along with Yu Ji. Hu Meier and Hu Qing'er possessed noble auras. One was naturally seductive, the other dignified and virtuous. The contrasting temperaments made the sisters' charm multiply. Countless admirers in Great Qin were envious of King Wu, and Yu Ji with her stunning face and graceful dance alone outshone the Hu sisters, showing her extraordinary allure. In Kuaiji Great Qin, so beautiful. Xiang Yu, who usually only cared about his spear, felt his heart tremble as if struck by lightning. His eyes locked onto Yu Ji's image, and he suddenly felt as if he had fallen in love. He didn't know why, but seeing this woman, he felt an overwhelming urge to possess her. Yu Ji, I will have you. Xiang Yu vowed silently. He was full of confidence. This was the first time a woman had stirred his heart. He would not let her slip away. Then, Lu Linxian and Ji Ruxue of Great Sui appeared, just as stunning as the previous ones. Flawless faces, graceful figures. They were utterly captivating. Xiahou Wan and Zhen Rong, though slightly less dazzling, were still peerless beauties found once in 10,000 miles. In Huangzhou Great Hanji Province, Yuan Shao looked at Zhen Rong on the ranking and asked, "Is this Zhen Rong from the Zhen family of Zhongshan Wuji?" "Yes, my lord. This Zhen Rong is indeed from the Zhen family of Zhongshan Wuji." The strategist Guotu stepped forward. Zhan Yi, the former magistrate of Shanxi, had 3 sons and 5 daughters. The eldest son died young, and the remaining sons were mediocre, but his 5 daughters were all extraordinary. Zhen Rong has 3 elder sisters and 1 younger sister. It is said that each is a great beauty, especially the youngest Jin Fu. It is rumored that she already possesses a beauty that could topple cities. Strangely, none of the 5 Jin daughters have married. Countless suitors have been rejected. Oh, all 5 are beauties. Now that Zhen Rong is on the ranking, the others are likely to appear as well. Yuan Shao's interest was piqued. He ordered, "Gongzi, this task is yours. Bring all 5 Jin daughters to me." The Jin family was under his jurisdiction, and merchants were of the lowest status no matter how wealthy. And he, Yuan Shao, descendant of 4 generations of nobles, overlord of Ji province, was honoring the Zhen family by taking their daughters. "Yes, my lord," Guotu replied. Although the Zhen family had rejected many suitors, he believed they would not dare refuse Yuan Shao. Otherwise, if Yuan Shao became angry, the Zhen family would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Meanwhile, in Zhongshan Wuji, the Zhen household, Zhen Rong saw herself on the ranking and felt both joy and worry. Beauty could also be a sin, especially after being listed. Countless strong men and overlords would covet them. "Sister, what should we do? Soon many will come to propose or even seize us. Even Lord Yuan might send men." Zhen Rong's beautiful face was clouded with worry. She knew that her sisters were no less beautiful than her, some even more so. Since she had made the list, the others would likely appear too. When all of them were on the ranking, the uproar would be unimaginable. Countless feudal lords and warlords would come to snatch them. Zhen Jiang, the eldest sister, who was the pillar of the family, stared at the golden ranking with a grave expression. She had already thought of the consequences. "Don't worry, we still have this." Zhen Jiang pulled a metal token from her ample bosom. The token was exquisitely crafted and extraordinary, with a bold character engraved on the front, Wu Marshal. This character seemed to possess a strange power. Every time she looked at it, Zhen Jiang felt an indescribable sensation. The reverse side was engraved with the character, Tian Heaven. Brother Zhao Wu. At the sight of the token, the youngest sister Zhen Fu exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration and adoration. Not only her, Zhen Jiang, Zhen Tua, Zhen Dao, and Zhen Rong all felt the same. They were transported back to those days. Their father had died young, and their eldest brother had passed away even earlier. The eldest sister Zhen Jiang had to shoulder the family's burden. At the darkest hour of the Zhen family, a man like a god descended from the heavens, helping them through the crisis. And the Zhen family's rise to its current prosperity was largely due to his advice and the special goods he provided. Zhen Jiang gently stroked the token, her eyes filled with nostalgia. Those days, though the most difficult for the family, were the happiest and most joyful for her because he was there. But a dragon must eventually dive into the sea. She couldn't keep him. When Zhao Wu left, he gave them many treasures. When he gave her this token, he said, "Jiang, if you ever face a crisis, take out this token and infuse it with a wisp of true qi. Someone will come to help you resolve it." Every word, every syllable Zhao Wu spoke was etched deep in her heart. Thinking of this, Zhen Jiang no longer hesitated. She infused a wisp of true qi into the token. Great Yuan, Cloud in. That little girl back then has now grown into a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Looking at the graceful figure of Zhen Rong on the beauty ranking, Zhao Wu sighed inwardly. That little girl mirror, I wonder how stunning she has become. Quick look, Zhong Ling from the Great Song beauty ranking has appeared. Good heavens! My old maiden heart! Exclamations rang out in the inn and Zhao Wu turned to look. Zhong Ling had a round face with a small dimple at the corner of her mouth. Her face was like morning glow, eyes like autumn water, skin like solid cream, smile like a flower, radiant and captivating with a fragrance like orchid. The more you looked, the more beautiful she became, making it hard to look away. Her skin was snow white and tender white with a hint of red, which highlighted her beautiful and delicate appearance. The little white mink on her shoulder complemented her perfectly. Zhong Ling graceful and elegant like a lotus emerging from water, pure and refined, innocent and bright, fresh and lovely with an indescribably innocent and adorable demeanor, half angry, half smiling, stirring one's heart. As for Aju, she was charming and pretty with lively eyes, and a smile like spring flowers blooming, exuding a captivating charm. Her figure was delicate and full of life, a rare beauty in the world. It must be said that with the release of the beauty ranking, every one of them is a stunningly beautiful woman. Isn't that obvious? The authority of the golden ranking needs no questioning. Soon it will be Su Ying and Shangguan Haihua from the Great Ming beauty ranking. Can't wait. The beauties on the Great Ming beauty ranking are truly beautiful enough to rank among the top 3 among the 7 nations. It's out. It's out. Is this Shangguan Haihua? Lips red and teeth white, even dressed as a man, I feel I'm in love. Then behind Shangguan Haihua's name on the ranking, a figure condensed. A white-robed figure holding a folding fan, truly a dashing young gentleman. Immediately after, Shangguan Haihua transformed into a stunning beauty. Shangguan Haihua, master of the first manner under heaven, who gathers the world's top talents. Witty and resourceful with a feather fan and silk scarf, literary and romantic, captivating all. Appearing as a dashing young gentleman, but in truth a beauty who could topple kingdoms, gorgeous as peach and plum, exceptionally intelligent, well-versed in medicine, divination, astrology, and physiognomy, embodying the essence of heaven and earth, unmatched in elegance. Shangguan Haihua is truly a remarkable woman. Zhou Zhirua exclaimed with admiration. I wonder what Su Ying, who ranks higher, will be like. She will definitely not be inferior to Shangguan Haihua, said Zhao Wu. Do you know Su Ying, King Wu? Zhou Zhirua asked curiously. Zhao Wu smiled and said nothing. This made Zhou Zhirua's heart itch with curiosity. Then Su Ying's image coalesced. She sat by a stream dressed in white, accompanied by cranes and deer. Peerless elegance. Her eyebrows and eyes were like paintings, her pupils like morning stars, her lips delicate, transcendent, and extraordinary. A single glance back could make the fragrance of an entire valley of flowers pale in comparison. The way she tucked her hair was enough to make every man in the world hold his breath. Su Ying appears delicate and naive, aloof and proud, but in truth she is intelligent and brave with a delicate heart, skilled in strategy, and deeply understands human nature. She dares to love and hate, is devoted and loyal, vowing to stay together until death. Bloody hell! Su Ying is mine. No one else can take her. Draw your swords. Su Ying, my wife. While the crowd was buzzing with discussion, a dazzling radiance bloomed on the beauty ranking, condensing into lines of large characters. Beauty ranking, rank 1516. Reward 1, top grade, heaven tier, youthfulness pill, can preserve beauty for 80 years. Swish, swish, swish. 14 dazzling beams of light shot down to the 7 continents, falling into the hands of those on the ranking. Meanwhile, in the Great Ming Imperial Palace, the Ming Emperor gazed at the Great Ming beauty ranking and exclaimed, "What a remarkable woman! I didn't expect that under the Marquis's command there would be such a beauty. Send word to the Marquis I want to take Shangguan Haihua as a concubine. Issue an edict to the realm, whoever presents Su Ying shall be heavily rewarded." "Yes, your majesty." Great Ming, the first manor under heaven. What the master actually made it onto the beauty ranking. No wonder every time I see the master I feel my heart racing. I thought I had turned gay, but it turns out the master is a stunning beauty. Enough talk, even if the master were a man I'd still love her. The retainers of the first manor were buzzing and the perverts were especially excited. What is it like to have a stunningly beautiful manor master? Pure bliss. But inside the main hall, Shangguan Haihua's eyes were filled with bitterness. She looked at the youthfulness pill in her hand but could not feel happy. I never expected to make it onto the beauty ranking. Now not only does the whole world know I am a woman, but it will also bring countless troubles. As the master of the first manor and the top-grade secret agent of the Dragon Protection Manor, she knew the trouble that came with being on the beauty ranking. The emperor might even want her. What should she do? Refusing would be disloyal. Accepting would be against her will. Alas! Shangguan Haihua let out a long sigh. The beauty ranking update was complete, but a new storm was just beginning. The Great Han in the desolate continent. The Zhen family of Zhongshan Wuji. Under the nervous and expectant gazes of her sisters Zhen Tuozhen Dao Zhenrong and Zhenmi Zhenjiang infused a strand of true qi into the token. The patterns on the token lit up, flickered once, and then nothing happened. The 5 Zhen sisters stared blankly at each other. Did it work or not? Zhenmi couldn't help asking. No one spoke. They didn't know if it had worked. Brother Wu wouldn't lie to me. Zhenjiang gripped the token tightly and said, "Let's just wait and see. For now, everyone should stay at home and not go out." Don't worry, big sister, we're not easy to mess with. Exactly. Brother Wu not only taught us martial arts, but also gave us treasures with divine power. If any bad guys dare to come, we'll beat them to death. Zhen Tuo and the others chimed in, and Zhenmi clenched her small fist and said fiercely. But with her stunning face, her fierce expression actually looked somewhat cute. They all had inexplicable confidence in Zhao Wu. The next day, as expected, Guotu, a strategist under Yuan Shao, came bearing gifts. "I didn't know you were coming, Lord Guo. Please forgive me for not welcoming you properly." Zhenjiang greeted him at the door. "Lord Guo, please come in." "I apologize for the intrusion, Miss Zhen," Guotu said, politely, then followed Zhenjiang to the living room. After a few pleasantries, Guotu cut to the chase. "Miss Zhen, I'm sure you've guessed the purpose of my visit today. I have long heard that the young ladies of the Zhen family are stunningly beautiful. Now that Miss Zhenrong has made it onto the beauty ranking, her beauty is known throughout the world. Miss Zhen and the other young ladies will surely also be on the ranking. My Lord Duke Yuan is from a family of 4 generations of dukes. He rules Ji Qingbing and Yu provinces with countless fierce generals and strategists under his command. He is truly a wise ruler." Guotu flattered Yuan Shao's status and power, then said, "My lord admires the young ladies of the Zhen family, so he sent me." Knowing what Guotu was about to say, Zhenjiang interrupted, "Lord Guo, I'm terribly sorry, but I have already given my heart and body to another. My 4 sisters are also betrothed. We can only decline Duke Yuan's kind offer. Please accept our sincere apologies." Guotu frowned. He had not heard that the Zhen sisters were engaged. Besides, even if they were engaged, so what? They could just break the engagement. In his eyes, Zhenjiang was being ungrateful and deliberately making excuses. If she was making excuses for others, that was one thing. But to refuse even Duke Yuan's favor. Did she think she was something just because she had money? Guotu's voice carried a hint of displeasure as he said coldly, "Miss Zhen, the engagement can be annulled. If you find it inconvenient, just tell me who it is. I'm sure they would be happy to oblige Duke Yuan and gladly annul the engagement." Guotu looked proud. In this region, who would dare to defy Yuan Shao? "Forgive me, Lord Guo, but I cannot tell you who it is," Zhenjiang said apologetically. Zhenjiang apologized. Slap. Guotu slammed the table and stood up, glaring at Zhenjiang. "I think you're just making excuses. What? Is Duke Yuan not good enough for you sisters? Duke Yuan taking a liking to you is the greatest honor for the Zhen family. If not for Zhenrong making it onto the beauty ranking, your family, mere lowly merchants, wouldn't even be worthy of being his concubines. I'll ask you one last time, do you truly refuse? The wrath of Duke Yuan is not something you can bear. I advise you to think carefully before answering." Guotu directly threatened. He had thought this trip would be a sure thing. He never expected that despite his polite words, Zhenjiang would be so ungrateful. Truly a case of refusing to take a hint. "Forgive me, Lord Guo. Duke Yuan's kindness is too great for us sisters to bear," Zhenjiang replied calmly, unaffected by Guotu's outburst. Fine. Guotu laughed in anger. "A mere merchant family dares to rebel. I hope you can still be this tough later." Guotu stormed off. He never expected that, as a top strategist under Yuan Shao, he would be rebuffed here. Without lingering, he hurried back to Yuan Shao. "Gongzi, you have finished so quickly." Yuan Shao was surprised and delighted. "Gongzi, you are indeed efficient." "My lord, I am guilty. I have failed your expectations." Guotu confessed in pain. What happened? Yuan Shao's face darkened, realizing things were not as he had assumed. It's obvious that he messed up and was turned away by the Zhen family. Suyu sneered inwardly, knowing exactly what happened without even thinking. "My lord, the Zhen family is too insolent. Relying on their filthy money, they don't take you seriously at all." Guotu embellished the story, reporting truthfully how hard he had tried, how the Zhen family had been arrogant, how they had insulted him, and how they had looked down on Yuan Shao. What a Zhen family! Mere merchants, lowly scum. I deigned to take them as concubines, which is a blessing they cultivated over 100 lifetimes. Not only are they ungrateful, but they dare to look down on me. This is outrageous. Yuan Shao flew into a rage, feeling greatly insulted. He roared, "Destroy the Zhen family. Bring them to me. I want to see what gives them the audacity to be so arrogant." Father, I am willing to lead troops to destroy the Jin family and uphold your authority. The second son Yuan, she immediately stepped forward to volunteer. The Jin family was immensely wealthy in Zhongshan Wuji, and confiscating their property was a lucrative task. Even an ordinary merchant family could yield some profit, let alone a wealthy one like the Jin. Good, I will give you 5,000 elite soldiers. Destroy the Jin family and bring back the Jin sisters and all their wealth. Yuan Shao nodded. He had long coveted the Jin family's wealth but previously had no excuse to act. This was a godsend opportunity. Yes, father. Yuan Shi was overjoyed, took Yuan Shao's orders, mustered 5,000 troops, and marched straight to the Jin family. Guotu went with Yuan Shi. The next day at noon, Yuan Shi and Guotu leading 5,000 cavalry arrived at Zhongshan Wuji, and surrounded the Jin family. What's going on? That's the second young master. Are they going to attack the Jin family? I heard Duke Yuan wanted to take the Jin sisters as concubines, but they refused. What? Duke Yuan wanted to take them as concubines and they refused. Is the Jin family stupid? They've angered Duke Yuan, they're courting death. The surrounding people buzzed with discussion. Yuan Shao was like an emperor in this land. When an emperor takes concubines, who wouldn't eagerly offer their daughters? Yet someone refused. Truly brainless. Meanwhile, at the Jin residence, Zhen Jiang Jin Tuo and the others gathered together, anxiety in their eyes. Sister, what do we do now? Zhen Rong asked worriedly. Take our mother and prepare to evacuate. I'll go see if there's room for negotiation. Zhen Jiang said. Zhen Jiang said. Sister. The others worried. Don't worry. With the talisman Brother Wu gave me, and my martial arts, even the 5,000 cavalry outside can't hurt me. Xinjiang gave them a reassuring look, speaking with great confidence. Zhen Tuo, Zhen Dao, and the others also had talismans from Zhao Wu, and knew the terrifying power they contained, so their worries eased. Moreover, others might not know, but they were well aware that their eldest sister Zhen Tuo had recently broken through to the Heaven Realm in martial arts. With Heaven Realm cultivation and Zhao Wu's talisman, where in the world could they not go? Be careful, sister. Zhen Tuo and the others took their mother to the back hall, where there was a secret passage leading outside the city. Meanwhile, Xinjiang walked outside. Outside the Zhen residence. Yuan Shi drew his sword, pointed forward, and ordered. The Zhen family slandered Duke Yuan, a crime deserving death. All males of the Zhen family kill without mercy. All females take them. Just as Yuan Shi was giving the order, a calm voice came from behind, interrupting him. In the martial world, one asks for directions, not for hearts. Asking for hearts, how many paths can one walk? Light a lantern to illuminate the road. The human heart is hard to fathom. Everyone, including Yuan Shi, was drawn to the voice. At this moment, someone was still courting death. Yuan Shi frowned and turned to look. He saw a tall, heroic man with curly long hair holding a knife in his left hand and a lantern in his right, walking slowly. Who is that? Carrying a lantern in broad daylight, is he crazy? He must be crazy, otherwise why would he come to die? The surrounding onlookers and countless martial artists buzzed with discussion. They were all curious about this unusual person. Yuan Shi looked at the strange man approaching him, pointed his long sword, and laughed. Who are you? Carrying a lantern under such a bright sun, truly unique. The sunlight may be strong, but it only illuminates the roads of the martial world. Can it illuminate the hearts of its people? The lantern-bearing stranger said calmly. My lantern illuminates the very hearts of the martial world. Ha! Interesting. Yuan Shi's eyes turned playful. In such bright daylight, your lantern light can't even be seen. How can it illuminate the hearts of the martial world? The human heart is hard to illuminate. Be careful, said the lantern-bearer. Hard to illuminate. The human heart is hard to fathom. That does make some sense. Yuan Shi nodded. What do you do? I see you have some knowledge. I'll give you a chance. Join my service. This place is not for you, the lantern-bearer said calmly. Go back where you came from. So you're on the Jin family's side. Do you think carrying a lantern in broad daylight makes you a master? Yuan Shi's eyes turned cold. Cut off his limbs. Let him pretend to be a master in front of me. Kill him. The surrounding knights drew their long blades and charged at the lantern-bearer. As expected, the lantern-bearer shook his head slightly, as if he hadn't seen the blades coming at him, and murmured, "Kind words are wasted on the damned." Clang. It was as if a divine blade had been drawn from its sheath. A dazzling, blinding flash of sword light swept by. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, the hundreds of cavalry around seemed to have been frozen in place, still holding their swords mid-swing. The next moment, splash, 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 blood spurted everywhere. Heads rolled and hundreds of cavalry fell from their horses. You! Who are you? Looking at the eerily calm man before him, as if he had just stepped on a few ants, Yuan Shi was terrified. The smell of urine wafted from between his legs. Ghost Bane. A calm voice accompanied a dazzling flash of sword light. Yuan Shi's terrified head shot into the air, blood, spurting 3 feet, splattering onto the face of the horrified Guitu. The hot blood jolted Guitu back to his senses. A flash of insight struck his mind and his pupils contracted. The 9 Continents Assassin ranking number 24. Heavenly Court Assassin. Ghost Bane. Giji Anchu. Damn, is he really Giji Anchu? The Tianting assassin ranked 24th on the assassin list. Giji Anchu. Such a swift blade. He killed the second young master with a single stroke. This spells disaster. Lord Yuan will surely be enraged. The martial artists nearby stared wide-eyed, never expecting to see Giji Anchu, the Tianting assassin, ranked 24th on the assassin list here. More terrifyingly, Giji Anchu showed no regard for Yuan Shao, directly slaying Yuan Shi. This is bad. The second young master is dead. It's over. We're all finished. Kill him. Kill him. At that moment, the shocked cavalrymen snapped back to reality, their eyes bloodshot. With Yuan Shi dead, failing to protect him meant death upon return, even dragging their wives and children into ruin. Therefore, at this moment, 5,000 cavalrymen went berserk, charging furiously at Giji Anchu. Only by killing him could they atone for their failure. Charge! Giji Anchu drew his blade and struck, sending saber chi stretching for dozens of zhong, cleaving men and horses apart, flesh and blood flying. This single stroke killed hundreds of cavalrymen. A clear path opened before him, a horrifying sight. The surrounding cavalry were momentarily stunned, but the thought of the consequences forced them to rally and charge again. Just then, one by one, the cavalrymen's necks suddenly appeared with a bloody gash, blood spurting as they fell from their horses. Within a few breaths, 2,000 cavalrymen lay dead, yet they hadn't even seen their enemy. They died without knowing how, unsure if it was man or ghost. What's happening? How did those wounds appear on their necks? Giji Anchu didn't even strike. Could it be ghosts? No, it's the war god's invisible ghost soldiers. They can vanish without a trace. This must be them. No! These are Tianting assassins, but they must have learned the secret of invisibility from the war god. Countless martial artists gaped. They had only read about the invisible ghost soldiers on the Legion rankings, never seen them. Witnessing them today was utterly terrifying. They saw no one, yet the enemy was already slit-throated. If they faced the invisible ghost soldiers, they would likely fare no better than Yuan Shao's cavalry. At that thought, everyone shuddered. It was too dreadful. They had assumed the invisible ghost soldiers' invisibility was conditional or relative, not truly absolute. But now it seemed they could truly vanish. They watched the cavalry being mercilessly slaughtered, yet saw no trace of any human figure. Not even a weapon was visible. It was beyond terrifying. No wonder Tianting's assassins dominated the assassin list. But how did the Empress of Huan Yin Fong rank 10th among Tianting's many assassins? Did she possess similarly lethal assassination techniques? Tianting assassins. The war god. Zhun Jiang, emerging from the Zhun residence, watched in awe, suddenly realizing, so Brother Wu is the war god. The Wu on the token stands for the war god, and also the Wu in Brother Wu's name, and the Tian refers to Tianting. Are these the Tianting assassins? Even with my heavenly man realm cultivation, I can only faintly sense their presence, but my eyes see nothing. Could Brother Wu have granted them the snake talisman? Zhun Jiang thought of a possibility. She herself possessed the snake talisman, which could grant invisibility exactly matching the assassin's displayed abilities. Zhun Jiang stared blankly. Thick blood spread, pooling into streams that flowed slowly on the ground. In less than a moment, all 5,000 cavalrymen were slaughtered. Based on their estimates, no more than 100 assassins had acted. 100 men slaughtering 5,000 in an instant. Unimaginable. From now on I must never offend Tianting, or I'll die without knowing how. The onlookers who witnessed the scene were left with a deep shadow in their hearts, filled with immense fear and dread toward the war god and Tianting. Giji Anchu stood at the entrance of the Zhen residence, his blade already sheathed. He remained as he had arrived, one hand holding his sword, the other a lantern. The road of the martial world asks not the heart but the path. How many roads can the heart walk? Murmuring the words he had spoken upon arrival, Giji Anchu walked slowly outward with his lantern. Zhen Tuo stepped forward, opening his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. He watched Giji Anchu's figure disappear, then turned and ran back into the residence. Ah, that's Zhun Jiang, the eldest daughter of the Jin family. She's truly beautiful. Even more stunning than Jin Rong, who's on the Great Han beauty rankings. I bet Zhun Jiang will definitely make the beauty list. Nonsense. You don't need to say that. I hear all the Zhun sisters are stunning beauties, and it's true. If they all make the list, that would be truly astonishing. But it's quite possible. Today's incident all started because of the beauty list. The second young master Yuan, Shi Lord Guitu, and 5,000 cavalry all lost their lives. Truly a femme fatale. Do you think the Tianting assassins were hired by the Jin family? Most likely. With their vast wealth, hiring Tianting assassins is nothing unusual. I wonder what Lord Yuan will do. He'll be torn between avenging his son and facing the terrifying Tianting. Either choice spells trouble. Indeed, even if Lord Yuan is a man of 4 generations of high office, and one of the top warlords of the Great Han, going against Tianting would still cost him dearly. Besides, Tianting assassins come and go without a trace. Even with hundreds of thousands of troops, Lord Yuan would have no way to strike back. Whatever happens between Tianting and Lord Yuan is none of my concern. I'll just watch the show. Amid the clamor outside, Xinjiang had already run into the residence, exclaiming joyfully, "Mother sisters, no need to flee. The crisis will soon be resolved." Knowing that Zhao Wu was the war god filled her with confidence. Even against the mighty Yuan Shao she had faith. What? The crisis is resolved. How? Has Brother Wu come? Zhen Tuo, Zhen Dao, Zhen Rong, Zhen Fu, and the others rushed out, their beautiful faces brimming with excitement and curiosity. Brother Wu didn't come, but Tianting's assassins did, said Xinjiang. Tianting's assassins? Yes, because Brother Wu is the war god. Really? I knew it. I said Brother Wu was the war god. Only Brother Wu in this world deserves the title of war god. Brother Wu is forever the god. When will we see Brother Wu again? While the Zhen residence was filled with joy, Zhongshan Wuji County erupted in chaos. Countless spies hurriedly relayed the news to their masters. Yuan Shao, the overlord of this territory, was still unaware that his second son Yuan Shi had been killed, and his 5,000 cavalry annihilated. In his mind, Yuan Shi destroying the Zhen residence with 5,000 cavalry was a trifling matter with no possibility of mishap. He was in a foul mood today. Thinking of the impending arrival of the Zhen sisters, his anger surged. He vented his frustration thoroughly in the chamber of his newly taken concubine. The next day, a somewhat sore-backed Yuan Shao summoned his trusted advisors, waiting quietly for the beauty list to update. I wonder if the other Zhen sisters will make the list today. Yuan Shao gazed at the beauty list expectantly. My lord, I hear the other Zhen sisters are even more beautiful than Jin Rong. They should have no trouble entering the list. By my reckoning, the second young master should return with the Zhen sisters tomorrow. Tianfeng, Su Yu and other strategists chimed in. These past 2 days they had also learned about the Zhen sisters. Most rumors said that Jin Rong was the least attractive among them. Since Zhen Rong had made the list, the others should have no problem. Yuan Shao's eyes gleamed with excitement. If all 5 Zhen sisters made the list and he claimed them all, it would be a point of pride. As for using force, that was nothing. It only highlighted his power. Beautiful women were meant for the strong. Finally, under Yuan Shao's expectant gaze, the beauty list updated again. Endless rainbow light surged, coalescing into names. Great Qin beauty list rank 1314. Yuan Zi Su Quan Great Yuan beauty list rank 1314. Zhao Yuerqin Surong Great Qin beauty list rank 1314. Yi Huang Nu Ing Qi Lian Great Sui beauty list rank 1314. Aishur Yao Li Shoning Great Han beauty list rank 1314. Zhen Tuo Zhen Dao Great Song beauty list rank 1314. Mu Nianxi Chang Ing Great Ming beauty list rank 1314. Su Rongrong Murong Choti. It's the Zhen sisters. They really made it. 3 of them are already on the list, the other 2 will surely follow suit. My lord, having all 5 sisters will be a legendary tale. Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations, my lord. Seeing Zhen Tuo and Zhen Dao on the list, Yuan Shao's eyes gleamed with excitement. His officials quickly flattered him. Their flattery made Yuan Shao so elated he forgot his own name. Haha, excellent. I truly hope Sheer returns soon. I can't wait to meet the Zhen sisters. If all 5 sisters make the list, it will be a legend across the 9 provinces. Yuan Shao laughed heartily. Such a legend would be his to enjoy. In the future he could boast about it with pride. The beauties on the list were like limited edition luxury cars, and the 5 Jin sisters were a unique exclusive set of super luxury cars. The thought alone was thrilling. Report. Urgent. Urgent. But at that moment an urgent voice came from outside. What's happening? Has Chao Aman attacked? Or is that scoundrel Dong Zhuo up to something again? Yuan Shao and his advisors, hearing the urgent report, first thought of an attack by another warlord. But they were not panicked. Yuan Shao commanded vast armies and territories. Even if Dong Zhuo attacked, he had no fear. Let me see who it is. Yuan Shao snorted, exuding dominance. Just then the messenger rushed in, prostrating himself, gasping for breath, and said sorrowfully, My lord, the second young master. Sheer. What about Sheer? Has he returned already? Yuan Shao was startled, then asked with delight. He had never considered the possibility of an accident. This was his territory and he had 5,000 cavalry. How could anything go wrong? No, the second young master. What happened to him? Just say it. Yuan Shao grew impatient. The messenger, gasping and weeping, said, My lord the second young master has been killed. Yuan Shao's eyes bulged. What? What did you say? Say it again. He seized the messenger by the throat, incredulous, suspecting he had misheard. Not only him. Beside him Tianfeng, Suyu, Yanliang, and Wenchou all wore expressions of disbelief. In this territory of his, who would dare to kill the second young master Yuan Shi? Moreover, Yuan Shi was leading 5,000 troops. Who could kill him? My lord the second young master was slain by a single stroke from the heavenly court assassin Ghostly Sorrow. Lord Guitu and the entire 5,000 troops have been wiped out. Impossible. How could my son die? You must be spreading lies and deceiving the people. Drag him out and behead him. Yuan Shao's body trembled. Unable to accept this cruel truth, he roared in fury. My lord, spare me. Every word I spoke is true. My lord, spare me. The messenger wailed as he was dragged out of the hall by 2 armored soldiers. With a scream his head fell to the ground. In the great hall Yuan Sha slumped onto his throne. How could he not know that the messenger had spoken the truth? Sheer. Dead. My son is dead. Heavenly court, Ghostly Sorrow. I will not coexist with you under the same sky. Yuan Shao's eyes nearly split as he roared. Seeing Yuan Shao's emotions slightly calm, Tianfeng stepped forward and said, My lord, the urgent task now is to figure out what exactly happened. Why was the second young master killed by the heavenly court's Ghostly Sorrow? No matter the reason, since the heavenly court dares to kill my son, I will surely destroy them. Yuan Shao roared, then summoned another messenger. The messenger trembled with fear. He had heard that the previous messenger had been beheaded. Living in this era, human life was the cheapest. Whether they could survive depended entirely on the whims of their superiors. To control one's own destiny, one must either have the power to dominate the world or possess boundless authority. But those living at the bottom were truly as insignificant as weeds. Tell us in detail everything you know. If you utter a single falsehood, you will be executed without mercy, Tianfeng said to the messenger. Yes, yes, yes. This humble one absolutely dares not speak a single lie. The messenger quickly recounted the news in full detail, including every word spoken by Ghostly Sorrow when he appeared, leaving nothing out. My lord, this heavenly court is most likely hired by the Jin family. The real culprit is the Jin family. The heavenly court is merely an assassin for hire. I believe it is unwise to make an enemy of the heavenly court. We should focus on dealing with the Jin family. Tianfeng, upon hearing that the heavenly court assassins had slaughtered 5,000 cavalry, without even being seen, gained a deeper understanding of their power, and was filled with intense apprehension. He did not wish Yuan Shao to confront the heavenly court. Yuan Hao, your words are mistaken. Suyu, who was at odds with Tianfeng, directly refuted. The Jin family has clearly hired the heavenly court assassins as bodyguards. If we don't deal with the heavenly court, how can we deal with the Jin family? Moreover, the heavenly court killed the second young master and massacred 5,000 of our cavalry. If my lord ignores this, won't it dishearten our soldiers, and make the lords of the realm laugh at us, thinking that my lord fears a mere assassin organization like the heavenly court? Hearing this, Yuan Shao's initial hesitation toward the heavenly court instantly dissipated. He, Yuan Shao, of the 4 generations of 3 dukes, the overlord possessing the 4 provinces of Jiqingbing, and how could he fear a mere heavenly court? Ziyuan speaks truly. The heavenly court killed my son and slaughtered my troops. I will make them pay. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Yuan Shao slammed the table, drew his sword, and set the tone. My lord is wise. So you glanced smugly at Tianfeng and flattered Yuan Shao. My lord, think twice. The heavenly court assassins come and go without a trace. Dealing with the Jin family does not necessarily mean we must confront the heavenly court. Tianfeng tried to advise further. Suyu shouted, Tianfeng, you keep speaking for the heavenly court, boosting their morale and dampening our own, obstructing the lord from avenging the second young master and our fallen soldiers. Could it be that you are a spy for the heavenly court? Suyu, don't spout nonsense. I, Tianfeng, am utterly loyal to the lord, as witnessed by the sun and moon. The lord sees through everything clearly. How can he tolerate your slanderous accusations? Tianfeng was furious, never expecting Suyu to be so ruthless as to directly label him a spy. Enough. This matter is settled. Anyone who speaks further will be treated as a spy. Yuan Shao rebuked. Tianfeng and Suyu immediately fell silent. He continued, what of the heavenly court assassins? I have Yanliang and Wenchou. Under the battle chi of our great army, no matter what ghosts and monsters they are, they will reveal their true forms. My lord, I request to lead the attack to destroy the Jin family. If any heavenly court assassin appears, I will surely cut off his head and offer it to the spirits of the second young master and the 5,000 soldiers. Yanliang, Wenchou, and other generals all eagerly volunteered. In their eyes, the assassination techniques of the heavenly court were beneath contempt. leading a great army in formation under the vast ocean-like surge of battle chi. Any invisibility technique would be rendered useless. And once deprived of their invisibility, the heavenly court assassins would be nothing but chickens and dogs before his army easily crushed. Excellent. With Yanliang and Wen Chou, why should I fear the heavenly court assassins? Yuan Shao's heroic spirit surged. He waved his hand and commanded, Yanliang, heed my order. I give you 100,000 troops. You must raze the Zhen family to the ground and annihilate the heavenly court assassins. Furthermore, bring the Zhen sisters back to me. I will make them wish they were dead but cannot die. Yuan Shao's eyes were ferocious. How dare they hire assassins to kill his son? Only by keeping them locked in the backyard and torturing them day and night could he quench the hatred in his heart. Since they killed his son, they would bear him 10 or 100 sons to atone. I obey. Yanliang was overjoyed. As a general, only through war could he earn merit. Destroying a mere Zhen family, even with the help of heavenly court assassins, was still a sure thing in his eyes. As for Wen Chou, Yuan Shao kept him by his side to guard his safety. He still harbored some apprehension toward the heavenly court assassins. While Yuan Shao was enraged over Yuan Shi's death high in the sky, the heavenly Dao golden list did not pause for anyone. Endless rosy clouds surged. One by one, peerlessly beautiful women emerged, as if from another dimension, surrounded by immortal mist like celestial maidens descending to the mortal world. Across the 9 provinces, countless people stared at the myriad forms of enchanting beauties on the beauty list, feeling their minds thunder, and completely forgetting where they were. Dazed and spellbound. My heavens, the women on this list are too beautiful. Could they be celestial maidens? How else could they be so stunning? So these are peerless beauties. No wonder since ancient times they have been called nation-toppling and femme fatale. Facing such beauties one can hardly resist. Damn! Facing such a beauty you still want to resist. I just surrender outright. Yuan Zi Su Quan Zhao Yuer Qin Serong. Especially the Great Qin beauty lists Huang Nuiying and Qi Lian. They are simply inhuman. Huang and Nuiying are truly identical. You can't tell who is the elder sister, and who is the younger, but their temperaments are slightly different. And Qi Lian, what a vixen. That waist like a water snake, those magnificent breasts. Got me all worked up. Shi Yao and Li Xiaoning from the Great Sui beauty list are about to appear. The beauties of Great Sui are also exceptional. I wonder if Shi Yao and Li Xiaoning can compare to Huang Nuiying and Qi Lian. Qi Lian is my wife, the eternal god. Huang and Nuiying are mine. Draw your swords. In the middle continent of Great Qin, at the headquarters of the Flowing Sands, Qi Lian, in a red high-slit robe, alluring and charming, a flicker of surprise in her captivating eyes, 14th place. This ranking was much lower than she had expected. That seductive fox, the tide, which hasn't appeared yet. She won't be ranked ahead of me, will she? A bewitching figure flashed in Qi Lian's mind, bringing back memories of her time in Korea. She gritted her teeth. That vixen is at least 10 years older than me, a dried-up old woman. She definitely didn't make the list. Her gaze then turned to the white-haired domineering man, seated on a stone throne ahead. The master of the Flowing Sands, Wei Zhuang. Wei Zhuang rested his hand on the hilt of the shark tooth, soared his eyes fixed straight ahead, completely indifferent to the beauty list. This block of stone. No wonder Sister Purple Girl ran off with another man. Qi Lian's eyes were resentful as she thought bitterly. In Xianyang, at the Imperial Preceptor's residence, the graceful and elegant figure of the Moon Goddess stood serenely gazing at the beauty list. Huang and Nuiying have made the list. Yanfei will surely be on it too. This time she will definitely gain great face. The Moon Goddess was also confident in herself. But alone compared to Yanfei and the sisters Huang and Nuiying, she was inherently at a disadvantage in presence. Should I also bring 2 helpers to increase my leverage? The Moon Goddess pondered. Yanfei had taken Huang and Nuiying to pledge allegiance to the martial god, and recently with the Golden List's emergence they had been in the limelight quite a bit. Unable to see the martial god, she planned to approach the martial king instead. She intended to use backdoor channels to overtake Yanfei from behind. It seems I need to recruit the Grand Priestess and the Young Priestess. The Moon Goddess made up her mind. Zhao Wu was surrounded by many beauties. Even though she was confident in her own appearance, talent, and martial arts, she was not sure she could stand out and dominate. With the help of the Young Priestess and the Grand Priestess, her chances would be much greater. While the Moon Goddess was planning to poach them, the Grand Priestess, in a red robe alluring and fiery, was also gazing at the beauty list, her heart filled with anticipation. Huang and Nuiying made the list. I should be able to make it too. The Grand Priestess didn't care much about her exact ranking. As long as she made the list and obtained the beauty-preserving pill, that would be enough. For women, the beauty-preserving pill was an irresistible poison. Not only the Grand Priestess but all beauties across the world, who were confident in their looks, were eagerly anticipating. Under the gaze of all, the images of Shi Yao and Li Xiaoning on the Great Sui beauty list materialized. Li Xiaoning had fair skin, a graceful figure, and was clad in armor holding a spear, while riding a warhorse valiant and heroic. She could rival Hu Sanyang from the Great Song beauty list. As for Shi Yao, holy crap! She's out. She's out. Another purple-robed dragon king. Purple-robed dragon king warning. Damn, isn't that Meng Pe of the Shenming sect? Meng Pe actually made the beauty list. Previously the assassin list revealed that Meng Pe was actually a member of the Buliang Ren. Now the beauty list reveals that Meng Pe is also a peerless beauty. Under everyone's gaze behind the name Shi Yao on the Great Sui beauty list, a hunched, stooped old woman with silver hair leaning on a cane appeared. The martial artists of Great Sui recognized this old woman as the infamous Meng Pe of the Shenming sect. Moreover, the previously released assassin list had ranked Meng Pe at number 77. She was a spy sent by the Buliang Ren to the Shenming sect. Now Meng Pe had actually made the beauty list, ranking 13th on the Great Sui beauty list. Truly unbelievable. Right under the intense gaze of the crowd, Meng Pe's image suddenly burst into endless radiant light. As the light faded, Meng Pe was encased in a layer of black charcoal. Immediately after, the black charcoal began to crack and fall away piece by piece, revealing the snow-white delicate skin beneath. Inch by inch, the once hideous decrepit Meng Pe transformed before everyone's burning eyes into a graceful, breathtakingly beautiful woman. This visual shock was even more intense than when the purple-robed Dragon King, disguised as Golden Flower Granny, transformed into a beauty. Although with the precedent of the purple-robed Dragon King and Xiao Zhao, they had already guessed that Meng Pe or Shi Yao must have used disguise. But seeing the true face of Meng Pe Shi Yao, countless martial artists across the 9 provinces were still stunned. She was too beautiful. Moreover, Meng Pe had previously infiltrated the Shenming sect and become its second-in-command, shaking the martial world. Now she was ranked 77th on the assassin list. Meng Pe's various experiences instantly captured the hearts of countless men. My heavens, Meng Pe is so beautiful. Meng Pe, I don't want to work hard anymore. So Meng Pe's real name is Shi Yao. What a beautiful name, and even more beautiful person. Is it too late for me to join the Buliang Ren now? You're dreaming. Brothers, draw your swords. Because of Shi Yao's appearance, countless perverts across the 9 provinces were set ablaze. However, with Shi Yao as a shining example, the subsequent beauties, Zhen Tuozhen, Dao Muniansi, and Changying, though all peerless, seemed dimmed in comparison. But when Su Rongrong and Murong Chiodi appeared, countless perverts felt as if they had found their wives again, especially Su Rongrong. Su Rongrong was extremely pretty, radiating charm, sometimes with a gaze about to weep, sometimes with a cheerful smile. She possessed a heroic spirit that combined strength and tenderness, along with a nimble figure and a warm, sweet smile. She seemed like an immortal who had long been detached from the mortal world, yet she was the most gentle, considerate, and understanding woman toward men. Such a woman was simply a man's ultimate desire. In the great Ming imperial palace, the Ming emperor stared intently at Su Rongrong's figure and commanded, "Find Su Rongrong for me as quickly as possible, as well as Murong Chiodi of the Murong family. I will take them as concubines." As the emperor, the supreme ruler of the world, the most beautiful women under heaven should all be his. Even if he didn't use them, he must possess them. Yes, your majesty. Not only the Ming emperor but countless powerful figures and overlords across the 9 provinces were doing the same. In the great Han of the wilderness continent, at the prime minister's residence, Dong Zhuo with his big belly fondled the beauty in his arms, while listening to his subordinates report, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, that kid Yuan Benchu tried to steal a chicken but lost his rice. He didn't get the beauty's lost troops and generals, and even his son died. What a waste. As he spoke, his large hand roughly mauled the beauty's bosom. Humph. The beauty groaned inwardly in pain but had to force a smile and flatter him. This Jin family is truly blessed, having 3 beauties on the list. Dong Zhuo gazed at Jin Tuo and Jin Dao on the beauty list. Such beauties are only worthy of being owned and enjoyed by me. Prime Minister, the Jin family has hired the Heavenly Court assassins as bodyguards. The Heavenly Court is not easy to deal with, especially since they have the backing of the martial god. To make an enemy of the Heavenly Court for a few women is truly unwise. Li Rudong was chief advisor and son-in-law hurriedly advised. He knew Dong Zhuo was lecherous, but the waters of the Zhen family's women were too deep. They were really not easy to handle. Hadn't Yuan Benchu lost troops and generals and even his son? What of the Heavenly Court? Do they really think I'm afraid of them? Dong Zhuo sneered, then said, "But I have no intention of confronting the Heavenly Court for now. The Heavenly Court can't be the Zhen family's bodyguards forever. Moreover, that kid Yuan Benchu lost his son. He will never swallow his anger easily. Let him test the Heavenly Court's strength first. I just need to play the role of the mantis behind the oriole." The Prime Minister is wise. While Dong Zhuo received the news of Yuan Shao's losses and his son's death at the hands of the Heavenly Court, Chao Chao Lu Bei and others also got the news. Their choices were similar to Dong Zhuo's. They prepared to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. If Yuan Shao suffered losses in the battle with the heavenly court, they would pounce and tear a piece of flesh from Yuan Shao. After all, Yuan Shao occupied 4 provinces and was immensely wealthy. Which of the lords like Cao Cao and Liu Bei did not covet Yuan Shao's territory? The lords of the land were watching with eager eyes, undercurrents surging. Meanwhile, Yuan Shao's general Yanliang assembled 100,000 troops and marched with great swagger toward the Zhen family in Zhongshan Wuji. At the same time, Zhao Wu brought the high priestess, the queen of the Jingjue kingdom Ji Xiaofu, and Zhou Zhiruo to the Green Bamboo Manor. The Green Bamboo Manor was a residence specially prepared for Zhao Wu by Duan Lang. Han Ji, whom he had seized, was currently waiting in the manor for Zhao Wu's favor. Duan Lang stood at the entrance. Seeing Zhao Wu's carriage arrive, he perked up and quickly went to the carriage, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, "Your subordinate Duan Lang pays homage to the master. May the master enjoy immortal blessings and boundless holy longevity." Your subordinate Duan Lang pays homage to your highness. May you enjoy immortal blessings and boundless longevity. Duan Lang knelt on one knee, speaking with resounding clarity. Duan Lang. In the carriage, Zhou Zhiruo was startled. If she remembered correctly, the 21st on the assassin ranking of the 9 realms was Duan Lang. And Duan Lang was a killer of the heavenly court. If this Duan Lang is that Duan Lang, then the king of Wu would be the god of war. Sure enough, the king of Wu is the god of war. I was not mistaken. Ji Xiaofu mused inwardly. All along the way she had been wondering whether the king of Wu was the god of war. Now at last she had the answer. As for the queen of Jingjue and the high priest, they had long known that the king of Wu was the god of war, so they were not surprised but merely regarded Duan Lang with some curiosity. After all, this was a figure ranked 21st on the assassin ranking. Yet nothing showed on the surface. "Rise," Zhao Wu said calmly. "Thank you, your highness." Duan Lang rose and said, "Your highness, I have prepared wine and dishes to welcome you and the 4 mistresses. Please come inside." "Let's go." Zhao Wu said no more, and led the high priest, the queen of Jingjue Ji Xiaofu, and Zhou Zhiruo as they followed Duan Lang into the Green Bamboo Villa. Ji Xiaofu and Zhou Zhiruo's pretty faces flushed crimson, their fingers twisting the hems of their clothes in nervousness. Duan Lang's address of mistresses had left them particularly embarrassed. They wanted to explain but didn't know where to begin. In the end, they could only lower their heads and remain silent. Zhao Wu followed Duan Lang to the main hall. Beautiful maidservants stood in attendance on either side. Seeing Zhao Wu, they bowed in unison, saying, "Welcome, master and mistresses. Rise, all of you." Zhao Wu waved his hand and took the seat of honor. He glanced around casually. The wine and dishes were abundant, including his favorite abalone. It was evident that Duan Lang had put great effort into it. One had to admit, Duan Lang was indeed a talented, capable, ambitious, and hard-working employee. In the original story, he entered the Society of the World together with Nie Feng, but because his name lacked the characters Wind and Cloud, Xiongba did not value him, and he was reduced to a menial servant. But he did not give up on himself. Instead, he practiced his family's martial arts day and night until his strength surpassed even Bu Jingyun, who was personally taught by Xiongba. He had originally intended to make a name for himself in the Hall Master competition and seize the position, but reality gave him a harsh lesson. Without connections or background, what use was strength? The Hall Master positions had already been reserved for Xiongba's 3 personal disciples. No matter how hard he tried, he had no chance. Yet the repeated beatings of society did not crush him. At time and again he seized or created opportunities. He eventually became a major villain boss in the story of Wind and Cloud. Unfortunately, he lacked the fate of a protagonist. Doomed to tragedy. If he had been called Duan Fengyun, perhaps his fate would have been different. Therefore, Zhao Wu had considerable appreciation for an ambitious employee like Duan Lang. As for ambition, who doesn't want to be better and more powerful? Which martial artist doesn't want to be stronger? Ambition brings motivation and drives one to work hard. Zhao Wu had never feared ambition in his subordinates, because he had absolute confidence in his ability to control them. After eating and drinking to his fill, the high priest, the queen of Jingjue Ji Xiaofu, and Zhou Zhiruo were each taken by attendants to their own rooms to settle in. Duan Lang personally led Zhao Wu to his quarters. "Your Highness, this is your room. Is there anything else you need?" Duan Lang pushed open the door and asked respectfully. "That's all. You may go." Zhao Wu nodded slightly. "If your highness needs anything, I am at your immediate service." Duan Lang withdrew from the room and gently closed the door. In the inner chamber of the room, Han Ji, already bathed and naked, lay on the soft large bed. Hearing the sounds outside, her delicate body trembled, her heart in turmoil. Is it the god of war coming? What does the god of war look like? Stately and imposing with an aura of dominance? Or transcendently elegant like an immortal? Han Ji's heart was tense, anxious, expectant, curious. As for Zhao Wu, the moment he entered he sensed a vibrant life force within. He knew it must be Han Ji, whom Duanlang had rescued from the Yuan soldiers. Without any false modesty Zhao Wu walked straight inside. Upon entering the inner chamber the first thing he saw was Han Ji lying on the couch, her face tense. A large red silk quilt half covered her, revealing a patch of fair skin. The lovely scenery was faintly visible. At the same time Han Ji also saw Zhao Wu. So handsome. Han Ji's gaze instantly became enchanted. She had imagined countless scenes, but she could not have conceived even a fraction of Zhao Wu's handsomeness. It was a handsomeness beyond mortal imagination. Zhao Wu examined Han Ji, praising inwardly. Indeed not bad, worthy of a woman on the peerless beauty ranking especially. So fierce. Your concubine Han Ji pays homage to the god of war. Seeing Zhao Wu approach, Han Ji quickly rose, not caring about the exposure of her body, and knelt on the couch, bowing respectfully. Her cheeks were flushed, making her exceptionally alluring. No need for formalities. Zhao Wu stepped forward, helped her up, and then smoothly pulled her warm, plump, and graceful body into his embrace. He had no need for spiritual communication with Han Ji now. Only physical communion was required. Sunrise and sunset. One night passed. It slipped away quietly. The warm sunlight mischievously crept into the room and fell upon Zhao Wu's face. He opened his drowsy eyes, and the first thing that met his gaze was a flushed, exquisitely beautiful face. Han Ji's watery, passion-filled eyes gazed at him adoringly. One had to admit, women's resilience was truly remarkable. Han Ji, who had fainted earlier, had woken up quite early. Lord God of War, you are awake. Han Ji's voice was clear and melodious like pearls falling on a jade plate, and carried a hint of soft, seductive charm that could stir a man's heart. From now on address me as King of Wu. Zhao Wu gently caressed the lady's smooth, delicate jade-like back, glancing at the bright red mark beside him, feeling pleased. He was very satisfied with Han Ji. Although she had no martial arts skills, she was intelligent, obedient, and sensible. She would make a fine concubine. King of Wu, Han Ji called out. Zhao Wu nodded slightly, pulling her body closer with force, and said, Your body is a bit weak. I will teach you a set of morning exercises. Thank you, King of Wu. Ah. The sun was high in the sky. Zhao Wu looked at Han Ji, who had fallen asleep in exhaustion, then at the red mark beside her, and rose with a satisfied expression. Greetings, Your Highness. As soon as Zhao Wu left the room, Duanlang came forward and said, I have prepared breakfast for Your Highness. Please proceed to the main hall. The several mistresses have already eaten. Zhao Wu nodded slightly. At his level, not eating was fine, but he still enjoyed eating. He savored gourmet food. He enjoyed the process of eating. This pig talisman is yours. Zhao Wu casually took out a talisman and tossed it to Duanlang. If you want the horse to run, you must let it graze. Thank you, Your Highness. I would serve you even unto death. Duanlang knelt on one knee, accepted the pig talisman, and joyfully thanked him. He had heard of the pig talisman. It was an extremely powerful treasure. With it one could emit destructive laser beams from the eyes with terrifying lethality. It would allow his strength to surge significantly. At this thought, Duanlang felt full of energy. Meanwhile, as Zhao Wu was enjoying himself at the green bamboo villa, in the desolate lands of the great Han Yanliang, a general under Yuan Shao spent 3 days mustering 100,000 troops and finally arrived at Zhongshan, Wuji County. When troops exceed 10,000, they stretch endlessly. The momentum of 100,000 soldiers was terrifying. Their surging blood energy soared into the sky, shattering the thunderclouds above and intimidating all evil spirits. Such a terrifying display naturally attracted countless martial artists from the Jianghu and the surrounding warlord factions. Countless spies were on high alert. This would be a clash between the warlords and the strongest assassin organization in the 9 realms. Whether the warlords were stronger or the heavenly court was more formidable. This was the question that concerned everyone. Cao Dong, Zhuo Lu Bei, and others had conflicted feelings. They both hoped Yuan Shao would defeat the heavenly court and yet also hoped he would not win. If the heavenly court won, it would mean a sword hanging over their heads. If Yuan Shao won, they would lose the chance to take a bite out of him. This was the source of their contradiction. Outside the county town, the mighty army surged like a torrent, banners covering the sky and blotting out the sun. The terrifying killing intent coalesced into a writhing flood dragon. Yan Liang stood with his sword across his horse, holding a large blade positioned at the front of the army. So you're that so-called Guijian Shou? Yan Liang's tiger eyes bulged, and he swung his long blade, pointing at a man carrying a lantern ahead of the army. You should not have come. Guijian Chao's expression showed no change as he spoke calmly, as if stating a fact. Should not have come. Yan Liang laughed heartily, scornfully, saying, What, do you really think that because your heavenly court killed 5,000 cavalry you are invincible? Try killing me. Although he said this, in reality he had already merged his aura with the entire army. Even a heavenly being expert could only die regretfully before him. With 100,000 troops, he could even contend with a land immortal level powerhouse. Such was the power of an army. Good words cannot persuade a doomed ghost. Gui Jianchou sighed softly, looked at Yan Liang, and suddenly shot 2 scorching laser beams from his eyes. Yan Liang's pupils contracted. His expression instantly froze. A blood hole appeared in his forehead, and his body fell stiffly from the horse. General! Ah! The general is slain. This is sorcery. Run! Seeing Yan Liang killed by a single glance from Gui Jian, the 100,000 soldiers were terrified, their hearts filled with fear. Without their commander, the 100,000 troops became a heap of loose sand, instantly falling into chaos, trampling each other with countless casualties. The surrounding spies were dumbfounded. Was 100,000 troops resolved like this? And Yan Liang was a peerless general under Yuan Shao with profound cultivation, further empowered by the army formation. Even a land immortal would find it difficult to kill him in one move, right? What cultivation level was this Gui Jianchou? And that eye technique was so terrifying. Despite their confusion, the countless spies did not delay and urgently sent the news to their respective lords. At the same time in Jizhou, Yuan Shao and his civil and military officials were waiting for today's update of the Peerless Beauty ranking. Calculating the time, Yan Liang should have already arrived at Zhongshan Wuji County. Yuan Shao glanced at the golden ranking in the sky and said, "I wonder how things are now. Rest assured, my lord. The Mirzhan family can be destroyed with a flip of the hand. Even if the heavenly court assassins intervene, they are no match for Yan Liang and 100,000 troops." Wen Chou said in a voice like a great bell confidently, "I believe Yan Liang will soon return with news of victory and spoils to present to you, my lord." He and Yan Liang were both generals. They knew each other well. He had full confidence in Yan Liang. Indeed, with Yan Liang and Wen Chou, the heavenly court can be destroyed at a snap. Hearing this, Yuan Shao's blood surged with heroic spirit. Humph! Destroyed at a snap. At that moment, a disdainful snort sounded. The temperature in the hall suddenly dropped by dozens of degrees, and a fierce killing intent swept in. Protect the lord! Assassin! Guard the lord! Panic spread through the hall. Wen Chou drew his sword and immediately stood in front of Yuan Shao. Armored soldiers poured in from all sides on guard. Yuan Shao, hidden among the crowd, felt a little relieved. He looked and saw a burly young man with instant noodle-like hair and a stoic face carrying a long sword approaching slowly. "Who are you? How dare you assassinate the lord?" Wen Chou pointed his sword at the newcomer and demanded. They knew this person was most likely a heavenly court assassin. They just didn't know his ranking. Bu Jingyun. A cold voice sounded, startling everyone. "It's him. Bu Jingyun. Ranked 22nd on the assassin ranking." Exclamations rang out and many eyes showed a hint of fear. Those who made it onto the assassin ranking were all extremely powerful killers. Those in the top 50 or top 30 were even more terrifying. Rank 22 is nothing. Let me see how formidable you are. As a general, Wen Chou was naturally not intimidated by Bu Jingyun. In his view, in a head-on confrontation, he was no weaker than Bu Jingyun. This was a perfect opportunity to show off before Yuan Shao. "Kill!" Wen Chou raised his sword and charged at Bu Jingyun. "Those who offend my heavenly court will be punished even if far away." Bu Jingyun suddenly lifted his head, his cold gaze like the solidification of death, and his heavy voice like the declaration and judgment of the Grim Reaper. Swoosh! A dazzlingly brilliant sword light flashed. Everyone involuntarily closed their eyes. When they opened them again, they saw a spray of blood blossoming on Wen Chao's neck. Immediately after, Wen Chao's head, with eyes full of unwillingness and fear, rolled to the ground with a few dull thuds. The sound was like a heavy hammer striking deep into everyone's hearts. "Wen Chou!" Yuan Shao cried out in pain, both shocked and terrified. The next moment a sword light flashed. Yuan Shao's head flew up into the air. Around him blood blossoms bloomed and heads rolled one after another. In an instant, the entire Yuan mansion became a river of blood. Yuan Shao's entire clan was wiped out. Drip! Drip! Blood dripped from the tip of Bu Jingyun's sword. His face showed no emotion, as if nothing could shake his cold heart. The weeping death god, Bu Jingyun. At the same time, the golden ranking in the sky seemed to be congratulating Yuan Shao's annihilation. Boundless rosy light surged, and the Peerless Beauty ranking updated again. Great Qin Peerless Beauty ranking 1112th. Ko Beiman Ma Xianglan Great Yuan Peerless Beauty, ranking 1112th. Shui Ing Shun Rong Great Qin Peerless Beauty, ranking 1112th. Duanmu Rong De Siming Great Sui Peerless Beauty, ranking 1112th. Shang Xiushuan Song Yuhua Song Yuji Great Han Peerless Beauty, ranking 1112th. Lu Qiling Zhenjiang Great Song Peerless Beauty, ranking 1112th. The Mu Wanqing Li Qing Zhao Great Ming Peerless Beauty, ranking 1112th. Lian Nishang Feng Xinyang Ko Beiman Ma Xianglan. It's them. They actually made it onto the Great Qin beauty list ranked 11th and 12th. A few years ago they along with Bian Yujing Li Xiangjuan Dong Xiaowan Gu Hengbo Lu Rushi and Shan Yuanyu and were known as the 8 beauties of Qinhuai radiant with talent and unparalleled beauty. Now that the 2 of them are on the list, the other 6 should also make it right. I heard that among the 8 beauties of Qinhuai Chan Yuanyu, and is the most exquisite with a beauty that can topple cities and kingdoms, a countenance that outshines the moon and shames the flowers. It's a pity that 3 years ago they were supposedly taken into the fold of a great figure, and now rarely appear in public, let alone allowing anyone to become their intimate guest or enjoy their favor. What a lamentable loss. In Hongzhou, countless literati, high-ranking officials, and martial artists of the Great Qin exclaimed in astonishment. They had all heard of the renown of Ko Baimen and Ma Xianglan. Originally those powerful magnates had not taken them seriously. But now that they had made the beauty list, things were different. Their prestige soared immeasurably. Immediately after, the images of Ko Baimen and Ma Xianglan materialized. The 2 sat in the pavilion of a flower boat drinking and singing, playing the zither, and painting their figures' faces, talents, and temperament, captivating countless onlookers, leaving them spellbound. In the Great Qing Imperial Palace, the Qing Emperor, hearing Wei Xiaobao's exclamation, asked, "Xiao Gizi, do you know them?" "Of course." Wei Xiaobao's smile turned lecherous and he flattered, "Your Majesty, long confined to the deep palace, may not know, but Ko Baimen and Ma Xianglan are very famous courtesans outside. They together with Bian Yujing Li Xiangjuan Dong Xiaowan Gu Hengbo Lu Rushi and Shan Yuanyu and are known as the 8 beauties of Qinhuai. However, it is said that 3 years ago they were taken into the fold of a great figure and rarely appear in public. Their fame has since waned." Wei Xiaobao reported everything he knew to the Qing Emperor. He was born in the Lichun court in Yangzhou, his mother Wei Chunhua a prostitute. Having grown up immersed in such an environment, he was most knowledgeable about the affairs of the wind and moon. If Ko Baimen and Ma Xianglan are already so beautiful, then what grace must Shan Yuanyu, and who surpasses the other 7, possess? The Qing Emperor's heart was stirred. Without the beauty list, even if he had heard of the 8 beauties of Qinhuai, he would not have paid much attention. After all, no matter how well they were packaged, selling their art but not their bodies, in the eyes of this emperor they were still lowly, unrefined goods. But making it onto the beauty list changed everything, especially with such a high ranking, and the other 6 would likely enter the top 10. As for their having been taken into the fold of some great figure, was that a problem? In this Great Qin, which great figure was greater than him? With a single word from him, who would dare not obediently present them for his enjoyment? Your Majesty, Xiao Xuanzi is willing to go and retrieve the 8 beauties of Qinhuai for your Majesty, and also search for other beauties on the list to offer to your Majesty. Wei Xiaobao, seeing the emperor's interest, immediately volunteered. Having grown up in a brothel, he was most fond of pleasure and lechery, and this was a perfect opportunity to go out and have some fun. He even thought of testing the depths of the 8 beauties of Qinhuai himself, since they had already been enjoyed by some great figure. He could have his turn, and then present them to the emperor, who would never know the difference. Good. The Qing Emperor nodded and said, "Xiao Gizi, hear my command. I appoint you Imperial Commissioner specially tasked with searching for the beauties on the beauty list for me. I obey your Majesty's decree." Wei Xiaobao did not immediately leave but stayed with the emperor to continue watching the beauty list. The images of Xueying and Shenrong materialized on the Great Yuan beauty list. Shenrong sat alone in her boudoir, gentle and serene, exuding the grace of a noble lady, pure and refined, carrying the fragrance of literature. Xueying, clad in a tight fighting outfit, her bright eyes sharp and fierce, her brows brimming with heroic spirit, fully displayed the demeanor of a female knight. Yet what shocked everyone most was that the 2 looked exactly alike. Like twins. Moreover, twins with strikingly different temperaments. Many lecherous men who adored twins found it hard to contain their excitement. Damn, the Great Yuan has such beauties. If I could get them both into one bed, just imagining it is thrilling. Wei Xiaobao fantasized in his mind. Having grown up in Lichun court, though he could barely read a few characters, his knowledge was undeniably rich. Group activities were nothing out of the ordinary for him. He didn't know about golf, but he knew how to play his own games. One day when I unify the 9 provinces, all the beauties of the world will be gathered in my harem. The Qing Emperor gazed at the magnificent women on the beauty list, his ambition soaring. The rivers and mountains, the beauties, all would be his. Your Majesty's civil and military achievements are outstanding, far surpassing those legendary sage kings. You will surely unify the 9 provinces, and all the beauties of the land will enter your Majesty's harem. Wei Xiaobao grinned, obsequiously flattering. It's Yao Shun Yu and Tang. The Qing Emperor shook his head helplessly and smiled faintly. Yes, yes, the bird-born fish soup. Wei Xiaobao laughed. In the Great Yuan of Shenzhou, at the Green Bamboo Manor, Zhao Wu rested his head on the voluptuous white knee pillow of the High Priestess, with the Absolute Queen and Han Ji, attending on either side feeding grapes into Zhao Wu's mouth. Shui Ying Shen Rong. Zhao Wu gazed at their exquisite, graceful figures. He knew their depths and secrets well. The two were characters from the martial arts dramas of his past life, portrayed by Li Ruodong in dual roles. Shui Ying was a martial arts expert from the desert, a disciple of Qi Baili, the leader of the Blazing Fire sect. In the original story, Shui Ying met Zhang Junbao of Wudong, fell in love with him, and was eventually killed by a volley of arrows, when Zhu Yuanzhang besieged Wudong, her heart pierced by 1,000 arrows. Without the entanglement of a woman, Zhang Junbao succeeded as the leader of Wudong, and became Zhang Sanfeng. As for Shunrong, she was the adopted daughter of Shun Wansan, a refined lady who was rescued by Zhu Yuanzhang before his rise to power, and the two never forgot each other. In his destitution, Zhu Yuanzhang felt unworthy of Shunrong, but she gave him immense encouragement and support. Later, due to misunderstandings created by his brothers-in-arms, Zhu Yuanzhang married another woman, while Shunrong was carrying his child, and at the wedding he spoke words that hurt her deeply. Heartbroken, Shunrong attempted suicide. Though she was eventually saved, the child in her womb had died. Shunrong took up martial arts. Later she reunited with Zhu Yuanzhang, forgave him, and risked her life to scout enemy intelligence to help him achieve his great cause. But Zhu Yuanzhang, due to a misunderstanding, killed her adoptive father. After Zhu Yuanzhang became emperor, he ordered archers to kill Zhang Junbao, but they mistakenly killed Shui Ying, Shunrong's younger sister. From then on, Shunrong became a nun at Wudong Mountain. Could be said that the lives of these sisters were like a coffee table, covered with tragedies. But after meeting Zhao Wu, their destinies changed. Zhao Wu looked at the beauty list. After Shui Ying and Shunrong, the images of Duanmurong and Grand Warden materialized. Duanmurong was pure and refined, cold as ice, warm inside yet cold outside, seeming tough yet gentle. The inner delights. Zhao Wu knew them well, not to be spoken of to outsiders. Grand Warden, clad in a red robe, had a voluptuous figure, fiery and seductive. No wonder she was the fire elder of the Yin school. Truly soul-stirring and alluring. Countless lecherous men across the 9 provinces instantly boiled over. Holy shit! The beauties of Great Qin are as always. One pure and refined, the other fiery and seductive. I love them. Draw your swords. Grand Warden is mine. Grand Warden's waters are too deep, you can't handle her. Let me. Duanmurong and Grand Warden are two extremes, each with their own beauty. No wonder Lady Yaoguang and Lady Jingjue are ranked behind them. Ji Xiaofu and Zhou Zhihua, both great beauties, felt a surge of admiration, and suddenly a sense of inferiority. In truth, they were not lacking either. It was just that their martial arts were a bit weaker. They were overpowered in aura. Duanmurong, for instance, had met Zhao Wu early on. Under Zhao Wu's profound guidance, her martial arts had become extraordinary, and with the various talismans bestowed by Zhao Wu, her overall strength was unmatched by few in the world. And Grand Warden, as the fire elder of the Yin school, possessed strength that neither Ji Xiaofu nor the current Zhou Zhihua could compare to. The following beauties: the ranch owner Shang Shuyun, the Song clan's eldest daughter Song Yuhua, and her sister Song Yuji, the Han dynasty's Lu Bu's daughter Lu Qiling Xinjiang, and the great Song's Mu Wanqing Li Qingzhao, though all were stunning women of the world. Compared to Duanmurong and Grand Warden, they seemed a bit lacking. However, Mu Wanqing's veiled appearance stirred the desires of countless lecherous men. Because, in Mu Wanqing's introduction, there was a note: she was fiercely loyal and chaste in love, and she had sworn that whoever saw her face would either marry her or be killed by her, after which she would kill herself. Countless lecherous men yearned to lift Mu Wanqing's veil. Though they had not seen her face, being ranked 11th on the Great Song beauty list was enough to prove that Mu Wanqing possessed a beauty that could topple cities. Yet they did not know that Mu Wanqing's veil had already been lifted. The scenery within the gates had already been visited by someone. The flower had a master. Finally, the most anticipated were the Great Ming beauty lists Lian Nishang and Feng Xinyang. Since Lin Xianer had appeared, countless people across the 9 provinces had realized that the Great Ming beauty list had exceptionally high quality. Every beauty on the list possessed a face that could topple cities and a countenance that outshone the moon and shamed flowers. They're coming. They're coming. I wonder what styles Feng Xinyang and Lian Nishang will have. A surge of rosy light rippled and everyone stared intently at the Great Ming beauty list. 2 breathtakingly elegant heroic figures materialized. Lian Nishang's face was radiant, beautiful as a celestial being. Even a fleeting glimpse could captivate the soul and stir the heart. As for Feng Xinyang, if Lian Nishang was a pure ethereal fairy, then Feng Xinyang was a life-taking enchantress. She was stunningly beautiful, her chest proudly arched, her waist slender, her abdomen flat, her long supple legs perfectly rounded and strong, her skin fairer than snow and her charm infinite. Yet her breathtaking beauty was not the most striking thing about her. It was her character. She craved all kinds of excitement: ride the fastest horse, climb the highest mountain, eat the spiciest dishes, drink the strongest liquor, wield the sharpest blade, Kill the fiercest foe. She knew what clothes to wear on any occasion. She knew what to say to whom. She knew what wine to drink with what food. She also knew what moves to use to kill what kind of person. She understood life. And she knew how to enjoy it. People like her were rare in the world. Some admired her, some envied her. She herself was almost completely satisfied with herself. Except for one thing. That was loneliness. No amount of excitement could fill that void of loneliness. But that was before. Since meeting someone. That loneliness had been filled. Utterly satisfied. Ah, this Feng Xinyang is truly an extraordinary woman. I feel like I can't quite handle her. Do you even have a chance to handle her? You're dreaming. I wonder what kind of man can tame a woman like Feng Xinyang. This woman is beautiful, but her waters are too deep. Definitely not something an ordinary man can grasp. Countless lecherous men across the 9 provinces buzzed with excitement. Many emperors, princes, and powerful figures developed a keen interest in Feng Xinyang. For men like them, ordinary beauties were too easy to obtain. With a wave of their hand they could have countless. They had long grown tired of them. Only a wild mare like Feng Xinyang could stir the conquering instinct deep within a man's heart. In the great Ming imperial palace, the Ming emperor chuckled lightly and said, "What a fine Feng Xinyang, what an extraordinary woman. I love such wild mares the most. Only by taming such a wild mare can one feel a sense of achievement. Find out for me. I want to know where Feng Xinyang is now." "Yes, your majesty." Meanwhile, in a mysterious forest there was a small wooden house perched in a tree. Half reclining on a branch next to the house was a carefree young man. The young man chewed on a blade of grass, turned his head, and looked at the bold, enchanting woman sitting on a nearby large branch. "I never expected a tomboy like you to make the beauty list. The golden list must be blind. You're the tomboy. I'm as beautiful as a flower, the most stunning of all. The golden list is indeed blind to rank me 12th. Feng Xinyang tossed her long hair, exuding 1,000 charms, and said with feigned displeasure, "You call yourself a girl? Don't think I don't know. A few years ago you were involved with an old man." Zhao Xialong smirked disdainfully. Though he hadn't clearly seen the man's figure back then, he vaguely sensed an aura of terror and suffocation from him. It was something he had never encountered in his life. Even now, recalling it, his heart still shuddered. His martial arts were not weak. To make him feel terror and suffocation. The other party must have been some old monster who had cultivated for who knows how many years. "You're the old man." He was only 18 back then. Feng Xinyang shot him a fierce glare, her eyes filled with deep nostalgia and longing. She suddenly missed him. What? Only 18? How is that possible? Zhao Xialong was stunned, caught off guard. Did I sense wrong? How could that terrifying aura of cultivation belong to someone only 18? Even if he had cultivated since the womb, it would be impossible. But he didn't dwell on it. He was a broad-minded person. He looked at Feng Xinyang and teased. 18 and you still went for it? I didn't know you liked cradle robbing. You're the baby. Looking for a beating. Feng Xinyang glared at Zhao Xialong, and the figure of Zhao Wu, handsome and majestic, flashed in her mind. She murmured, "He is the strongest man I've ever met. Not only the strongest in martial arts, but the strongest in every aspect." She loved excitement. She had experienced the sensation of teetering between life and death like a celestial being. She truly thought she was about to die. That feeling was indescribable. Just then, a surge of rosy light rippled on the beauty list, and 14 dazzling beams of light fell upon the 9 provinces. Beauty list ranks 11 to 12. Reward: 1 heaven-grade superior beauty-preserving pill capable of maintaining youthful appearance for 80 years. 1 pair, each of heaven-grade superior black stockings and white stockings. Beauty list ranks 11 to 12. Reward: 1 heaven-grade superior beauty-preserving pill capable of maintaining youthful appearance for 80 years. 1 pair, each of heaven-grade superior black stockings and white stockings. Tomboy, what are black stockings and white stockings? The previous ranks 13 to 14. Reward: added a pair of black stockings to the beauty-preserving pill. This time there's an extra pair of white stockings. Zhao Xialong looked at Feng Xinyang curiously. At that moment, Feng Xinyang also received the rewards, and in her mind there was information about the beauty-preserving pill and the stockings. She put away the rewards, glanced at Zhao Xialong, and said flatly, "Humph, these are only for my man to see." Tisk. Zhao Xialong snorted, guessing roughly that the black and white stockings were likely intimate garments for women. He muttered, "I didn't expect this golden list to be so improper." The beauty list update for today was complete. Everyone eagerly anticipated the remaining top 10. To enter the top 10 of the beauty list would surely mean being a peerless beauty. While the crowd buzzed with excitement and countless emperors, princes, and powerful figures sent people to search for the beauties on the list, the barren province of Great Han's Ji province exploded in chaos. Yuan Shao, the overlord of Ji province, a great prince with 4 generations of high office, had been wiped out in his own lair. Not only the Yuan family but nearly all of Yuan Shao's strong subordinates had been killed or wounded. The powerful prince of the great Han Yuan Shao had thus perished, and not by the hands of another prince, but by the heavenly court, which annihilated his entire clan in a single day. This news struck like a thunderbolt. Countless spies stationed in Ji province relayed the information at breakneck speed. In an instant, the entire Great Han was rocked. The world was in uproar. All were stunned. In Yan province. What? Yuan Shao is dead. How is that possible? Cao Cao jolted to his feet, his small eyes wide in disbelief. The overlord Yuan Shao, who had held the title of duke for 4 generations and ruled over 4 provinces, had died just like that. My lord, our scouts have confirmed it repeatedly. Besides, the news has spread. Yuan Shao is indeed dead. Sun Yu said, holding the intelligence report. And not only Yuan Shao but also his generals and the entire Yuan family have perished. Was it Heaven's Court? Cao Cao still felt as if he were dreaming. Indeed. Sun Yu nodded. Yuan Shao dispatched his top general Yan Liang with 100,000 troops to attack the Zheng family of Zhongshan Wuji. Outside the city, they encountered the Heaven's Court assassin Ghostly Sorrow, who had struck before. Ghostly Sorrow stood alone before the 3 armies, shot 2 terrifying beams of light from his eyes, instantly killed Yan Liang, and the 100,000 troops scattered without a fight. How is that possible? Was Yan Liang a fool? He had 100,000 troops. With the support of the army formation, even a land immortal couldn't kill him instantly. Xiahou Dun, as a warrior, understood the might of a general. In single combat they might not match those lone wanderers. But with the army formation backing them, they could crush everything and fight beyond their rank. According to reports, although Yan Liang was arrogant, he had already activated the formation of 100,000 troops. Yet, he was still killed instantly. Sun Yu's voice grew grave. Based on my deduction, the terrifying beams from Ghostly Sorrow's eyes should be the same laser attack possessed by the 3rd-ranked legion on the legion ranking, the Eye Laser troops. Impossible. Such a fearsome ability, even if owned by Ghostly Sorrow rank 24 on the assassin ranking, is one thing, but how could it form an entire legion? At most, the legion commander would have such an ability. Exactly. If an entire legion possessed such a terrifying means, who could stand against them? The generals all spoke up. Ghostly Sorrow alone had used this ability to instantly kill the top general Yan Liang, who was backed by 100,000 troops. If an entire legion of Eye Laser troops possessed the same power, just how terrifying would that be? There would be no way to fight. They refused to believe that every Eye Laser soldier had such an ability. Cao Cao's expression also turned grim. The Eye Laser troops can't be that powerful, can they? Indeed. If the entire legion were like that, it would be truly horrifying. However, the Eye Laser troops should have a similar means, just not as devastating as Ghostly Sorrows. Guojia analyzed. Cao Cao and the others nodded, agreeing with Guojia's guess. Ghostly Sorrow was ranked 24th on the assassin ranking. Even if the Eye Laser troops under the War God were formidable, they couldn't possibly match Ghostly Sorrow. Now that Yuan Shao has been annihilated by Heaven's Court, his 4 provinces are leaderless. Should we send troops to occupy them? Cao Cao's heart burned with desire, but he was also deeply wary of Heaven's Court. My lord, I suggest we prepare. Other warlords will surely try to seize Yuan Shao's territory. Let's observe first. Sun Yu said. If Heaven's Court does nothing, we can strike immediately. They can't possibly occupy all of Yuan Shao's lands at once. This approach works. Guojia agreed. Moreover, Heaven's Court is an assassin organization. I doubt they would want Yuan Shao's territory. But behind Heaven's Court is the War God, who is close to the Qin Kingdom. I'm afraid the Qin Kingdom might interfere. At the mention of Qin, Cao Cao's face darkened. He sighed. If the Qin Kingdom gets involved, it will be difficult for us to take Yuan Shao's lands. It's too early to say anything now. Let's prepare first, then watch the situation and act accordingly. The Chancellor's mansion. Dongjue also received the news of Yuan Shao's annihilation by Heaven's Court. He laughed heartily. That Yuan Benshu is truly useless. Wiped out by Heaven's Court in a single day. But Heaven's Court's strength is indeed somewhat terrifying. Despite his bluster, Dongjue's heart was heavy with dread toward Heaven's Court. My lord speaks wisely. However, if we can avoid offending Heaven's Court, we should. Li Ru said. If my lord desires Yuan Shao's territory, we could send a large army to test the waters. If Heaven's Court appears, we retreat immediately. But for now, we absolutely must not touch the Zheng family. Dongjue thought of the Zheng sisters, all of whom were on the beauty ranking. What a thrill it would be to have them in his bed. Unfortunately, he still didn't know whether the Zheng family was merely an employer of Heaven's Court, or had some other relationship. He understood the gravity of Li Ru's warning. Chancellor, I request permission to lead the army and expand your territory. Hua Xiong, Guo Huai, and other generals eagerly volunteered. For warriors only battle brought merit. They would not cower in fear of Heaven's Court. Besides, this mission wasn't to confront Heaven's Court head-on. If they encountered Heaven's Court, they could always retreat. Hua Xiong, you shall go. I'll give you 100,000 Shiliang iron cavalry. Dong Zhuo pondered for a moment, then ordered. I obey. Hua Xiong was overjoyed. He took Dong Zhuo's decree and led 100,000 Shiliang iron cavalry toward Bing province. Meanwhile, Liu Bei and his two brothers had long desired a territory of their own. Seeing Yuan Shao slain and 4 provinces up for grabs, they couldn't resist making a move. Brother, don't worry. This time we'll surely get our own land. Even if that ghostly sorrow shows up, I'll stab him full of holes. Zhang Fei brandished his serpent spear, his voice booming with fearless conviction. Third brother is right. Even if Heaven's Court appears, I'll seize a piece of land for our eldest brother. Guan Yu stroked his long beard, his expression haughty, his eyes nearly rolling to the top of his head. In his view, Yan Liang, Wen Chou, and Yuan Shao were nothing but lambs to the slaughter. If he were in their place, he could kill Yan Liang and Wen Chou with a single stroke. Ghostly sorrow and Bu Jingyun were nothing in his eyes. Second and third brothers, the assassins of Heaven's Court, are mysterious and eerie, and they have the war god backing them. It's best if we don't offend them. Liu Bei sighed inwardly. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were formidable, but their temperaments were flawed. Zhang Fei was reckless and impulsive. Guan Yu was unbearably proud. He acted as if heaven were number 1 and he were number 2. But Liu Bei had no choice. He had no other men to rely on except Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. We understand, brother. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei replied, but clearly they hadn't taken his words to heart. Guan Yu secretly hoped to encounter the war god. If he could slay the war god with one strike, then his fame would spread across the land. Heroes from all directions would flock to him, and they could finally achieve their grand ambition. While the Han warlords were stirring, the Great Qin Emperor Ying Zheng was not idle. He had received the news earlier than any Han lord. Because Zhao Wu had sent him a message, Yuan Shao would be destroyed. The first emperor had no doubt about the war god. He immediately ordered Wang Li to lead 300,000 troops south, to attack Yuan Shao's territory. By now they were nearing Yu province. As for these matters, Zhao Wu couldn't be bothered. It was already generous of him to send a message to Ying Zheng. As for destroying Yuan Shao, it was naturally Zhao Wu's decision. Although the assassin ranking had exposed Heaven's Court to the continent's powerhouses, many still lacked proper reverence. He needed to make an example, and Yuan Shao unfortunately became that sacrificial lamb. But his death stirred the winds of the world, so it was not in vain. Just as the world was in turmoil, 3 days passed in a flash. Liu Bei and his brothers leading 30,000 troops encountered Hua Xiong's 100,000-strong Shiliang iron cavalry in Bing province. The two sides met. The air crackled with hostility. Liu Bei styled himself a scion of the Han imperial family, while Dong Zhuo was a rebel who had thrown the court into chaos and debauched the harem. They were irreconcilable. As Liu Bei later said, Han and traitors cannot coexist. The imperial cause cannot be confined to a corner. To uphold his established persona and reputation, he had to fight Hua Xiong. However, both sides tacitly held off from immediate battle. The countless soldiers' eyes unconsciously drifted toward the sky. Today was the day the beauty ranking updated. Moreover, the top 10 beauties of each continent were about to be revealed. Not only them, countless people across the 9 provinces looked up, their eyes burning with anticipation fixed on the beauty ranking. Liu Bei and Hua Xiong clearly understood their soldiers' minds. Thus they both agreed to wait until the beauty ranking was fully announced before starting the battle. At the same time, they too gazed at the beauty ranking, waiting. Finally, under everyone's expectant eyes, boundless rosy light surged on the ranking, coalescing into a list. Great Qin Beauty ranking 9th to 10th, Gu Hengbo Li Xiangjuan Great Yuan Beauty ranking 9th to 10th, Yin Susu Zhou Zhirua Great Qin Beauty ranking 9th to 10th, Jing and I Tian Yan Nong Yu Great Sui Beauty ranking 9th to 10th, Xiao Mingyang Zhang Lihua Great Han Beauty ranking 9th to 10th, Zhu, Rong Mi Zhun Great Song Beauty ranking 9th to 10th, Li Shishir Liang Hong Yu Great Ming Beauty ranking 9th to 10th, Lian Xing Shun Bijuan. Gu Hengbo and Li Xiangjuan, they have indeed made it onto the peerless beauty list. In the Great Qing Imperial Palace, the Qing Emperor's eyes flickered with a hint of excitement. He had clearly regarded them as his own possession. Congratulations, Your Majesty. It seems that the 8 beauties of Qinhuai will have no trouble appearing on the list. Wei Xiaobao promptly offered his congratulations. Xiao Gizi will hasten to bring the 8 beauties of Qinhuai back to Your Majesty for your enjoyment. Excellent. The Qing Emperor's smile deepened. Their gazes burned as they stared at the peerless beauty list. Amidst endless radiant clouds, one by one peerless figures coalesced into form. Gu Hengbo and Li Xiangjuan within a painted boat played the zither and painted their talents unparalleled, ethereal and refined, strikingly beautiful and alluring. Yin Susu possessed a radiant, incomparable beauty, with a mind full of stratagems neither wholly righteous nor entirely wicked. Zhou Zhirua was as delicate as an orchid, gentle and refined, with a light frown and a faint anger that made her utterly captivating. Haha, Susu has made the list. Worthy of being my daughter, the white-browed Eagle King. At the Tianying sect, the leader white-browed Eagle King, Ying Zheng, laughed heartily, filled with pride. Meanwhile, countless people across the 9 continents stirred at the sight of Zhou Zhirua. Not only because of Zhou Zhirua's beauty, but also, holy crap, this Zhou Zhirua looks like she's from a Mei too. Does a Mei have so many beauties? 3 of them have made the list. More than that, the Great Yuan Mei has 3 and the Great Ming Mei still has Sun Xiuqing. Is it too late to join a Mei now? I heard that Great Yuan Mei has already been wiped out. Too late. What about Great Ming Mei? Then you'd have to castrate yourself first, then master the peerless martial arts Sunflower Manual. Only then might you have a chance to enter a Mei. If I've already castrated myself, what's the point of going to a Mei? What else? Ever heard of the Spirit Finger? Lu Xiaofeng warns. In Xuanzhou Great Yuan, at the Green Bamboo Villa, the High Priestess and the Queen of the Jingjue Kingdom looked at Zhou Zhirua with smiles in their eyes. Congratulations, Sister Zhirua, for making the peerless beauty list. Thank you, Sister Yaoguang's sister Jingjue. Zhou Zhirua's voice was light and ethereal, tinged with shyness. 2 blushes of pink rose on her fair, delicate face, dotted with tiny beads of moisture, making her elegant and pure like a morning dew-drenched narcissus. Our master is truly formidable. Every woman by his side has a place on the peerless beauty list. Duan Lang sighed inwardly as he saw Zhou Zhirua's name. He already knew that the Queen of Jingjue, the High Priestess, and Ji Xiaofu had made the list earlier. Now that Zhou Zhirua had also appeared, all 4 had been listed. Moreover, Zhou Zhirua was ranked 10th. The Hanji he had kidnapped paled in comparison. Congratulations, Zhirua. Zhao Wu gazed at her flushed cheeks like a lotus emerging from water, a fresh flower in the morning dew, infinitely enchanting. No wonder she was the heroine of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Even though she was still a little immature with a hint of greenness, she was already a peerless beauty in the making. If he could guide her deeply, after a transformation from maiden to woman, she would surely become infinitely charming and surpassingly beautiful. No wonder Cao Cao loved married women. Thinking of this, Zhao Wu's gaze fell upon the Great Qin peerless beauty list. There the stunning figures of Jing and Tianyan and Nong Yu materialized. Nong Yu sat in a small pavilion, her hands playing the zither. Her exquisite form was ethereally beautiful, and the wondrous melody actually attracted 100 birds to pay homage, a sight to behold. Jing and clad in a tight fish-scale battle suit and fishnet stockings, had a fair, delicate face as exquisite as a porcelain doll. Her bright, beautiful eyes held a trace of sharpness and killing intent, and she gripped the Jing and sword looking heroic and dashing. Tianyan bore a 7/10 resemblance to Jing and Her beautiful eyes held a wisdom that could see through the human heart. Mother and daughter stood together like twin lotus flowers, a sight of boundless beauty. Holy crap! Jing and is this beautiful? Jing and Tianyan are mother and daughter. So it's not just sister pairs that can share a spot. Mother and daughter can too. Why didn't the Purple Dragon King and Xiao Zhao take a shared spot? Maybe Great Yuan doesn't have enough beauties, hee. Love it. Love it. I'll leave Tianyan to you all. I choose Jing and Only children make choices. I want both. Check out the second-ranked assassin. Check out the leader of the invisible ghost soldiers. Better to die under the peony flowers, be a romantic ghost. I wonder if Jingni's man is dead. I'd love to take his place. Get lost. I don't mind that Tianyan isn't my own flesh and blood. I'll definitely cherish her. You're secretly delighted that Tianyan isn't your own daughter, aren't you? Bro, you're not right. Hasn't anyone noticed that the 4th-ranked assassin is Tianyan? Holy crap. Terrifying. With Jing Ni's appearance, the 9 continents erupted. Not only because Jing and Tianyan were mother and daughter, but also because Jing Ni's reputation had long shaken the 9 continents. Second on the Legion list, leader of the invisible ghost soldiers. Second on the assassin list. Their identity was enough to shock. Now, she had also made the peerless beauty list, and the topic instantly exploded. In Zhongzhou Great Qin, Xianyang, the imperial tutor's residence, Yushin saw Tianyan's appearance, and her dreamy, profound eyes flashed with surprise and awe. It's her. She is Tianyan, the 4th-ranked assassin. When she first visited the Prince of Wu's residence, it was Tianyan who greeted her. Tianyan looked very refined, like a proper lady, seemingly unskilled in martial arts, but those eyes had left a deep impression on her. Shi Yushun was well-versed in astrology and divination, and her Yinyang arts were second only to Donghuang Tai and Dongjun Yanfei within the Yinyang school. Yet when she faced Tianyan, she felt as if she were being seen through. She knew Tianyan was not simple, but she had not expected her to be so formidable. Fourth on the assassin list. And the daughter of Jing and I, Tianyan. Yan, Divine Eye Laser Soldiers. A flash of inspiration struck Yu Shen. Could it be that Tianyan is Yan, the leader of the Divine Eye Laser Soldiers? The more she thought, the more likely it seemed. Tianyan's eyes were terrifying. She had experienced it herself, and the Divine Eye Laser Soldiers were known for their divine eyes. Especially since Tianyan was ranked 4th on the assassin list, it proved she was fully capable of leading the Divine Eye Laser Soldiers. If Tianyan was the leader, then could Jing and I and Yanfei also be by the Prince of Wu's side? She had already learned that the two utterly bewitching, utterly enchanting women often accompanying Zhao Wu were called Mingzhu and Yan Lingji. Yan Lingji was the leader of the Fire Dragon Incendiary Soldiers on the Legion list. She did not believe it was a mere coincidence. It must be the same person. And Mingzhu's identity she had also discovered. She was the Tidal Witch. And the Tidal Witch was the commander of the Beast Tide Soldiers. Both were deeply connected to Zhao Wu. Yanfei and Jing and I might also share a deep bond with him. She did not care about Jing and I and the others. But if Yanfei was also entangled with Zhao Wu, then her previous plan to get ahead through Zhao Wu and surpass Yanfei would become very difficult. No, I must act quickly. A sense of urgency and immense pressure rose in Yu Shen's heart. First I'll bring to Siming and Shao Siming over, then go find the Prince of Wu. Yu Shen made up her mind. Tianyan, the Tidal Witch, Yan Lingji. All were closely tied to Zhao Wu, meaning Zhao Wu had a deep connection with the martial god. Perhaps the martial god had long since retired from worldly affairs and entrusted his legions and such to Zhao Wu. Such a man. She must seize him. Meanwhile, at the Zhangtai Palace, Ying Zheng also recognized Tianyan. What Yu Shen could deduce and know, he as the Emperor of Great Qin naturally could as well. Thinking that the forces under the martial god would likely be handed over to Zhao Wu in the end, Ying Zheng felt a surge of excitement. Zhao Wu was his Prince of Wu of Great Qin, the eldest son of Great Qin. If Zhao Wu took over the martial god's forces, it would mean a tremendous boost to Great Qin's power. Yet thinking of Zhao Wu, Ying Zheng felt a sense of helplessness. He already knew that Zhao Wu had left Qin and gone out to play. However, he was no longer worried about Zhao Wu's safety. Not to mention Zhao Wu's own unfathomable cultivation, the powerful experts secretly protecting him were more than enough to ensure his safety. In Tianzhou Great Sui, the Sui Emperor gazed at the peerless beauty list and chuckled. Jing and I and Tianyan, mother and daughter, both on the list and ranked 2nd and 4th on the assassin list. How amusing. The next moment the Sui Emperor's gaze froze and his eyes lit up as a lecherous heart began to pound. So beautiful. He stared fixedly at the figure of Xiao Menyang that had just materialized on the peerless beauty list. For some reason, the moment he saw her, he felt an uncontrollable surge of primal power within him. Although Xiao Menyang was beautiful, she was not the most stunning on the list. But the Sui Emperor, for reasons unknown, felt that this woman should belong to him. He wanted her desperately. Issue an order, summon Xiao Menyang to the palace. The Sui Emperor commanded impatiently. Yes, your majesty. He took a few more deep glances at Xiao Menyang, then turned his gaze to Zhang Lihua and said, Isn't Zhang Lihua the consort of Chen Shubao from the southern dynasties? When the southern dynasty fell, she perished in the flames. I didn't expect her to still be alive and on the peerless beauty list. Your majesty, Zhang Lihua actually has another identity. She is a member of the demonic sects Yin Gui sect, the junior sister of the Yin Empress Zhu Yuan. Yuan Tua said. So that's it. No wonder Chen Shubao was bewitched out of his mind. She was from the Yin Gui sect. The Sui Emperor understood. Since Zhang Lihua was Zhu Yuan's junior sister, it was only natural that she didn't die. And that unlucky Emperor Chen Shubao, like King Hanan, was utterly infatuated with Zhang Lihua, yet in reality, he hadn't even touched her hand. The Yin Gui sect's heavenly demon great art was no weaker than the Tidal Witch Mingzhu's Baiyue incense illusions and enchantments. It could make Chen Shubao embrace a stone pillar and still immerse himself in his own beautiful dream, joyful beyond measure, while his body deteriorated day by day. He was truly a kindred spirit with King Han, and under the Tidal Witch's incense and illusions also experienced ecstasy, while his body waned day by day. After Zhang Lihua and Xiao Menyang appeared, the images of Lady Zhurong and Mi Zhen coalesced. Lady Zhurong was clad in a fiery red beast skin short armor. Her jade-like arms and long, straight, shapely and powerful legs were exposed. On her arms were the unique totem tattoos of the Zhurong clan, a sun radiating blazing flames on her left arm, and a spitting red-banded snake on her right. Between her brows was also a fiery red flame mark. She was tall and slender with long limbs. Her attire was cool, her figure hot. Her face was undeniably a world-stunning beauty, bewitching yet valiant, perfectly embodying the exotic charm of a foreign land. Mi Zhen, on the other hand, had skin as white as snow, a graceful figure, a charming demeanor, and an exquisite face exuding the quiet intellect and gentle allure of a refined lady. Yenner and Zhunner have grown even more mature and captivating. At the green bamboo villa, Zhao Wu gazed at the figures of Lady Zhurong, and Mijin sighing inwardly. Lady Zhurong, whose given name was Yen, was the eldest daughter of the Zhurong clan. Skilled in martial arts, adept at throwing daggers, and admiring the strong, she was a little firecracker. Previously, she had admired the southern barbarians' foremost warrior Meng Hua most. In the original future, she would have married Meng Hua and even fought against Zhuge Liang. But when Zhao Wu traveled through the southern barbarian lands, he happened to encounter her, although his peerless godlike beauty stunned her. But Zhu Rongyan, who had admired the strong since childhood, did not feel much. Without strength, even the most beautiful face was just a pretty boy. Zhao Wu was merely passing by. Though he appreciated beautiful women, he was not one to rush at everyone he saw. He cast a casual glance, then prepared to leave. However, just as Zhao Wu was about to depart, he noticed a crocodile stealthily swimming toward the small river, where Zhu Rongyan was ready to attack her as a delicious prey. He had no choice. Zhao Wu could not stand by and watch a beauty be devoured by a crocodile. He casually plucked a leaf from a nearby branch, flicked his wrist, and aimed at Zhu Rongyan's direction. Zhu Rongyan, completely absorbed by Zhao Wu's presence, did not notice the crocodile beside her. But she saw Zhao Wu's movement. She was startled, thinking Zhao Wu intended to harm her. With a swoosh, a flying dagger shot through the air toward Zhao Wu's chest. A sound like a blade piercing flesh rang out and water splashed behind Zhu Rongyan. The head of a crocodile over 10 meters long was pierced by a single leaf, its ferocious body convulsing instinctively as the river turned red. Ah! Zhu Rongyan's eyes widened, her mind struck by a thunderbolt blank. She was both shocked that Zhao Wu had killed a giant crocodile with a leaf from hundreds of meters away, and regretful that she had wronged a good man. Are you all right? Zhu Rongyan rushed toward Zhao Wu as if wind was beneath her feet. Naturally, Zhao Wu was unharmed. Zhu Rongyan's flying dagger, no matter how powerful, could not break through his protective true qi. But seeing Zhu Rongyan running over with a worried and ashamed expression, Zhao Wu had an idea. The dagger, which had been suspended in midair by his true qi, instantly plunged into his chest, staining his robe with blood. Seeing Zhu Rongyan approach, Zhao Wu pretended to collapse weakly. Ah! Zhu Rongyan rushed forward and caught Zhao Wu, her eyes filled with remorse. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, I'm sorry. As she spoke, she pressed her hand over Zhao Wu's wound. Looking at the dagger embedded in Zhao Wu's chest at that moment, she wished her aim had been off. It's okay. Remember, don't be so careless next time. A crocodile got near without you noticing. Zhao Wu's voice was weak, and he reached out to touch her smooth cheek with concern. No, I won't let you die. Zhu Rongyan's tears streamed down freely. She had never felt such heartache. If Zhao Wu had blamed her, she would have felt better. But Zhao Wu did not blame her. Instead, he cared for her and told her to be careful in the future. Can I kiss you? Zhao Wu looked into her beautiful eyes and said weakly. Yes, as long as you don't die, I'll be your woman. Zhu Rongyan was not as reserved as the women of the Central Plains. Hearing this, she held Zhao Wu tightly, leaned down, and brought her face close to his. Zhao Wu did not hold back and kissed her directly. After a long while, Zhu Rongyan's body went limp, her eyes grew hazy, and she lay completely in Zhao Wu's arms. Suddenly, Zhu Rongyan snapped back to reality and looked at Zhao Wu's chest. The dagger that had been stuck there was now gone, and the wound had stopped bleeding. Her eyes widened with joy. You're all right? Of course your dagger can't kill me yet. Zhao Wu smiled confidently and said, consider this me saving your life, plus the reward for your stab. Having said that, Zhao Wu was about to release Zhu Rongyan. He had prepared himself for her to fly into a rage out of humiliation. But to his surprise, Zhu Rongyan was not angry. Instead, she pounced and hugged him tightly. You're my man now. Don't even think about running away. With that, Zhu Rongyan kissed Zhao Wu. For her, if her heart moved, she had to act. Zhao Wu's divine charm, his feat of killing a crocodile with a leaf from hundreds of meters away and taking her dagger strike without a scratch. He was simply too strong. He instantly hit the deepest point in her heart. As for Zhao Wu pretending to be weak to trick her, that was nothing in her eyes. What she cared about was Zhao Wu's handsomeness and power. Damn! Zhao Wu did not expect Zhu Rongyan to be so passionate. But he was only stunned for a moment. Then he launched a fierce counterattack. Just now, Zhu Rongyan's dagger had made him bleed, even though he had stabbed himself. But now, he also had to make Zhu Rongyan bleed. A day later, Zhao Wu lay on the grass looking at Zhu Rongyan, who was curled up in his arms like a little kitten. Zhao Wu felt completely relaxed and was quite emotional. He glanced at the blood-stained silk scarf beside him. He had killed a crocodile but tamed a little wildcat. Truly, fate is unpredictable. Returning to his thoughts, Zhao Wu looked at Mijin on the peerless beauty list in the sky. The Mi family had been merchants for generations and were wealthy merchants of the Great Han. Zhao Wu had passed by and stayed at the Mi residence for a few days, giving a few pointers to Mi Zhu and Mi Feng. Unexpectedly, he gained two little fanboys. They even gave him their sister Mi Zhen. It was hard to refuse such kindness, so Zhao Wu did not hold back. Mi Zhen was quite nice. Very smooth. Meanwhile, in the Great Han of Huangzhou, Bing Province, Liu Bei looked at Mi Zhen's figure, and suddenly felt a stir in his heart. He felt that this woman should be his. Guan Yu saw Liu Bei staring intently at Mi Zhen's figure, and said, "Big brother, this Mi Zhen should be from the Mi family, a wealthy merchant in Shuzhou. Since you like her, just have the Mi family send her to you as a concubine." His voice carried arrogance. For a mere merchant family to be able to curry favor with his big brother was a blessing cultivated over 100 lifetimes. If the Mi family knew, they would be delighted to send Mi Zhen over for his big brother's enjoyment. We'll talk about that later. People on the peerless beauty list are being watched by countless lords and strong men. Liu Bei sighed softly. If it were just the Mi family, he was confident he could get Mi Zhen. But Mi Zhen was on the peerless beauty list. Her value skyrocketed. Countless lords across the world wanted to snatch her for their harems. He didn't even have a piece of territory yet. Competing with other lords was extremely difficult. Guan Yu said no more but had already made up his mind. Once the battle here was over, he would go and get Mi Zhen to give his big brother Liu Bei a surprise. While Guan Yu was lost in thought, the figures of Li Shishir and Liang Hongyu from the Great Song Peerless Beauty list materialized. Liang Hongyu, clad in armor and holding a red-tasseled spear, was heroic and stunning, rivaling Hu Sanyang and Li Xiaoning. Li Shishir, seated in a pavilion, gently plucked at a zither. She was naturally beautiful, favored by creation, elegant and refined, exuding 1,000 charms that made one sigh in endless admiration. The famous scholar Qin Guan, also known as Qin Xiaoyou, once praised her. Her eyebrows are long like distant mountains, her waist is slender like a willow. After dressing, she stands in the spring breeze. A single smile is worth 1,000 gold. When she returns to the Phoenix City, she tells the Green Tower, "Looking at all the flowers in Yingchuan, none are as good as Shishir." In the Great Song of Dezhou, Imperial Palace, the Song Emperor's eyes went straight when he saw Li Shishir. What a peerless beauty! I have long heard of Li Shishir's fame but never had the chance to see her. I never expected her to be so stunningly beautiful. Truly, her reputation is well deserved. The Song Emperor praised and ordered, "Go and bring Li Shishir into the palace." In the past, even as an emperor, he dared not bring a courtesan into the palace. But since Li Shishir was on the peerless beauty list with this identity, no one could say anything even if she entered the palace. "Yes, your majesty." Meanwhile, countless people across the 9 continents were breathing more rapidly, because the figures of Lian Xing and Shen Bijuan from the Great Ming Peerless Beauty List were about to be unveiled. The quality of the Great Ming Peerless Beauty List was exceptionally high, and Lian Xing and Shen Bijuan were among the best. Even people from other continents had vaguely heard of their reputations. Lian Xing, as the second palace mistress of the Yihua Palace in Shouyu Valley, might not be as famous as Yao Yue, but she was a renowned beauty across the land. Shen Bijuan was even known as the #1 beauty of the martial world. They had already seen Lin Xianer, who was once vaguely called the #1 beauty of the martial world. Just by appearance, Lin Xianer was indeed stunningly beautiful to the point of suffocation. But because Lin Xianer was already rotten inside, her evaluation on the peerless beauty list, and in men's hearts, was greatly reduced. However, Shen Bijuan and Lian Xing should not be that kind of people. Finally, under everyone's eager and burning gazes, the figures of Lian Xing and Shen Bijuan materialized. Lian Xing stood gracefully in the exquisite Yihua Palace of Shouyu Valley, her face stunning, and her temperament noble. Her sweet face was even more beautiful than spring flowers, and her lively eyes were filled with indescribable wisdom. She was a peerless beauty enchanting the ages. And Shen Bijuan made countless men stare in infatuation. She possessed an indescribable beauty that could rival the sun and moon. All the flowers in the world were insufficient to compare with her. Wow! Even the 9th and 10th on the peerless beauty list are so breathtakingly beautiful. What must the top-rank person be like? Shuai Zhang Sanyang Deep Palace Yao Yu. I really want to see what beauties Zhang Sanyang and Yao Yu are, how peerless they are. I want to go to Yihua Palace. Going to be reincarnated. Shouyu Valley's Yihua Palace is a forbidden place for men. A forbidden place for men. Zhao Wu smiled to himself. He loved exploring forbidden places the most. Forbidden places represented the unknown. The deeper one went, the more different landscapes one could experience. Winding and bizarre. They offered different experiences. Extremely thrilling. Peerless Beauty List ranks 9 and 10. A reward: 1 divine grade low-grade beauty preservation pill, which can maintain one's appearance for 100 years. 1 pair of divine grade low-grade white silk stockings. 1 pair of divine grade low-grade bra whose color and size can be changed at will. Wow! Divine grade rewards have appeared. Envy and jealousy. I just want to know what white silk stockings and bra are. Seeing the rewards of the Peerless Beauty List, countless people were envious, especially the women, because the rewards of the Peerless Beauty List seemed to be tailor-made for women. especially the white silk stockings and bra. Though people didn't know exactly what they were, they could roughly guess they were small items used by women. While the 9 continents were in an uproar in Bing province of the Great Han, the atmosphere between Liu Bei's and Hua Xiong's armies tensed up as the peerless beauty list finished its announcement. Liu Bei, you hypocrite who talks of benevolence and righteousness but deceives the world. You slander the chancellor everywhere. Today you've met me, Hua Xiong, and it's your bad luck. Hua Xiong pointed his long blade at Liu Bei and shouted. Today I'll take your head and present it to the chancellor. A man who sells his head for a price dares to insult my big brother. Die! Guan Yu was furious. He spurred his horse forward, holding the green dragon crescent blade in one hand, sparks flying, his momentum astonishing. A butcher and dog seller. See how I cut you down. Hua Xiong was not to be outdone. He raised his blade and charged forward. Roar, 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 roar. The soldiers of both armies cheered excitedly as Guan Yu and Hua Xiong rapidly closed in. Finally they clashed. The two figures passed each other in an instant. They stood back to back. The soldiers of both armies stared fixedly at Guan Yu and Hua Xiong on horseback. Clang! Hua Xiong's weapon suddenly fell to the ground. The crisp sound struck like a heavy hammer against the chests of the 100,000 Shiliang Iron Cavalry. Their eyes widened as they saw a jet of blood spurt from Hua Xiong's neck, splashing 3 feet. His body fell straight down, crashing heavily onto the ground. The 100,000 Shiliang Iron Cavalry trembled. General Hua. Hua Xiong has been slain. Hua. General Hua Xiong has been slain. The general is slain. The 100,000 Western Liang Cavalry stood with blank expressions, stunned, shocked, and utterly incredulous. Hua Xiong was a god in their eyes. Among the generals under Dongzhuo, his strength was top-tier, enough to rank in the top 3. And now he had been cut down with a single stroke. Kill! At that moment Liu Bei seized the opportunity, drew his twin swords of male and female, pointed forward, and shouted loudly. Then he led the army charging ahead at the forefront. Ha! I, Zhang Fei of Yan, am here. Who dares to fight me? At the same time Zhang Fei, wielding his 8-zhang serpent spear, thundered like a clap of thunder, causing the Western Liang Cavalry's eardrums to ring and their innards to quake in terror. The 100,000-strong army instantly fell into chaos. A routed army collapses like a landslide. Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei with their 30,000 troops swept through as if into an unguarded land, charging back and forth, utterly defeating the 100,000 Western Liang army. Ha ha ha, what a thrill! So much for the invincible Western Liang Cavalry. They're nothing but a pushover. Zhang Fei bellowed in his loud voice, shaking his 8-zhang serpent spear. A mere straw-selling head, offering scoundrel not worth mentioning. Guan Yu thrust his green dragon crescent blade heavily into the ground, stroked his long beard with one hand, and wore a proud expression. Although we have defeated Hua Xiong this time, Dongzhuo's main force remains. He will certainly not let this go. We must prepare to counter his counterattack. Though Liu Bei could not suppress the excitement on his face, he was not carried away by pride. His current strength still lagged far behind Dongzhuo's. If not for Guan Yu slaying Hua Xiong at the very start, it would have been nearly impossible for him to defeat the 100,000 Western Liang Cavalry. Even if he could win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Brother, rest assured. No matter whom Dongzhuo sends, they will never return. Zhang Fei declared loudly. Guan Yu said nothing, but his proud gaze said it all. Liu Bei did not say much. He ordered the army to clear the battlefield. Meanwhile, as Liu Bei achieved a great victory, Cao Cao dispatched his troops eastward to attack Qingzhou. Wang Li led the armor-piercing veterans south to attack Yuzhou. Meanwhile, news of Liu Bei's victory over Hua Xiong quickly reached Dongzhuo. What? Hua Xiong was cut down by Guan Yu with one stroke, and our 100,000 Western Liang Cavalry are gone. Dongzhuo's eyes bulged, furious and frantic. He drew his sword and cleaved the table before him in two, roaring. 100,000 Western Liang Cavalry defeated by Liu the Big Ear's 30,000 troops. Hua Xiong, this useless waste. Exterminate his 9 clans. Send the women to the government brothels. Adoptive father, calm your anger. Your son pleads to take the field, and will surely cut off Liu the Big Ear's head and present it to you. Lu Bu stepped forward and said, last time he led a 100,000-strong army to attack Lolan, but without firing a single shot, he returned in disgrace, terrified by the martial god. A complete loss of face. This time he would wash away his shame with Liu the Big Ear's blood. Fine, I'll give you another 100,000 Western Liang Cavalry. If you fail again, you need not return. Dongzhuo said, adoptive father, rest assured. Your son is willing to sign a military pledge. This expedition will surely behead Liu the Big Ears and avenge our shame. Lu Bu declared loudly. Good, I await your triumphant return. The great Han realm was seething with turmoil. Yet Zhao Wu the instigator lounged leisurely in the green bamboo villa, basking in the sun like a salted fish. The high priestess, the queen of Jingjue, and Han Ji attended him on either side. Utterly at ease. Utterly joyous. The moon rose and the sun set. A bright pure moon hung high in the sky like a white jade disk casting its gleaming light upon thousands of households. Ji Xiaofu stood by the window gazing at the distant moon, a trace of melancholy in her eyes. It's so late, still not asleep. A magnetic voice came from beside her as Zhao Wu approached Ji Xiaofu. He gazed at the beauty. Moonlight streamed through the window casting its glow upon Ji Xiaofu's exquisite, voluptuous, and graceful figure. Clad in a green robe, her features were like a painting, her skin white as snow, her silky black hair cascading to her slender waist. Together with her exquisitely beautiful face and the moonlight's radiance, she appeared exceptionally enchanting and captivating. King Wu. Under Zhao Wu's gaze, Ji Xiaofu's fair cheeks flushed with a faint blush. She whispered softly, "I just can't sleep." In the quiet room, a faint fragrance drifted. The woman's voice carried a hint of wistfulness as it spread. "I too find it hard to sleep." Zhao Wu smiled lightly, then reached out and pulled the tall, voluptuous beauty into his embrace. Her slender waist could be encircled with a single hand. Her skin was like snow and jade, smooth and tender. Truly a stunning creature. King Wu. Ji Xiaofu was slightly startled, her small fair hands pressing against Zhao Wu's chest, like a startled fawn. Though she had already harbored Zhao Wu's image in her heart, she hadn't expected it to be so sudden. "The night is long, this king will accompany you in cultivation." Zhao Wu, experienced with women, saw at a glance that Ji Xiaofu had feelings for him. At this moment it was merely out of feminine reserve. He immediately lifted Ji Xiaofu in a princess carry, since she was a delicacy that had come to him of her own accord. Why not enjoy it? Ji Xiaofu leaned against Zhao Wu's chest, feeling his intense masculine aura. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she was at a loss, her heart racing like a startled deer. Zhao Wu laid her down on the bed. The curtains fell. The room was filled with fragrance. In the next room, Zhou Zhiruo, who had not yet fallen asleep, heard the commotion, and suddenly widened her beautiful eyes. "It's senior sister Ji. She's actually with King Wu." Her face instantly flushed red, but without realizing it her ears perked up, and she couldn't help but eavesdrop intently. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. Zhao Wu opened his drowsy eyes, having slept until he naturally awoke. He felt completely refreshed. It felt great not having to wake up early for work. Ji Xiaofu lay in his arms, already awake, her pretty face flushed, her beautiful eyes brimming with tender affection. Her previously aimless life seemed to have found a purpose. Zhao Wu glanced at the conspicuous red mark beside him with immense satisfaction. It must be said that Ji Xiaofu had undergone a remarkable change that night. She had been completely marked by him. She had become a true woman. "King Wu, you're awake." Ji Xiaofu's face was covered in rosy clouds, and she dared not meet Zhao Wu's eyes. Feeling the man's warm, powerful chest, an unprecedented wave of sweetness and happiness surged in her heart. This was something she had never felt even at Mount Amei. Moreover, now that Mount Amei had been wiped out, she and Zhou Zhiruo were being hunted, exhausted and weary from the journey. They had even nearly been violated by the lecherous Deerstaff guest. If not for her inner strength, she would have collapsed and given up long ago. Now held in Zhao Wu's arms, she felt an unprecedented sense of peace, security, contentment. An hour in the morning is worth 2 in the evening. This king will teach you a few more special moves. Gazing at the jade-like beauty in his arms, Zhao Wu suddenly smiled and pulled Ji Xiaofu tightly into his embrace. "King Wu." Ji Xiaofu parted her crimson lips and let out a startled cry. Time flew by. Soon it was again the day for the beauty ranking to update. Everyone in the 9 provinces set aside their tasks, waiting for the moment the beauty ranking updated. Previously, Lianxing, Xin Biju and Nongyu Jingni, and Li Shishir were all unparalleled beauties. I wonder if Yao Yu will appear this time. Yao Yu will probably rank in the top 3 of the Great Ming beauty ranking. She certainly won't appear so soon. I wonder to whom these beauties on the ranking will eventually belong. Either emperors and princes or martial arts masters who have reached the heavens. Since ancient times, beauties match heroes. Only the strong can possess such women, who otherwise it's a crime to hold a treasure. Indeed, indeed. At the same time, in the Great Ming of Yuzhou, at the Embroidery Jade Valley, the moving flower palace, Yao Yu sat upright on her throne, her demeanor cold and fierce like an immortal or demon. She cast a faint glance at the beauty ranking in the sky. Even though she firmly believed she would surely take the top spot, she could not help feeling a bit nervous inside. This beauty ranking. Even the most beautiful and powerful women could not remain indifferent to it. Could not remain unmoved or indifferent. Finally, under Yao Yu's seemingly nonchalant gaze, the beauty ranking updated at last. Streams of dazzling, resplendent light surged, coalescing into large characters that flew like dragons and danced like phoenixes. Everyone in the 9 provinces perked up their eyes, burning with anticipation. Beauty ranking: Great Qin beauty ranking rank 78, Dong Shaoan Bian Yujing Great Yuan beauty ranking rank 78, Lian Qishue Zhao Min Great Qin Beauty Ranking Rank 78 Yi Xiao Siming Zi Nu Great Sui Beauty Ranking Rank 78 Fan Qinghue Zhangsun Wugo Great Han Beauty Ranking Rank 78 Sun Shangxiang Bulianshi Great Song Beauty Ranking Rank 78 Lin Chaoying Li Macho Great Ming Beauty Ranking Rank 78 Jiang Yuyan Jin Bingyun. Here they come. Finally they are revealed. Dong Xiaowan and Bian Yujing. Two of the 8 beauties of Qinhuai. Who is Lian Qishue? Xiaomin. Is she not the Xiaomin commandery princess daughter of Prince Ruyang of the Great Yuan Empire? I heard that the Xiaomin commandery princess is peerlessly beautiful, pure and ethereal with unmatched wisdom. She aided Prince Ruyang in suppressing the martial world, combining intelligence and courage. Yet she only ranks 8th. Xiao Siming. She is from the Yinyang school. Truly the Yinyang school is filled with beauties. Previously there was De Siming and the former Huang and Nuying. And Moon Goddess and the former Dongjun Yanfei are sure to be on the list. Fan Qinghui. Is she not the abbess of Zihang Jingzhai, the sacred land of the great Sui martial world? I heard that Abbess Fan was once the most renowned beauty under heaven, captivating masters like Song Ke of the Heavenly Blade. Yet she only ranks 7th. Zhangsun Wugo. She seems to be from the Zhangsun family. It is said she is pure and elegant, dignified and virtuous, her reputation spreading far and wide. The second son of the Li family has been pursuing her. Sun Shangxiang. She is the daughter of Sun Jian, the tiger of Jiangdong, and the younger sister of Sun, so the little overlord. But who is Bu Lianshi? Lin Chaoying Li Macho. How come I have never heard of them? And where did Jiang Yuyan come from? She actually ranks ahead of the Ice Cloud Fairy. Indeed, the Ice Cloud Fairy and the Dream Cloud Fairy are the most outstanding disciples of Zihang Jingzhai, the sacred land of the great Ming martial world. Their beauty and martial arts are transcendent like celestial maidens. Yet they only rank 8th. Countless people across the 9 continents were discussing animatedly. Last time when the rankings from 910th were announced, the beauties listed were already stunning beyond the realm of mortal beauty. This made it hard for them to imagine what breathtaking, unparalleled beauty would appear in today's higher-ranked peerless beauty ranking from 78th place onward. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Finally, after much anticipation, they emerged. Endless rosy clouds surged, and one by one peerless beauties stepped forth, as if from another dimension, ethereal and breathtaking. Dong Xiaowan and Bian Yujing were exquisitely beautiful, their talents unmatched, every smile and glance brimming with infinite charm. Lian Qishue was cold and ethereal like a white-clad celestial maiden. Zhao Min had a face as pure as jade, eyes as clear as water, and a smile full of warmth. She was not only stunningly beautiful, but also possessed an indescribable charm and loveliness. When shy, her jade-like cheeks flushed with rosy clouds, radiant with spring, revealing joy like a freshly bloomed flower, extraordinarily graceful. At other times she displayed a pure and delicate beauty. Sometimes she was dazzlingly beautiful. Sometimes she was so dignified that one dared not gaze directly. Yet the most dazzling were Xiao Siming and Zi Nu from the Daqin Peerless Beauty Ranking. Both had purple hair, stunningly beautiful yet with vastly different auras. Xiao Siming was cold and aloof, her face hidden behind a veil. Even without seeing her exquisite features, one could easily imagine the celestial beauty beneath that veil. Zi Nu, on the other hand, was sensual and charming, alluring and noble. She was the mistress of the Purple Orchid Pavilion, 1,000 charms and 100 graces outshining all others. Beauty and wisdom coexist, charm and righteousness go hand in hand. The mysterious and composed purple along with that enchanting figure could intoxicate countless hearts. A face of an angel, a body of a goddess, a mind of intelligence. Gently arranging her cloud-like hair, eyes like autumn water, clad in a purple robe, her soft sword cutting through the wind. Amid the grudges and entanglements of the Jianghu, Zi Nu is like a flower blooming in despair, yet not fragile and easily broken. Instead she is greener in snow, more vibrant in frost, captivating all. Softness with steel with killing intent, seductive eyes and beauty like a blade. She embodies sensuality, beauty, allure, coldness, rationality, and wisdom all in one. At times a cool queen, at times a sexy goddess, she perfectly portrays a dual-sided enchantress, both alluring and commanding. She is the finishing touch in the story. A fleeting glimpse that stirs the heart, a startling sight that dazzles all around. Brilliant like fireworks, she perfectly interprets a romance with a romantic tone, embellishing the emotions overflowing between heaven and earth. Oh my God, this is too beautiful. I feel like I'm in the heavenly palace gazing at celestial maidens. Now I finally understand what it means to die under the peony flowers, and be a romantic ghost even in death. If I could steal a kiss, I would gladly trade 100 years of my life. Do you even have 100 years to live? What daydream is this in broad daylight? Wake up. You wouldn't be this drunk even if you had a single peanut. Xiao Siming and Zi Nu are truly beautiful, especially when they appear together. It's a visual shock. Ji Xiaofu's eyes were full of tenderness. Her fair arms cradled Zhao Wu's head resting on her lap. Gazing at Xiao Siming and Xinu on the peerless beauty ranking, she felt a sense of inferiority. I haven't tried Xiao Siming, but Xinu is indeed beautiful. Not just on the outside but even more so within. Zhao Wu looked at the beauties on the ranking, and in his mind appeared Xinu's alluring and enchanting figure. Zhao Wu's fondness for Xinu surpassed even that for Chao Nuo Mingzhu. Zhao Min. Duan Lang, who stood nearby like a guard, felt a stir and fixed his gaze on Zhao Min. He was mainly responsible for the Shenzhou region of the Great Yuan. Matters in other continents were not for him to meddle in. As for Lian Qixue, that woman he dared not even think about, because she was already Zhao Wu's woman. Even if his martial arts were superior in a real fight, he was no match for Lian Qixue. No choice. She had a unique advantage. By simply lying down under Zhao Wu, she could obtain all kinds of powerful treasures. He couldn't envy that. He could only work hard on his own. After Xiao Siming and De Siming, Fan Qinghui, Zhangsun Wugosun, Shangxiang, Bu Lianshi Lin, Chaoying Li Macho, Jiang Yuyan, and Jin Bingyun were all peerless beauties with different charms. Some were mature and dignified. Some were pure and elegant. Some were heroic and spirited. Some were refined and noble. Some had a chivalrous heart. Some were cold and ethereal like immortals. Some were clear and domineering. Countless lechers watched entranced, their hearts surging with excitement. Great Yuan Imperial Palace. The Emperor Yuan gazed at the radiant, enchanting beauties on the peerless beauty ranking, wishing he could gather them all into his harem for his pleasure. Unfortunately, once on the list, their value skyrocketed. Countless emperors, lords, and powerful masters were vying for them. But the beauties of Great Yuan were his. Lian Qixue was an assassin on the assassin ranking, a member of the heavenly court. He had no great desire for her. Even if he captured her, he wouldn't dare keep her in his harem. At best, he could only drug her or tie her up for a brief encounter. She had no collectible value. Moreover, the heavenly court assassins were elusive and hard to find. He could not afford to expend vast resources to search for her. But Zhao Min. He looked at Zhao Min on the peerless beauty ranking, and his gaze grew hot. Zhao Min's skin was as white as jade, tender as snow, with a rosy glow beneath. Her flesh was like solidified cream. The wine had flushed her cheeks, making her even more enchanting. When shy rosy clouds drifted across her face and spring radiance bloomed, her flawless skin, bathed in the glow of rosy clouds, shimmered with a soft honeyed light, both pure and elegant. I never expected that in just a few years Minmin would have grown so stunningly beautiful. The Emperor Yuan then turned to Prince Ruyang, revealing a lecherous smile, and said, Prince Ruyang, I wish to take Minmin as my imperial consort. What do you think? Though it was a question, the Emperor Yuan's tone carried an unshakable resolve. Clearly Prince Ruyang had no choice but to agree. Prince Ruyang naturally understood the implication and dared not defy the Emperor's will. He replied respectfully, For Minmin to be favored by your majesty is a blessing cultivated over 3 lifetimes. Your humble servant is overwhelmed and leaves all to your majesty's decision. Excellent. The Emperor Yuan rejoiced and decreed. The Xiaomin Commandery Princess Minmin Timur is gentle, virtuous, and talented. She is hereby appointed as the Jade Imperial Consort to enter the palace on an auspicious day. Thank you, your majesty. Prince Ruyang smiled on the surface but was quite troubled inside. His Minmin was a little devil. Getting her to enter the palace would not be easy. But even if it was difficult, there was no way around it. The Emperor's command was inexorable. When the ruler orders a subject to die, the subject must die. Peerless Beauty ranking 78th place, reward 2 divine grade lower tier beauty pills, which can preserve youth for 100 years. 2 pairs of divine grade lower tier white silk stockings. 2 pairs of bras with color and size adjustable at will. The rewards have doubled. I wonder what the reward for the top of the Peerless Beauty ranking will be. I don't care about the rewards. I just want to see the beauties. The Peerless Beauty ranking had been updated for the day, but the storm in the world was just beginning. What men pursue in life is nothing more than power, wealth, beauty, fame, and money. A ruler's wrath for a beauty. The beacon fires for a smile. A concubine's laughter at the cost of lychees. Loving a beauty more than a kingdom. All this shows the allure of beautiful women. Even more so the beauties on the Peerless Beauty ranking. But Zhao Wu's heart remained unmoved. He lazily took a sip of spirit wine, having basked in the sun enough. It was time to exercise and stretch his body. He stood up and directly lifted Ji Xiaofu into his arms. Martial King. Ji Xiaofu's eyes were like water, and feeling the teasing gazes of Zhou Zhirua, the high priestess, and others, her pretty face flushed as if bleeding. She shyly buried her head in Zhao Wu's chest. She naturally knew what Zhao Wu intended. Having just tasted the experience, she too enjoyed it immensely. And Zhao Wu, like a child with a new supercar, was utterly enamored. Just like a kid with a new toy, he couldn't bear to be apart for even a moment. Xinyang Great Qin, State Preceptor's Mansion. 2 peerlessly beautiful figures gracefully entered the mansion. They were a pair of beauties, one older, one younger. The older beauty was clad in a red dress enchanting and alluring, full of charm. The younger was cold in temperament with purple hair, and a veil covering her face, her aloof aura like that of a moon palace fairy. It was hard to imagine the celestial beauty beneath that veil. Ethereal. Thank you. With the talents and appearance of the moon goddess, she is sure to top the list and outshine all others. The high priestess flattered. The downfall of the renowned overlord Yuan Shao of the Great Han in Shenzhou must have reached your ears, I presume. The moon goddess spoke calmly, her voice devoid of joy or sorrow, inscrutable. De Siming did not know why the moon goddess asked this question, but still replied, I have only recently heard of this matter. It is said to be the work of assassins from the heavenly court. Indeed. The moon goddess nodded slightly. Gui Jianchou, ranked 24th on the assassin list, slew the top-tier general Yan Liang, who was bolstered by the army with a single glance before a 100,000-strong army. Bu Jingyun, ranked 22nd on the assassin list, single-handedly stormed Yuan Shao's mansion, wiping out his entire clan and slaying dozens of his generals. Do you think the school of Ying could accomplish this? The moon goddess's profound eyes fixed upon De Siming and the silent Shao Siming. No. The high priestess paused for a moment, then said, even if the leader personally intervened, perhaps he could assassinate Yuan Shao, but it would certainly not be easy. The moon goddess. Then do you think a Huang and Nuying could accomplish it? De Siming, in the past, absolutely not. But now with a Huang and Nuying ranked 14th and 15th on the assassin list, far surpassing Gui Jianchou and Bu Jingyun, I imagine it would be no problem. The moon goddess. Why have they changed so much? De Siming paused for a moment. Because of the martial god. The moon goddess, indeed. De Siming, that's not why you summoned us today, is it, Lady Moon Goddess? The moon goddess, do you wish to become stronger? De Siming's pupils contracted vaguely, guessing what the moon goddess intended to say. Her heart leapt to her throat, and she hesitated. Lady Moon Goddess, what do you mean? Who among us cultivators does not desire to become stronger? The moon goddess, you have likely guessed my meaning. Indeed, I intend to seek refuge with the martial king, and I need allies, so I wish to take you with me. What Yan Fei could achieve I can as well. And are you not as capable as a Huang and Nuying? Do you not wish to surpass them? De Siming's breathing grew rapid. As for a Huang and Nuying, how could she not envy them? She was the elder of the fire department in the school of Ying, while a Huang and Nuying were elders of the water department. They had all started from the same starting line. Now sisters who once fought alongside her had taken flight while she remained stuck in place. How could she not feel envy and jealousy in her heart? But De Siming was puzzled. Why the martial king instead of the martial god? The moon goddess, have you ever met the martial god? De Siming. The moon goddess, do not think the martial king is merely a disciple of the martial god. He is far more complex than you imagine. Moreover, I intend to marry the martial king. What? De Siming was startled, never expecting the moon goddess to stake so much, even offering herself. This was a desperate gamble. She knew that the moon goddess had been suppressed by Yan Fei since childhood, and her greatest obsession was to surpass Yan Fei. Now with such a move, the moon goddess evidently believed she could achieve that. If she and Shao Siming followed the moon goddess, perhaps one day they could indeed reach or even surpass the level of a Huang and Nuying. While she was still stunned, the moon goddess dropped another bombshell. This is the result of my divination, which cost me 20 years of life. Following me to the martial king will certainly be more promising than staying with the school of Ying. De Siming and Shao Siming fell into contemplation. As the right protector of the school of Ying, and one of the two imperial guardian mages of Qin, the moon goddess possessed immense profound power, and held a high status. Her decision to betray the school of Ying and seek refuge with the martial king must have been thoroughly prepared, indicating that the martial king was a figure of great potential. After some thought, De Siming gazed at the names of Yan Fei, Huang, and Nuying on the golden list in the sky, and finally made up her mind. I will rely on your guidance in the future, Lady Moon Goddess. Shao Siming nodded in agreement. Excellent. The moon goddess was overjoyed, then said, the matter must not be delayed. We have already fallen behind. We cannot afford to waste more time. The martial king has left Qin on a journey, and it is unknown when he will return. We cannot wait idly, so I have decided to go in search of the martial king. We will follow your decision, Lady Moon Goddess. De Siming said. The moon goddess nodded. Prepare yourselves. We depart at dawn tomorrow. Understood. The next day, the moon goddess rendezvoused with De Siming and Shao Siming, ready to set out in search of the martial king. However, an uninvited guest arrived. The left protector of the school of Ying, Xinghun. Where are you all going? Xinghun's sinister eyes swept over the moon goddess De Siming, and Shao Siming, his brow slightly furrowed in displeasure. De Siming and Shao Siming were his subordinates. Why were they mixing with the moon goddess? That is none of your business. The moon goddess said coldly, what are you here for? By order of Lord Donghuang, Xiao Siming is to offer 1 preservation pellet. Since Xiao Siming does not need 2, the remaining 1 can be given to Lord Donghuang to exchange for treasures with other powerhouses, thereby strengthening the school of Yin-Yang. Xinghun chuckled lightly. Of course, if Xiao Siming offers the preservation pellet, Lord Donghuang will permit Xiao Siming to cultivate the more profound Yin-Yang arts of the school. A single divine-grade low-tier preservation pellet in exchange for some deeper Yin-Yang arts. The moon goddess sneered, dismissing Xinghun, and said to De Siming and Xiao Siming, "Let us go." De Siming and Xiao Siming followed the moon goddess, preparing to leave. "Stop!" Flames seemed to flicker in Xinghun's eyes as he instantly appeared before the moon goddess, his gaze sharp, as he demanded, "Moon goddess, what do you think you are doing? Are you planning to betray the school of Yin-Yang like that slut Yen Fei? And you intend to take De Siming and Xiao Siming with you? And what if I am?" The moon goddess's voice was indifferent, and she said impatiently, "Little brat, get out of my way. You are asking for death." In a rage, Xinghun condensed true energy into a blade in his palm, and slashed at the moon goddess. The moon goddess formed hand seals and pressed down with her palm. The condensed energy blade clashed with the moon goddess's jade hand, and a terrifying energy wave swept outward. Xinghun could not help but step back. Although he was exceptionally talented, he was still too young. He was not a cheat like Zhao Wu. Compared to the moon goddess, his strength was still slightly inferior. Moreover, the moon goddess's talent was not low. "Get lost!" The moon goddess's red lips parted slightly, as she cast a cold glance at Xinghun, then gracefully departed with De Siming and Xiao Siming. "Damn it!" Xinghun's face twisted with malice, his eyes vicious, and his fists clenched. "Moon goddess, just you wait. Lord Donghuang will not let you off." Xinghun was resentful, but had no way to stop the moon goddess from leaving. Watching the 3 figures disappear, Xinghun had no choice but to return and report to Donghuang Tai. He could already imagine how furious Donghuang Tai would be. First, Dongjun Yanfei had betrayed the school of Yin-Yang with the water department elders Huang and Nuying. Now the moon goddess had led away the fire department elder De Siming and the wood department elder Xiao Siming. The supreme leader of the school of Yin-Yang was Donghuang Tai. Next was Dongjun Yanfei, followed by the left and right protectors and the 5 department elders. Now, with the moon goddess's betrayal, the school of Yin-Yang had lost its Dongjun, half its protectors, and 3 of its 5 department elders. The school of Yin-Yang would become the greatest laughingstock among the 100 schools of thought. 2 days later, the school of Yin-Yang, the Hall of Rebirth. Donghuang Tai, clad in a black robe and wearing a black mask, appeared mysterious and powerful. His profound eyes gazed at the beauty list in the sky. De Siming and Xiao Siming have both made the list. Perhaps the moon goddess will appear on today's roster. There was anticipation in his eyes. The preservation pellet held little appeal to him, but its value was undeniable. A treasure that women could hardly refuse. He could exchange it with other powerhouses for treasures to elevate his cultivation to the next level. Under his expectant gaze, the beauty list updated once more. Beauty list: Great Qin beauty list rank 56, Su Lian Lu Rushi Great Yuan beauty list rank 56, Wu Xin Baiyuer Great Qin beauty list rank 56, Chao Nu Yao A Qin Great Sui beauty list rank 56, Aishur Qingxuanshang Shufang Great Han beauty list rank 56, Kai Yen Guan Nu Wang Great Song beauty list rank 56, Huang Rong Shi Honglei Great Ming beauty list rank 56, Dongfang by Yen Jing'an. The moon goddess is not on the list. It seems she has entered the top 4. Donghuang Tai was overjoyed. The higher the ranking, the greater the rewards. He would be able to exchange for even more treasures. As for the moon goddess not being on the list, he had not considered it. Lord Donghuang. Suddenly Xinghun's voice came tinged with urgency. Donghuang Tai frowned. Although Xinghun was young, he was mature and composed, never losing his calm, even when Mount Tai collapsed before him. Otherwise, he would not have become the left protector of the school of Yin-Yang and an imperial guardian mage of Qin. But today he seemed somewhat unhinged. What has happened? Donghuang Tai's voice was ethereal, revealing neither joy nor anger, nor even gender, carrying a profound authority. Lord Donghuang, I went to retrieve the preservation pellet from Xiao Siming, only to discover that the moon goddess had openly betrayed the school of Yin-Yang with De Siming and Xiao Siming. Xinghun said angrily, judging by their demeanor, they seem intent on seeking refuge with the martial god, just like that slut Yen Fei. What? Donghuang Tai's voice rose involuntarily. It had been a long time since he had been so discomposed. A terrifying aura swept through the Hall of Rebirth. Xinghun, unable to withstand the pressure, went weak in the knees and fell to the ground. Are you certain they betrayed the school of Yin-Yang to seek refuge with the martial god? Donghuang Tai's profound eyes fixed intently on Xinghun, filled with both fury and disbelief. Lord Donghuang, I am not certain whether they sought refuge with the martial god, but the moon goddess did indeed betray the school of Yin-Yang with De Siming and Xiao Siming, and even attacked me. Xinghun dared not conceal anything and reported truthfully. Boom. The surrounding decorations instantly turned to dust, as an incredibly terrifying aura erupted from Dong Huang Tai, a testament to his fury. Such a thing could not be allowed to happen once, let alone twice. If the moon goddess's betrayal went unpunished, the school of Inyang would be finished. In the future, would anyone dare to betray it? Those who betray the school of Inyang shall be executed without mercy. The bone-chilling voice echoed through the Hall of Rebirth, and Xinghun's back was already soaked with cold sweat. He looked up. Dong Huang Tai's figure had vanished without a trace. Damn! Su Lian, Bai Yuer, and Xiao Nuyo. They are all top 20 peerless assassins on the assassin list, yet they rank so high on the beauty list. Do assassins now have appearance requirements? Could it be that they use their bodies as blades? If so, their blade is indeed sharp enough to be invincible. Are you tired of living? How dare you gossip about the top 20 assassins? If they use their bodies as blades, I would gladly die under their blades. Me too. Dying under the peony blossoms, even as a ghost, I'd be romantic. Seeing the 56th place on the beauty list, countless powerhouses across the 9 provinces erupted. They stared at the beauty list with burning eyes. Finally, rosy light surged on the list, and figures of peerless beauty and enchanting charm condensed one by one. Seeing those breathtakingly beautiful figures, countless lecherous men gasped, their faces flushed, trembling with excitement. Especially when Xiao Nuyo's figure appeared, countless men went wild. Oh my god, is this Xiao Nuyo? What a seductress! That explosive curves, those fair and long legs, that face which is both extremely alluring and dignified. It feels like my soul is flying away. Truly worthy of the name Xiao Nuyo, living up to her title. Holy crap! I realized Xiao Nuyo is on all the lists and ranks extremely high. 35th on the Divine Weapon list, 6th on the Legion list, 6th on the Assassin list, and 5th on the Great Qin beauty list. If someone marries her, wouldn't they soar to the sky? You're dreaming. Xiao Nuyo is under the war god. She must have been taken by the war god long ago, and become his exclusive possession. Ah, my heart is broken, my goddess, it hurts so much. That vixen Xiao Nuyo actually ranked 5th, and her appearance hasn't changed at all. She's become even more seductive. At the Lusha headquarters, Qi Lian watched Xiao Nuyo's figure with unwillingness in her eyes. Xiao Nuyo was clearly older than her, yet she looked younger. Damn that vixen, I wonder how many of the war god's tonics she's consumed. Qi Lian thought, sourly filled with envy and jealousy. Could it be that a woman doesn't age if she is nurtured by a man? Suddenly Qi Lian remembered the figure of Xinu on the beauty list she had seen earlier. Xinu was also much older than her, yet her peerless face showed no trace of time. What exactly did the war god give them to eat? Qi Lian's eyes held contemplation and curiosity. As Qi Lian was pondering, the figure of a Qing emerged. She wore a light green dress, held a bamboo staff, and was driving a dozen goats. She was delicate and beautiful, with a special natural aura that made her stand out, and gave people a sense of closeness and warmth. Next, Shi Qingxian was a remarkable woman, who embodied the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Pure and otherworldly, she seemed to live on air with elegant bearing that captured all the charm and grace. Shang Shufang, on the other hand, was equally famous as Shi Qingxian in the Great Sui, known as the foremost talented woman under heaven. Each one was breathtakingly beautiful, like a fairy, entrancing all who saw them. However, with the likes of Xiao Nuyo setting such a high standard, the equally beautiful and refined Kai Yan Guanuang Huang Rong, Shi Honglei Dongfang Bai, and Yen Jing'an caused much less of a sensation. Beauty list, 56th place, a reward: 1 divine grade medium quality youth preserving pill, which can preserve one's appearance for 200 years. 1 pair of divine grade medium quality white silk stockings. 1 pair of bra color, and size changeable at will. Oh my god, the reward level is upgraded. A divine grade medium quality youth preserving pill that keeps one's face for 200 years. It's practically eternal youth. Indeed, how many people can live 200 years? I bet the top reward will be at least divine grade high quality. Nonsense. Anyone with a brain can guess the top is at least divine grade high quality. I'm really looking forward to it. Only 6 days left. Amidst the crowd's chatter, 14 beams of colorful light scattered across the 9 provinces. Earth Province, Great Song. Peach Blossom Island. In the lush peach blossom forest with blossoms everywhere, a stunningly beautiful girl looked up at the sky, and suddenly several items appeared in her hands. They were exactly the divine grade medium quality youth preserving pill white silk stockings, and a bra. Huang Rong blushed at the small items, quickly tucked them into her bosom, and ran to her room. After a moment, Huang Rong put on the white silk stockings and the bra, feeling completely different. Brother Wu will surely like this. Huang Rong's face shone with a bright smile, but then she pouted and said resentfully, "Humph, Brother Wu is such a bad guy. He hasn't come to see me for so long. He's trying to eat and leave without paying. He must have gone off to fool around with other vixens. Central Continent, Great Qin. Brother Wu, you bad guy, I will definitely find you." Huang Rong glanced at the golden list in the sky, her eyes twinkling. Once again she sneaked out. She left Peach Blossom Island and headed for Central Continent Great Qin. Great Yuan. Ruyang Prince Mansion. What? Enter the palace as a consort. A stunningly beautiful girl, incomparably lovely and radiant, abruptly stood up and shouted, I won't. I will not enter the palace as a consort. Zhao Min heard the news, which struck her like a thunderbolt, and her mind buzzed. How dare you? Ruyang Prince Chahan Timur shouted sternly. His Majesty has decreed you as imperial consort. It is not for you to refuse. The imperial decree cannot be defied. Prepare well, and on an auspicious day I will personally escort you to the palace. Zhao Min was both angry and anxious but helpless. However, she had her own ideas. She would never enter the palace as a consort. She would run away from the marriage. Once inside the palace gates, it was as deep as the sea. Entering the palace was like being a caged canary. No freedom, no control over her own life. She would have to stay in that tiny harem every day, waiting for the emperor's favor, available for his pleasure at any time, and scheming against the other concubines. Such a life would be worse than death. Keep an eye on the princess. Don't leave her sight for a moment, the Ruyang prince ordered. Obviously he guessed that Zhao Min would likely not stay put. Better safe than sorry. Humph. Zhao Min snorted coldly and ran angrily to her bedroom. You marry if you want, but I must find a way to escape. Zhao Min's mind raced as she began to think of a plan. Unfortunately, in the following days, the Ruyang prince kept her under tight guard, leaving her no chance to escape. It seems I'll have to act on the road. Zhao Min sighed inwardly. I wonder if anyone will come to kidnap me. There will definitely be someone. Han Ji was ranked 19th and someone tried to take her. I, Zhao Min, am ranked 8th. How could no one try to take me? As long as someone tries to take her, she could escape in the chaos. And while Zhao Min was hoping for someone to kidnap her, there were indeed people keeping an eye on her news. Luzhu Villa. Duan Lang received the news that the Yuan Emperor had appointed Zhao Min as imperial consort. He sneered, a beauty like jade imperial consort. How could a barbarian emperor like you hold such a beauty? Only my master can. Duan Lang's eyes hardened and he made a decision. He was ready to make another move. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The beauty list refreshed again amid great anticipation. Beauty list Great Qin, beauty list 34th place. Ai Hua Qingtong Longer, Great Yuan, beauty list 34th place. Lu Yi Jian Xiong. Great Qin, beauty list 34th place. Shui Nu Yen Fei Yushin. Great Sui, beauty list 34th place. Wan Wan Shi Fei Xuan Zhuyan. Great Han, beauty list 34th place. De Chao Xiao Chao, the Great Song, beauty list 34th place. Li Songhai Li Choshui. Great Ming, beauty list 34th place. Qin Mengyao Gong Sun Lan. As figures condensed one by one, countless people in the 9 provinces were stunned. This batch of people on the list were truly beautiful. Felt like a whole new level. Hua Qingtong Longer, Lui and Jian Xiong were already impressive. But the appearance of Shui Nu Yen Fei and Yushun was a bombshell. They set hearts fluttering and minds reeling. Shui Nu, her beauty is unparalleled, transcendent, her dance supreme. She laughs at princes, excels in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Her song, White Snow, can move the most hardened hearts to tears. Her signature dance, Flying Swallow on Rippling Waves, is called by Yen Chunjun, the legend of the Yen capital. Shui Nu is truly beautiful. One dance topples a city, one dance captivates the heart. Aren't Yen Fei and Yushin great? Sisters yet arch-rivals, both brilliant. If a man could tame both of them, that would be amazing. Yen Fei and Yushun are eternal gods. How could they be tamed by the same man? They're both mine. Wake up, you're dreaming in broad daylight. Damn. Wan Wan Shi Fei Xuan and Zhu Yan have appeared. A demoness, a fairy, and a mature beauty. So awesome. Indeed, the beauties of our Great Sui are no less than those of Great Qin. The beauties of Great Han are also sister flowers. De Chao and Xiao Chao, breathtakingly beautiful. Damn. Li Songhai and Li Choshui of Great Song are also a pair of sisters. Oh my god, are all beauties now appearing in pairs? At least the remaining Qin Mengyao and Gong Sun Lan are not a pair. What do you think is the relationship between Gong Sun Lan and Gong Sun Danyang, who is 12th on the assassin list? Maybe mother and daughter. No matter what, Gong Sun Lan is my wife. Get lost. Great Yuan Imperial Palace. The Yuan Emperor's eyes sparkled with intense passion. He sighed. I never imagined there were so many beauties under heaven, each one like a fairy descending to the mortal world. If I could gather them all into my harem, no greater joy in life. Great Sui Imperial Palace. Emperor Yang Guang of Sui looked at the Great Sui beauty list. Wan Wan is the current heir of the Yin Kuei sect, while Shi Feishuan is the current heir of the Zihang Jingzhai. A demoness and a fairy. These two sects truly produce many beauties. However, while the heirs of the righteous and demonic sects are evenly matched, the abbess Fan Qinghui is somewhat lacking, being crushed by In Ho Zhu Yuyan. The emperor's eyes were intrigued. Zhu Yuan ranked 4th while Fan Qinghui ranked 7th. The gap was not huge but still a step behind. At this moment at Zihang Jingzhai Dita Peak, Fan Qinghui looked at the beauty list with a displeased expression. Zhu Yuan is actually 3 ranks above me. Humph, that enchantress must have seduced the war god plenty. I wonder what she got from him. Fan Qinghui was filled with resentment. She and Zhu Yuan were old rivals, so she knew well about Zhu Yuan's affairs. She knew Zhu Yuan must have obtained some charm of eternal youth from the war god. Otherwise she couldn't rank higher than her, because she herself had one too. It was obtained through feeding the demon with her body. It seemed she would have to feed the demon several more times in the future. Achoo! At Luzhu Villa in Great Yuan, Zhao Wu sneezed and looked at the beauty list with a strange expression. Because he noticed. This time everyone on the list. He actually knew all of them and even knew them deeply. I wonder who is thinking of me. It's my fault for being too handsome. Zhao Wu said helplessly. Ji Xiaofu chuckled, her voice charming. War King is really handsome. I prefer you calling me War King is amazing. Zhao Wu held Ji Xiaofu's soft warm body, feeling elated. After these days of blending, Ji Xiaofu had been imprinted with his mark inside and out. It gave him a sense of achievement and satisfaction. War King is so wicked. Ji Xiaofu dared not meet Zhao Wu's eyes. These days she had truly experienced the joy of being a woman. Dare call me wicked, then I'll show you how wicked I can be. No. Great Qin Xianyang. Zhongtai Palace. Ying Zheng looked at the golden list and sighed. Yan Fei, Yushin Xuenu and others have made the list, and there are still 2 even more beautiful women in the world. Truly unimaginable. In the War King's mansion, Yan Lingji should occupy 1 spot. As for the other, I really cannot think of anyone. Li Si spoke. Barring any surprises, the top of our Great Qin beauty list will be Yan Lingji. Ying Zheng nodded. He had seen Yan Lingji. Even with his temperament and willpower, he was utterly amazed when he saw Yan Lingji. She was definitely the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, bar none. War King is truly blessed. The ministers exclaimed one after another. Chao Nuo, Tianyan and Nong Yu were all beauties on the beauty list, and all of them had close ties with Zhao Wu. In 3 days the beauty list will be fully revealed, and at the same time new lists, the lecture list and the martial general list, will be announced. Ying Zheng looked at his ministers and asked, "How about the lectures I ordered you to capture?" Li Si replied, "Your Majesty, we have already captured 360 lectures. Among them the most likely to be on the list are..." Ying Zheng nodded slightly and said, "These heinous lectures after the lecture list is announced regardless of whether they appear on it shall all be executed by slow slicing. We obey your command." Not only Emperor Ying Zheng but the entire 9 provinces were frantically hunting down lectures. Especially in these last 3 days, the intensity of the pursuit was unprecedented. It was truly the doomsday for lectures. Countless heinous and guilt-ridden lectures were caught. The blood of countless innocent maidens was finally avenged. Amid the agonizing anticipation of millions, 3 days passed in a flash. Today was the day when the beauty list would be fully announced, and also the day of the lecture list and martial general list. Here it comes. Finally, I've caught several lectures myself. Hope they make the list. The top 2 on the beauty list will surely have my name. The top of the martial general list, who else but me? Countless beauties waited nervously. Countless lectures were imprisoned awaiting execution. Countless martial generals looked up in hope, praying to make the list. Xuanzhou Diwan, the Golden Throne Hall in the Imperial Palace. The top 2 beauties of the 9 continents and 7 kingdoms are finally about to appear. I wonder what celestial beauty and unparalleled grace the top 2 beauties of the 9 continents and 7 kingdoms will possess. Emperor Yuan gazed at the majestic golden list in the sky, his green-tinted eyes burning with intense fervor. He was the supreme ruler of Diyuan. The beauties above, only he was worthy of possessing them. At least the top 2 of the Diyuan beauty ranking, he would claim them. Tianzhou de Sui. Emperor Sui looked at the sky with deep curiosity. The Yingui sects Zhu Yan, and Wanwan that Zihang Jingzhai's Fan Qinghui and Shi Feishuan. Both of these sects, whose every generation produces beauties, have made the list. The renowned talented women Shi Qingxian and Shang Xiufang have also made the list. I wonder who in my Sui can surpass them and rank 1st and 2nd on the beauty ranking. Your Majesty, I believe there is one person who should be able to rank in the top 2. King Kaoshan Yonglin pondered for a moment and then suddenly said, "Who?" Emperor Sui thought for a moment but still could not think of anyone else. It seemed that all the beauties he could think of were already on the list. Yuan Tua, who had been silent, interjected, "King Qili Maozhen, or rather she should be called Empress Shui Yunji." Emperor Sui suddenly comprehended and turned his gaze to King Kaoshan Yonglin. "Indeed, I was referring to her." Yonglin nodded with admiration and said, Since Li Maozhen disappeared for over a decade, his sister Shui Yunji has been playing two roles. In the eyes of the world, Shui Yunji disguised as a man is the warlord king Qi Li Maozhen. In secret, she is the feared leader of the assassin organization Huan, Yin Fang the Empress. Empress Shui Yunji ranks 10th on the assassin ranking. A legend has it she is also a stunning beauty. With her martial prowess and talent, it is not impossible for her to rank first on the beauty ranking. What my uncle says is very true. Yang Guang nodded in agreement, feeling a surge of strong amorous interest. Hearing my uncle's words, I am quite curious about her. Your Majesty, even if Empress Shui Yunji ranks first on the beauty ranking, she is an extremely dangerous woman. Yang Lin was startled and hurriedly advised. During this time he had also heard that a heavenly court assassin ranked in the 20s on the assassin ranking had directly destroyed a powerful vassal of the Great Han. That the Empress could rank 10th. She must be even more terrifying. Such a woman, the waters run deep. Step in and you might drown. Rest assured, uncle, I understand. Although Emperor Sui was lecherous, he was not incompetent or foolish. He was not so brainless as to covet the Empress's beauty and recklessly go after her. Though the Empress was a warlord he would have to deal with sooner or later. The time was not yet ripe. With heroes rising everywhere, he did not have the extra strength to suppress the Qi kingdom where the Empress ruled. He gazed at the beauty ranking in the sky. Finally, under his expectant gaze, endless radiant light surged and condensed into large characters with strokes like iron and hooks like silver. Beauty ranking Great Qin beauty ranking 12th place, Princess Xiangxiang Chen Yuanyuan Great Yuan beauty ranking 12th place, Luo Xianming, Yu Great Qin beauty ranking 12th place, Yi Shi Shi, Yan Lingji Great Sui beauty, ranking 12th place, Empress Yang Yuan Great Han beauty ranking 12th place, Yudiao Chan Jinmi Great Song beauty ranking 12th place, Xiao Longnu Wu Xingyun Great Ming beauty ranking 12th place, Zhang Sanyang Yao Yu. Who is Princess Xiangxiang? Does our Great Qin have such a princess? Chun Yuanyuan is only ranked 2nd. Who is Diao Chan? Ranked 1st on our Great Han beauty ranking, yet no reputation has spread. Zhen Mi. My god, another person from the Zhen family. The Zhen family has actually occupied 5 spots on the beauty ranking, and Zhen Mi is even ranked 2nd. Unbelievable. Who are Xiao Longnu and Wu Xingyun? I have traveled through Great Song for 20 years, yet I have never heard even a whisper. Zhang Sanyang and Yao Yu. It is indeed them. Zhang Sanyang of outer beauty, Yao Yu of the deep palace. Truly well-deserved reputations. Finally we can see what beauties Zhang Sanyang and Yao Yu are, what unparalleled grace they possess. Seeing the beauty ranking, everyone in the 9 continents was in an uproar. Countless lechers' eyes gleamed. They eagerly awaited the images of the beauties on the ranking to appear. Tianzhou de Sui, Imperial Palace. The Empress is indeed ranked 1st on our Great Sui beauty ranking, but who is this Yang Yuan? Emperor Sui was curious. The person ranked 2nd on the Great Sui beauty ranking. He had never heard of her, but he did not dwell on it. He stared intently at the beauty ranking. He had heard of the name Empress Shui Yunji, but he had never seen her. At most he had seen a portrait of her disguised as a man, King Qi Li Maozhen. Even he was curious about the Empress who topped the list. To him Wan Shi, Feishuan Shi, Qingxuan Shang, Shifang Zhu Yuyan, and others were already earthly beauties, celestial maidens and demonesses. But the Empress at the top, he could not imagine. Hum. Just as Emperor Sui and everyone in the 9 continents were waiting expectantly, celestial music seemed to echo in the sky and endless radiant light surged. Chan Yuanyuan's graceful figure coalesced, beautiful as a flower, like a cloud emerging from a cave, lightly strumming a zither with celestial melodies. All who watched were spellbound. Hiss! So beautiful! Countless men were entranced, lost in ecstasy. In the Great Qin Palace, Wei Xiaobao's eyes nearly popped out, drooling. He had seen countless women, but this was the first time he had seen such a beauty. Emperor Qing's eyes lit up, his fists clenched. This woman, I must have her. But as soon as this thought arose, Emperor Qing shuddered, as if his soul had been lost, and stared blankly at the sky. Behind the name of Princess Xiangxiang on the Great Qin beauty ranking, a figure like a holy angel coalesced. No mortal could be so beautiful. She must be a moon palace fairy or a celestial goddess. The same thought arose in the minds of Emperor Qing, Wei Xiaobao, and countless people of the 9 continents as they gazed dumbstruck at Princess Xiangxiang's image. Princess Xiangxiang's skin was as white as snow, her jet-black hair cascading down. She was incomparably beautiful, radiant and dazzling, with intelligent eyes and a cherry mouth that seemed about to move like a fairy stepping out of a painting. Her beauty could make soldiers in battle lay down their arms and cease conflict. Search. Use all forces to find her. I must have Princess Xiangxiang brought here. Whoever offers Princess Xiangxiang shall be enfeoffed as a marquis of 10,000 households, rewarded with 10,000 gold and 100 beauties. Emperor Qing went mad, his eyes filled with intense possessiveness. Such a pure and beautiful fairy-like, angelically holy beauty. He must have her, possess her fiercely. This was his Great Qing's beauty. As the Emperor of Great Qin, the supreme ruler under heaven, who else in the world was worthy of possessing such an angelic fairy? My God, is this the first on the Great Qin beauty ranking? Truly beautiful as a celestial, a fairy descended to earth. For her I could give up my life. This is amazing. Even the ultimate earthly beauty cannot describe a fraction of Princess Xiangxiang's beauty. What a pity. Such a beauty will surely fall into Emperor Qing's clutches, confined to the deep palace for his sole amusement. Indeed, in the Hangzhou region, who can contend with Emperor Qing? I imagine Emperor Qing has already gone mad. Countless experts sighed, but they were too far away to intervene. And in Hangzhou, Emperor Qing was the sole dominant power. Unlike the Great Han in Huangzhou, the Great Sui in Tianzhou, and others where heroes rose and vassals contended. Xuanzhou de Yuan. Emperor Yuan's eyes burned with a wolfish gaze, and he sighed. Pity that such a beauty is in Great Qin. It's really a gift for Emperor Qing. But Emperor Qing may not necessarily find her. With that thought, the unwilling Emperor Yuan ordered his secret agents to infiltrate Hangzhou's Great Qin and search for Princess Xiangxiang and Shan Yuanyuan. Although his chances were much smaller than Emperor Qing's, but what if? Act and there was a 1 in 10,000 chance. Do nothing and there was no chance at all. Then he looked at the Great Yuan beauty ranking. Seeing the name Luoxian at the top, Emperor Yuan's face turned very sour, because Luoxian was ranked 3rd on the assassin ranking. Damn it! Why are most of my Great Yuan's beauties from the heavenly court assassins? Emperor Yuan felt deeply resentful. The existence of the 3rd-ranked assassin. Even if he was bold in lechery, he dared not touch her. That kind of woman would kill. He had not lived enough. Finally, under Emperor Yuan's gaze, the figures of Luoxian and Ming Yu coalesced. Ming Yu was clear and elegant, serene and indifferent like a bright pure moon. Luoxian wore a half-face mask with a cold and sharp aura. Even as just an image, she gave a sense of sacred inviolability, cold beauty, and terrifying power. Wow! This woman is so cold. Truly worthy of the 3rd-ranked assassin. Luoxian is for you all. I only want Ming Yu. Damn! In front of this woman you can't even get hard, only tremble. Who would dare want her? Still, Princess Xiangxiang is the most beautiful. Countless men were frightened by Luoxian's cold aura. They preferred the angelic Princess Xiangxiang even more. Emperor Yuan's face darkened further. No comparison, no harm. Why were his Great Yuan's beauties terrifying assassins? Bring Ming Yu to me. Emperor Yuan had to settle for second best and ordered his subordinates. Of course, what he most anticipated was stealing Emperor Qing's thunder. If he could get Princess Xiangxiang and Shan Yuanyu, and that would be delightful. Zhongzhou Great Qin. Xianyang. Zhangtai Palace. Ying Zheng gazed at Princess Xiangxiang's image and sighed. I never expected that the beauties lower in the Great Qin ranking were not outstanding, but the top one is astonishingly transcendent. Our Great Qin beauties are not inferior to Great Yuan's. Wang Ben said as the image of Yan Lingji, he had seen in the Prince of Wu's mansion, appeared in his mind. Compared to Princess Xiangxiang, she was not at all inferior. I really wonder who she sure is to be able to overshadow Yan Lingji. As he spoke, a figure coalesced on the Great Qin beauty ranking. Yan Lingji wore a flame outfit, passionate, as fire, tender as water, leaving countless men stunned. Originally they thought Princess Xiangxiang was the ultimate earthly beauty beyond reach. Now there was another enchantress. This enchantress was incredibly alluring. Every frown and smile. Her seductive charm was innate. She was simply a human temptress tailor-made for men. She could fulfill any man's fantasy. My God, such a temptress exists in this world. Such a temptress is actually an assassin ranked 5th on the assassin ranking. Who can withstand such an assassin? If I could get a kiss, death would be worth it. I feel like I'm already being killed by her. Lust is a knife over the head. A beauty kills without a blade, steals souls with her waist. I'm dying. I'm dying. Yan Lingji is already such a stunning enchantress, yet she is only ranked 2nd. I can't imagine what the top rank she sure must be like. A city-toppling beauty, unparalleled elegance. Could she really be a fairy descended to earth? I can't wait to see she sure's splendor. The 9 continents were in an uproar. Countless men stared with burning eyes. Finally, amidst their eager calls, radiant light surged beside Yan Lingji. A world-stunning figure coalesced. The Great Qin beauty rankings first. She sure. In Xianyang at the Zhangtai Palace. Unexpectedly, Yan Lingji, the leader of the war gods' blazing dragon warriors, and the 5th-ranked assassin on the killer list, is so bewitchingly alluring. Truly passionate as fire, yet tender as water. I wonder how the war god accomplished it. Many leaders of the Legion rankings and assassins from the heavenly court are all breathtakingly beautiful women of unparalleled charm. Figures like the Temptress of the Tide, the Jing Anai, and the Yen Fei, almost all of them have made it onto various lists. Li Sifeng Qiji and Wang Ben could not help but sigh in admiration. They were even more awestruck by the unfathomable power of the war god. They knew that these beauties might indeed be his, but it was impossible for them all to possess such terrifying strength. One or two might be plausible, but every single one being so formidable. It was clearly the war god's doing. She sure is about to appear. In my eyes, Yanlingji is already the ultimate seductress that men dream of, capable of fulfilling any man's fantasies. I simply cannot imagine what kind of grace she sure must possess to surpass Yanlingji. The emperor is also curious. Ying Zheng gazed at the name of Shishir on the Great Qin beauty ranking. As billions of brilliant rays of light surged, a graceful ethereal figure appeared by the banks of the Huan River. Stunningly extraordinary. It was as if she had gathered the spiritual essence of the 9 provinces, mountains and rivers into herself. Pure, ethereal, and peerlessly beautiful. Her eyes were brighter and clearer than the river, or her skin softer than the clouds in the sky. Her lips more delicate and vivid than the petals of a little red flower, moist and sparkling like dew on petals. Her hands were white as snow, her steps were as light as the rhythm of a zither, or her voice was soft and exquisite. Radiant light surged, and the 6th-ranked beauty on the list, A Qing, appeared. The two sparred in martial arts by the Huan River. A Qing wielded a bamboo staff, her sword technique natural and effortlessly flawless. Such a formidable sword art. So advanced it borders on the Dao. Sword Saint Gaine's eyes blazed with sword intent, and his grip on the Yuan Hong sword tightened. This person is not weaker than me. What? The 6th-ranked beauty A Qing is also this powerful? Then she sure who can duel with a Qing wielding a long sword must also be incredibly strong. Feng Quji and the others stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked. Were all beauties now this terrifying? Could any of them rival Sword Saint Gaine? Actually, it makes sense. If they didn't have formidable strength, they would have long become trophies or concubines of others, and they would never have been able to stay hidden and remain unknown. Li Si analyzed. That seems reasonable. The others nodded. Ying Zheng nodded to himself. At that moment in the image, A Qing proved superior, and her bamboo staff pressed against Shi Shi's chest. Although A Qing held back the sword Qi from the tip of the staff, still wounded Shi Shi's heart. Shi Shi frowned slightly, pressing her hand to her chest, creating the most indelible and beautiful scene, Shi Shi holding her heart. The image of Shi Shi froze at that moment. Countless people gazing at the scene of Shi Shi holding her heart felt their hearts break. They wished they could take the blow in her place. To bear that sword strike for Shi Shi, truly worthy of being the first on the Great Qin beauty ranking, well-deserved fame. Ying Zheng praised. Your Majesty, such a beauty should be brought into the harem to serve you. A minister stepped forward, seizing the chance to flatter. Such a woman would stir any man's heart. Surely the emperor would be pleased. But just as he fantasized about making a good impression on Ying Zheng, he felt a suffocating, majestic gaze sweep over him. I do not wish to hear such words again. Ying Zheng coldly glanced at the minister, who instantly felt as if struck by lightning, prostrating himself in fear, trembling and anxious. He had not expected his flattery to backfire. Still, he could not understand why. Could it be that Ying Zheng no longer liked women? Although the emperor was not indulgent in sensual pleasures, his harem did contain many beauties from the 6 kingdoms. It should not be so. Among those present, sharp-minded individuals like Li Si and Feng Quji seemed to understand. Although the Great Qin martial arts flourished, most powerful figures were men. To become a strong cultivator almost always required a powerful legacy. Take the famous female experts of Great Qin. Jing and I was from the Net Yen Fei Moon Goddess Yi Huang, and Nuing and the Young and Great Lady of Fate were from the school of Yin and Yang. The exceptionally gifted Xiaomeng was from the Taoist school, accepted as a closed-door disciple by Bei Mingzi, who had not taken any students for 60 years. Apart from the war god's lineage, Bei Mingzi stood at the pinnacle of Great Qin's martial artists. With his guidance, the gifted Xiaomeng might still be slightly inferior to Sword Saint Gaine. However, the A Qing and Shi Shi in the image were not much older than Xiaomeng, yet their strength was formidable and their sword techniques transcendent. Yet they belonged to none of the 100 schools of thought. Thus, the source of their inheritance could be guessed at. It was likely connected to the war god, because the war god enjoyed collecting beauties. From the leaders of the legion rankings to the assassins of the heavenly court, most were women on the beauty lists, clear evidence. Of course, the world was vast, and it could not be ruled out that Shi Shi and A Qing had other encounters. However, although the war god liked to collect beauties, he seemed disinterested in them sexually. Because Yanlingji, the tide temptress, and others were always by Zhao Wu's side attending to him. The war god is a celestial being, likely already beyond the 7 emotions and 6 desires, uninterested in women. Ying Zheng thought to himself, since Wu likes beauties, now that the beauty ranking has appeared, I can arrange something. With that in mind, he called out, Zhang Han. Your subordinate is here. Zhang Han stepped forward and knelt on one knee. Send men to search for Shi Shi and the beauties on the beauty ranking, who are not known to belong to the war god's lineage. If they are willing, I can bestow them in marriage to the war king. After speaking, Ying Zheng added, remember, do not force it. It is fine if you cannot find them, As you command, your majesty. Zhang Han accepted the order, inwardly marveling at the unprecedented favor the emperor showed the war king. In the great sway of Tianzhou, the sway emperor gazed at the beauty ranking, sighing in awe, the fragrant princess of Great Qin, Shishir of Great Qin, and Yan Lingji. All are celestial maidens, earthly wonders rarely seen in the mortal world. I wonder how my great sways Yang Yuhuan and the empress compare. The sway emperor felt both anticipation and tension, although the beauty ranking had little impact on his nation's strength. He did not want his own great sway beauties to be inferior to those of other states. Finally, under the sway emperor's burning gaze, the figure of Yang Yuhuan materialized. A breathtakingly beautiful silhouette, delicate and graceful, strolled in the garden. Every smile and frown was 1,000 poses overflowing with charm. Even the flowers in the garden shrank their petals in shame, as if feeling inferior. How beautiful! The sway emperor's gaze froze, staring at Yang Yuhuan, feeling that all the palace ladies had lost their color. In the north, there is a beauty peerless and independent. One glance topples a city, a second glance topples a kingdom. Aha, excellent. My great sway beauty is not inferior to anyone. The sway emperor snapped back to reality, laughing heartily, proud of his nation. Issue my decree: whoever presents Yang Yuhuan shall be rewarded with 10,000 gold and theft as a marquis of 10,000 households, and appoint Yang Yuhuan as imperial consort. Yang Guang said excitedly. Such a beauty naturally belonged in his harem. If Yang Yuhuan is already so breathtakingly beautiful, what kind of elegance will the empress possess? Yang Guang felt a sense of anticipation. But that woman was too deep. Although he knew her location, he could not obtain her for now. Soon behind the name of the empress, rays of light surged, coalescing into an exquisite, luxurious hall. In the hall hung a pink gauze curtain. Behind the curtain was a large bed. Through the gauze one could faintly see an incredibly alluring and graceful figure reclining on the couch, a delicate white hand supporting her exquisite chin, exuding a hint of languor. Her seductive figure was beautiful and captivating, stealing souls. The perspective drew closer, and the empress's peerless face finally revealed itself to all. Her features were delicate, with 2 crimson markings between her brows. Her brows and eyes were like a painting, too beautiful to take in. Her autumn water eyes sparkled like stars. Her figure was tall, with an oval face. Her skin was fairer than snow, so delicate it seemed it would break at a touch. A red ribbon tied her hair high, adorned with a long straight golden phoenix crown hairpin, and a lock of hair fell behind her. She lay sideways, one hand supporting her delicate fair chin, reclining silently there. Her fingers were long and slender, white as jade, gently stroking her pet cat Meigua. Her face, though naturally imposing, bore a touch of laziness, like a beautiful seductive queen, every gesture carrying a hint of ruthlessness and resolve. Her 2 long, shapely and creamy legs were slightly bent, crossed over each other, causing countless leg enthusiasts to breathe heavily, their cheeks flushed. Truly legs worth a lifetime. It was enough to make a man lose his life. Truly enough to take a man's life. Such a woman was clearly not one that an ordinary man could tame. In the face of her powerful aura, ordinary people could not even stand, let alone possess her. Absolutely stunning. The beauties of the one continent truly live up to their reputation. Each one is breathtakingly beautiful, peerless under heaven. If I could spend just one night with such a beauty, I would die a happy man. Your life isn't worth that much. The masses of the 9 provinces were stirred. Today's beauty ranking had opened their eyes, making their lives worthwhile. In the great Han of Huangzhou, at the Prime Minister's mansion, the beauties of the one continent are truly extraordinary. Such top-notch goods making my heart itch with desire. Dong Zhuo, with his potbelly, had gleaming eyes and a lecherous smile. He stared intently at the first-ranked beauty of Great Han Diaochan. The second-ranked Jinfu was temporarily hard to touch. Yuan Shao was a lesson. As for beauties from other states, he lacked the power to contend with their overlords. So he could only set his sights on Diaochan. Our Great Han beauties are surely not inferior to other states. Under Dong Zhuo's expectant gaze, the figure of Zhenfu materialized. She was as ethereal as the moon veiled by light clouds, as drifting as wind-blown snow. Viewed from afar, she was as bright as the morning sun rising with rosy clouds. Examined closely, she was as radiant as a lotus emerging from clear waves. Her shoulders were sculpted like carved jade, her waist slender as a rolled ribbon. Her neck was long, her skin fair and revealed. Her body was like jade, graceful and charming. Her city-toppling grace was like the goddess of the Luo River, peerless and elegant. Sigh. Even Dong Zhuo, who had seen countless women, could not help but gasp, his eyes wide and his breath quickening. How breathtakingly beautiful! She far surpasses her 4 elder sisters by an entire tier. If only I could have her beneath me. Dong Zhuo's corpulent frame trembled, feeling as if his very soul were about to slip away. At this moment he was genuinely tempted to dispatch troops for a raid. Yet reason still managed to suppress the impulses of his lower body. Zhenmi is only second. Diaochan is surely even more exquisite. There's no need to lose the watermelon while picking up the sesame for her sake. Dong Zhuo took a deep breath, forcibly restraining the fervent heat within his heart, and stared at Diao Chan's name with blazing eyes. Soon Diao Chan's figure began to coalesce. She wore a long light cyan dress with a green jade hairpin carved in the shape of a phoenix adorning her head. Her cascading black hair fell like a waterfall, as smooth as silk, flowing down to the back of her knees. Her figure was graceful and lithe, her skin like congealed fat, her wrists like frost and snow. Her delicate brows were like a painting, her bright eyes like peach blossoms, narrow and alluring. A beauty that could topple cities and captivate nations. She was not of mortal world. Every step, every smile, every frown was utterly intoxicating, leaving one unable to extricate themselves. Diao Chan. My Diao Chan. Mobilize all our forces. Bring Diao Chan to me at the fastest possible speed. Dong Zhuo roared, drooling uncontrollably. While Dong Zhuo was in his frenzy, Lu Bu, who was away on campaign, gazed at Diao Chan's peerless figure with an infatuated look, a fierce impulse stirring within him. The moment he laid eyes on Diao Chan, his heart was captivated. This woman was his. He must have her. Where is my Diao Chan? Lu Bu grew anxious, knowing that the lecherous Dong Zhuo would never let a peerless beauty like Diao Chan slip away. I must find Diao Chan before him, and prevent her from falling into my foster father's clutches. Lu Bu resolved inwardly. At this moment he had little interest in dealing with the brothers Liu Bei and the others. His mind was filled entirely with Diao Chan. All he wanted now was to find Diao Chan and claim her as his own. Jiang Dong. Sun Tzu gazed at Diao Chan's peerless visage and sighed. I never imagined the Han dynasty possessed such a breathtaking beauty. When Diao Chan appears, I wonder what a stir it will cause. If you admire her bofu, you could send men to search. Perhaps with a stroke of luck you might find her and win the beauty's hand. Zhou Yu styled Gongjin remarked with a smile. Forget it. Countless men covet Diao Chan, and finding her won't be easy. It would only waste manpower and resources. Sun Tzu waved his hand. But here in our Lujiang region, there are two peerless beauties. Are you referring to De Chao and Xiao Chao, ranked 3rd and 4th on the beauty list? Zhou Yu said. Exactly. Sun Bofu took Zhou Yu's hand. These two beauties are in our Jiangdong territory. They rightfully belong to us. We brothers can take one each. Wouldn't that be splendid? Excellent. Zhou Yu laughed, not one to be coy. No time to lose. Let's hurry over before someone else snatches them up. Let's go. As they spoke, the figures of Wu Xingyun and Xiao Longnu from the Great Song beauty list coalesced one after another. Wu Xingyun was stunningly beautiful with an ethereal temperament, a red plum blossom between her brows adding to her enchanting allure. Especially the aura of a powerhouse she exuded, making her appear even more transcendent and celestial. However, her sharp, deep gaze, much like that of a female emperor, was not something ordinary men could handle, deterring the common crowd. Yet the Xiao Longnu who followed her made everyone's eyes light up. Her face was peerless, combining ethereal beauty with radiant charm, with skin like ice and bones like jade, pure as a fairy from the Isles, gifted with celestial grace. She lay on a rope in the stone chamber of the ancient tomb, carrying a unique charm. Is this the Immortal Sister's dwelling? It looks like a stone chamber. Stone chamber or not, I love it anyway. I just want to know if the Immortal Sister will fall off the rope. No, at worst she'll get stuck. I sense something off about you. Do you all want to see the Immortal Sister tormented by the rope that badly? Have you no decency? I want to see it too. At Mount Zhongnan Chuanjin sect. Yin Jiping stared at Xiao Longnu's figure, his eyes filled with obsession. Miss Long is truly as beautiful as a celestial maiden. If I could but kiss her, it would be worth dying for. While Yin Jiping indulged in his fantasies, countless others eagerly awaited the remaining two. Only Zhang Sanyang and Yao Yu are left. Zhang Sanyang of the outer beauty and the moonlit palace deep within. What peerless beauties must they be? They're coming. They're coming. A low hum filled the air as iridescent light surged on the beauty list, coalescing into a magnificent white jade palace. In Embroidery Jade Valley, at the Palace of Moving Flowers. Above the palace, a figure of peerless beauty and overbearing majesty sat upon a jade throne like a mythical being. She was Yao Yue, the grand palace mistress of the Palace of Moving Flowers. She was born with a kind of captivating, irresistible magic. She seemed forever exalted beyond reach, commanding awe. Her nature was like fire and ice, sharp as a blade, both ghost and goddess, yet not entirely human. Her voice was ethereal, elusive, though her tone was cold and merciless, sending shivers down the spine, yet it was also soft, charming, and soul-stirring. She possessed a strange allure, with lightning in her eyes, and a daunting confidence that scorned all external influence. With a flick of her sleeves and a wave of her hand, an inexplicable, gentle, yet immense force emanated. Her steps were slow and graceful, seemingly effortless, yet she wielded boundless power. Hiss! The people of the 9 provinces shuddered, their breaths catching in their throats. Yao Yu was beautiful, exquisitely beautiful. But at this moment few could harbor any thoughts of profanity. Gazing into those beautiful cold and tyrannical eyes it felt as if their souls would freeze. The cold, cruel authority and sharpness made it hard for anyone to meet her gaze directly. All that remained was self-abasement, trembling fear. Holy crap! Is this Yao Yue, the Grand Palace Mistress of the Palace of Moving Flowers? No wonder Embroidery Jade Valley is forbidden to men. Who the hell can withstand this? This woman is too deep. Don't even think about entering, one glance and you'll drown. Such a woman is not meant to be conquered by any man. I can't afford to mess with her. Yao Yu is all yours. Is Zhang Sanyang like her? I heard Zhang Sanyang is gentle, righteous, and kind. Definitely not like that twisted woman Yao Yu. Exactly. Yao Yu is no human. She's a celestial or a demon. The next moment everyone's breath stopped. They understood. Zhang Sanyang was truly different from Yao Yu. Now they were utterly entranced, their souls lost. Amidst the boundless resplendent glow Zhang Sanyang's peerless image coalesced. She wore a 5-colored celestial silk robe, moon-dancing zone boots, carried the flowing cloud-flying moon sword, and rode the cloud-returning flying snow horse galloping through the martial world. How heroic and dashing she was. Her skin was whiter than snow, exquisitely beautiful. Her countenance was supremely lovely, so pure and stunning that it was impossible to gaze directly. Her snow-white face featured unparalleled delicate features, a charming expression, and a mouthful of gleaming white teeth that emitted a soft melodious voice like a soul-enticing spell. Her figure was slender and graceful, her entire body radiant, as white jade, ethereal as a fairy, making hearts race, blood boil, and spirits soar. Any man who saw her, young or old, was utterly captivated to the point of obsession. Her skin, like congealed fat, was so white it seemed translucent, with a faint blush of warmth beneath the icy surface. Her snow-white face seemed to emit a soft radiance, her beauty beyond compare. Not only peerless and incomparably glamorous, but also frosty soft, enchanting, and soul-stirring, more striking in cold and frost. Her temperament was uniquely extraordinary, pure and wholly clean as ice and snow, seeming both real and illusory, truly not of this mortal world. My heavens, is she a moon palace fairy or a heavenly goddess? Such a beauty exists only in heaven. How often does one hear of her on earth? Icy cold jade, the Jade Lady Zhang Sanyang. Truly worthy of the name, carved from warm jade, a masterpiece of nature. No wonder the Jade Lady can outshine Yao Yue, who is like a celestial demon. She is too beautiful, and any adjective is an insult to her. Her beauty defies all language beyond description. I feel the Jade Lady could not only claim the top spot on the Great Ming Beauty List, but also the top spot on the 9 Provinces Beauty List. I must go to Great Ming to see the Jade Lady's face with my own eyes before I die. That would be without regret. Zhang Sanyang, with cold eyes, she watches the affairs of the mortal world. Her jade countenance is only revealed for heroes. A dowry of 10 miles expresses her intent. 100 generations of the Milky Way carry her heart. Beauty List Rank 12, reward 1 Divine Grade Top Quality Beauty Pill which can preserve youthful appearance for 500 years, 1 set of Divine Grade Top Quality Rainbow Feathered Garments, 1 pair of white silk stockings, 1 pair of bra, color, and size adjustable at will. A low hum filled the air as 14 beams of resplendent light surged and descended toward the 9 provinces. A Divine Grade Top Quality Beauty Pill, 500 years of unaging beauty. Truly a divine pill. Now that the 9 provinces 7 kingdoms beauty list has been updated, I wonder if they will next rank the top 10 beauties of the 9 provinces, or announce the Lecher list or the Warrior list. I hope they announce the Lecher list. I've got several Lechers on my hands just waiting for them to make the list. Hehe, me too. With the beauty list concluded, everyone felt a sense of emptiness and loss. However, they were still full of anticipation for the upcoming lists, because this was their domain. A low hum filled the air again. Soon the Great Dao Golden List trembled, emitting 10,000 rays of light, and 1,000 divine auspicious clouds, causing countless hearts to leap into their throats. They knew a new list was coming. Indeed, beside the beauty list, endless pink light surged and hedonistic music filled heaven and earth, stirring up boundless sensual fantasies deep within. It must be the Lecher list. Exactly. The Warrior list wouldn't have such an ominous sign. I hope the Lecher I caught makes the list. Countless people who had captured Lechers watched with excited, burning anticipation. Under their expectant, fervent gazes, a brand new list slowly unfurled, revealing a line of purple characters, bold and imposing. Lecher List Rank 20, Ying Zheng, reward 1 Earth Grade Top Quality Heart Cleansing Pill, which can dispel inner evil fire and evil thoughts when advancing to the Heavenly Man realm, preventing deviation, and increasing the chance of reaching Heavenly Man by 20. In the Great Song of the Earth region, Zhongnan Mountain, Juanjin Sect, Ying Zheng stared at the 3 bold characters inscribed on the Lecher list, utterly dumbfounded. It's not me. It's not me. How could I possibly be a Lecher? It must be someone with the same name. Feeling the strange gazes around him, Ying Zheng quickly spoke up. Though deep in his heart he yearned for women with an uncontrollable primal urge craving to taste the essence of a woman, he had not even touched a woman's hand yet. Zhiping has devoted himself to cultivation all these years. How could he be a lecher? Qiu Chuji Yin Zhiping's master added. The Yin Zhiping on this lecher list must not be a member of our Chuanzhen sect. Uncle Master speaks truly. Senior brother Yin is disciplined and devoted to the Dao. He cannot be a lecher. The person on this list must just share his name. That wretched lecher. Why use senior brother Yin's name of all names? It has damaged his reputation. The disciples of Chuanzhen sect echoed in agreement. Yin Zhiping had many supporters within Chuanzhen sect, and was subtly being groomed as the leading figure of the younger generation. His only true rival was Zhao Zhijing. Yet the next moment, everyone trembled their mouths agape as if struck by a paralysis spell. They stared blankly at Yin Zhiping, their eyes filled with disbelief. A beam of radiant light descended, landing directly into Yin Zhiping's hand. It was an Earth-grade top-quality mind-cleansing pill. When ascending to the heavenly realm, it could purge inner evil flames and wicked thoughts, prevent chi deviation, and increase the chance of ascension by 20%. How is this possible? Why is this happening? Yin Zhiping clutched the pill, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. This golden list was ruining him. For other list rewards, the radiant light would stop midair, only revealing the approximate location of the recipient. Could not pinpoint a specific person, thus leaving a sliver of hope for the rewarded. But now the reward from the lecher list was accompanied by radiant light throughout the entire process, landing directly into his hand. Everyone around instantly recognized him as the one on the list. This was a death sentence. If the lecher list had not exposed his identity, he could simply swallow the mind-cleansing pill. Who would suspect him of being a lecher? Zhiping Yu. Qiu Chuji stared at Yin Zhiping in disbelief, never imagining that his prized disciple, whom he had groomed as his successor, was actually a lecher, and had even made it onto the lecher list. Qiu Chuji's lifelong reputation and the honor of Chuanzhen sect were utterly destroyed by him alone. Master, your disciple is innocent. I am truly not a lecher. The golden list must have made a mistake. I have never even touched a woman's hand. How could I be a lecher? Yin Zhiping explained, loudly, tears streaming down his face. Qiu Chuji, known for his fiery temper, had raised his hand to strike Yin Zhiping dead with a single palm, but it froze midair. He still harbored deep affection for Yin Zhiping. Junior brother Yin, do you still intend to deny it now? Zhao Zhijing stepped forward and demanded. How could the Great Dao golden list be wrong? Moreover, I have seen you secretly heading to the back mountain many times, trying to peep at the female disciples of the ancient tomb sect. But the ancient tomb sect disciples are highly skilled in martial arts, so you probably had no chance. However, ordinary civilian women were not your match. You're lying. I did not. It wasn't me. Yin Zhiping's face flushed crimson, his anger turning to humiliation. He never expected Zhao Zhijing to be so ruthless, directly pinning the label of lecher on him. Me lying? Zhao Zhijing sneered and pressed on. Dare you say you have never gone to the back mountains forbidden area of the ancient tomb? Dare you say you have never harbored lustful thoughts toward Xiao Longnu of the ancient tomb sect? I. Yin Zhiping wanted to refute but did not know how. He had indeed harbored such thoughts. And he had gone to the back mountain. He had once caught a fleeting glimpse of Xiao Longnu's silhouette. From that day on she haunted his dreams. So he secretly went to the back mountain, hoping to catch another sight of the figure that enchanted him. Disobedient disciple. I never thought you would be a righteous man on the surface, but so vile in secret. Today I will cleanse the sect of your filth. Seeing Yin Zhiping stammer, Qiu Chuji understood that Zhao Zhijing was telling the truth. He flew into a rage. With a single palm strike he slammed into Yin Zhiping. Heft! Yin Zhiping spat out a mouthful of blood, grievously wounded, collapsing to the ground. Senior brother Qiu, show mercy. I think Zhiping has never seemed like a lecherous person. Could there be a misunderstanding? Let us investigate thoroughly before acting. Wang Chui, Hao Datong, Sun Buer and others quickly intervened to stop Qiu Chuji, thus sparing Yin Zhiping's life. However, he was imprisoned pending interrogation. This minor incident did not affect the golden list in the sky. The lecher list continued to be revealed. Lecher list 19th place. Tang Pei reward 2 Earth-grade top-quality mind-cleansing pills. When ascending to the heavenly realm, they can purge inner evil flames and wicked thoughts, prevent chi deviation, and increase the chance of ascension by 20%. What? Hero Tang. How is this possible? Hero Tang is a lecher. Is there a mistake? How could Hero Tang be a lecher? The Jianghu of the Great Qin erupted into an uproar. Everyone knew Tang Pei as the leader of the Three-Talent Sword, a man of high virtue and prestige, known by the title reign benefiting 7 provinces, with friends everywhere. Yet the authority of the golden list forced them to believe. As for Tang Pei himself, staring at the lecher list, his body trembled, and he seemed to have aged 10 years. I made the list. He murmured to himself as if all his vitality had drained away. His life's ambition was to pursue a chivalrous reputation that would fill the Jianghu. For decades, he had been generous and just always ready to help those in distress. Those whom he had aided spread his kindness wherever they went. He had earned the chivalrous title reign benefiting 7 provinces in the Jianghu. But now with the release of the Lecture List, decades of effort and hard work were destroyed in an instant. Yet he could not deny the Lecture List, because he had indeed done those things. The Jianghu always demanded moral standards from heroes far beyond those of ordinary people. Thus he could not engage in things like visiting prostitutes or taking concubines as common Jianghu men might. But he was also a man. His desires long suppressed finally spiraled out of control. Years ago, Yuanzi's mother Ying, fleeing the persecution of Feng Tianan, took Yuanzi from Guangdong Foshan to Hubei, and sought refuge as a servant in his household. Seeing Ying's beauty, he forced himself upon her and succeeded. Ying in shame and rage hanged herself. Afterwards, to cover up his misdeeds, he committed many evil acts. He was also blackmailed by Feng Tianan. He knew that soon countless people would come to kill him for the reward. But he did not attempt to flee because his heart was already dead. Meanwhile, in the same Great Qin, Feng Tianan was panicking. He knew that Tang Pei was a hypocrite full of righteous talk but rotten inside. Yet Tang Pei had actually committed few lecherous acts. It seemed there was only that one incident with Ying, but Feng Tianan had done many more. After all, Ying was first violently raped and impregnated by him, and Yuanzi was his daughter. Afterwards, Ying fled with Yuanzi to Tang Pei's residence, where she was violated by Tang Pei. As for women like Ying, Feng Tianan had forcibly raped, humiliated, and debauched countless times. Since Tang Pei had made the list, he certainly would not escape. Flee! I must flee immediately! Feng Tianan was now frantic, hastily gathering his treasures and escaping from the Feng mansion. It's Feng Tianan. He wants to flee. He must be guilty. I knew it. Feng Tianan has done every evil deed. Bullying men and women, committing every atrocity. He will surely be on the Lecture List. Don't let him escape. As soon as Feng Tianan left the mansion, countless powerful figures who had been waiting nearby attacked him. Feng Tianan had long been a notorious villain, but because of his own power no one dared to touch him. With the appearance of the Lecture List, his infamy naturally attracted many strong cultivators. However, these experts were not sure if he would be on the list. If he wasn't, they wouldn't bother to fight Feng Tianan to the death. Therefore, they had been lurking around the Feng mansion, observing in secret. Now, although Feng Tianan's name had not yet been announced on the Lecture List, the fact that he tried to flee made them unwilling to let him go. It's over. Seeing the powerful figures charging at him, Feng Tianan's eyes filled with despair. But he did not give up, struggling, heading toward a sparsely populated area to break through. Unfortunately, from the moment he made the list, his fate was sealed. He ultimately failed to escape and was captured alive. And similar scenes continued to unfold across the 9 provinces. One lecture after another surfaced on the Lecture List. Some were known for their unparalleled righteousness and chivalrous reputations. Yet behind closed doors they committed disgusting, heinous, and filthy acts. At this moment the Lecture List was halfway through its unveiling. Lecture List 11th place. Luoxiang Reward, Heaven Grade Low-Tier Weapon Time Management Watch. Martial artists at the heavenly realm or below can increase their own speed by 50% or slow down their enemies by 50%. Luoxiang. A Heaven Grade Lower-Tier Weapon, the Time Management Watch. It can increase one's speed by 50% or slow down an enemy by 50%. A fine treasure. But who is Luoxiang? If only I could encounter him. Investigate. Find everyone named Luoxiang for me. In the Shenzhou region of the Great Yuan, a luxurious carriage ambled along leisurely. Within the carriage, Zhao Wu reclined his head upon the high priestess's plump and fair thighs, savoring the purple crystal grapes fed to his lips by the Queen of Essence and Ji Xiaofu, and sipping the monkey wine offered by Han Ji. He gazed with interest at the lecherous list in the sky. Some names he recognized. For instance, Yin Zheng ranked 20th on the list, the infamous dragon knight of his past life. He also knew Tang Pei, a character from the Flying Fox of Snowy Mountain. Yuan Ying was raped by Feng Tianan, became pregnant, and fled with Yuanzi to seek refuge with him. A widow and an orphan, already pitiful enough. Yet he violated Yuan Ying, driving her to suicide out of shame. A despicable man. However, some names on the list he did not know. After all, the 9 continents were vast. There were so many lectures. He could not possibly know them all. Take for instance the newly announced 11th place Luoxiang. But that name, Zhao Wu could not help but think of a certain figure from his past life. Group activities. Dear staff guest drove the carriage, his heart in his throat, as he prayed incessantly, yet his eyes were glued to the lecherous list. It's already down to the top 10, and I'm not there. His life depended on that list. Suddenly a radiant beam of light descended from the lecherous list, landing directly into a grand and luxurious pavilion ahead of Zhao Wu's carriage. It's the reward from the lecherous list. It's Luo Xiang. He's right ahead. The high priestess, the queen of essence Ji Xiaofu, and the others all saw the beam and gasped, their eyes lighting up. As women they felt the greatest loathing for such lechers. Moreover, killing a lecher would grant double the reward. Let's go have a look. Zhao Wu smiled faintly and instructed Deerstaff guests to drive the carriage toward the pavilion. Meanwhile, inside the luxurious pavilion, a man in his 40s lay, naked on a large bed, holding two beauties in his arms, while two others massaged his legs and shoulders. He was panting heavily, having just finished a strenuous session. Suddenly a beam of light fell, and a golden pocket watch appeared in his hand, radiating an aura of profound mystery. Clearly a fine treasure. Yet he felt no joy, for he vaguely guessed what was happening. How is this possible? Luo Xiang jerked his head up and looked out the window at the sky. There on the lecherous list the 11th place bore his name. And the golden watch in his hand was the heaven-grade lower-tier time management watch. How could I have made the list? Luo Xiang found it hard to believe. The four beauties around him twitched their lips, silently cursing. How could you make the list? You'd be strange if you didn't. Look at how lecherous you are. No! I have to flee. Luo Xiang sprang up, but before he could even dress, the doors and windows were smashed open and martial artists armed with swords and knives rushed in. It's him. He's Luo Xiang. He's mine. Get lost, he's mine. The martial artists clashed before even reaching Luo Xiang, and a battle erupted instantly. Luo Xiang hastily grabbed a bedsheet to wrap himself, then activated the time management watch, boosting his speed by 50%, and bursting out of the room. Oh no! Luo Xiang is getting away. After him. The martial artists who had been fighting abruptly stopped, and as if by common accord gave chase. Meanwhile, in a neighboring pavilion, a young man who was effeminate and sissy heard the commotion and glanced at the lecherous list in the sky. He shrank his neck. Big Brother made the list. Would I also make the list? I certainly won't. Big Brother is more capable than I am. He can handle several at once. I lack stamina and frequency. If I made the list, I'd definitely be ranked after him. Since Big Brother has appeared, and I'm still not on the list, I surely won't make it. With that thought, Qian Fan finally relaxed and abandoned the idea of fleeing. In truth, the safest course would have been to flee first. After the lecherous list was fully revealed, if he wasn't on it, he could always return. But at this moment he truly did not want to leave. His gaze turned to the large bed nearby where a delicate little girl lay. The girl had large sparkling eyes and an exquisitely delicate face. A beauty destined to be peerless when she grew up. He had seen countless lovely little girls, but none could compare to even a fraction of this one. He lost control the moment he saw her, let alone such an extraordinary little girl. That was precisely why he did not want to flee. He could hardly wait. Outside, Luo Xiang, who had escaped the pavilion, was being pursued by dozens of martial artists, and soon arrived before Zhao Wu's carriage. Is this slick-faced pretty boy Luo Xiang? Deerstaff guest-eyed Luo Xiang, curiously feeling a sense of kinship with a fellow connoisseur. But Luo Xiang, seeing the carriage where Zhao Wu sat, was not pleased. I hope you won't block my path, or don't blame me for being merciless. Luo Xiang hardened his heart. He was a grandmaster and ordinary martial artists were no match for him. However, among his pursuers was also a grandmaster, and one with exceptional speed, preventing him from changing direction. That was why, despite seeing Zhao Wu's carriage, he did not choose to go around. 50 zhang. 40 zhang. 10 zhang. Deerstaff guest made no move, and no one emerged from the carriage. Luo Xiang's heart eased slightly. It seemed the carriage held no formidable expert. They probably would not obstruct his escape. The pursuers also breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that a strong cultivator in the carriage might compete with them. Yet just as Luo Xiang and his pursuers relaxed, a dazzling beam of light shot out from the carriage. Watch out! Luo Xiang's hair stood on end as the breath of death closed in. With a soft thud before he could react, a ray pierced his brow. Luo Xiang, rank 11 on the lecherous list, fell dead. The pursuing experts slammed on the brakes, staring at the carriage with deep wariness. That beam of light. None of them dared claim they could block it. Yet they were reluctant to leave empty-handed. Especially the Grandmaster Gan Yuan among them. With a grave expression, Gan Yuan clasped his hands in salute to the carriage. Your methods are impressive, but we spotted Luo Xiang first. I don't want the reward from the lecherous list, but the time management watch in Luo Xiang's hand should rightfully belong to us. His eyes burned with greed as he stared at the golden watch. This was a heaven-grade lower-tier weapon capable of boosting speed by 50% or slowing enemies by the same amount. In critical moments, it could turn defeat into victory. Scram! A calm yet domineering voice came from the carriage, carrying an undeniable authority. Gan Yuan felt a surge of anger. After all, he was a grandmaster, Before the unification of the 9 continents, he would have been a hegemon capable of suppressing a sect and establishing his own school. Now though the unification had brought many celestial beings spread across the vast 9 continents, they were still as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. He did not believe there was a celestial being in the carriage. With that thought, Gong Yuan moved like the wind darting toward Luo Xiang's corpse to snatch the time management watch and flee. Moreover, with the watch he could boost his speed by 50%. Even if a Grandmaster Peak expert were in the carriage, he could not catch him. What a pitiful fool! Dear staff guest shook his head, his eyes full of mockery. To try to rob a martial king. Truly reckless. With a whoosh, Gong Yuan as fast as a Grandmaster reached Luo Xiang's corpse in an instant and reached for the time management watch. Got it! His fingers had already touched the watch and his spirits lifted. The next moment a dazzling beam shot forth, piercing Gong Yuan's brow before he could react. Gasps! The martial artists who had been about to rush for the golden watch froze, staring at Gong Yuan's pierced brow. A chill shot from the soles of their feet to the crowns of their heads. This was a Grandmaster. 2 Grandmasters, including Luo Xiang, had been killed in an instant. Their legs began to tremble uncontrollably. At that moment they no longer cared about rewards or treasures. They only wanted to survive. Scram! The same word spoken with the same calm detachment. But now all the remaining martial artists fled, as if pardoned, regretting that they had not been born with more legs. Excellent! Inside the carriage, Zhao Wu ate grapes, drank wine, and looked at the high priestess's stunningly beautiful face, offering ungrudging praise. The one who had struck was none other than the high priestess Liaoguang. The ability she used was the pig talisman, which allows its holder to emit destructive laser beams from the eyes. Martial King, this is the time management watch. The high priestess held 2 golden watches in her fair, jade-like hand, the rewards from the golden list. Keep them. I have no use for them. Zhao Wu glanced at them casually and dismissed them. The high priestess gave one to Li Jingjue, kept one for herself, and gave the one from Luo Xiang's corpse to Han Ji. In the sky, the lecherous list continued to update methodically. Lecherous list 10th Gong Sun Ji reward, 1 heaven-grade mid-tier celestial origin pill capable of elevating a celestial being by 1 minor realm. 9th Yu Zhenzi reward, 2 heaven-grade mid-tier celestial origin pills, capable of elevating a celestial being by 2 minor realms. 8th Feng Tianan reward, 3 heaven-grade mid-tier celestial origin pills. 8th place. Not me, not me. Dear staff guest stared at the lecherous list, his heart like a roller coaster rising and falling. Gong Sun Ji. Another lecher. Zhao Wu watched the list with interest. Gong Sun Ji, the Lord of the Lover's Valley in The Return of the Condor Heroes. In the original story, after seeing Xiao Longnu's beauty, he forcibly tried to marry her, but ultimately his dream was shattered by Yang Guo. Later he captured several pretty girls like Wan Yanping and Guofu, but still ended up empty-handed. In the end he tried to woo Li Macho but failed. Pitifully, his entire life amounted to only a mistress named Rower and the shrew Qiu Chenxi. As for Yu Jinzi, he should be a character from sort of the Yu Maiden. He was extremely lecherous, skilled in martial arts, and whenever he saw a beautiful woman, he wanted to take her as a disciple for his own pleasure. Feng Tianan was a villain from the Flying Fox of Snowy Mountain, a bully who terrorized men and women alike, committing every evil. He raped Yuan Yinggu, and Yuan Zi was the product of his evil deed. Martial King, it's already 8th place. Will this lecherous deer not make the list? Zhou Zhirua glanced at the terrified deerstaff guest outside and asked with some concern. If he doesn't, so be it. Zhao Wu smiled unconcerned. If deerstaff guest didn't make the list, it would only mean Zhao Wu lost the bet. He wouldn't kill deerstaff guest himself. But others would. Even Zhou Zhirua thinks I won't make the list. Oh, surely I won't. Deerstaff guest pricked up his ears hearing the conversation in the carriage and felt somewhat reassured. He grew more confident that he would not be on the list. He raised his head and continued to gaze at the golden list. His eyes suddenly froze. His entire body went rigid. 7th Deerstaff guest reward, 4 heaven-grade mid-tier celestial origin pills. How is this possible? I made the list and at 7th place. Deerstaff guest trembled all over, boundless fear surging within him. Flee! I must flee! I don't want to die! Without a second thought, Deerstaff guest leaped from the carriage, desperate to escape. He did not beg for mercy, knowing it was useless. Even though he knew he could not escape, the instinct to survive drove him to run for his life. Kill him, Zhao Wu said indifferently. Sister Xiaofu, do it. The high priestess looked at Ji Xiaofu. It would also let Ji Xiaofu take personal revenge. Thank you, Sister Yaoguang. Ji Xiaofu's voluptuous figure shot out like a flash of lightning. A dazzling sword light flashed. And Deerstaff guest's fleeing body abruptly halted, a bloodline appearing on his neck. Having lost his martial arts, he was slain instantly. A beam of light descended and Ji Xiaofu received a bottle of celestial origin pills. Inside were 8 pills. She picked up the bottle from dear staff guest's hand which contained 4 more. 12 in total. The celestial being realm has 9 levels. 12 celestial origin pills could elevate a first-level celestial being to the peak of the 9th level. Ji Xiaofu handed the pills to Zhao Wu but he declined. You all share them. Thank you, Martial King. The women did not stand on ceremony. They knew the Martial King was the martial god. Celestial origin pills were treasures to them but nothing to him. The 9 continents are vast and the lecherous list only includes 20 people. We've encountered 2. What incredible luck. Zhou Zhirua marveled. If not for meeting the Martial King we wouldn't be lucky at all. Ji Xiaofu shuddered at the thought of nearly being defiled by dear staff guest. Zhou Zhirua fell silent. Indeed, without the Martial King they would not have been lucky but cursed. She would certainly have been violated by that lecherous deer. So luck depends on strength. With strength bad luck can turn into good. Without strength good luck can become bad. Zhao Wu spoke slowly. For example, if a man meets a stunning beauty who falls for him at first sight, that should be good luck. But if he lacks strength and a lecher appears, good luck turns into bad. At best the beauty is taken, at worst the beauty is taken and he is killed. The Martial King is right. Ji Xiaofu, Zhou Zhirua and the others nodded earnestly. We will train hard to become stronger. I will certainly guide you well. Zhao Wu smiled meaningfully. Thank you, Martial King. Zhou Zhirua thanked him joyfully. The Martial King was a godlike figure. With his guidance, her cultivation would surely advance. The High Priestess shuddered thinking of something, her beautiful eyes watery, as she cast a reproachful glance at Zhao Wu. The Queen of Essence Ji Xiaofu and Han Ji's long shapely legs tightened involuntarily, their cheeks flushed, and their eyes seemed to glisten with moisture. They dared not meet Zhao Wu's gaze, instead lifting their swan-like necks to look at the lecherous list in the sky. Radiant light surged. Large characters appeared, bold and vigorous. Lecherous list 6th Ouyang Ku reward 5 heaven-grade mid-tier celestial origin pills, capable of elevating a celestial being by 5 minor realms. 5th Shi Zhongyu reward 1 heaven-grade upper-tier binding whip. Once it binds an enemy, the more they struggle, the tighter it binds, causing excruciating pain like needles piercing the body. 4th Tian Boguang reward 1 heaven-grade upper-tier gale boots. Wind underfoot, doubling the user's speed. Ouyang Ku from the Legend of the Condor Heroes Shi Zhongyu, from the Legend of the Condor Heroes Tian Boguang, from the Smiling Proud Wanderer. Zhao Wu gazed at the list. He was familiar with all of them. Ouyang Ku and Tian Boguang were especially well known. Shi Zhongyu was less famous, but he had a younger brother, Shi Potion, nicknamed Dog Mixed Breed, who was also quite renowned. The two were twin brothers, but their personalities were polar opposites. Shi Zhongyu was playful, lecherous, cunning, and shameless, frequenting brothels, raping maidservants, and even assaulting his young junior sister. He was thoroughly wicked. Shi Potion, on the contrary, was honest and kind. One could only wonder if one of them was the neighbor's child. Suddenly, Zhao Wu raised an eyebrow, looking toward the grand luxurious pavilion, ahead, a cold glint in his eyes. In the bedroom of the pavilion, Chen Fan looked at the lecherous list and let out a long sigh of relief, his eyes filled with excitement. The list has reached 4th place and my name hasn't appeared. I'm definitely not on it. Completely reassured, Chen Fan could not contain his eagerness. He quickly took a pill from his pocket and swallowed it. Immediately, his entire body felt as if it were on fire. He was brimming with energy, feeling full of strength. His erection was firm. He approached the bed, excitedly looking at the delicate little girl, who had been incapacitated by his scattering powder, unable to move. What? What do you want? The girl's voice was clear, her eyes filled with terror. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Chen Fan flashed a lecherous grin and stepped forward. Don't come near. The girl's voice was faint, for she had no strength to cry out. The drug was too potent. Meanwhile, the lecherous list in the sky refreshed again. 3rd Chen Fan reward divine grade lower tier calming sea needle. Can be large or small, long or short, thick or thin, and can calm the depths of the sea. At this moment Chen Fan had already reached the bedside, looking down at the powerless girl, who would soon be ravaged. He smirked lasciviously. Mine is big, bear with it. No! The girl was about to scream, but then she was stunned. A dazzling beam of light shot from somewhere, instantly piercing Chen Fan's head. Chen Fan's outstretched claws froze in the air. His face still wore a lecherous grin, but his eyes held terror and disbelief. Was he dead just like that? He had so much life left to enjoy. He was unwilling. So powerful. Did a god save me? The girl stared blankly at the scene, showing no fear, her big eyes filled with wonder. With a thud, Chen Fan's body crumpled to the floor. 3rd place on the lecherous list. Chen Fan, dead. Chen Fan. It's him. Not good. He was killed. So fast. The people around the attic all knew Chen Fan. Seeing that his name had just appeared on the list and then dimmed, everyone was stunned. This speed was too fast. However, they knew Qian Fan was in the attic. Without hesitation, everyone rushed in. Yet they only saw Qian Fan's corpse lying on the ground and a little girl lying on the bed. Who was it? Where is the person who killed Qian Fan? The martial artists who rushed in stared at the little girl on the bed like wolves and tigers. Although Qian Fan was dead, as long as they found his killer, they could still obtain the treasure. It's the heavenly god. It was the heavenly god who killed him. The little girl's voice was delicate, light, and pleasant, filled with worship and admiration. But the crowd was extremely impatient upon hearing this roaring. Damn heavenly god, tell me honestly who killed Qian Fan or I'll chop you to pieces. A fierce-looking man raised his ghost head blade, aiming it at the little girl on the bed, making a chopping gesture with a ferocious and vicious expression. It's the heavenly god. It must be the heavenly god who saved me. The little girl didn't know who it was, but in her heart, that person was her heavenly god. Maybe she doesn't know either, probably scared silly. Let's split up and chase. Some martial artists seeing this left the room and chased outside. The man with the ghost head blade was furious and cursed, "Damn! Wasting my time, go to hell." As he spoke, he swung his blade at the little girl. Yet the little girl was not afraid. Her eyes were filled with anticipation and longing. The heavenly god will surely save me. The palm-wide ghost head blade descended with a sharp, fierce wind. It was foreseeable that the delicate, frail girl would be cleaved in two. A gruesome sight. Riot. Blood splattered, but the ghost head blade was broken in two. A blood hole appeared on the man's forehead. A handsome, elegant youth with a hint of languor descended from the sky and landed beside the little girl's bed. He was tall and straight, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. Like a god. I killed the man. Do you have any objections? Zhao Wu stood with his hands behind his back, his deep gaze sweeping over the remaining martial artists in the room. His calm gaze was like a sharp sword piercing straight to the heart, making one's hair stand on end, as if being stared at by some great terror. A master. This was a terrifying master. The martial artists present felt an unprecedented terror in their hearts, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Like wild beasts facing the king of beasts, the suppression of life level made them unable to muster any thought of resistance. We dare not. Sorry to disturb you, senior, I'll leave right away. Farewell. The martial artists hastily cupped their fists and fled in panic. Zhao Wu paid them no attention. He glanced at Qian Fan on the ground. Earlier in the carriage, his powerful divine sense had seen Qian Fan about to attack a little girl, and he couldn't help but strike him down. No wonder he was ranked third. With a thought from Zhao Wu, the reward Qian Fan had just obtained, the Dinghai Divine Needle, flew up and landed in Zhao Wu's hand. Because the Dinghai Divine Needle was too small, the martial artists who had entered earlier hadn't noticed it. Also because they instinctively assumed that since Qian Fan was killed, the treasure must have been taken by the murderer. 3 Dinghai Divine Needles, not bad as toothpicks. Zhao Wu looked at the 3 golden needles in his hand and smiled slightly. So handsome. Is this the heavenly god? The little girl gazed at Zhao Wu with admiration. The villain earlier had a fair face and was also quite handsome. But compared to Zhao Wu, it was like a firefly versus the sun and moon. Using him to compare with Zhao Wu was an insult to Zhao Wu. Come, open your mouth. While the little girl was still dazed with fascination, Zhao Wu had somehow already come to sit by the bed, his magnetic voice sounding in her ear. The little girl instinctively opened her rosy little mouth. A golden round pill slipped into her mouth. It slid down her throat, turning into a warm current that flowed to her internal organs and limbs. Instantly the weakness caused by the soft bone powder dissipated. Not only was she full of strength, but she also felt warm and comfortable, as if soaking in a hot spring. It was like returning to her mother's embrace. She performed a carp leap, sprang up from the bed and bowed in thanks. Thank you, heavenly god. Heavenly god. Zhao Wu was startled. When did he get that title? He smiled gently and said, I'm not a god. My name is Zhao Wu. Thank you, Brother Wu. Anyway, Brother Wu is the heavenly god in my heart. As you wish. Zhao Wu didn't expect that casually saving someone would earn him a little fangirl. The little girl said with admiration and worship, Brother Wu, my name is Wang Chong. You can also call me by my childhood name Hao Yue. Wang Chong. Zhao Wu's heart stirred. This name seemed familiar, not from this life but from his past life. Wang Chong. Wang Chong. Zhao Wu thought about it. With his current cultivation, even if he had forgotten knowledge from his past life, he could recall it. Damn, isn't this Wang Zhaojun? Wang Zhaojun is still a little girl. Zhao Wu looked at Wang Chong. Although she hadn't fully grown yet and seemed quite young, she was indeed a rare beauty in the making. In a few years she would surely be on the beauty list. Wang Chong was originally from the time of Emperor Yuan of Han, but this was a mixed world. It was normal for her to still be a little girl now. Similarly, Shi Shi, originally from the spring and autumn period, appeared at the end of the Warring States period. The same went for Yang Yuan. Zhao Wu was not surprised. In a comprehensive martial world, anything was possible. Wang Chong, a very nice name. Zhao Wu smiled gently. How did you end up here? What about your family? Wang Chong's smile froze at his words, and a trace of sadness appeared in her eyes. My family was killed by yellow turban bandits. I hid in the cellar and barely escaped. Then I wandered all the way here hoping to find some work, but I ran into this villain. Wang Chong pointed at Qian Fan on the ground. He said he was recruiting, so I followed him here. Not only did he force me to drink, but he also drugged me. Luckily Big Brother appeared and saved me. I see. Zhao Wu nodded and said, What do you plan to do in the future? I don't know. Wang Chong lowered her head, twisting the hem of her clothes with her fingers. Suddenly, she looked up, her eyes full of hope, gazing at Zhao Wu. Big Brother, can I follow you? I'm very diligent. I can do any dirty or tiring work, and I can even make the bed and warm it. Zhao Wu was speechless. Was he that kind of person? However, a little girl like Wang Chong, especially such a beautiful one, wandering alone outside was far too dangerous. Big Brother, I'm sorry. I was being greedy. Seeing Zhao Wu silent, Wang Chong thought he was unwilling but too polite to refuse. Her eyes dimmed and tears glistened like a little girl who had done something wrong. Don't talk nonsense. From now on you'll stay with me. I promise no one will ever bully you again. Zhao Wu ruffled her hair and said gently, Thank you, Big Brother. Wang Chong's tears turned into a smile, and she said excitedly, Let's go. Zhao Wu led her out of the room. Meanwhile, the last two names on the Sky's lecture list were announced. Second place, Shuadao Laozu. Reward Divine Grade Mid-Rank Blood Demon Blade. Kills without drawing blood. The more blood it drinks, the stronger the blade becomes. First place, Ying Zheng. Reward Divine Grade High-Rank Dragon Scale Silver Claw. Forged from silver dragon scales, impervious to blades and fire, immune to water with unmatched sharpness. Two beams of rosy light descended from the lecture list, landing on the territories of Great Song and Great Ming. Who is Ying Zheng? How many women did Ying Zheng defile to surpass all lectures in the 9 provinces and top the list? I thought the martial god would dominate the list again. Martial god warning. It would be interesting if the martial god made the list. Discussions buzzed across the 9 provinces. In Yuzhou, Great Ming, the western snowy mountains, a bald man in a kasaya looked at the blood demon blade that had appeared in his hand, gently rubbing his fingers over it, unable to put it down. Excellent blade. Excellent blade. Shuadao Laozu gripped the blood demon blade, casually twirling it a few times. His fierce face was excited, and he licked his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty taste. Second on the lecture list, the old ancestor has become famous across the 9 provinces. Want to kill me for the reward? We'll see if you have the fate. Shuadao Laozu quickly left with the blood demon blade. Although he was not afraid, he would not stay to be besieged. Meanwhile, in a remote mountain village in Great Song, a lean bamboo pole-like ugly man rose from a dying beautiful woman. He looked at the silver claw gauntlet in his hand, put it on, and flexed his fingers. As expected of a divine-grade high-rank treasure. Ying Zheng, he clawed at the air and grinned lewdly. This feel is amazing. My location has been exposed because of the reward. I need to leave quickly. Ying Zheng did not linger. Using his lightness skill, he quickly fled into the forest. Shuadao Laozu, Ying Zheng. Zhao Wu glanced at the lecture list. He knew about these two. Shuadao Laozu was a character from the novel, The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Actually, he was from The Smiling Proud Wanderer. No, Shuadao Laozu is from The Deadly Swath. Actually, he is from The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Wait, I recall Shuadao Laozu is from The Deadly Swath. But anyway, Zhao Wu recognized them. He knew that Shuadao Laozu cultivated the Bloodsaber Sutra, was highly skilled in martial arts, and was lecherous. As for Ying Zheng, he was one of the 4 villains from Demigods and Semi-Devils with the title Extremely Vicious, and was the most lecherous. It was only fitting that they made the list. As for the Blood Demon Blade and the Dragon Scale Silver Claw, Zhao Wu had little interest. If he encountered them, he would naturally deal with such lechers. If not, he couldn't be bothered to search. However, though Zhao Wu couldn't be bothered, the martial artists of the world were excited. Divine-grade treasures, even heavenly realm experts were extremely tempted. They mobilized their own forces to frantically search for the listed lechers. Meanwhile, Zhao Wu took Wang Chong to a private room in a nearby restaurant. The High Priestess Ji Xiaofu and others were all there. The martial king goes out for a moment and comes back with a little beauty. Truly boundless charm. The High Priestess looked at Wang Chong and teased. An absolute little beauty. Who knows how breathtaking she'll be when she grows up? Big sister, you flatter me. Big sister is the truly beautiful one. Wang Chong smiled sweetly. She also curiously looked at the people in the room. She found that they were all beauties from the beauty list. Big brother truly has boundless charm, Wang Chong thought to herself. Thinking of the first time she saw Zhao Wu, her heart couldn't help but thump wildly. Little sister, you have such a sweet tongue. The high priestess ruffled Wang Chong's hair, pulled her to sit down and laughed. I wonder which villain will end up with you in the future. She cast a meaningful glance at Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu. Since when did he become a villain? That's not what you called me last night. It seemed she had called him daddy. The high priestess ignored Zhao Wu and said with a smile, little sister, what's your name? Big sister, my name is Wang Chong. While the high priestess was conversing with Wang Chong in Xianying of Great Qin at the Zhongtai Palace, Emperor Ying Zheng looked at the sky and said, the lecture list is over. Although Great Qin has no extremely vicious lectures, I am very pleased. Your Majesty's prestige shines across the land. The world is peaceful and people do not lock their doors at night. Which lecture would dare to act against the wind? Long live your Majesty, long live Great Qin. The civil and military officials immediately flattered. Ying Zheng was delighted and laughed. Next should be the martial general list. It's time for you, my beloved ministers, to shine. We serve your Majesty. Wang Jian, Wang Ben, Zhang Han, Neishi Tung, and other generals became excited. As martial generals who didn't want to be famous across the world, especially since it was a ranking from the Great Dao Golden List, that would make them famous across the 9 provinces and leave a mark in history. I wonder if the leaders of the martial gods' army legions count as martial generals. If they are considered martial generals, there might be quite a few stunning female martial generals. Feng Quji said. Stunning female martial generals. Interesting. Ying Zheng smirked, images of Yan Lingji, Chao Nu Yao and others flashing through his mind. He would be happy to see them on the list, but he didn't know if they counted as martial generals. Not only Ying Zheng and the Great Qin officials, but also emperors, princes, civil and military officials of all factions across the world were staring at the golden list. Compared to the lecture list, they were more eager for the martial general list. The lecture list was ultimately unworthy of the grand stage, hardly fit for refined occasions. Buzz. Buzz. Finally, under the gaze of countless people across the 9 provinces, the golden list in the sky trembled. Infinite rays of light burst forth, accompanied by the clang of weapons and the overwhelming aura of iron and blood. Seeing this, everyone knew. The martial general list had arrived. Beside the legion list, a brand new list condensed. A vast mighty battle intent swept across the world. Everyone's blood boiled with excitement, eager to grab a spear and mount a horse to fight 300 rounds. In Kuaiji Jiangdong, Xiang Yu held his heavenly dragon halberd, his eyes blazing with battle intent. It's out. It's out. The martial general list is finally out. Who else but me for the top spot on the martial general list? Xiang Yu was filled with pride. No matter how powerful the martial god was, he wasn't a martial general. Yesterday he was unknown. Today he would shake the 9 provinces. This was his moment, Xiang Yu's moment. Yuer's bravery is unmatched through the ages. He will surely top the list and shake the 9 provinces. Xiang Liang, looking at the spirited Xiang Yu, was also full of confidence. In Tianzhou Great Sui, Tang Wang's residence, Li Yuan stroked his beard and smiled. My son Yuanba, born with divine strength and a peerless bearing, should be the top of the martial general list. Congratulations, Tang Wang. The 4th young master will surely ascend to the top of the martial general list. How many martial generals in the world can withstand a single hammer from the 4th young master? Li Yuan smiled even more broadly, his eyes fixed on the martial general list, full of anticipation. In Huangzhou Great Han, Bingzhou, Lu Bu sat astride red hair, holding his Fangtian halberd, a sharp gleam in his eyes. The top of the martial general list is undoubtedly mine. Once I top the list and find Yao Chan, the first beauty, a hero matched with a beauty, it will be a peerless tale remembered for eternity. Meanwhile, in a large city 300 li from Lu Bei, and his 2 brothers stared at the martial general list, equally excited. Big brother, second brother, the time for our brothers to become famous across the world has come. Even if that Lu Bu, the thrice vassal, takes first place, second brother can still take second. Zhang Fei can surely take third, right? Zhang Fei's voice boomed like a bell, his face full of anticipation. A thrice vassal worthy of the top of the martial general list. Guan Yu stroked his long beard, raised his head arrogantly, his voice dripping with contempt and disdain. He might not be Lu Bu's match, but he simply looked down on Lu Bu, a mere street vendor. Second and third brothers both have unmatched courage. This time they will surely shake the 9 provinces and become famous across the world. Liu Bei smiled. He was full of anticipation and confidence in his 2 brothers. In Jiangdong, Lu Jiang, Sun Tzu and Zhou Yu were riding to meet De Chao and Xiao Chao. Seeing the emergence of the martial general list, both became excited. Bofu's courage surpasses the 3 armies. He will surely be on the list. Not necessarily first, but at least in the top 10. Zhou Yu said with a smile. Gong Jin flatters me. There are so many martial generals in the world. Although I have some strength, making it into the top 10 won't be easy. Sun Tzu said modestly, but his voice was full of confidence. Gong Jin is also a martial general. You will surely be on the list. Sun Tzu patted Zhou Yu's shoulder and laughed heartily. Both of us brothers will make the list, and then we'll marry to Xiao and Xiao Xiao from the beauty list. A hero matched with a beauty. Truly one of life's greatest joys. Bofu speaks well. Zhou Yu was also confident. Although his martial strength wasn't great, he was full of strategy, a true scholar general. A scholar general should also be considered a martial general. They paused their journey and looked up at the martial general list. Their eyes burned. Today I want to see what martial generals the 9 provinces and 7 kingdoms have. Sun Tzu and Zhou Yu were spirited and ambitious. The next moment their expressions froze. As if they had swallowed a fly. Under their gaze the martial general list slowly unfurled, and one by one characters as firm as iron and as graceful as hooks condensed. Martial general list, 100th place Sun Tzu. Reward Earth grade mid-rank military strategy, 1 dragon tiger pill, can increase strength by 1000 gene. Martial general ranking list 100th Sun Tzu reward Earth grade superior strategy book 1 dragon tiger pill, which can increase strength by 1000 gene. How is this possible? I am only ranked 100th, barely on the list. Sun Tzu's eyes widened, utterly stunned. He dared not hope for first place, but in his heart he believed he would surely be in the top 10. Even if the 9 provinces were a land of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, at least he should enter the top 20. And yet, this 100th, he nearly failed to make the list. Beside him Zhou Yu was also stunned. This humiliation came too quickly. Awkward Zhou Yu knew not how to console Sun Tzu. He could only continue watching the ranking. Sun Tzu's rank of 100 made him even more curious. What exactly was the basis for this ranking? If ranked by martial strength, Zhou Yu might have been left off the list entirely. This realization stung. 99th, Pang Da. Reward Earth grade superior strategy book, 2 dragon tiger pills, each increasing strength by 1000 gene, 1 per person. 98th, Aang Bu reward Earth grade superior strategy book, 3 dragon tiger pills, each increasing strength by 1000 gene, 1 per person. 97th, Ji Bu reward Earth grade superior strategy book, 4 dragon tiger pills, each increasing strength by 1000 gene, 1 per person. As the rankings were announced, beams of colored light descended upon the 9 provinces, allowing everyone to see which kingdom these generals belonged to. Pang Da is a general of the Great Han dynasty. Ying Bu and Ji Bu are both generals of the Great Qin. But they are not famous. Great Qin. In Kuaiji, Ying Bu and Ji Bu looked at the strategy book and dragon tiger pills in their hands, their eyes filled with complex emotions. They had not even entered the top 90. Young lord, we are sorry we have disgraced you. Ying Bu and Ji Bu's faces were full of shame. This ranking was far lower than they had expected. They barely touched the tail of the ranking. It seems there are still many powerful generals across the 9 provinces and 7 kingdoms. It is not bad that you made it on the list. Xiang Yu, though somewhat surprised, did not take it too seriously. He was confident in himself. It was fine if his subordinates ranked lower, as long as he topped the list. Xianyang, Zhangtai Palace. Ying Bu, Ji Bu. Ying Zheng gazed at the ranking and said calmly, "These 2 are remnants of the Chu kingdom, right? Your Majesty is wise." Zhang Han stepped forward and reported. Ying Bu was once the leader of the Thunder Leopard Legion of the Xiong clan of Chu, and Ji Bu was the leader of the Shadow Tiger Legion. After the fall of Chu, the legions were scattered, but Ying Bu and Ji Bu escaped. Ying Zheng gave a soft grunt, his eyes still fixed on the ranking. I wonder how many of my Great Qin generals will make the list. Under the expectant gaze of Ying Zheng, Zhang Han, and others, the list continued to update. 89th, Wang Yanzhang reward Earth grade superior strategy book, 12 dragon tiger pills, each increasing strength by 1000 gene, 1 per person. 88th, Han Qinhu reward Earth grade superior strategy book, 13 dragon tiger pills, each increasing strength by 1000 gene, 1 per person. 87th, Neishitang reward Earth grade superior strategy book, 14 dragon tiger pills, each increasing strength by 1000 gene, 1 per person. Oh! Ying Zheng was startled. Neishitang was only ranked 87th. At that moment Neishitang knelt on one knee, fists clasped, his face full of shame. Your Majesty, I have sinned, I have failed your Majesty's expectations. His voice was filled with helplessness. Though he had not dared to hope for the top 10 or even the top 20, he never imagined he would not even enter the top 50. Merely ranking 87th. How disgraceful. Just then Ying Zheng's calm voice came. The 9 provinces and 7 kingdoms teem with mighty generals. To be on the list is already commendable. Arise. Observe the generals of other kingdoms, and let shame fuel your courage. Yes, I shall heed your Majesty's teachings. Neishitang rose, stood respectfully to the side, and stared fixedly at the ranking. Beside him Zhang Han, Wang Ben, Wang Jian and others grew tense. Where would they rank? Wang Jian especially. He was already old, but with the appearance of the heavenly Dao golden list rare treasures and rewards descended. Wang Jian received pills and treasures bestowed by Ying Zheng, not only advancing his cultivation greatly, but also extending his lifespan, returning to the peak of his life. No, he was even stronger than at his peak. Wang Jian had high expectations for the ranking. 79th, Zhongli Mei. Reward heaven grade lower, whirlwind shadow arrow 2, heaven grade lower giant strength pills, each increasing strength by 5,000 gene 1 per person. 78th Wang Li reward heaven grade lower, 9 forms of the flood dragon 3 heaven grade lower giant strength pills, each increasing strength by 5,000 gene 1 per person. 77th Zhang Han reward heaven grade lower strategy book 4 heaven grade lower giant strength pills, each increasing strength by 5,000 gene 1 per person. Your Majesty, I have sinned, I have failed your Majesty's expectations. Zhang Han saw his name on the list, knelt on one knee and clasped his fists in shame. Enough! If everyone who makes the list kneels and declares guilt, I would be annoyed to death. Ying Zheng waved his hand. From now on, anyone who makes the list and kneels again, get out. Yes, I shall obey your Majesty's command. Zhang Han and the ministers quickly responded. Ying Zheng looked at the place where a beam of light fell and said, Zhongli Mei. Who is this person? The light falls in our Qin army camp. Your Majesty's insight is keen as a torch. The ministers echoed. To rank 79th, such talent should not be buried. He must be given a high position. Ying Zheng ordered, summon Zhongli Mei. I want to see him. A general who makes the list must be extraordinary. Neishi-tung Zhang Han and Wang Li were all pillars of Great Qin. But the name Zhongli Mei, he had heard it for the first time. Clearly the man was not well known in the army, nor did he hold a high position. A pearl hidden in the dust. And now that the 9 provinces were unified, talent was needed. The more generals Great Qin had, the better. Ying Zheng stared at the ranking with blazing eyes, hoping to see more powerful generals belonging to his Qin that had not yet been discovered. Not only Ying Zheng but countless powerful figures across the 9 provinces, especially generals and monarchs, watched the ranking with tense anticipation. Great Han. In Yenzhou, Cao Cao sat in the main seat of the hall with civil and military officials standing on both sides. Gentlemen, what rank do you think Wu Yi and Zhongkong can achieve? Cao Cao looked at the somewhat nervous crowd and could not help but speak. Among his generals Dian Wei and Su Chu were the strongest. He held great expectations. The 2 generals are extraordinarily brave. They will surely rank high and make their names known across the 9 provinces, shaking the world. A strategist said, without giving a specific number. Guessing too high or too low would be inappropriate. If he guessed too low, others might think he looked down on them. That would be detrimental to harmony. Other strategists spoke, vaguely glossing over the matter. Cao Cao knew their concerns and said, in my opinion, Wu Yi and Zhongkong may not be in the top 10, but they will surely be in the top 20. The Lord speaks truly. Even if the 9 provinces are full of mighty generals, the 2 will surely shake the world. With Cao Cao's lead, everyone echoed. Dian Wei and Su Chu felt a little embarrassed, but their hearts were in turmoil. In literature there is no first, in martial arts there is no second. Which general does not want to top the ranking? But they knew that although they were strong, they could never reach the top. First, within the Great Han, they were no match for Lu Bu. Other kingdoms might have generals even stronger than Lu Bu. With their strength, entering the top 10 was unlikely but still possible. But the next moment Su Chu froze. The smile on Cao Cao's face froze. The chorus of civil and military officials stopped abruptly. 69th, Lu Junyi. Reward heaven grade lower, coiling dragon staff technique, 12 heaven grade lower giant strength pills, each increasing strength by 5,000 gene 1 per person. 68th, Su Chu reward heaven grade lower, tiger demon spear art 13 heaven grade lower giant strength pills, each increasing strength by 5,000 gene 1 per person. 67th, Huang Zhong reward heaven grade lower, 9 stars linked arrows 14 heaven grade lower giant strength pills, each increasing strength by 5,000 gene 1 per person. Haha, Zhongkong ranked 68th, not bad. Cao Cao's embarrassment flashed briefly, then he laughed. Look at Sun Su, son of the Jiangdong Tiger Sun Jian, known as the Little Overlord of Jiangdong, yet he only ranked 100th. The Lord speaks truly. General Su's rank of 68th is already impressive. Indeed, this is the ranking of generals across the 9 provinces. With so many generals across the 9 provinces. Everyone spoke, but Su Chu's face was dark, his fists clenched. He had not claimed to be in the top ranks. But he had set high expectations for himself. Just now Cao Cao said he would at least be in the top 20. Now he felt his face burning. Too shameful. I have sinned, Lord, I have failed your expectations and disgraced you. Su Chu said solemnly. Zhongkong, why say that? Cao Cao quickly helped Su Chu up and said, This time Zhongkong has already brought great honor to me. As for the rank, do not dwell on it, but work harder in the future. Yes, my lord. Earth Province Great Song. Liangshan. In the Loyalty Hall all the heroes of Liangshan gathered. Song Jiang sat on the leader's throne. Lu Junyi, Lin Chong, Guanshang and others sat below. Among them was the short ugly dwarf Wang Ying, nicknamed the short-legged tiger. When Wang Ying saw that Hu Sanyang had made the beauty ranking, his lust surged, and he overestimated himself by going to the Hu villa to propose marriage. Naturally he was beaten out with sticks. On his way back to the stronghold he met Song Jiang. Unlike the original story, Song Jiang had already become the leader of Liangshan, gathering many strong men. Wang Ying immediately bowed to Song Jiang. Then he led Song Jiang back to Qingfeng Stockade. The result was obvious under Song Jiang's prestige. The entire stockade was incorporated into Liangshan. Meanwhile Song Jiang did not forget to sweeten the deal for Wang Ying, promising to help him marry Hu Sanyang from the Hu villa. In truth, Song Jiang coveted the wealth and territory of the Hu villa. If Wang Ying could marry Hu Sanyang, he could take the Hu villa without bloodshed. If the Hu villa refused, he would have an excuse to attack. Now the Liangshan heroes all rose and congratulated Lu Junyi, bowing. Congratulations, brother. Congratulations, brother. Thank you, brothers. Lu Junyi clasped his fists. Though he was only ranked 69th and felt a little regret, he was still happy to be on the list. Now that our brothers Lu Junyi and Lin Chong are both on the list, it is a great joy for Liangshan. Song Jiang stood up and said with a smile, "Today we will hold a grand feast. Let us drink to our heart's content. Drink to our heart's content. Drink to our heart's content." Li Kuei, the Black Whirlwind, who loved drinking, shouted first. Everyone cheered. The atmosphere was joyful. Brother Gongming, the Hu villa shows no respect for you. Now that our Liangshan is powerful, when shall we destroy them? Wang Ying, the short-legged tiger, took advantage of the high spirits to ask Song Jiang. He was burning with primal desire, eager to taste the beauty of Hu Sanyang. Haha, brother Wang must be impatient to marry. Hu Sanyang is a beauty on the beauty ranking. No wonder brother Wang is so obsessed. Haha. Everyone knew of Wang Ying's little affair and laughed. Song Jiang looked at Wang Ying and smiled. Since the Hu villa refuses to give face to our Liangshan brothers, we will march out tomorrow and take the Hu villa. Previously he had also sent someone to propose marriage, but Hu Sanyang rejected him bluntly. Great. My twin axes are already thirsting for blood. Li Kuei brandished his axes, his voice like a bell. In the original story, Hu Sanyang was captured by Lin Chong and sent to Liangshan overnight, and the Hu villa surrendered to Liangshan. Later, when Zhu family village was breached, Zhu Biao fled to the Hu villa. Hu Cheng sent people to capture him, and was about to present him to Song Jiang, when they met Li Kuei on the road. Li Kuei chopped Zhu Biao with his axe, then chased Hu Cheng to chop him. Hu Cheng abandoned his home and fled. Li Kuei, in a bloodlust, rushed into the Hu villa and killed the entire family, old and young. More barbaric than bandits. When Song Jiang learned of this, he not only did not punish Li Kuei, but instead forced Hu Sanyang to marry the short, ugly lecher Wang Ying. Liangshan heroes. Sounds nice, but few were true heroes. Most were vicious bandits and robbers. You black fool, you'll have your battle. Song Jiang scolded with a laugh. Then he held a grand feast. Everyone gathered together, eating great chunks of meat and drinking from large bowls. Meanwhile, the martial general ranking continued to be announced steadily. 59th Fan Kuai reward, heaven grade medium purple gold butcher, knife, 2 heaven grade medium bull strength pills, each increasing strength by 10,000 gene 1 per person. 58th Qi Jiguang reward, heaven grade medium demon slaying spear art, 3 heaven grade medium bull strength pills, each increasing strength by 10,000 gene 1 per person. 57th Chang Yuchen reward, heaven grade medium 7 stars break the army blade technique, 4 heaven grade medium bull strength pills, each increasing strength by 10,000 gene 1 per person. Fan Kuai. In Zhongtai Palace, Emperor Ying Zheng's heart stirred. The dogmeat seller who followed Liu Bang. Fan Kuai. Yes. Zhang Han replied with a bow. When I went to capture Liu Bang, I encountered Fan Kuai's resistance. If not for the 100-beast violent soldier Vermilion Bird borrowed from the Martial King, I might not have captured Fan Kuai and Liu Bang. He is indeed formidable. If he is willing to submit to Great Qin, I can pardon his crimes. If he merits future contributions in fiefment and generalship are not impossible. Ying Zheng ordered. Liu Bang must die, but to a general like Fan Kuai he was willing to give a chance. The emperor is benevolent. The ministers shouted. Ying Zheng paid no attention, his eyes on the ranking. 49th Su to reward, heaven grade medium purple shine divine spear, 12 heaven grade medium bull strength pills, each increasing strength by 10,000 gene 1 per person. 48th Yuqigong reward, heaven grade medium 36 heavenly whips, 13 heaven grade medium bull strength pills, each increasing strength by 10,000 gene 1 per person. 47th Qin Shubao reward, heaven grade medium Yin Yang reversed mace technique 14 heaven grade medium bull strength pills, each increasing strength by 10,000 gene 1 per person. Heaven Province Great Sway. Imperial Palace. Qin Shubao indeed made the list ranked 57th. Not bad but a pity. King Kaoshan Yonglin saw Qin Shubao's name with some regret. Qin Shubao had once been his adopted son, and one of the 13 guardian generals, but later betrayed him and joined the Wagong rebels. Yang Guang comforted one Qin Shubao is nothing. With the imperial uncle Great Sway has a solid backing. With your strength the top 10 is no problem. Your Majesty flatters me. The 9 provinces harbor hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I fear entering the top 10 is unlikely. Yonglin shook his head but still harbored a glimmer of hope. Though the hope was slim, it was not impossible. What if he made it? A man must have dreams. Unfortunately, reality often contradicts ideals. The next moment Yonglin trembled frozen in place. The smile on Yang Guang's face also froze. 39th Yonglin. Reward Heaven Grade Superior. Great Derivative Prison Staff Technique. 2 Heaven Grade Superior Elephant Strength Pills, each increasing strength by 20,000 gene 1 per person. 38th Luo Chang Reward Heaven Grade Superior 7-star Armor Piercing Spear 3 Heaven Grade Superior Elephant Strength Pills, each increasing strength by 20,000 gene 1 per person. 37th Oboy Reward Heaven Grade Superior Indestructible Diamond Divine Art 4 Heaven Grade Superior Elephant Strength Pills, each increasing strength by 20,000 gene 1 per person. 39th Yonglin Reward Heaven Grade Top Tier Great Evolution Prison Staff Technique, 2 Heaven Grade Top Tier Elephant Strength Pills, each capable of increasing strength by 20,000 gene limited to 1 pill per person. Yang Guang's smile froze though a flicker of embarrassment passed across his face before he chuckled. The 9 continents truly harbor hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I never imagined that even with the Imperial Uncle's martial prowess you would only rank 39th. However, with this Great Evolution Prison Staff Technique, and the Elephant Strength Pills the Imperial Uncle's strength will surely advance further. King Kaoshan Yonglin was also slightly stunned. Although somewhat surprised, it was within expectations. The 9 continents and 7 kingdoms. If each continent or kingdom had 5 or 6 martial generals, surpassing him he would be ranked around 30 or 40. In this way he knew of experts stronger than him such as Li Yuanba and Yuan Xingdu. He was no match for them. Therefore, although Yonglin was somewhat surprised, he could still accept it. However, there were those who could not accept it. Hongzhou de Qing. Aobai gazed at the martial generals ranking in the sky. 37th Aobai Reward Heaven Grade Top Tier. Indestructible Diamond Divine Art 4 Heaven Grade Top Tier Elephant Strength Pills, each capable of increasing strength by 20,000 gene limited to 1 pill per person. How is this possible? I am only ranked 37th. Not even in the top 10. Aobai's stool instantly turned to dust. He was like an enraged lion, his eyes as large as bronze bells staring in disbelief. I want to see who is ranked ahead of me. When the time comes I'll snap their necks one by one, and I'll be number 1. Aobai clenched his fists, his bones cracking like a primordial beast, exuding a formidable and terrifying aura. He had cultivated the art of body forging to its pinnacle. His body was impervious to blades and spears, immune to fire and water, and possessed boundless strength. He could catch cannonballs with his bare hands. Throughout the entire De Qing no one could match him. Even the emperor had to show him some deference. Although reason told him that the golden ranking could not be wrong, he simply could not believe or accept that there were 36 martial generals in the world stronger than him. It must be understood that most peerless experts were not martial generals. Not only Aobai, in the imperial palace, the Qing emperor was also dumbfounded. Aobai is only ranked 37th. Our De Qing's number 1 warrior didn't even make the top 10. Although he feared Aobai in matters concerning the honor of the Qing Empire, he truly wished Aobai's ranking were higher. Could it be that the martial generals of other countries are all this formidable? The Qing emperor's gaze grew solemn. A powerful martial general could greatly influence the outcome of a war. Examples of a powerful martial general leading an army to victory against overwhelming odds were numerous. This illustrated the importance of a formidable martial general. Thoroughly investigate the martial generals on the ranking, especially the top 50. The Qing emperor said with a grave expression. If they have not been recruited by other powers, do your utmost to recruit them. Gold, beautiful women power. All can be promised. If they dare to refuse. The Qing emperor's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and he made a throat-slitting gesture. As for the ranked martial generals of other powers, kill them if possible. Yes, your majesty. A figure cloaked entirely in black had appeared, silently kneeling on one knee, and said respectfully, "This servant obeys." With that, the black-clad figure vanished without a trace. He belonged to the special organization known as the Sticky Pole Office, which was under the direct command of the Qing Emperor. Its function was similar to the shadow guards of the Qing Empire. So this is a member of the Sticky Pole Office. Wei Xiaobao gazed at the disappearing figure, his heart filled with intense curiosity. He had heard of this organization. It was directly under the Qing Emperor. It was said they were skilled in using a terrifying weapon called the blood dropper. Once the blood dropper was deployed, taking heads was as easy as picking something from a bag. It was said to resemble a birdcage, spinning through the air with a whirring sound, and heads would fall, leaving no corpse behind. The scene was brutally horrific enough to chill one's blood. Now let us see which country has the most and strongest martial generals. The Qing Emperor lifted his head, gazing at the ranking. He knew there should be no more generals from his De Qing among the remaining. 33rd Yufei reward heaven grade top tier mountain suppressing spear art 8 heaven grade top tier elephant strength pills, each capable of increasing strength by 20,000 gene limited to 1 pill per person. 32nd Meng Tian reward heaven grade top tier golden star dotting spear 9 heaven grade top tier elephant strength pills, each capable of increasing strength by 20,000 gene limited to 1 pill per person. 31st Wang Jian reward heaven grade top tier 6 harmonies mountain severing spear 10 heaven grade top tier elephant strength pills, each capable of increasing strength by 20,000 gene limited to 1 pill per person. 32nd. Meng Tian was somewhat disappointed, but it was within expectations. After all, Zhang Han, Wang Li and others were not ranked high either. Being ranked 31st was already decent. So the Marquis of Wuqing is only ranked 31st. Seeing that Wang Jian was merely 1 rank above him, Meng Tian felt a bit of excitement. It must be known that since the Lord of Wuan Bai Qi Wang Jian had the greatest reputation in the Great Qin, in the wars of conquest he achieved remarkable feats. Even he was far behind. Meanwhile in Xianyang at the Zhangtai Palace, Wang Jian saw his ranking, and was slightly stunned, his eyes filled with disappointment. Marquis of Wuqing, do not take it to heart. In my observation, this ranking seems to be based on personal martial prowess. In military campaigns, personal strength, though important, only accounts for a small part of victory or defeat. Zhang Han spoke, especially in large-scale army operations, it tests one's ability to command and deploy formations, not personal bravery. General Zhang speaks truly. Wang Jian nodded and said, actually being ranked 31st is not bad. He was not born with divine strength. His personal martial prowess, though not weak, was still somewhat inferior compared to some exceptionally gifted prodigies. Although such prodigies were rare, the 9 continents were vast. Accumulated, they were not few. Next come the top 30. Ying Zheng gazed at the ranking. Among the previous generals, many from the Great Sui and Great Han have appeared. Truly troubled times produce heroes. I wonder how many of the top 30 will be from the Great Sui and Great Han. In the Great Han of Huangzhou Bingzhou. Ha ha ha, it's the top 30. I said our brothers would surely make a name for themselves this time. Top 10 is no problem. Zhang Fei looked at the ranking, his voice like a great bell roaring with laughter. Third brother speaks truly. Guan Yu stroked his long beard with one hand, his expression proud. He was determined to seize the top 3. Second brother, why aren't you looking at the ranking? Suddenly Zhang Fei noticed that Guan Yu, holding his green dragon crescent blade, was staring straight ahead, without looking up at the ranking, somewhat puzzled. What is there to see? They are nothing but branded wares waiting to be bought. I'll look when it reaches the top 10. Guan Yu said arrogantly. The implication was, only the names of the top 10 were worthy of his memory. The rest were insignificant, unworthy of his attention. He had no interest in looking. Second brother is right. Zhang Fei felt that Guan Yu's show of arrogance was truly impressive. So cool. So, he also stopped looking. He wanted to follow suit and show off. But at that moment Liu Bei's smile froze and the corner of his mouth twitched. He looked at the ranking and hurriedly said, Third brother, look quickly. You've made the list. What? Zhang Fei, his voice like a great bell, said in surprise. Have they already announced the top 10? Liu Bei. Top 10. You're dreaming. Meanwhile Zhang Fei instinctively looked at the ranking. His expression froze. 30 Zhang Fei reward divine grade lower tier lion's roar 1 divine grade lower tier dragon strength pill, each capable of increasing strength by 50,000 gene limited to 1 pill per person. How is this possible? I'm only ranked 30th. Zhang Fei's voice boomed like a great bell rattling eardrums. At this moment he stared at the martial arts ranking. He felt his face burning with shame. Moments ago they had declared that anyone outside the top 10 was merely a worthless target unworthy of their memory. Yet in the blink of an eye he himself appeared on the list. 30th place. Third brother, take comfort. The 9 provinces are teeming with countless masters. For you to rank 30th is already remarkable. Liu Bei offered words of comfort. But in his heart he was already plotting to recruit a few formidable generals. What choice did he have? Though Zhang Fei and Guan Yu were capable and loyal, one was too reckless, the other too proud. Neither could accomplish great endeavors. Damn it! I only ranked 30th. Zhang Fei clenched his fists, seething with resentment. I must see who dares to stand before me. But there's still second brother. With his strength he's bound to break into the top 10. Guan Yu stroked his long beard silent, yet his proud expression said it all. Even with Zhang Fei at 30th he still believed he could rank among the top 10. An inexplicable confidence. That was Guan Yu. Liu Bei opened his mouth, then thought better of it. He knew Guan Yu was stronger than Zhang Fei, but only by a narrow margin. Since Zhang Fei ranked 30th, Guan Yu would struggle to even enter the top 20. And indeed soon it was Guan Yu's turn. 29th Ma Chao reward divine grade low tier wind chasing steed 2 divine grade low tier dragon strength pills. Each pill increases strength by 50,000 gene limited to 1 per person. 28th Guan Yu reward divine grade low tier 1 / to kill the god 3 divine grade low tier dragon strength pills. Each pill increases strength by 50,000 gene limited to 1 per person. 27th Shui Rengue reward divine grade low tier desolate breaking heaven spear 4 divine grade low tier dragon strength pills. Each pill increases strength by 50,000 gene limited to 1 per person. 28th Guan Yu's breath caught in his throat, his already ruddy face flushing even deeper like a monkey's rear. Not long ago he had boasted that anyone beyond the top 10 was a worthless target. Now the slap of reality came so swiftly. If there were a crack in the earth, he would have gladly crawled into it. Shui Rengue. A pity he belongs to the Great Sui, otherwise I would surely challenge him and see what qualifies him to stand before me. Guan Yu watched as Shui Rengue's reward descended toward the Great Sui in Tianzhou, resentment burning in his heart. Between them lay the central continent's Great Qin. Encountering Shui Rengue was far too difficult. Since I cannot meet Shui Rengue, surely not all those ahead of him are from the Great Sui. Guan Yu turned his gaze to the generals ranked above Shui Rengue. Even though the Dao-ranked golden list placed him at 28th, he refused to believe that 27 generals were truly stronger than him. Across the 9 provinces at most 2 or 3 could surpass him. 26th Jianwei reward divine grade low tier Yin Yang revolving halberd technique 5 divine grade low tier dragon strength pills. Each pill increases strength by 50,000 gene limited to 1 per person. Jianwei. He's a general under Cao Cao. One day I shall test his mettle. As a beam of rosy light fell upon Cao Cao's camp, Guan Yu silently vowed. Meanwhile inside Cao Cao's tent. Gazing at the martial arts ranking in the sky, Cao Cao offered congratulations to Jianwei but inwardly sighed. Who would have thought Liu Bei possesses 2 top 30 generals? Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. If only they could serve me. At that moment Cao Cao felt a stirring of admiration for talent. Especially upon seeing Guan Yu's name. An inexplicable feeling rose within him. It was the same sensation he had when he first laid eyes on Lady Zhou from the beauty ranking. A feeling of captivation. 26th. Jianwei looked at the ranking disappointed yet unsurprised. He knew his own strength. But he was not so arrogant as to believe himself invincible. Even within the Great Han he was not unmatched. Not to mention the 9 provinces. Ranking 26th was decent enough. His eyes blazed as he fixed them on the list. Those ahead of him were now his targets to catch and surpass. 25th Li Jing reward divine grade low tier art of war 6 divine grade low tier dragon strength pills. Each pill increases strength by 50,000 gene limited to 1 per person. 24th Xiong Kuahai reward divine grade low tier heaven supporting chi staff technique 7 divine grade low tier dragon strength pills. Each pill increases strength by 50,000 gene limited to 1 per person. 23rd Pei Yuanqing reward divine grade low tier Great Sumeru Inyang hammer technique 8 divine grade low tier dragon strength pills. Each pill increases strength by 50,000 gene limited to 1 per person. 22nd Yuan Chengdu reward divine grade low tier Vajra demon subduing spear art 9 divine grade low tier dragon strength pills. Each pill increases strength by 50,000 gene limited to 1 per person. Astonishing. They are all generals of the Great Sui. The Great Sui's martial prowess is truly terrifying. Cao Cao's eyes widened in shock. He knew Jianwei's strength well. 1 in a billion. Yet Li Jing Xiong Kuahai Pei Yuanqing and Yuan Chengdu were all generals of the Great Sui, all ranked above Jianwei. In other words, each of them surpassed Jianwei. If they were scattered across different nations he could understand. But all in one country. That was chilling. Fortunately the Great Sui was fragmented with warlords rising everywhere. These mighty generals did not all belong to the same faction. Otherwise the Great Sui would be a nightmare. 21st Zhao Yun. Never heard of him. Is he from the Great Sui as well? Cao Cao stared at the newly appeared name on the martial arts ranking. 21st Zhao Yun reward divine grade low tier true phoenix blazing sun spear art 10 divine grade low tier dragon strength pills. Each pill increases strength by 50,000 gene limited to 1 per person. In this world there was no coalition of 18 lords against Dong Zhuo. Thus no tale of the 3 brothers battling Lu Bu. So Guan Yu and Zhang Fei had little renown. And Zhao Yun, not yet allied with Liu Bei, was similarly obscure. But the next moment Cao Cao was surprised. He is a general of our Great Han. In Yuzhou. Cao Cao watched Zhao Yun's reward descend toward Yuzhou in the Great Han, astonishment evident in his eyes. That territory once belonged to Gong Sun Zan, later seized by Yuan Shao, and now after Yuan Shao's fall it lies masterless. This Zhao Yun might also be a masterless general. The thought ignited Cao Cao's ambition. He immediately ordered his men to search for Zhao Yun. Meanwhile, Liu Bei, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei also saw Zhao Yun's name. Who is Zhao Yun? An unknown nobody, yet he ranks 21st. Zhang Fei bellowed, his face full of defiance. Guan Yu was equally incredulous. He made a decision: find Zhao Yun and defeat him. Compared to Dian Wei at 25th, he was more intrigued by Zhao Yun. A true man should face challenges head-on. A glint of ambition also flashed in Liu Bei's eyes. He too was stirred. I must recruit him into my ranks. Liu Bei silently vowed. At the same time, he lifted his head, gazing at the martial arts ranking with intense focus. He hoped to see more masterless generals like Zhao Yun appear, preferably close to him, making recruitment easier. Alas, such good fortune existed only in dreams. 20th Ranmin Reward Divine Grade Mid-Tier. Heavenly King Godslaying Spear Art 1 Divine Grade Mid-Tier Divine Strength Pill. Each pill increases strength by 100,000 gene, limited to 1 per person. Astonishing! A Divine Grade Mid-Tier Reward. 1 Divine Strength Pill increasing strength by 100,000 gene. Devastating. The top 10 will surely be Divine Grade High Tier. The first place might even yield an Immortal Grade reward. Upon seeing Ranmin's reward, countless masters across the 9 provinces felt their blood run hot. Such rewards, who could resist? Especially for warriors. Strength was paramount for them. On the battlefield, the greater the strength, the greater the destruction, the greater the momentum. Charging into enemy formations unstoppable. In Bingzhou, Lu Bu, astride red hair, wielded his Fangtian Huaji, eyes gleaming. The top of the martial arts ranking will surely be mine. The top martial artist paired with the top beauty. A perfect match, legendary through the ages. At the thought of Diaochan's ethereal figure, Lu Bu's heart burned with desire. He longed to find Diaochan and possess her completely, but at that moment a shadow of dread seemed to fall, enveloping him, suffocating as if he were about to choke. War God. The mere thought of the war god made Lu Bu clench his fists, veins bulging on his arms. If I obtain an immortal grade reward, I will draw one step closer to the war god. One day I will surely cut off his wretched head. Lu Bu's eyes turned bloodshot as he swore an oath. He could never forget the humiliation of that day, when the war god from afar slew Pang Ban with a single sword strike, forcing Lu Bu to flee, not even daring to fire a single shot. Even now in Dongzhu's camp he could not lift his head. That was his eternal shame. Only the blood of the war god could wash it clean. He fixed his gaze on the martial arts ranking. His eyes burned with anticipation. Then, as beams of rosy light surged, majestic characters coalesced in the sky. The next moment Lu Bu's excited expression froze, as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped on him. 19th Lu Bu Reward Divine Grade Mid-Tier. Questioning Heaven Halberd Technique, 2 Divine Grade Mid-Tier Divine Strength Pills. Each pill increases strength by 100,000 gene, limited to 1 per person. What? It's Lu Bu. How is that possible? A man among men, a steed among steeds. Lu Bu actually ranks only 19th. Lu Bu should be considered our Great Han's mightiest warrior, and yet our Great Han's mightiest warrior only ranks 19th. Countless experts of the Great Han stood frozen, stunned, astonished, unbelievable. Though they looked down on Lu Bu's character, they had to admit he was truly formidable. Even Lu Bu is only ranked 19th. Are the warriors of other continents and states this terrifying? In Yenzhou, Cao Cao stared at the warrior, ranking, his eyes filled with shock, a mix of emotions weighing heavily on his heart. Lu Bu was a general under Dongzhu. Logically, Cao Cao should have prayed for Lu Bu to be ranked as low as possible. Yet Lu Bu also represented the warriors of the Great Han. As a man of the Great Han, he wished for Lu Bu to be ranked as high as possible. This was a deeply contradictory feeling, yet it dwelled in the hearts of countless people across the Great Han. Fengxian, my son, only ranks 19th. Dongzhu, with his protruding belly, was stunned, his eyes filled with disappointment. He had hoped to use Lu Bu to make a name across the 9 provinces. He never expected Lu Bu to not even break into the top 10. Although Lu Bu had already surpassed every warrior in the Great Han, it was still deeply disappointing. But at this moment, the one who found it hardest to accept was Lu Bu himself. How is that possible? How could I only be ranked 19th? This golden list must be flawed. I refuse to believe it. Lu Bu roared in fury, his long hair flying wildly, his demeanor nearly mad. He had been aiming for first place, dreaming of claiming the top spot on the warrior ranking, marrying Diaochan, the top beauty, and reaching the pinnacle of life. And yet, 19th, General. Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, and other officers opened their mouths, but found no words to console him. In truth, they too found it hard to believe. In their eyes, even if Lu Bu could not claim the top spot, he should have easily entered the top 10. As his officers, they had deeply experienced Lu Bu's strength. Unfortunately, their disbelief changed nothing. Xianyang, Zhongtai Palace. Now the Great Qin's top warrior Oh Boy, the Great Han's top warrior Lu Bu, and our Great Qin's renowned warriors have all made the list. Ying Zheng gazed at the sky. I wonder which state's warrior will claim the top spot. Your Majesty, none of the legion commanders under the war god have appeared on the list yet. They are likely further down and might even occupy 10 slots. Wang Ben spoke. The war god's legions dominate the 9 provinces legion ranking, and their commanders are also immensely powerful. There is no reason they would not be listed. Do you think the war god counts as a warrior? Ying Zheng suddenly asked. Wang Jian replied, the war god commands 10 legions, so perhaps he can be considered a warrior. If the war god is a warrior, he would surely top the list. Then let us wait and see. Perhaps there will be a surprise. Ying Zheng felt a sense of anticipation. He had a faint feeling that this time, the war god might dominate the ranking once more. Kuaiji, the Xiang clan, a man among men, a steed among steeds. The Great Han's top warrior. Nothing special. Xiang Yu sneered as he looked at the warrior ranking. The central continent's Great Qin bordered other continents and states. The barren continent's Great Han lay to the south of the central continent's Great Qin. Xiang Yu had heard of Lu Bu's fame. Now it seemed nothing more than that. The warriors of the Great Han were merely reputed. But in the next moment, Xiang Yu's tiger-like eyes widened, his whole body, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. 18th Xiang Yu reward divine grade mid-tier, Overlord Spear Art 3 divine grade mid-tier divine strength pills, each increasing strength by 1000000 gene limit 1 per person. How is that possible? I am only ranked 18th. Xiang Yu's eyes bulged in disbelief. Moments ago he had mocked the Great Han's top warrior for being ranked 19th. And now he himself was only ranked 18th, just one position higher. The slap to the face came far too quickly. You keep your composure. Xiang Liang comforted him from the side. You are still young with much room for growth. The 9 provinces are filled with countless extraordinary talents. To rank 18th is already quite impressive. Besides, the Great Han's top warrior Lu Bu is only ranked 19th. Now you are also the top warrior of Great Qin. Xiang Yu slowly calmed down upon hearing this. True. He was now the top warrior of Great Qin. The renowned Wang Jian of Great Qin was only ranked 31st. Thinking of this, Xiang Yu felt slightly better, yet he was still deeply vexed that he had not even entered the top 10, let alone claimed the top spot. I want to see who the 17 ahead of me are. Xiang Yu gripped his Tianlong Pujuan halberd tightly, his pair of double-pupiled eyes fixed on the warrior ranking. 17th Li Yuanba reward divine grade mid-tier, Shaking Heaven 18 hammers 4 divine grade mid-tier divine strength pills, each increasing strength by 1000000 gene limit 1 per person. I heard this man is born with divine strength using a pair of hammers. The Ligulongjian hammer ranked 22nd on the divine weapon list, and is hailed as the Great Sway's top warrior. Xiang Liang introduced. With the 9 provinces unified for some time, they had naturally gathered much information on the famous figures of each continent and state. Born with divine strength. I would love to compete with him. Xiang Yu also born with divine strength, burned with battle intent. Though Li Yuanba was 1 rank above him, he did not believe he was inferior. Meanwhile, in the heavenly continent's great sway at the Prince of Tang's mansion, Li Yuan, Li Shimin and others were stunned, rubbing their eyes vigorously, wondering if they had misread. It's Yuanba. Yuanba is only ranked 17th. How is that possible? Yes, with the 4th young master's strength, how could he be only 17th? Li Yuan, Li Shimin, and the surrounding civil and military officials were in an uproar, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. In their eyes, Li Yuanba was a freak, a prodigy, a being beyond the power of ordinary men. Such a monster was only ranked 17th. Were there truly so many monsters in the 9 provinces surpassing Li Yuanba? At this moment, the officials of the Prince of Tang's mansion were consumed by intense curiosity. They had all experienced Li Yuanba's might and terror. He was nothing short of a monster, said to be the reincarnation of the golden-winged Great Peng. They wanted to see what monsters lay ahead of Li Yuanba. 16th by Feng reward divine grade mid-tier, Thunderous Wings 5 divine grade mid-tier divine strength pills, each increasing strength by 1000000 gene limit 1 per person. 15th Jianqing reward divine grade mid-tier, Mountain Splitting 8 axes 6 divine grade mid-tier divine strength pills, each increasing strength by 1000000 gene limit 1 per person. By Feng and Dianqing. They are the commanders of the war god's divine wing, heavenly soldiers and divine power broadsword soldiers. As expected of the top 10 legions on the 9 provinces legion ranking, their commanders are indeed terrifying. It seems the warrior ranking will be dominated by 10 slots. Very likely. Yan Fei Jing Ni Tian Yen Tide which Yen Ling Ji. All are beauties on the peerless beauty ranking. With such graceful figures are they also peerless warriors. My heavens! I can't imagine. What kind of scene would it be if they led a charge? If they led the army, the enemy would surely surrender on sight. I feel something's off up there. You're the one off. Do you think the medicine Immortal is the same medicine Immortal Duan Mu Rong from the peerless beauty ranking? Very likely. Duan Mu Rong was born into the Great Qin medical school and is called the medicine Immortal. Her abilities resemble those of the medicine Immortal, leading the Immortal healing soldiers ranked 10th on the Legion ranking. It's almost certainly the same person. Suddenly I'm looking forward to it. I really want to know if these peerless beauties will appear on the warrior ranking. As Bai Feng and Dian Qing made the list, the 9 provinces instantly erupted. Countless old perverts stared with burning eyes, their hearts surging. Because the appearance of Bai Feng and Dian Qing meant that other legion commanders might also appear, and among them were many peerless beauties. Figures like Yanling Ji and Tide, which were all stunning enchantresses who drove men wild with desire. Great Qin, Xianyang, Zhangtai Palace. Haha, the war gods' legion commanders have indeed made the list. They immediately surpassed the Great Sway's top warrior Li Yuanba. Truly impressive. As expected. The war god is forever supreme. Ying Zheng and his ministers laughed heartily, filled with excitement. The Great Qin warrior ranking was unremarkable. But the war god's warriors ranking high also brought them glory. After all, the war god was the guardian deity of Great Qin, and the Great Qin King Wu was the war god's successor. Yet some rejoiced while others lamented. At this moment in Kuaiji, the Xiong clan Xiong Yu and Xiong Liang's faces turned ashen with embarrassment. They had just claimed Xiong Yu was the top warrior of Great Qin, only to be slapped in the face. If all 10 legion commanders under the war god made the list, then even among Great Qin's warriors Xiong Yu could not enter the top 10. The war god. Again the war god. Xiong Yu felt he was going mad. He encountered the war god at every turn, as if the war god were his nemesis, always striking him down. One day I will surely defeat you. Xiong Yu gripped his Tianlong Pajuan halberd, tightly swearing to himself. Heavenly Continent Great Sway, Prince of Tang's Mansion. Bai Feng and Dian Qing, are they stronger than me? Little Master wants to fight them. A scrawny short figure brandishing 2 large hammers stirring up a terrifying gale shouted loudly. There was no one around worthy of a fight. He was very displeased. This was Li Yuanba, ranked 17th on the warrior list. Yuanba, rest assured you will surely have your chance in the future. Li Shimin comforted him. Though Li Yuanba was immensely powerful, he was not particularly bright. He was also fiercely combative. Once he went berserk, he was terrifying. They both loved and hated him. After calming Li Yuanba, Li Shimin looked up at the sky. Even if the war god's 10 legion commanders occupy 10 slots, there are still 6 vacancies. Even if the war god himself is counted as a warrior and takes 1 slot, there are still 5. I wonder who those 5 are. Li Shimin's mind began to churn. If he could recruit 1 or 2 warriors surpassing Li Yuanba, his power and position would be as solid as a mountain. Even if he were not the eldest son, so what? Treasures belong to the virtuous. The throne is no different. Who are the virtuous? The fist is virtue. Who has the fist has virtue. In the next moment Li Shimin froze. His eyes were filled with shock, because the person who made the list was someone he knew. Not only he knew them, but everyone in the 9 provinces knew them, especially men. 14th, Hu Sanyang reward divine grade mid-tier Yin Yang Sun Moon Blade 7 divine grade mid-tier divine strength pills, each increasing strength by 100,000 gene limit 1 per person. 13th, Liang Hongyu reward divine grade mid-tier 5 elements revolving will spear 8 divine grade mid-tier divine strength pills, each increasing strength by 100,000 gene limit 1 per person. How is that possible? Hu Sanyang and Liang Hongyu are ranked 14th and 13th. Are they that terrifying? Not only are they on the peerless beauty ranking, but they are also ranked so high on the warrior ranking. Unimaginable what power lies beneath those graceful, slender, heroic figures. Who can handle such beauties? Hee, with just a little force they'd snap you in two. Seeing Hu Sanyang and Liang Hongyu, the experts of the 9 provinces were dumbfounded. These 2 were beauties on the peerless beauty ranking. Unexpectedly, they also appeared on the warrior ranking at 13th and 14th. They surpassed the Great Han's top warrior Lu Bu, the man among men. They surpassed the Great Sway's top warrior Li Yuanba. Truly a disgrace to all men under heaven. Lu Bu's veins bulged on his arms. He, the top warrior of the Great Han, was being left far behind by a few women. How outrageous. If it were the war god's mysterious legion commanders, that might be understandable. But Hu Sanyang and Liang Hongyu were from the Great Song. Could they also be the war god's people? Damn it, this golden list is definitely flawed. I don't believe it. Lu Bu could not accept that his strength was inferior to 2 peerless beauties. He was not alone. Xiang Yu Guan Yu Zhang Fei and other strong men on the warrior ranking were all furious. In their eyes women were like garments. Mere playthings for men, tools for bearing heirs. Being overshadowed by women was a monumental humiliation. The only one on the warrior ranking who remained calm was Li Yuanba the simpleton, because he understood nothing of the difference between men and women. Meanwhile, in the great songs Liangshan, Hu Sanyang, how is that possible? How could she be ranked 14th? Even higher than brother Lu Junyi and brother Lin Chong. Song Jiang Wang Ying and the rest of the Liangshan bandits were utterly stunned. They had been planning to attack the Hu family manor. Now Hu Sanyang of the Hu family was ranked 14th, much higher than Lu Junyi and Lin Chong. Humph, what does a high rank matter? Who knows how this golden list ranks? Maybe she got a boost from her beauty. The short-legged tiger Wang Ying, seeing everyone shocked and fearing they might abandon the attack on the Hu family manor, said sarcastically, Hu Sanyang is a beauty on the peerless beauty ranking, indeed formidable. Maybe she can wipe out our Liangshan's billions of elite troops with one bite. Ha ha. Brother Wang Ying speaks true. Anyway, I don't believe Hu Sanyang can be stronger than brother Lu Junyi and brother Lin Chong. Exactly. Everyone burst into laughter-lewd grins on their faces. The once tense and gloomy atmosphere turned lecherous because of Wang Ying's words. Brothers, speak wisely. Even if Hu Sanyang has some exceptional skill, we Liangshan brothers are no weaklings either. Are we afraid of a mere woman? Song Jiang chimed in, tomorrow we shall go and test her to see the depth of the 14th ranked warrior Hu Sanyang. In his view, even if Hu Sanyang was stronger than Lin Chong and Lu Junyi, it would be by a limited margin. With their combined strength, could they not handle Hu Sanyang? Good. I want to see how deep Hu Sanyang hides and just how much she weighs. Maybe if we defeat her, we can claim the 14th spot on the warrior ranking. One after another, the Liangshan bandits boasted loudly. Lu Junyi, Lin Chong, and others felt a surge of anticipation, their eyes burning with battle intent. They too wanted to test the strength of the 14th ranked warrior. For now, they continued watching the warrior ranking. 12th Fan Lihua Reward Divine Grade Mid-Tier. Falling Shadow Soul Chasing Spear Art 9 Divine Grade Mid-Tier Divine Strength Pills, each increasing strength by 100,000 gene limit 1 per person. 11th Mu Guang Reward Divine Grade Mid-Tier Stellar Sword Technique 10 Divine Grade Mid-Tier Divine Strength Pills, each increasing strength by 100,000 gene limit 1 per person. 10th Hua Mulan Reward Divine Grade High Tier Great Change Sword Technique Divine Grade High Tier 9 Cauldrons Heaven Mending Pill. The way of heaven takes from the abundant to supplement the deficient. Can mend innate flaws, achieving a peerless physique. Fan Lihua Mu Guang Hua Mulan. What the hell? How are they all female generals? Is this a trend of women dominating the rankings? Women are no less than men. Where are the men of Zhou? The 9 provinces erupted in an uproar. They widened their eyes in disbelief. If it were Yanfei Chanviao and the like, they would not have been so surprised. But where did Fan Lihua Mu Guang and Hua Mulan come from? Fan Lihua and Hua Mulan are both in great sway, while Mu Guang is in great song. Damn! Liang Hongyu and Hu Sanyang earlier were also from great song. Does great song have so many female warriors? Great sway is not far behind with 2 already. It is said that Li Xiaoning, the eldest daughter of Tang King Li Yuan, is also a female general who rivals men, and her lady army is renowned. Lady Li did not make the list. I am very curious how formidable Hu Sanyang, Liang Hongyu, Fan Lihua Mu Guang, and Hua Mulan are to be ranked among the top 20 warriors of the 9 provinces. Great Sway and Great Song are nothing. I suspect the remaining slots are all Legion commanders under the War God. Now there are 9 slots left. 8 Legion commanders under the War God have not yet been listed. Could the last one be the War God himself? Very likely. Damn. Is the War God really going to dominate the rankings again? In the Earth Province, Great Song. Within the Imperial Palace, the Song Emperor watched a beam of light fall upon the warrior rankings, and his previously fervent gaze instantly brightened. That is the direction of Liangshan, isn't it? Hu Sanyang and Liang Hongyu were also in that spot earlier. Now Mu Guang is there too. The 3 of them are very likely together. The Song Emperor's eyes gleamed with excitement. Hu Sanyang and Liang Hongyu were both beauties listed on the beauty rankings, and were peerless warriors. Yet Great Song had few warriors on the list. Therefore he highly valued Hu Sanyang and Liang Hongyu. On horseback they could wield spears to slay enemies and pacify the realm. Dismounted they could make his bed and warm his sheets. Such women. How could he not take them into his fold? Send someone immediately to bring Mu Guang to me as well. The Song Emperor commanded. This time he did not promise to make Mu Guang a consort directly, for he had not seen her appearance. And she had appeared on the warrior rankings. What if she turned out to be burly with arms thicker than his thighs? If he made her a consort, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Yes, your majesty. His subordinates immediately dispatched men. 2 waves had already been sent before. The first wave was when Hu Sanyang and Liang Hongyu appeared on the beauty rankings. The Song Emperor had ordered them to be brought to his palace for his pleasure. At that time Hu Sanyang and Liang Hongyu were merely playthings in his eyes. For his amusement, the second wave came when they appeared on the warrior rankings. At that moment their status in his heart rose greatly. He quickly sent people to invite them with courtesy and promised various rewards. Now it was the third wave to invite Mu Guiying. Meanwhile, on Liangshan Songjiang and the others watched the light of the reward fall frowning. That seems to be the direction of Hu family village. Liang Hongyu was also there earlier. Could Liang Hongyu and Mu Guiying be together with Hu Sanyang? Although they found it hard to believe that women like Hu Sanyang were truly that strong. The fact that they had made the warrior rankings and ranked so high made them somewhat apprehensive. If you ask me, it's best if the 3 of them are together. Wang Ying smirked lecherously. Ever since he saw Hu Sanyang on the beauty rankings, he had been consumed by daydreams and sleepless nights. He could only think of possessing Hu Sanyang, pinning her down and taking her by force. Therefore he was the most eager to attack Hu family village. Fearing the others would change their minds, he continued. You must know that Hu Sanyang is ranked 14th, winning the divine grade medium Yin Sun Moonblade and 7 divine grade medium divine power pills. Liang Hongyu is ranked 13th, winning the divine grade medium 5 elements revolving spear and 8 divine grade medium divine power pills. Mu Guiying is ranked 10th, winning the divine grade medium star sword art and 10 divine grade medium divine power pills. That's 3 divine grade medium martial arts and 25 divine power pills. If we in Liangshan acquire them, how much stronger would our strength be? Perhaps after taking 1 divine power pill some of our brothers could ascend the warrior rankings. What glory that would bring to Liangshan! As Wang Ying's words fell, heavy breathing echoed around. Most of the Liangshan people were unruly bandits proud of their martial prowess. Having not made the list, many were unconvinced. Some even believed that those on the list were not stronger than them, or if they were, the gap was small. If they took a divine power pill gaining 100,000 gene of strength, they would surely make the warrior rankings. Seeing the glint in their eyes and their quickened breaths, Wang Ying knew his words had stirred their hearts. He added fuel to the fire, saying, "It's not just about strength. Most of our Liangshan brothers are single. Liang Hongyu is a great beauty on the beauty rankings. Mu Guiying might be one to being with them. After all, birds of a feather flock together. Then the brothers can also win the beauties." At this the lustful ones like Double Spear Dong Ping, Little Overlord Zhou Tong, and Nine Dragon Shi Jin's eyes lit up. Dong Ping was originally a military inspector of Dongping Prefecture. The prefect had a daughter of exquisite beauty, and Dong Ping, overcome with lust, sent a proposal. When the prefect refused, he harbored resentment. Later, when Song Jiang attacked Dongping Prefecture, Dong Ping betrayed his country, opened the city gates, and collaborated with Song Jiang. He then killed the prefect's entire family and forcibly took the prefect's daughter. Little Overlord Zhou Tong was originally a bandit from Peach Blossom Mountain. When he learned that the Lu family of Peach Blossom Village had a 19-year-old daughter, as delicate as a budding peach blossom, he wanted to possess her. When old Lu refused, Zhou Tong sneaked into her boudoir under cover of night, intending to rape her. Nine Dragon Shi Jin was even more dissolute, frequenting brothels, and having a prostitute lover named Li Ruelan. He had once been captured by the authorities due to her betrayal and suffered greatly. After his release, he led the Liangshan men to butcher Li Ruelan's entire family. Brother Wang Ying, even if Mu Guiying is a beauty, she and Liang Hongyu are not enough for all our Liangshan brothers to share. Little Overlord Zhou Tong laughed. His strength was not outstanding among the Liangshan men, and his status was low. Even if there were beauties, they would not be for him. Wang Ying's eyes rolled and he smirked lecherously. What's so difficult? We are all brothers, sharing joys and sorrows, hardships and blessings. When it comes to women, we should share them too. Brother Wang Ying speaks wisely. Zhou Tong's eyes brightened, echoing. We have many brothers on Liangshan, but we lack women. If we keep suppressing our desires, our health will suffer. Brother, I think we should bring some women back to cool the brothers' fire. Yes, we are all gathered here on the mountain with too many men and too few women. If this continues, trouble will arise. One after another, the Liangshan heroes spoke up. Most of them were bandits and robbers. How many did not crave women? Even the few righteous ones among them, seeing their brothers speak, did not want to spoil the mood and remained silent. Song Jiang looked at the enthusiastic brothers, knowing he could not forcefully stop them, or it would breed discontent. After all, they were all hot-blooded men. Deprived of women for too long, trouble would surely arise. Even the army had camp followers. Moreover, his Liangshan was a bandit's den. But he could not directly say to find women for the brothers' pleasure. Therefore Song Jiang raised his hand to quiet the crowd. His gaze swept over the expectant eyes, and he said solemnly, "Appetite and lust are human nature. I understand the brothers' difficulties. But we the heroes of Liangshan act in the name of heaven's justice. We cannot stoop to abducting innocent women. The crowd's eyes dimmed. Lu Zhishan and others nodded silently approving of Song Jiang's words. Wang Ying's eyes rolled and he instantly grasped the implication. He quickly said, "Brother is right. We will never abduct innocent women. But if they are enemies, corrupt officials, or the women of despotic landlords, they deserve death. However, heaven has the virtue of loving life. We can spare them and let them serve our Liangshan brothers to atone for their sins. This way we not only satisfy the brothers' physical needs, but also spare their lives. A double win." Wang Ying's words made the crowd's eyes light up, and they echoed in agreement. "Brother Wang Ying's plan is excellent. I think it is feasible." "I agree." Song Jiang silently applauded Wang Ying in his heart. He never expected that this lecture could be useful. It was far better for Wang Ying to speak these words than for him. He pretended to ponder, then said, "Brother Wang Ying's words have some merit. The wives and daughters of corrupt officials and bullies have often participated in their crimes. If we let them go, where is the justice for the common people they oppressed? But if we kill them, all the bloodshed would be excessive. Letting them serve our Liangshan to atone is not a bad solution. Brother is benevolent." The crowd bowed in unison. "You flatter me." Song Jiang raised his hand, then said, "Now that Hu family village has just received the rewards, they will surely be overjoyed and off guard. Therefore I propose we set out immediately. Travel light, bring only an elite force, and strike swiftly to catch them by surprise. Otherwise, the longer we delay, the more likely they will consume the divine power pills and become stronger, which would be detrimental to Liangshan." Their main targets in this expedition were the wealth and territory of Hu family village, the women, and the golden list rewards obtained by Hu Sanyang and the others. Each person could only take one divine power pill. They would not consume them all at once, but the longer they delayed, the fewer divine power pills they would obtain. Everyone understood this, therefore no one objected. Everyone immediately set to work preparing to march on Hu family village. While Liangshan was busily preparing to plunder, Hu family village, the warrior rankings continued to update steadily. 9th place, medical immortal reward, divine grade superior Tai golden needle, 2 divine grade superior 9 cauldron heaven building pills. The way of heaven takes from the abundant to supplement the deficient, able to mend congenital shortcomings and achieve a peerless physique. 8th place, Ink Jade Shilin reward, divine grade superior transformation art, 3 divine grade superior 9 cauldron heaven building pills. 7th place, Mei Sanyang reward, divine grade superior indestructible golden body, 4 divine grade superior 9 cauldron heaven building pills. 6th place, Chan Viao reward, divine grade superior azure sea tide song, 5 divine grade superior 9 cauldron heaven building pills. 5th place, Yen Lingji reward, divine grade superior crimson flame saint record, 6 divine grade superior 9 cauldron heaven building pills. 4th place, Tian Yen reward, divine grade superior. 3rd place, Jing and I reward, divine grade superior. 2nd place, Yanfei reward, divine grade superior. Damn! My god! It really is the Legion commanders under the War God. I want to join the War God's ranks even if I have to be exploited. You want to join the War God's ranks? Go look in a mirror first. Is the War God even giving us a chance? He dominates the Legion rankings top 10, and now he wants to dominate the Warrior rankings top 10. And Yanfei Jing and I Tian Yen Yen Lingji Chan Viao, they have taken over the Legion rankings, beauty rankings, assassin rankings, warrior rankings. Unbelievable. I just want to know how the War God turned all these beauties into peerless warriors. Are they really that strong? Seeing the familiar names, the 9 provinces erupted in uproar. Although they had suspected it, seeing it with their own eyes chilled their hearts. It felt as if the War God belonged to a different dimension. At the headquarters of Flowing Sand, Qi Lian stared at the name Chan Viao, her heart fuming. Damn it, that fox always makes the list. Just seeing her makes me furious. Qi Lian's beautiful eyes burned with resentment. That fox used to rely on spells and charm techniques with mediocre martial skills. What did the War God feed her to make her advance so rapidly? Or does guidance from the War God truly accelerate one's growth? Not only Qi Lian was curious. Even Wei Zhuang, who feigned indifference, was curious. Everyone under the War God seemed exceptionally strong. If it were just 1 or 2 it could be explained, but so many appearing was truly terrifying. What method could he use to mass-produce strength? Unfortunately, no matter how they speculated, they could not imagine that Zhao Wu possessed all kinds of talismans. With a single talisman, even an ordinary person could become a powerhouse. Coupled with the War God's in-depth guidance and various divine pills and martial arts, it was impossible not to be strong. In Xianyang Zhangtai Palace, as expected, they are the Legion commanders under the War God. The first place must be the War God himself. Ying Zheng laughed heartily in high spirits. The War God, eternally divine. Congratulations, Your Majesty. May Great Qin endure for 10,000 years. May your majesty reign for 10,000 years. May the war god live for 10,000 years. Li Sifeng, Qiji Wangben, and the civil and military officials bowed in congratulations. Although their Great Qin warriors were not highly ranked, having the war god dominate the list was still a blessing for Great Qin. Then, under everyone's expectant gaze, the first place on the warrior rankings was announced. First place, War God Reward Immortal Grade Lower Huangdi's Inner Cannon Part 1 jar, of Immortal Grade Lower Enlightenment T10 jars of Immortal Grade Lower Orchid Brew. My god, another Immortal Grade reward, and so generous. Legend says the Yellow Emperor ascended to heaven after consorting with 3,000 women. His Huangdi's Inner Cannon is a true immortal scripture that can lead to immortality. Even the first part alone is priceless. Indeed, no wonder even the first part is Immortal Grade Lower. The complete Huangdi's Inner Cannon would be at least Immortal Grade Middle or even Upper. And the Immortal Grade Enlightenment Tea and Orchid Brew, what flavors must they have? If I could taste just one sip, I would die content. Countless powerhouses across the 9 provinces stared at the golden list rewards, their eyes red with envy and jealousy. But the recipient Zhao Wu looked oddly amused. He gazed at the sky. I suspect this golden list is mocking me. The rewards are tailored to the winners. I feel that the Huangdi's Inner Cannon is a perfect match for the War King. The High Priestess covered her mouth with a smile, her eyes glistening, as she looked at Zhao Wu, exuding an irresistible charm. Is that so? Zhao Wu's lips curled, and he suddenly reached out and pulled the voluptuous High Priestess into his embrace. Ah! The High Priestess gasped, feeling the teasing gazes of the Queen of Jingjueji, Xiaofu, and others. A blush quickly crept onto her pretty face. Her jade hand gently pressed against Zhao Wu's chest, half aggrieved, half coquettish. War King, I was wrong. Please spare me. Too late. Zhao Wu tilted his head and drained the wine in his cup. Then, with a princess carry, he lifted the High Priestess and said with a mischievous grin, Since Yao Guang says it's a perfect match, I must thoroughly test it. With those words, Zhao Wu carried the High Priestess into the adjacent room. At that moment, Zhao Wu felt an immense surge of pride and excitement. Fine wine, fine food, beautiful women. The world's winds and clouds arise from our generation. Once we enter the rivers and lakes, time urges us on. Imperial ambitions spoken of with laughter are nothing compared to a drunken life. The War King is truly an extraordinary man. The High Priestess wrapped her soft fair arms around Zhao Wu's neck, her eyes drunk with infatuation. The strong masculine scent from Zhao Wu made her entire body melt. With a thud, the High Priestess's body trembled as Zhao Wu tossed her onto the couch. Before she could react, Zhao Wu sealed her rosy lips. While Zhao Wu and the High Priestess were delving deep into the cultivation of the wondrous techniques from the Golden List rewards, the 9 provinces were teeming with turmoil. Seizing Golden List rewards. Recruiting warriors from the list, assassinating those on the list, vying for the beauties on the list. In the martial world, blades flashed and shadows danced. In the halls of power, blood and storms raged. This was precisely why Zhao Wu disliked being in the halls of power. Too many troubles. Unlike his current life of roaming mountains and rivers. Awake to exercise, drunk to recline on a beauty's lap. In the Earth Province, Great Song, Yangshan. Song Jiang mustered 1,000 elite soldiers leading Jade Qilin, Lu Junyi, Big Blade, Guanshang, Leopard Head, Lin Xiong, and other Liangshan strongmen to march on Hu family village. Dwarf Tiger Wang Ying, Double Spear Dong Ping, Little Overlord Zhou Tong, and others accompanied them, facing 3 listed female warriors, Hu Sanyang, Liang Hongyu, and Mu Guiying. They outwardly scorned them, but inwardly they were not careless. All the Liangshan elites came out in full force. They were determined to take Hu family village. Hu Sanyang, I'm here again. Dwarf Tiger Wang Ying's eyes burned with desire. Just wait until I get you in my room. I'll teach you a lesson. Remembering how he had been mocked and kicked away by Hu Sanyang the first time he came to propose, he felt endless humiliation. Therefore he had to have Hu Sanyang. He would torment and abuse her every day to vent his hatred and wash away his shame. Brother Gongming, Hu family village is just ahead. After an unknown time, as Wang Ying was fantasizing about 108 ways to torture Hu Sanyang, a voice came from the front, and the entire column halted. Wang Ying snapped back to reality, looked ahead, and his spirits lifted. Hu family village. We've arrived. Boom. The ground trembled as Song Jiang, leading Lu Junyi, Lin Xiong, and other Liangshan experts arrived outside the village, intending to catch Hu family village off guard. Yet, as they just reached the village entrance, they saw Hu family village's gate wide open with 3 female generals standing in a row at the forefront. The middle one had skin as white as snow, a delicate and exquisite face like a lotus emerging from water, untouched by artificial adornment. She wore golden armor over a red tunic, a red silk band around her forehead, and her slender jade-like hands held twin precious blades. She was both valiant and enchanting, exuding a myriad of charms. Who else could this be but Hu Sanyang, ranked 17th on the Peerless Beauty list and 14th on the Martial Artist ranking list? The two female generals on either side were equally extraordinary, wielding long spears, and possessing a stunning beauty that could topple cities. The one on the left was familiar to all Liang Hongyu, who had appeared on the Peerless Beauty list. The remaining one was none other than Mu Guiying, ranked 11th on the martial artist ranking list. What a gorgeous lass! Wang Ying's eyes went straight when he saw Hu Sanyang, Liang Hongyu, and Mu Guiying. His face was filled with infatuation and drool dripped from his mouth. I never imagined Mu Guiying was such a peerless beauty. Double-speared General Dong Ping's lecherous gaze roamed over Mu Guiying's graceful and heroic figure, his throat bobbing as he swallowed his saliva. Hu Sanyang and Liang Hongyu were beauties from the Peerless Beauty list. Though stunning, they were not a surprise, especially since everyone had seen their images when the list was revealed. But Mu Guiying, this was their first time seeing her. So these are Hu Sanyang, Liang Hongyu, and Mu Guiying. Truly extraordinary in bearing, worthy of being on the list. Song Jiang studied Hu Sanyang and the other two silently on guard. His first impression of them was unusual. They were definitely not ordinary. They must have exceptional qualities. I am Song Jiang. Greetings to the three ladies. He did not immediately attack but instead made a respectful bow. Today I come uninvited to invite the three ladies to join Liangshan to achieve great ambitions and build a grand enterprise. Please forgive my abruptness. Invite us to join Liangshan. Hu Sanyang swept her phoenix-like eyes over the many Liangshan experts and the 1,000 elite bandit soldiers beside Song Jiang. Is this your way of extending an invitation? She sneered. Song Jiang, the filial and righteous black third. Hu Sanyang covered her heaving chest with her jade hand and could not help laughing. I'm dying of laughter. Indeed, your face is black and your heart is even blacker. How dare you? Show respect to our brother or you die. The 9-2 dragon Shi Jin, holding a green dragon staff, erupted in fury and could not resist stepping forward. Brother Shi Jin, be careful, Song Jiang cautioned with concern. Rest assured, brother. I've long wanted to test her mettle and see if her rank of 14th on the martial artist ranking list is true skill or just a bluff. Shi Jin nodded, his expression radiant with powerful confidence. He urged his horse forward and pointed his staff at Hu Sanyang. Little lady, dare you face me in battle? His aura surged like a dragon emerging from the sea, lifting the spirits of the Liangshan crowd, who felt this battle was secure. Wang Ying, seeing this, grew worried and quickly said, Brother Shi Jin, please go easy on her. Don't break the lady. Ha ha ha. Shi Jin laughed lecherously. Brother Wang Ying, rest assured. I'll make sure to deliver a complete young lady to you tonight, so you can have your wedding night. Just make sure you don't break her first. Ha ha ha. As Shi Jin's words fell, the bandits of Liangshan burst into obscene laughter. Thank you, Brother Shi Jin. Wang Ying was overjoyed, his face flushed, his heart racing, as if he were already imagining the passionate scene of his wedding night with Hu Sanyang. We're brothers, no need to be polite. Shi Jin shouted as he charged toward Hu Sanyang. Little lady, taste my staff. You're looking for death. Hu Sanyang's brows furrowed sharply, and in an instant she drew her blade. Clang! The frosty edge moved like the wind, and a dazzlingly beautiful flash of sword light suddenly blazed. Everyone felt a stinging pain in their eyes, and a cutting sensation all over their bodies. The next moment they saw a magnificent head soaring into the air, blood spurting 3 feet high. Crack crack! The green dragon staff snapped in two, and the headless corpse of the 9-2 dragon, Shi Jin, tumbled from his horse. The scene fell into dead silence. The Liangshan crowd stood dumbfounded. The 9-2 dragon Shi Jin's martial skills were not weak. He was a notch above Wang Ying, yet he was slain with a single stroke. Both man and weapon were severed in two. Hiss! They drew in a cold breath inwardly. This Hu Sanyang was far stronger than they had imagined. Wang Ying's body trembled. With his short stubby build, would he be cut in two on his wedding night? At that moment he suddenly felt that Hu Sanyang was a deep water he couldn't handle. It seemed he would have to tie up this woman when doing serious business. What a swift strike! Lu Junyi and Lin Chang's expressions grew solemn. From Hu Sanyang they sensed a strong threat, as expected of the 14th on the martial artist ranking list. Truly extraordinary, they marveled inwardly. But as warriors they had no reason to fear. A bunch of bandits, robbers, bullies, and lechers gathering together, yet you dare to claim you're acting on heaven's behalf. What a mockery of the world! Hu Sanyang, after slaying Shi Jin with one stroke, sneered, if you had stayed holed up in Liangshan, we wouldn't have bothered with you. But since you dare to come here looking for trouble today, I'll wipe out all you bandits and rid the people of your scourge. Arrogant words. A cold, haughty voice rang out. A tall man in a green robe and green hat, dragging a green dragon crescent blade, rode out on his horse. Guanshang is here. Watch me cut you down. The green dragon crescent blade dragged a trail of sparks on the ground, its terrifying aura, like a fierce tiger charging forward, unstoppable. Song Jiang's spirits lifted, his eyes blazing. Guanshang was also on the martial artist ranking list. Though his rank was not high, could rankings really tell the whole story? Song Jiang certainly didn't believe so. If those ranked lower were always weaker than those ranked higher, then what was the point of fighting? Everyone would just surrender when facing a higher-ranked opponent. The Liangshan crowd shared the same thought. And not just Liangshan. Most people in the 9 provinces felt similarly. In real combat, too many factors influenced the outcome. Rankings were at best a reference. If the gap was small, an upset was possible. But against Hu Sanyang, this was not a battle of the same level. The next moment, a dazzling flash of sword light flickered and vanished. Before anyone could understand what had happened, Guansheng, who had been charging at Hu Sanyang with his green dragon crescent blade, crashed to the ground. So fast. The last thought of Guansheng flashed through his mind before he sank into darkness. Hu Sanyang remained on her warhorse, as if she had never moved. How is this possible? Song Jiang was stunned. Lu Junyi was stunned. Lin Chong was stunned. All the Liangshan crowd were stunned. They only saw a flash of sword light. As for how she drew the blade, how she sheathed it, and how she killed Guansheng, they had not seen a thing. It was too fast beyond the limits of their eyes. Rabbit talisman teleportation flash, and under certain conditions speed, could even break the constraints of time, to some extent traveling through time to return to the past. That's too fast, isn't it? Wang Ying stared with his lecherous little eyes filled with terror. If a single strike came down, he would be separated from his brother before he even felt it. Thinking of this, Wang Ying felt a chill in his lower body. The next moment, a piercing bone-deep pain surged through every nerve. His pants were instantly stained red with blood. The chicken was done. A lecher from the lechery list dares to come to my Hu family village. Today I will avenge the women who have suffered at your hands. Hu Sanyang's gaze fell on Wang Ying. Instantly Wang Ying's soul nearly fled his body. He had no idea how Hu Sanyang had struck him earlier. If Hu Sanyang wanted to kill him, he would die without even knowing how. At this thought, Wang Ying covered his groin with both hands, ignoring the pain, and shouted in terror, "Brother Gongming, save me! Brother Gongming, save me!" The short-legged tiger's shrill and terrified voice still echoed in the sky, and then he saw a headless corpse, blood spurting 3 feet high. Who is this? Why does he look somewhat familiar? Wang Ying's last thought flashed through his mind, and then his consciousness sank into boundless darkness. His filthy, ugly head crashed onto the ground, rolling twice with a thud. "Protect Brother Wang Ying." Song Jiang opened his mouth wide, but the words on his lips died away. He stood there dumbfounded, even with a hint of fear. Wang Ying had been beheaded right before his eyes without any resistance. They hadn't even had a chance to rescue him. If Hu Sanyang wanted to kill him, wouldn't it be just a single stroke? What a swift blade! Has Hu Sanyang already reached the Earth Immortal realm? I didn't even see it clearly, and Wang Ying's head was already off. Lu Junyi, Lin Chong, and other Liangshan masters were both shocked and enraged. Many were trembling in their legs, and a stench of urine wafted from below. It was too terrifying. It was simply inhuman. It was a demon. At that moment, the Liangshan bandits who had been fantasizing about Hu Sanyang's beauty were scared out of their wits. Forget about fantasizing about Hu Sanyang. Now just thinking of her made their legs go weak and their spirits flag. What should we do now? Song Jiang regained his senses, his heart filled with dread. In just the first clash, they had lost 3 generals, 9-2 Dragon Shi Jin, Big Blade Guansheng, and short-legged tiger Wang Ying, all killed in a single stroke. This had completely shattered the morale of the Liangshan strongmen. Even if all the remaining masters attacked together, victory was uncertain. Moreover, the higher-ranked Liang Hongyu and Mu Guiying had yet to make a move. Hu Sanyang was already so terrifying. Liang Hongyu and Mu Guiying were bound to be even stronger. But if they retreated now, he and Liangshan would be utterly disgraced. Moreover, they had already made enemies of the Hu family. It wasn't up to him to simply retreat. And most importantly, though Liangshan was filled with scoundrels, they upheld the banner of righteousness. With brothers slain, if he fled in disgrace, he would never be able to lead Liangshan again. Thinking this, Song Jiang hardened his heart, though his face showed overwhelming grief. He shouted in anguish, "We Liangshan brothers stand by righteousness and fear no tyranny. Heads may be severed, blood may flow, but the vengeance for our brothers must be exacted. Brothers, avenge Shi Jin, Guansheng, and Wang Ying. Kill! Charge!" As Song Jiang's command fell, black whirlwind, Li Kuei hesitated not a moment, brandishing his 2 axes and charging at Hu Sanyang. In the original tale, he had slaughtered the entire Hu family who had already surrendered to Liangshan. A sheer bloodthirsty maniac who had killed countless innocent civilians in his day. Jade Unicorn Lu Junyi, Leopard Head Lin Chong, and Double Spear General Dong Ping, among other Liangshan masters, did not hesitate, either spurring their horses into the fray. As the many strong men surged forward, their momentum was overwhelming, like a mountain collapsing and the earth splitting. Jade Unicorn Lu Junyi had eyes with double pupils, eyebrows shaped like the character 8, a silver body 9 feet tall, majestic, and imposing as a god wielding a spear with consummate skill. He was second in rank at Liangshan, a heavenly star. Hiya! Liang Hongyu squeezed her horse's flanks with her long jade-like legs, and her red-tasseled spear thrust like a furious dragon straight at Lu Junyi. This thrust was like a mountain crumbling, a tsunami overwhelming, irresistible. This thrust was like a thunderbolt, like a mountain heavy, with 10,000 junes suppressing all directions. Lu Junyi saw only a flash of spear light. The crisis of death descended. Every hair on his body stood on end, as if facing a great enemy. What a swift thrust! As terror filled his heart, he instinctively raised his spear to parry, trying to deflect the oncoming strike. Clang! The two spears collided. Lu Junyi felt as if his spear had struck an unshakable divine mountain, impossible to budge even a hair. Instead, a recoil force surged back, splitting his tiger's mouth, numbing his arm, and nearly dislodging his spear. What terrifying strength! In that instant of contact, Lu Junyi's heart turned cold with extreme shock. His strength compared to hers was like an ant to an elephant, a firefly to the bright moon. There was no comparison at all. He couldn't imagine what terrifying titanic force was hidden within Liang Hongyu's graceful, slender body. It was as if she were not a person but a primordial beast clad in human skin. To witness the power of the 13th on the martial general list is a fitting death. Lu Junyi gave a bitter smile. He had not deflected Liang Hongyu's spear, which naturally pierced through his chest with unstoppable force. Rip! Liang Hongyu pulled out her spear, blood spurted, and Lu Junyi's tall frame fell straight to the ground. A hero in his own right, but he came to the wrong place. Liang Hongyu cast an indifferent glance at Lu Junyi's corpse and paid it no heed. Her cultivation had reached the peak of the heavenly realm, and she was empowered by the ox talisman for strength, the rabbit talisman for speed, and other talismans besides. How powerful her combat strength was she herself couldn't imagine. Moreover, she had previously taken the divine power pill rewarded from the martial general list, which added another 100,000 gene of strength. Let alone Lu Junyi, even an earth immortal would fall before her blade. After killing Lu Junyi, Liang Hongyu continued to charge at the other Liangshan masters. Meanwhile, Mu Guiying faced the charging leopard head Lin Chong. Lin Chong had once been the instructor of the 800,000 imperial guards, possessing valor unmatched by 10,000 men. Because he was born with a leopard head, round eyes, swallow jaws, and tiger whiskers, he was called Leopard Head. Rank 11 on the martial general list. Let me test your mettle. Watch my spear. Lin Chong thrust his spear, feeling unconvinced that a woman was ranked far above him. What qualifications did this unheard-of woman have to be ranked 11th? Lin Chong's spear shot out like a dragon, heavy and powerful. The next moment, a flash of blindingly beautiful blade light streaked by. Lin Chong's spear froze 3 inches from Mu Guiying's chest. That 3-inch gap became an insurmountable chasm. He could never cross it. What kind of knife technique is that? Lin Chong's voice was hoarse, his leopard eyes fixed on Mu Guiying. Little Li flying dagger. Mu Guiying toyed with a flying dagger in her hand, her crisp voice melodious and charming. But Lin Chong would never hear it again. A spray of blood blossomed on his neck, his consciousness sank into endless darkness, and his body fell heavily to the ground. When will I ever see Brother Wu again? Mu Guiying played with the dagger in her hand, a hint of longing in her eyes. She was skilled in the art of arrows and flying daggers. This little Li flying dagger was taught to her by Zhao Wu. Little wench, taste my spear. Just as Mu Guiying was thinking of Zhao Wu, double-speared General Dong Ping sneaked up behind her with a sinister grin and thrust his spear at her. Just as the spear tip was about to pierce her body, Dong Ping's eyes showed a savage, excited smile. The next moment, blood blossomed. Dong Ping's smile froze on his face. A flying dagger had pierced his neck. What the hell? You think you can ambush me? Mu Guiying spat disdainfully, then raised her spear, spurred her horse, and impaled Black Whirlwind Li Kuei, who was swinging his axes in a killing spree. Hu Sanyang beheaded Thunderous Fire Qin Ming with one stroke, then turned and slashed to death Double Whip Hu Yinzhua. Since they were enemies, they showed no mercy. The Liangshan heroes sounded noble, but in truth they were just gilding themselves. To be sure, some among them were not inherently bad and hadn't done evil deeds. For instance, Lin Chong, Lu Zhishan, and Wu Song. But in an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Men like Wang Ying, a lecher, not only robbed houses and abducted women but also liked to use human hearts and livers to make hangover soup. Utterly heinous, their crimes towering to the heavens. And Black Whirlwind Li Kuei would kill at the slightest provocation, addicted to slaughter, with countless innocent civilians dead by his hand. Yet they still mingled with such men, calling them brothers and abetting their evil. They could hardly be called true heroes. A true hero should defy tyranny, and upon seeing irredeemable villains like Wang Ying and Li Kuei, slay them without mercy. At this moment, Song Jiang stared at the one-sided battle, his eyes full of shock. How can this be? How can they be so strong? Brother Gongming, they are too powerful. Let me cover your retreat. As long as the Green Hills remain, there'll be no shortage of firewood. Little Li Guanghua Rong holding a silver spear, and wearing a large bow looked panicked and urged Song Jiang anxiously. In just a short while most of Liangshan's masters had been killed or wounded. This was a complete massacre and they were the ones being slaughtered. No, how can I abandon my brothers and flee alone? Song Jiang refused without a second thought, his tone righteous. In his heart he wanted to run, of course. But the persona he had built up over the years had become instinct. Brother, you are chivalrous, but for the sake of Liangshan and the brothers who will avenge us, please preserve yourself. Before Hua Rong could finish, a sharp voice rang in their ears. Since you're here, none of you will escape today. Hu Sanyang, wielding her Sun Moon twin blades, charged over on her horse. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Without a second thought, Hua Rong drew his bow and shot 3 arrows in succession. The 3 arrows whistled through the air, heading straight for Hu Sanyang's chest. Clang clang clang. Hu Sanyang raised her long blade and easily blocked the 3 arrows. Seeing this, Hua Rong roared, "Brother Gongming, flee quickly. I'll hold her off." As he spoke, he dropped his bow, grabbed his silver spear, and charged at Hu Sanyang. At that moment Song Jiang felt the breath of death closing in. He could no longer pretend to be righteous. He turned his horse and fled. Rip! Hu Sanyang did not pause. She rode past Hua Rong, and his head flew into the sky in an instant. Song Jiang sensed the movement and turned back to look. His soul nearly fled in terror. The next moment a dazzling blade light flashed before his eyes. His head flew up and his last thought was, "Wang Ying, you've ruined me." In truth, if he hadn't coveted the Hu family's wealth and land, as well as the golden list rewards of the 3 women, how could Wang Ying have persuaded him? Moments later all the Liangshan masters were slain. Of the 1,000 bandits, most were dead or wounded and a few hundred escaped. The Hu family won a great victory. Hu Sanyang, Liang Hongyu and Mu Guiying stood side by side on their horses, holding their blades and spears, not a single bloodstain on their bodies. Their heroic bearing was the most beautiful sight on the brutal battlefield. Clap clap clap. Clap clap clap. Just then applause came from the side. It was an old eunuch in a bright red robe. The old eunuch had white hair and beard, but his cheeks were as rosy and tender as a baby's. He walked with a dragon's stride, exuding an inexplicable aura. He was far stronger than the Liangshan masters like Jade Unicorn Lu Junyi, Leopard Head Lin Chong, and Big Blade Guansheng. This was a martial arts grandmaster. Hu Sanyang, Liang Hongyu and Mu Guiying's eyes flickered as they appraised the clapping eunuch. An earth immortal. He must be a high-ranking figure from the palace. With the unification of the 9 provinces, many heavenly realm experts had broken through to the divine void realm, becoming earth immortals. But earth immortals still stood at the pinnacle of the world, as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Each one held a pivotal position. The 3 ladies, as renowned generals on the martial general list, truly outshine men with your heroic grace. You have opened this old servant's eyes. The old eunuch smiled, broadly brimming with admiration. Who are you? Hu Sanyang demanded. Why do you call us ladies? This old servant is merely a humble servant in His Majesty's palace. If the 3 ladies do not mind, you may call me Sunflower Grandmaster. Sunflower Grandmaster smiled kindly, produced an imperial edict and explained. His Majesty has heard that the 3 ladies are not only highly skilled in martial arts and ranked on the martial general list, but also possess national beauty and captivating charm. Therefore he specially dispatched me to rush here to invite the 3 ladies to the palace as imperial consorts. He has also granted you special permission to lead troops, and in the future you may even be enfeoffed as marquises or appointed as generals. It seems I arrived just as the 3 ladies displayed your divine might, annihilating the Liangshan bandits. When His Majesty learns of this, he will surely be overjoyed and bestow even greater favor upon you. Before Sunflower Grandmaster, the Song Emperor had already sent 3 waves of messengers. But still not reassured, he dispatched Sunflower Grandmaster. He gave verbal instructions ordering Sunflower Grandmaster to act according to circumstances. He also prepared 2 copies of the imperial edict. If Mu Guiying's appearance and figure were pleasing, she would be made an imperial consort as well. If Mu Guiying were frighteningly ugly, she would be appointed a general. Sunflower Grandmaster and Earth Immortal traveled swiftly, overtaking the previous 3 messengers, and arriving first at Liangshan. Seeing the scene of Hu Sanyang and the others slaughtering the Liangshan bandits, even he, a divine void realm Earth Immortal, was deeply shaken. Yet he was even more excited. With such peerless female generals assisting His Majesty, the great song would surely grow stronger. Moreover, they were 3 stunningly beautiful female generals. Once they became the Emperor's consorts, their loyalty would certainly be beyond question. Compared to other generals, they would be far more reliable. As an old eunuch utterly loyal to the Emperor, Sunflower Grandmaster was genuinely delighted. That was also why he, an Earth Immortal, was so courteous. Become imperial consorts. Not interested. Hu Sanyang's voice was flat, and she warned, Go back and tell the old emperor that we don't need his favor and you'd better not disturb us. Oh! Sunflower Grandmaster's smile froze. His gaze turned sharp, carrying a dangerous aura. Though the 3 ladies are listed on the Marshal General list, this realm still belongs to His Majesty. All under heaven is the king's land, all within the borders are the king's subjects. The 3 ladies would do well to think thrice before acting. His Majesty is willing to take you as consorts and grant you special permission to lead troops, a favor rarely bestowed in 100 lifetimes. Please do not be willful, ladies. Step forward to receive the edict. A faint aura emanated from Sunflower Grandmaster like a blazing sun, rising illuminating all directions with an irresistible majesty. He opened the edict and regardless of whether Hu Sanyang and the others agreed directly read aloud. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees Liang Hongyu, Hu Sanyang and Mu Guang possessing both virtue and talent gentle and virtuous have greatly pleased our heart. Now we specially appoint them as imperial consorts. Respect this. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees Liang Hongyu, Hu Sanyang and Mu Guang possessing both virtue and talent gentle and virtuous, have won the favor of our heart. Thus we hereby bestow upon them the title of imperial consort. Respect this. After finishing the recitation, Kuehua Laozu saw that Hu Sanyang, Liang Hongyu and Mu Guang remained motionless, showing no intention of accepting the decree, and his face turned even colder. 3 consorts accept the decree. Kuehua Laozu's voice deepened, and the overwhelming aura of a land immortal pressed down upon the 3 women. The threat was unmistakable. The Song Emperor had sent him for 2 purposes, first to ensure the safety of Hu Sanyang and the others, and second for this very moment. If the 3 dared to defy the decree, he would use force to capture them. To subdue a woman. Zhang Ailing once said there was a shortcut. Can't you understand human speech? Seeing Kuehua Laozu threaten them, the hot-tempered Mu Guang's face also turned cold as she stared at him. I didn't expect you, a castrated eunuch, to be not only missing limbs but also deaf. You seek death. Kuehua Laozu flew into a rage. As a eunuch, even though he had attained profound cultivation and a lofty status, he had a reverse scale. It was his eternal pain. Mu Guang had directly stabbed at his reverse scale, truly seeking death. In an instant, a terrifying aura emanated from Kuehua Laozu's body. Behind him it seemed a blazing sun rose its scorching heat, sweeping across the surroundings, instantly charring the nearby grass and trees. Kuehua the sunflower grows toward the sun. His martial art was named the Kuehua Manual because it was a supreme yang technique. When activated it was like the sun shining everywhere, burning intensely. Therefore this technique could only be cultivated after self-castration, otherwise it would burn the practitioner to death. Of course women with special constitutions could also cultivate it. Kuehua Divine Palm. Scorching true chi condensed into a blazing sun, majestic and overwhelming, pressing down to boil the sea and burn the sky. Laser eyes. Mu Guang looked up and 2 laser beams shot from her beautiful eyes, converging into a single ray that pierced through Kuehua Laozu's divine palm without any hindrance. This is... Kuehua Laozu was astounded, but the beam was too fast. Before he could react, his chest was pierced. A string of blood blossoms bloomed on his chest. Kuehua Laozu was horrified. Since creating the Kuehua Manual, he had never suffered such a severe injury. If not for his advancement to the divine void realm, this strike would have taken his life. Kuehua Blood Escape. Without a moment's hesitation, Kuehua Laozu transformed into a streak of blood light and fled. Tell the Song Emperor if he bothers me again, death. Mu Guang's cold voice echoed in Kuehua Laozu's ears, as she calmly watched him escape in a blood light. Arrogant. Kuehua Laozu raged inwardly, but dared not pause, straining every ounce of his strength to flee toward the imperial city. Clean up the battlefield. In 1 hour attack Liangshan and wipe out the bandits. Hu Sanyang commanded the troops of the Hu family manor loudly. Since Liangshan had come to attack them, she naturally wanted to uproot them to eliminate future trouble. While Hu Sanyang handled post-war matters, the heavenly Dao golden list in the sky trembled again, radiating boundless splendor and presenting myriad visions. Seeing this, everyone in the 9 provinces was excited, especially the men. It must be the 9 provinces beauty ranking. The 9 provinces beauty ranking is about to appear. The 9 provinces beauty ranking only takes 10 people. Unimaginable. The competition is too fierce. Yan Lingji, my wife, will surely be on the list. My Princess Fragrance. Jade Lady will definitely make it. She is peerless. Isn't Diao Chan good enough? Where is my Diao Chan? Xianyang Zhangtai Palace. I wonder how many from Great Qin will be on the list. Ying Zheng's eyes showed curiosity. His Great Qin's beauties were truly formidable, whether Shi Shi, Yan Lingji or Xue Nu, and Yan Fei, all were stunningly beautiful. Even compared to the top beauties of other states, they were not inferior. In contrast, among the 7 states of the 9 provinces, Great Yuan's beauties were the weakest, lacking a truly supreme beauty to dominate all. Although Luo Xian Mingyue and Zhao Min were beautiful, they were slightly inferior to Shi Shi Diaochan and Yan Lingji. And Great Qin, which was once a poor match with Great Yuan, had Princess Fragrance as a stunning finale. Indeed, in the Great Yuan Palace, the Yuan Emperor's face was ashen, his mood gloomy. First, the 9 provinces beauty ranking might leave Great Yuan off the list. Second, his jade consort, the commandery Princess Xiaomin, had fled her marriage. This was a complete humiliation to him. Even more hateful. They still hadn't found her. A bunch of useless trash. The Yuan Emperor cursed while the civil and military officials knelt prostrate, heads bowed, keeping silent. After venting his anger, the Yuan Emperor sat weakly on the dragon throne looking up at the sky. Above the 7 states beauty rankings, a new ranking was taking shape. This ranking hovered high above, suppressing the 7 states beauty rankings. Then buzzing and humming under everyone's expectant gaze, characters formed like iron hooks and silver strokes one by one. The ranking is in no particular order. What? No ranking? That seems right. Choosing 10 from so many beauties, each one a unique and unparalleled presence, it's hard to say who surpasses whom. Indeed, when beauty reaches its extreme, it's hard to distinguish grade. Everyone was momentarily stunned, then understood. Just like Shi Shi and Yang Yuhuan. Can you say who is more beautiful? In the Earth Province, Great Song Imperial Palace. The Song Emperor sat on the dragon throne, his eyes filled with anticipation. The first of our Great Song beauty, ranking Little Dragon Girl, will surely be on the list. Thinking of Little Dragon Girl's ethereal, otherworldly appearance, the Song Emperor's heart burned with desire. He had already issued an imperial decree: whoever presented Little Dragon Girl would be heavily rewarded. At the same time, he had dispatched his special organizations to search. He believed Little Dragon Girl would soon be sent to his harem for his enjoyment. Finally, under his expectant gaze, lines of elegant and vigorous characters appeared. 9 provinces beauty ranking: Shi Shi, Yan Lingji, Empress Yang Yuan, Diaochan, Jin Fuzhang, Sen Yang, Yao Yu. Wow! Great Qin, Great Sui, Great Han, and Great Ming each occupy 2 spots. Only 2 slots remain. It seems 1 or even 2 states will be left off the list. No need to say, it's definitely Great Yuan. The remaining 2 must be Princess Fragrance and Little Dragon Girl. The crowd buzzed with discussion. In truth, after seeing the beauties on the list, although it was hard to distinguish among the top 10 some who stood apart and outshone all others, were still very eye-catching. Sure enough, the next 2 were no surprise. Princess Fragrance, Little Dragon Girl. 9 provinces beauty ranking reward: 1 immortal grade lower rank beauty preservation pill capable of eternal youth, 1 set of immortal grade lower rank rainbow feather garments, a pair of white silk stockings, and a pair of bras with color and size changeable at will. My heavens, immortal grade rewards eternal youth. So jealous. Indeed, the strong grow stronger, the beautiful more beautiful. The beauties on the 9 provinces beauty ranking are essentially receiving double rewards. All women of the 9 provinces are envious. Meanwhile, at the border of Great Han, a carriage that seemed cast from bronze rolled slowly along. The carriage was enormous, exquisitely ancient, as if it had weathered endless ages yet remained eternally imperishable, carrying an indescribable charm. And the horse pulling it was no ordinary steed. It was a white dragon horse with a pair of horns. The white dragon horse possessed true dragon bloodline. Upon maturity, it rivaled a land immortal of the divine void realm with the strength of a dragon traversing mountains and rivers, as if on flat ground. This was the mount Zhao Wu had obtained through a check-in. The carriage itself was a treasure obtained from a check-in forged from immortal bronze, seamless with an internal space and unmatched defense, named the Immortal Bronze Chariot. Zhao Wu combined it with the white dragon horse and called it the White Dragon Chariot. For traveling and enjoying the scenery, one naturally needed a good vehicle. Had he not obtained the white dragon horse, Zhao Wu would have considered using the fire qilin he had previously signed for to pull the carriage, but the fire qilin was too conspicuous. Although Zhao Wu was not afraid of others coveting it, he did not want to be stared at like a monkey wherever he went. The white dragon horse was somewhat unique, but not unusual in the 9 provinces. In the 9 provinces there were many strange-looking beasts. People would only think it was a mutated white horse. Inside the white dragon chariot was a luxurious hall with an enormous extravagant bed at the center. Zhao Wu lay on it, pillowed on the high priestess's round and fair lap, eating spirit fruits fed to him by the Jingjue queen, and sipping fine wine handed over by Ji Xiaofu. He leisurely gazed at the sky. The ceiling of the hall was transparent, offering an unobstructed view of the blue sky, white clouds, and the heavenly Dao golden list. The elder sisters on the 9 provinces beauty ranking are all so beautiful. At that moment, Wang Zhaojun looked at Zhao Wu with big eyes. Big brother, do you know all the elder sisters on that list? How did you meet them? That's a long story. Zhao Wu reached out and ruffled Wang Zhaojun's hair, smiling. When Zhaojun grows up, she will surely be a great beauty too. Wang Chong originally had no courtesy name, but Zhao Wu for convenience gave her the name Zhaojun in advance. Really? Wang Zhaojun glanced at the beauty ranking in the sky, her eyes filled with anticipation. At that moment a line of characters appeared at the top of the Heavenly Dao Golden List, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Cuckold ranking 1 name revealed every 3 days. Wow! There's such a ranking. Seeing this ranking, all men in the 9 provinces shrank their necks, a chill running down their spines. Even if the rewards are generous, I doubt any man wants to be on it. Brother, you don't get it. What's so bad about being on the list? Just kill the adulterer, take the ranking rewards, and find a gentle and virtuous wife. Isn't that wonderful? Without this ranking you might have raised another man's wife and son your whole life without knowing. How pitiful is that? That does make some sense. Suddenly I'm looking forward to it. I wonder which men will make the list. Once on the list they'll be famous across the 9 provinces. This time I hope the war god dominates the list. I also support the war god. War god warning. I feel the war god has a high chance of being on the list. Yeah. The war god leads the legion ranking the heavenly court assassins. So many stunning beauties. Can he handle them all by himself? It's hard to say. No one will get lonely and a red plum will branch over the wall. Wow. Hearing you say that I'm suddenly excited. I also want to share some of the war god's burden. Give me Yen Lingji and the rest are yours. This vixen's waters are too deep. You can't handle her, let me. You're dreaming. Under everyone's curious and expectant gaze a brand new ranking condensed and took shape. Every man's heart was in his throat. Nervous, expectant, anxious. Most afraid that their own name would suddenly appear on the list. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the ranking finally appeared. Cuckold ranking. Buzz buzz buzz, buzz buzz buzz. The Great Dao Golden List trembled, radiating myriad rays of rosy light and thousands of auspicious colors. A list shimmering with an eerie green glow coalesced, sending chills down the spine and making the scalp tingle. Number 10 on the cuckold list, Miao Renfeng. Because he was addicted to martial arts all day, neglecting romance, he abandoned his beautiful and charming wife Nanlan. Unable to endure the loneliness of the boudoir, she committed adultery with the handsome and gallant Tian Guinong, a disciple of the Tianlong sect. She abandoned her husband and daughter, eloped with him, and remarried Tian Guinong. Reward: heaven grade top-tier evil repelling sword art. To master this art one must first castrate oneself, then refine pills and ingest elixirs harmonizing internal and external. Miao Renfeng. That name is quite interesting, but it seems he can't live up to it. He can't even keep an eye on his own wife, let alone others. Evil repelling sword art. Is the Golden List serious? To master this art one must first castrate oneself. Miao Renfeng. Isn't he the renowned Golden Buddha of the Great Qin martial world? He's hailed as the invincible under heaven. Yet, he can't even control his own wife. No wonder Miao Renfeng excels at using a soft sword. He simply can't harden up. With the appearance of the Golden List, the 9 provinces erupted in uproar. Gossip is human nature, especially such a colossal piece of scandal. At the Great Qing Imperial Palace, the Qing Emperor couldn't help but burst into laughter, saying, "So this is the Golden Buddha Miao Renfeng, who claims to be invincible under heaven? How pathetic. If I were him I would have the adulterer and adulteress torn to pieces and executed by Ling Qi. But no one in this world dares to touch my women." The Qing Emperor's voice was filled with supreme confidence and dominance, utterly unaware that his trusted advisor Wei Xiaobao beside him trembled and his legs turned weak. Damn. Will the old emperor end up on the list? If he does, will I be exposed? I've toyed with Janning. Given my bond with the old emperor, he probably won't kill me. He might even make me his son-in-law. But the Empress Dowager and those consorts and concubines. Thinking of this way, Xiaobao's heart leaped to his throat in turmoil. His mother was a prostitute and he grew up in a brothel, excelling at drinking, whoring, gambling, and swindling. As a fake eunuch, how could he restrain himself in the imperial harem? He had often dallied with the emperor's women. The emperor had so many women that he couldn't attend to them all. Thus most were bitter harem wives aching with loneliness. With his skills it was easy to win them over. Thinking this way, Xiaobao made a decision. He would slip away first. If he wasn't exposed, he could return later. Meanwhile, at the Miao family mansion, Miao Renfeng gazed at the Golden List in the sky, his face livid. Ever since the Golden List appeared, he had dreamed of being on it. Beyond fame, the most important thing was to receive the Golden List's reward. His obsession with martial arts had led him to neglect his beautiful, alluring wife. A testament to his addiction. Yet no matter the list, divine weapons, legions, assassins, beauties, or lechers, none had anything to do with him. He had never made the list. Instead, his daughter Miao Rulin had appeared on the Great Qin beauty list. Today he finally made the list. But he never expected it to be the cuckold list. And the reward was an evil repelling sword art that required castration to master. Should I practice it? Miao Renfeng sensed the exquisite techniques of the art in his mind and felt tempted. He was a martial arts fanatic. Now he had even less interest in women. Whether he had that bit of flesh seemed irrelevant. Father, you're not thinking of practicing the evil repelling sword art, are you? A beautiful young girl emerged from the side dressed in a light green jacket and a goose-yellow pleated skirt. Her voice was soft yet so tender and sweet that it was incredibly soothing to the ear. Her skin was fairer than snow, her eyes like clear spring water, her features exquisitely beautiful. Truly like a radiant pearl lustrous jade with a scholarly aura faintly visible between her brows. She was Miao Rulin, daughter of Miao Renfeng and Nan Lan, ranked 15th on the Great Qin beauty list. Rulin, rest assured your father knows what he's doing. Miao Renfeng replied ambiguously. Though he was oblivious to romance, he was still a man of integrity and didn't want to deceive his daughter. Indeed, he was tempted by the exquisite techniques of the evil repelling sword art. As for whether to practice it, he was still torn. Martial arts, martial arts. All you know is martial arts. Mother has run off with another man. What good is your martial arts? Hearing this, Miao Rulin understood his intentions. Her heart filled with grievance, she turned and ran outside. Rulin. Miao Renfeng chased after her. At the border of the Great Han. Inside the white dragon chariot. Zhao Wu curled his lips, slightly smiling faintly. I didn't expect the first to make the list would be the Golden Buddha Miao Renfeng. That name is quite interesting. As he spoke, he glanced at the High Priestess beside him. Martial King, the High Priestess gently nudged Zhao Wu's arm, giving him a charming glare. Where are you looking? She chided. Zhao Wu smiled faintly, reaching out to pull the High Priestess's voluptuous, graceful body close, looking into her beautiful, seductive eyes. It's not like I haven't seen it before. The High Priestess blushed, deeply embarrassed. Martial King, you're so bad, always teasing me. Isn't it my badness that you like? Zhao Wu chuckled. Isn't there a saying, men are bad, women love them? I'm ignoring you. Just as she was about to speak, a charming voice came from behind. The voice was clear, sweet, tender, and honeyed. Extremely pleasant to the ear. San, how have I treated you all usually? You have treated us very well, princess. Could you let me go pretend you never saw me? I will remember your kindness and reward you handsomely in the future. Princess, forgive us, but the prince has given a strict order that we must bring you back. Your escape from the marriage has already enraged his majesty, and the prince has been punished. Please don't make things difficult for him. A princess? That must be someone from the Great Yuan. The High Priestess said, I heard that the daughter of the Prince of Ruyang, the Xiaomin princess, is Zhao Min on the beauty list. Could it be her? She looked out the window and saw a young man riding a warhorse in a desperate gallop. She was dressed in a blue silk gown, her hair tousled by the fierce wind, looking quite disheveled, but unable to conceal the noble and graceful aura between her brows. Zhao Wu nodded slightly, also observing the fleeing Zhao Min. At this moment, Zhao Min was disguised as a man looking handsome and spirited, with a decisive and masculine air in her movements, yet with a hint of feminine softness, making it hard to distinguish her gender. Behind her were some experts from the Prince of Ruyang's residence. The distance between them was closing. If nothing unexpected happened, Zhao Min would definitely not escape. Damn it! Zhao Min was anxious. At this moment, she deeply understood that power and status were illusory. Moreover, her previous power came from the Prince of Ruyang. At the prince's command, her former subordinates had all turned against her to hunt her down. I will never marry that old man, the Yuan Emperor, and be locked in the deep palace, a canary waiting for his pleasure. I've already reached the border of the Great Han, almost out of the Great Yuan. I must escape. Zhao Min's survival instinct surged. Her anxious, beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings, looking for any opportunity that might help her flee. There's a carriage made entirely of bronze, yet without any trace of artificiality, as if naturally formed. Zhao Min spotted the white dragon chariot, her eyes lighting up. Born in the Prince of Ruyang's residence, she had seen many luxurious carriages, but none could compare to this one. The person in the carriage must be extraordinary, of noble birth or great wealth. Zhao Min quickly judged. Such a person might not be powerful themselves, but they would have many experts under their command. Thinking of this, Zhao Min immediately spurred her horse toward the white dragon chariot. At the same time, she twisted her head sharply, letting her tied-up hair cascade down, revealing a face of devastating beauty. Help! Zhao Min shouted, her voice heart-wrenching and pitiful. She knew that women easily aroused men's protective instincts and made their blood rush, clouding their judgment. Especially a beauty like her. As long as she could provoke a fight between the people in the carriage and her pursuers, she would have a chance to snatch victory from the flames and escape in the chaos. As expected of Zhao Min, trouble comes to me even when I'm sitting in the carriage. Zhao Wu saw through her plan at once. He didn't judge whether her actions were right or wrong. In this world, the strong prey on the weak. From Zhao Min's perspective, she was certainly not wrong. But from his perspective, if he had no strength, he would surely be drowned by this trouble. So if she wanted to shift the trouble, she would have to pay the price. Martial King, it's time for your heroic rescue of the beauty. The high priestess teased, looking at Zhao Wu. Am I that kind of person? He gave her a firm slap on her curvy rear and rolled his eyes. He wasn't the type to drool over every beauty he saw and fawn over them. Hero, save me. At this moment Zhao Min rode her horse up to the carriage and shouted toward it. She couldn't see inside from outside, so she could only treat it as a last resort. Winnie! Winnie! As Zhao Min reached the carriage, heir San, and the other experts from the Prince of Ruyang's residence, immediately surrounded them, trapping Zhao Min and the carriage. Princess, you cannot escape. Please come back with us lest we have to offend you. Ada, holding a sword, stepped forward and bowed to Zhao Min. I won't go back. I'd rather die than marry the Yuan Emperor. I am determined to escape this marriage. Zhao Min declared loudly. Princess, don't waste your efforts, Ada said, confidently looking at her. I know you are resourceful and quick-witted, but in the face of absolute strength, any scheme is useless. He knew that Zhao Min deliberately mentioned the Yuan Emperor, and the marriage escape to force them to silence the people in the carriage, lest the matter affect the Emperor's reputation. And to silence them, they would inevitably clash with those in the carriage. Thus Zhao Min would have a chance to escape. In truth, even without her mentioning the Emperor and the escape, they were already planning to silence the occupants. He gestured and said, Princess, please. The people in the carriage won't save you. They are doomed today too. Is that so? Just then the carriage door suddenly opened. A calm, dignified voice tinged with amusement sounded, How do you plan to kill me? How do you intend to kill me? As the carriage door swung open, Zhao Min gazed ahead. Her delicate frame trembled. She stood frozen, utterly stunned. Though she was the daughter of the Prince of Ruyang, titled the Commandery Princess Xiaomin, she was no sheltered maiden confined to the inner chambers with limited knowledge. On the contrary, she harbored the heart of a tiger, a woman who would not yield to men, leading the experts of the Prince of Ruyang's residence to suppress the martial world. She had encountered learned scholars, exceptionally talented martial prodigies, and even noble scions. She had witnessed much, yet never had she seen nor even imagined that a person could be so utterly perfect. His flawless face seemed carved by a knife and chisel. Handsome, resolute, and sharply defined. His tall and upright figure resembled towering mountains, exuding an aura of majestic grandeur. His perfect countenance was so ethereal it seemed not of this mortal world, as if an ancient celestial deity descending upon the earth. His black and white eyes were like the vast, profound starry sky, or like a sovereign emperor looking down upon all living beings, mysterious yet filled with terrifying authority. Behind him Zhao Min vaguely glimpsed a golden divine dragon coiling and roaring, shaking heaven and earth. A single roar could shatter the starry river. A single dance could stir the cosmos. Terrifying and overwhelming, it emanated a supreme, noble, and exalted presence. Yet when she looked more closely, everything just now seemed like an illusion. Under Zhao Wu's warm, bright, and deep eyes, she felt as if bathed in a spring breeze, her body and mind relaxed and joyful. Merely standing before him and gazing at him filled her heart with an extraordinary sweetness and contentment. At this moment, in Zhao Min's eyes, the figure before her, perfect as a deity, was heaven, earth, and everything. It occupied her body and her soul entirely. Who is this young gentleman? How could there be such a perfect and noble man in the world? Zhao Min's heart pounded erratically. A gentleman as graceful as jade, unparalleled in the world. Indeed. Who are you, sir? Ada was also stunned by Zhao Wu's perfect countenance and extraordinary bearing. However, as a man he quickly regained his composure, his heart filled with caution as he asked solemnly. He had not expected the master of the carriage to be so extraordinary. Truly, heaven never seals off all exits. Now there is hope. Zhao Min snapped back to reality, her pretty face flushed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. With such bearing, Zhao Wu was certainly no ordinary man. Who am I? Zhao Wu smiled faintly, and Zhao Min was captivated once more. This smile seemed to possess an indescribable charm. No maiden in the world could resist his smile. You want to kill me without even knowing who I am? Zhao Wu glanced indifferently at Ada, but his gaze fell upon Zhao Min. Her face was like polished jade, her eyes as clear as water. She was not only stunningly beautiful, but also had an indescribable charm and loveliness. At this moment she gazed at him infatuatedly, her jade-like countenance flushed with rosy clouds and radiant spring like a freshly blooming flower, exceptionally graceful. Truly the heroine of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Zhao Wu silently praised in his heart. Han Ji. Just then heir beside him exclaimed in shock, noticing the woman beside Zhao Wu, utterly astounded. It was you who kidnapped Han Ji. And Ji Xiaofu Zhou Zhirua, the Grand Priestess and the Queen of Jingjue. Ada-san and Zhao Min also looked at the women around Zhao Wu, their eyes nearly popping out. Because Zhao Wu's appearance and temperament were too outstanding. Sitting there, he was like a bright lamp in the dark night, the blazing sun in the sky, as if he were the center of the universe. Even the Grand Priestess Ji Xiaofu and other beauties were reduced to mere foils under Zhao Wu's radiance. Thus the others did not notice them at first. The Grand Priestess and the Queen of Jingjue are the women of the King Wu of Great Qin. How could they be here? You are? Duh, and the others looked puzzled then, as if recalling something they stared at Zhao Wu in disbelief. You are King Wu of Great Qin. King Wu. He is King Wu, the eldest son of Great Qin, the heir of the martial god. Zhao Min's heart trembled violently. She had never expected to meet King Wu here. And King Wu did not even have a single guard. Of course. Perhaps there were hidden experts protecting him, but she simply hadn't noticed. Tell me, how do you wish to die? Zhao Wu looked at heir and the other experts of the Prince of Ruyang's residence. He would show no mercy to those who wanted to kill him. How to die? Snapped out of his shock and suddenly burst into laughter, sneering. You're called King Wu, and you actually think you are King Wu? This is the Great Yuan, not Great Qin. You dared to infiltrate our Great Yuan and kidnap Han Jiji Xiaofu and Zhou Zhirua. How audacious. Today is your death day. Da's spirit soared and the blood in his body boiled uncontrollably. If he killed King Wu and presented Han Jiji Xiaofu, Zhou Zhirua, the Grand Priestess, and the Queen of Jingjue to the Yuan Emperor, what an immense merit that would be. Enough to be granted a noble title and a generalship right. Hadn't he joined the Prince of Ruyang's residence for fame and power? He naturally knew that someone must be protecting Zhao Wu in secret. But fortune favors the bold. This was the territory of Great Yuan. Zhao Wu had clearly come out for pleasure, bringing so many beautiful women along. The number of guards he had brought must be limited. There was a high chance they could capture Zhao Wu, in the face of such enormous gains. What was a little risk? Even if there was only a 1% chance. He could not afford to miss it. Kill! Without a moment's hesitation, Ada drew his sword and charged at Zhao Wu. His original name was Fang Dongbai, known as the Eight-Armed Divine Sword, a former elder of the Beggar clan. He was extremely powerful now, at the peak of the Great Grandmaster realm. His swordsmanship was superb, earning him the title Eight-Armed Divine Sword, a testament to his skill. Be careful! Zhao Min exclaimed instinctively. As Da's former master, she knew well how formidable he was. Among the experts she had once commanded, Da was one of the top-ranked. A splash of blood blossomed. Da's movements halted, his eyes wide open, filled with reluctance and confusion. Even in death he did not see who struck him. Big brother! Heir and Asan's pupils contracted sharply. Instantly they stood back to back, warily scanning the surroundings. Both were disciples of the Vajra sect of the western regions, only slightly weaker than Da. More blood splashed. 2 more blossoms of blood. At this moment, Zhao Min saw clearly, yet she saw nothing. She only saw that heir and Asan's necks seemed to crack open, and then they were dead. She saw neither person, nor weapon. It was as if a ghost had killed them. Immediately after, a bloodstain appeared on the necks of the martial arts experts who had followed heir and Asan. In less than a breath, more than a dozen experts were all annihilated. From start to finish, Zhao Min did not see a single person. Could this be the invisible means of the invisible ghost soldiers? Was it the invisible ghost soldiers, or the heavenly court assassins who struck? Zhao Min's mind raced as she examined the slain experts. A single sword stroke to the throat, the wounds identical and very special. It should be the work of one person wielding a unique sword. Suddenly Zhao Min felt a terrifying, killing intent lock onto her, plunging her into an icy abyss, as if she were in the depths of hell amidst mountains of blades and seas of fire. She knew, with just a nod from Zhao Wu, her head would fall to the ground. This humble woman, Zhao Min, thanks King Wu for saving my life. Zhao Min clasped her hands and bowed gracefully. King Wu's great kindness this humble woman will never forget. Should you ever command, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. In the future, Zhao Wu gazed at Zhao Min's graceful, curvaceous figure, and her stunningly beautiful face. In the future you shall be my bed-warming maid. What? Zhao Min was taken aback, never expecting Zhao Wu to be so direct, and to make her the daughter of the Prince of Ruyang and Commandery Princess Xiaomin, a bed-warming maid. This was too insulting. If he were to take her as a consort, considering how handsome Zhao Wu was, and that he had saved her, she might reluctantly agree. But a bed-warming maid? Humph. Zhao Min would rather starve to death or be beaten to death than be a bed-warming maid. King Wu, I think this woman is very malicious. Just now she tried to redirect the danger onto you. If you were not so powerful, she would have caused your death. The Grand Priestess spoke calmly. Now King Wu not only saved her from distress, but also does not hold her accountable, even bestowing favor. Yet she is ungrateful and wants to refuse. Such an ingrate should just be killed. As the Grand Priestess finished speaking, Zhao Min felt a chill at her neck, a cold air piercing straight to her crown. She immediately put on a brilliant smile. Zhao Min pays respects to King Wu. Zhao Min quickly bowed deeply. Thank you for the gracious favor, King Wu. I never force anyone. Zhao Wu smiled. If you are unwilling, I will not force you. King Wu jests. To serve King Wu is this humble woman's blessing. How could I be unwilling? I am overjoyed, truly flattered. Zhao Min forced a charming smile, her words sweet, but her heart cursing. Not forcing anyone. Yeah, right. That old fox is so sly. Come on up. Zhao Wu said indifferently. If he had no strength, he would have been killed by Zhao Min's scheme. Since that was the case, she had to pay the price. Thank you, King Wu. Zhao Min stepped onto the white dragon chariot, feeling the luxurious and spacious interior, her eyes filled with curiosity as she looked around. Of course, she was more curious about Zhao Wu, the Grand Priestess, the Queen of Jingjue, Hanji, and others. Zhao Wu looked outside and said, Jing and I, since you're here, come and sit. Jing and I? Zhao Min's spirit jolted, and she looked up sharply. The name Jing and I was thunderous. Leader of the second-ranked invisible ghost soldiers. Ranked second on the assassin list. She also appeared on the divine weapons list and the beauty list of the 9 provinces. Zhao Min saw a tall, graceful figure appear out of nowhere, holding the Jing and I sword, clad in a metal combat suit, fishnet stockings, and high heels. Her sharp eyes were like a sword, icy and piercing, freezing the soul. So terrifying. Zhao Min was horrified. She could not discern Jing Ni's cultivation level, but she was certainly the most fearsome expert she had ever encountered. King Wu. Jing and I did not stand on ceremony. She walked straight to Zhao Wu's side and sat down, pouring him wine with practiced ease, clearly not the first time. There's something going on between them. Zhao Min noted the closeness between Jing and I and Zhao Wu. They obviously had a deep relationship. Her guess was correct. Zhao Wu had considerable expertise in the pleasures of the Chao Thief archetype. A divine-grade mid-rank nirvana pill granting rebirth through nirvana, a pristine body surging potential, and a peerless foundation. Not bad. Zhao Wu took the cup Jing and I had filled and drank it in one gulp, inhaling the maiden's subtle fragrance, as he spoke with a smile. The nirvana pill was Jing Ni's reward for appearing on the divine weapons list of the 9 provinces. All thanks to King Wu's cultivation. A smile spread across Jing Ni's face, and her heart held a trace of anticipation. No woman could resist Zhao Wu's charm. She was no exception. The nirvana pill had allowed her to be reborn. Though it could not change the past, she still very much wished to offer Zhao Wu a pure body. Zhao Wu, having seen many women, could easily read Jing Ni's thoughts. He knew that Jing and I had always been deeply self-conscious. But he, on the other hand, enjoyed the Chao Thief pleasures. Today you made contributions by killing the enemy. I shall guide you further. Zhao Wu picked up Jing and I and strode to the side. As he moved, a barrier automatically separated them from the others. This carriage is indeed a treasure. It can even separate space automatically. So King Wu really is involved with Jing and I. Zhao Min stayed quietly in a corner, secretly observing. Jing and I is a subordinate of the martial god. Even though King Wu is the successor of the martial god, wouldn't the martial god mind him being intimate with Jing and I? Zhao Min pondered. It seems King Wu has an extraordinary relationship with the martial god. Is the martial god preparing to make King Wu his successor, even handing over his legions? If he didn't intend to hand over his legions, he certainly wouldn't allow the legion leader Jing and I to be involved with Zhao Wu. At this moment, she became even more curious about Zhao Wu. Sister Hanji, how did you meet King Wu? Zhao Min approached Hanji. Both were from Great Yuan, making it easier to talk than with Ji Xiaofu or Zhou Zhirua. Hanji glanced at the Grand Priestess, and seeing no reaction from her, she replied, It wasn't I who met King Wu. A heavenly court assassin sent me to King Wu. She did not mention that King Wu was the martial god. Nor did she mention Duan Lang's name. She simply gave a brief explanation. She was very clear about her own position. She also didn't know what Zhao Wu planned for Zhao Min, so she said as little as possible. After all, saying less meant fewer mistakes. A heavenly court assassin kidnapped Hanji, and gave her not to the martial god, but to King Wu. It seems the martial god is not interested in women, and King Wu is likely the successor the martial god is training. In the future, the heavenly court assassins will probably also be handed over to King Wu. That's why the assassin sent women to please King Wu. Zhao Min became more certain in her heart. Hum hum hum. Hum hum hum. Just as Zhao Min was lost in thought, the heavenly Dao golden list in the sky changed again. In an instant, countless people across the 9 provinces raised their heads and looked. Amidst endless radiant clouds, a brand new list condensed beside the green hat list. My heavens, there is another list. I wonder what this list is. If only it were a wealth list, Iwan Sanxian would surely be among the top. Cultivation list. I hope it's the cultivation list. Let it be an emperor list. The emperor would surely top it. Seeing the new list appear, everyone became expectant. Merchants with immense wealth hoped for the wealth list. Emperors hoped for the emperor list. Martial arts masters hoped for the cultivation list. Everyone hoped for the category they excelled in. But in the next moment, most were disappointed. 3 characters bold and vigorous materialized. Romance list. What the heck? There's a romance list. Could this list be related to the green hat list? Maybe the people on the romance list are the root cause of those on the green hat list. I've had countless women known as Old Wong next door. This time I'm sure to be on the romance list. Get out of here. A lowlife like you worthy of the romance list. Romance list. Interesting. Inside the white dragon chariot, Zhao Wu held Jing Ni's voluptuous graceful body, looking at the newly appeared list, his eyes flickering. Romance list. It won't expose me, will it? Do you think I'll be on it? Zhao Wu cupped Jing Ni's delicate face and asked with a smile. He had a peculiar fondness for this salamander girl. Not just Jing and I, but also the shark woman tide temptress. And the mermaid Yen Lingji. I don't know. Jing Ni's voice was crisp. Though her words were brief, they carried a unique charm. It doesn't matter if I'm on the list or not. Zhao Wu didn't care much. He lowered his head and sealed Jing Ni's alluring red lips, with a beauty in his arms. Why bother with the romance list? Everything could wait until later. While Zhao Wu was guiding Jing and I, radiant clouds surged on the romance list, condensing into majestic characters. Romance list 10th place, Duan Yu, heir of the Dali Jinan, prince devout in Buddhism, skilled in horticulture and chess, possessing a compassionate heart, kind and saintly, fond of beautiful sisters, romantic and fickle. Reward 1 heaven-grade top-quality orthopedic pill, which can improve bone structure and enhance talent. Duan Yu, the prince of Jinan's heir. Is there really a kingdom called Dali? Probably a small country. Beautiful younger sister, that's the key point. The key point is beauty. No, the key point is younger sister. I adore little girls. I lose all composure when I see one. You're not right. In the Dezhou region of the Great Song, within the Dali imperial palace, Emperor Duanzhengming gazed at the gallant list, slightly stunned, then smiled helplessly. I never expected the first to be. You are truly a chip off the old block, like the Prince of Jinan. Since Yuer has made the list, the Prince of Jinan is likely to follow. It seems our Dali is about to gain fame. The Empress parted her crimson lips. Duan Zhengshuan's little escapades were hardly a secret to them, especially since Duan Zhengshuan's legitimate wife Dao Baifeng constantly quarreled with him, and even fought tooth and nail with his mistresses. They couldn't avoid knowing even if they wanted to. Meanwhile, at the Prince of Jinan's residence, Princess Dao Baifeng shot a sharp glare at Duan Zhengchun and scolded, "It's all your fault. Yuer has been corrupted by you." Phoenixer Yuer making the gallant list shows his skill and charm. Wouldn't it be wonderful if he finds you a few more daughters-in-law and gives you more grandsons to hold? Duan Zhengchun said ingratiatingly. Yes, you are the Prince of Jinan of Dali, skilled, charming, and dashing. Dao Baifeng retorted sarcastically. Then go bring all your lovers back. Duan Zhengchun looked helpless but dared not flare up. He coaxed, Phoenixer, we were talking about Yuer. Why bring up old matters? That's all in the past. Yuer learned it all from you. Dao Baifeng tossed out a remark and turned to leave. She did not care about Duan Yu's romantic dalliances or multiple women. In fact, she was pleased. Women are strange creatures. They wish their sons could have many women, yet demand their husbands to be faithful to only one. Phoenixer, where are you going? Duan Zhengchun caught up and grabbed her arm. I'm returning to my Yushu temple. Go live with your lovers. Dao Baifeng shook off his hand and left straight away. She loathed Duan Zhengchuan's philandering, so she became a lay nun, spending most of her time at Yushu temple under the self-styled title, Yushu Sanren. Alas! Duan Zhengchun let out a long sigh but did not pursue. He knew that since Duan Yu had made the list, he himself would likely appear on it too. When that happened, Dao Baifeng would surely make a scene. He decided to wait until the gallant list was over before coaxing her back. When it came to soothing women, His Highness Duan had a knack for it. Otherwise he could never have made women like Qin Hongmian Ruan Xingzhu, and Gong Baobao so devoted and hopelessly in love with him. As for the man himself, Duan Yu, he was utterly bewildered. I made the list. The gallant list. I've only just stepped out and haven't even flirted with a single girl. How did I end up on it? Whatever, at least it's not the infamous cuckold list that everyone condemns. The gallant list isn't bad. A gallant scholar and a beautiful lady. Since the golden list has placed me on it, this journey of mine won't be lonely. Duan Yu felt a surge of anticipation. With his naturally carefree disposition, being on the gallant list didn't bother him much. He glanced at the reward he had just received and smiled. A bone-mending pill. Let me find a place to taste this bone-mending pill. As the 10th place on the gallant list was announced, lines of text appeared above the Great Dao Golden List. 1 month later, the Mount List and Wealth List will be revealed. Those who make the lists will receive rewards. Mount List. Wealth List. Is it still possible to earn money now? Too late, but I can still get a mount. Upon seeing the mount list, people across the 9 provinces erupted in excitement. Compared to lists like the army list, assassin list, divine weapon list, general list, or wealth list, the mount list was the easiest to achieve. A thousandly horse is common, but a discerning trainer is rare. Truly powerful mounts were not always in the hands of great powers or mighty warriors. There were definitely fine horses undiscovered among the common folk. If they found one, they might just make the mount list. Meanwhile, those who already possessed fine steeds were filled with anticipation. In Bingzhou, Lu Bu held his sky-piercing halberd in one hand, while gently stroking Red Hair's neck with the other, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Among men, Lu Bu; among horses, Red Hair. Though I did not top the general list, you will surely top the mount list. I wonder what the reward for first place on the mount list will be. Not far away, Liu Bei's eyes also lit up. Finally, it's my turn. Dilu, oh Dilu, my fame across the world relies on you. I don't ask for first place. Just the top 5 will do. Liu Bei caressed Dilu's head tenderly, as if stroking his beloved. It wasn't just Lu Bu and Liu Bei, Chao Xiangyu and others were all confident in their prize steeds. Meanwhile, horse traders across the land grew ecstatic, and the price of horses skyrocketed. In the Yuzhou region of the Great Ming, the richest man, Wan Sanxian, stared intently, his fists clenched. The wealth list. There is indeed a wealth list. This time it will surely be my era. In terms of martial prowess, I cannot compare to the martial god, but in wealth, he is but a child. His fortune rivaled that of a nation. Even if all royal families joined the competition, he was confident of making the top 5 or even the top spot. I must not miss the mount list either. With that thought, Wan Sanxian immediately ordered, "Scour for fine steeds. By every one of them." Such was the privilege of immense wealth. "Yes, master." In the Hangzhou region of the Great Qin, the Qing emperor declared confidently, "My Qing empire is vast and resourceful, the greatest among the 9 provinces. Who else but me can claim the top of the wealth list? Congratulations, your majesty. Long live the emperor 10,000 years. A crowd of sycophants prostrated themselves, flattering obsequiously. Yet among them one man was inwardly terrified. Why the wealth list? All my hidden assets will be exposed. The thought that his fortune might equal the Qing Empire's revenue for over a decade sent a chill down his spine. No! The chances of me making the list are too high. I must flee. Thankfully I have a month to arrange things, or I'd be doomed. The Qing Emperor was oblivious to his minister's thoughts, basking in the flattery. As the saying goes, a full belly begets lechery. The Qing Emperor asked, "Any news of Princess Xiangxiang?" "Your Majesty," a minister stepped forward. According to reports, Princess Xiangxiang is the second daughter of the Hui tribe leader Muzwolan, named Kasili. She is clad in white like snow, radiantly beautiful, stunning beyond compare, almost like a celestial maiden descending to earth, inspiring reverence rather than desire. Her nature is innocent and pure, kind-hearted and unblemished. She is regarded as a sacred goddess by the Hui people. We have already dispatched men. She should arrive at the palace shortly for your majesty's pleasure. Excellent. Order them to hasten and ensure Princess Xiangxiang arrives at the palace intact and at the fastest speed. I shall richly reward them. Your servant obeys. The 9 provinces were in turmoil, everyone scrambling. Zhao Wu, after several battles, finally ended the conflict, relaxed his mind, and found a moment of leisure. Jing Ni's face was flushed, her body limp. Her dazed, beautiful eyes shimmered with deep passion, as she gazed at Zhao Wu adoringly. Zhao Wu glanced at the glaring red stain on the silk sheet. Beside him, gently stroked Jing Ni's smooth, jade-like back, and looked at her delicate, enticing face, rosy and exquisite. The past is not to be dwelled upon. I was not there for your past, but your future belongs only to me. Zhao Wu leaned down and softly kissed her cherry-red lips. Martial King. Jing and I had never heard such sweet words. Her heart surged with emotion. Her fair lotus-like arms tightly wrapped around Zhao Wu's waist, her beautiful eyes trembling, unable to express the turmoil within her. 1,000 words eventually condensed into the simplest 2. I want you. Zhao Wu gazed into the passionate eyes of his beloved. How could he refuse her affection? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today marked the update of the cuckold list and the gallant list. 3 days finally passed. The days without the golden list updates are unbearable. Each day feels like a year. Since the Great Dao golden list appeared, the happiest moments are watching its updates. I wonder who will be on the cuckold list and gallant list today. On the gallant list, Lu Xiaofeng will surely top it. I hope the reward is a few jars of fine wine. Amidst the anticipation, in the Dezhou region of the Great Song at Yanggu County, the main street was bustling with lively vendors coming and going, selling sesame cakes. Fragrant and sweet sesame cakes. Selling sesame cakes. A short, ugly man with a deformed figure carried a load of cakes, hawking as he walked. Give me 2 cakes. Coming right up. Wu Dalong set down his load and took out the cakes for the customer. The customer paid and teased. Dalong, you're out selling cakes all day, leaving your pretty wife alone at home. Aren't you worried? What's there to worry about? My wife is perfectly fine. Wu Dalong wrapped 2 cakes and handed them over. Your cakes. The cuckold list and gallant list are about to be announced. Aren't you the least bit curious? The customer took the cakes, staring meaningfully at Wu Dalong, who was absorbed in his work. What's there to be curious about? Those lists are for the big shots, the high and mighty. What do they have to do with a commoner like me? Wu Dalong shook his head. Living at the bottom of society, his greatest wish was to sell a few more cakes and improve his family's life. He had no time to care about the golden list. Maybe one day you'll be on the list. The customer laughed. You jest, sir. I have no skills whatsoever. How could I ever make the list? Unless there's a sesame cake list. Wu Dalong chuckled, unconcerned. The customer said no more, gave Wu Dalong a meaningful glance and turned away, sighing inwardly. You may have no skills, but you have a breathtakingly beautiful wife. The customer left. Wu Dalong continued selling cakes. Yet, for some reason, a sense of unease gnawed at him. He instinctively carried his load and headed toward home. Just then the sky erupted with boundless rosy clouds and everyone's spirits lifted. It was here. Today's cuckold list had arrived. Who would be the unlucky one this time? Wu Dalong also looked up instinctively. He was illiterate, but the words on the golden list were clear even to the unlettered. In an instant Wu Dalong's body trembled, the load slipped from his shoulders and sesame cakes scattered all over the ground, yet he remained oblivious. As if his soul had fled, he stared blankly at the cuckold list. Cuckold list, 9th place. Wu Dalong, short of stature, ugly in appearance, known as 3-inch ding tree bark skin. His wife Pan Jinlian, breathtakingly beautiful, unable to bear loneliness, cuckolded him with Shimin Xing. Reward: 1 heaven grade superior poison dispelling pill capable of neutralizing 100 poisons.